This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Xiang is seriously injured. Only your spirit bones can save her now. Don't worry, I be quick and won't let you suffer for long. Beneath the green gauze curtain, Gu Qinghuai, clad in a white robe, raised his dagger high and stabbed it towards the soul of the unconscious person on the bed. A familiar pain washed over Xiang, and she suddenly opened her eyes, spewing curse words. How had she been reborn again? 10 days ago, Xiang transmigrated into a popular Immortal Cultivation novel, and became a female supporting character with the same name, serving the heroine, Lin Yuexiang. When the heroine made a mistake, the original owner took the blame. The heroine was injured, the original owner was sacrificed. And ultimately, her own fiancé, Gu Qinghuai, dug up her spirit bones and tragically died, and Xiang, by some unfortunate coincidence, transmigrated to the spiritual bone-digging plot point. For the past 10 days, she died again and again at this plot point, as if entering an endless loop. At this moment, hearing Gu Qinghuai's familiar words, and feeling the familiar pain emanating from her spirit palace, Xiang was filled with rage, and pushed Gu Qinghuai aside with all her might. Get out! Whoever wanted to be this tool could do it. This time, even if it meant both of them perishing, she would never let Gu Qinghuai take her spirit bones. Ding dong. Hello host. Supporting character rescue system Enin is at your service. A soft voice echoed in Xiang's mind, and everything around her seemed to pause. Gu Qinghuai, who had been charging at Xiang, froze in his tracks. System? Serve me? Xiang sneered, her teeth gnashing. What were you doing earlier? Do you know how many times I died repeatedly these past few days? Sorry, host. The main brain hasn't yet overcome the influence of this world's laws, so the host's time travel has been malfunctioning, causing an infinite loop. If apologies were useful, what would the police even be for? To make up for the injustices the host has suffered recently, I can unconditionally grant one of their wishes. Then I want to leave the Yuetian sect. Sorry, host, such an unrealistic wish is beyond Enin's reach. Please try something more practical. Xiang, Then I use blood mist grass to disguise my spirit bones. Ding dong. Host's wish fulfilled. Enin's cheerful voice echoed in Xiang's mind. Warm reminder, blood mist grass can corrode a cultivator's spirit palace. Please remove the fake spirit bones within a quarter of an hour to avoid accidental injury. The moment the words fell, time resumed. Xiang looked up and saw Gu Qinghuai's disappointment mixed with impatience. Stop it! Xiang is in critical condition, and is waiting for your spirit bones to save her. Oh, but I die without them too. If you're so worried about Lin Yuexiang's safety, why don't you dig out your own spirit bones and save her? Gu Qinghuai choked. What's wrong with Xiang today? Wasn't she always obedient? Why is she rebelling today? Is digging out her spirit bones really too painful? How can they be the same? You have full spiritual roots, and only your spirit bones are suitable for Xiang. Besides, Xiang was seriously injured saving you. Shut up. I told you from the beginning that I'm immortal, and unwilling to go to the secret realm with you. It was Lin Yuexiang who insisted on taking me, and it was her own greed for treasure that led to her being seriously injured by the ferocious beast. How come you're making it all my fault? I think you just peeled off your left cheek and stuck it on your right. Shameless and shameless. Xiang scolded Gu Qinghuai harshly, but she still felt unsatisfied. If she weren't currently without spiritual power, and the pain in her spiritual mansion, she would have plunged the dagger into Gu Qinghuai's spiritual mansion to truly vent her anger. Without waiting for Gu Qinghuai to speak again, Xiang suddenly grasped the dagger at her waist and thrust it into his spiritual mansion, pulling out a spiritual bone. The speed of her movement left Gu Qinghuai speechless. Gu Qinghuai, I let you take this spiritual bone to save Lin Yuexiang, but I have a condition. If you don't agree, I crush it right here and then. If I die, Lin Yuexiang won't be able to live. As long as you're willing to give up the spiritual bone, I agree to any conditions. I want you to write a letter of annulment. I want to leave the Yuetian sect. What did you say? I want to break off the engagement. I want to leave the Yuetian sect. Gu Qinghuai's eyes were filled with shock. Xiang actually wanted to break off the engagement with him. She was actually willing to leave him. With the Yuetian sect? Xiang possessed all the spiritual roots, but her aptitude was extremely poor. If it weren't for his fiancé, how could she possibly live in the Yuetian sect, a place rich in spiritual energy? But now, not only was she ungrateful, she was breaking off the engagement over a trivial matter like digging up spiritual bones. He wanted to see how Xia Ying would live without him and the Yuntian sect. Wouldn't she end up having to come back and beg him? Gu Qinghai remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was furious with Xia Ying. He raised his hand, wrote a letter of annulment, and threw it at Xia Ying's feet. Give me the spirit bone. Xia Ying also threw the spiritual bone in her hand. Gu Qinghai quickly flew forward to catch it, then teleported to Lin Yuexiang's residence. Xia Ying then picked up the letter of cancellation of engagement and put it into her storage bag along with her belongings in the room. She stood up and walked away without mercy, heading down the mountain. Screw the tools. Screw the Yuntian sect. I won't stay with you anymore. She was leaving the Yuntian sect now. As long as she was away from these crazy men and women, she could go anywhere she wanted. As for today's vengeance, Xia Ying would avenge it someday. Xia Ying's spirit palace was severely injured. By the time she reached the mountain gate, her white dress was stained red with blood. Word of her being cancelled by Gu Qinghai had already spread throughout the Yuntian sect. Now, the mountain gate was filled with disciples watching her laugh. The petite Xia Ying didn't even glance at the other disciples, dragging her injured body step by step down the mountain. Her steps were slow, but her posture remained straight. The Yuntian sect disciples, who had originally rushed to mock her, saw this scene, but their words turned to sympathy. But this sympathy was quickly drowned out by the other disciples' contempt and disgust. Don't you think Xia Ying looks a little pitiful? Come on! What's pitiful about her? She's completely evil and deserves it. Now, it's the little sister who's injured and unconscious because of her who's the truly innocent and pitiful one. That's right. How can a foolish and evil person like Xia Ying be compared to the kind and beautiful little sister? Senior brother Gu and the little sister are a match made in heaven. Xia Ying doesn't deserve it at all. Xia Ying, who hadn't even gotten far, remained expressionless after hearing these words. They were just mindless liquors of the popular heroine. There was nothing to be angry about. As long as she left the Yuntian sect, a bright future would surely await her. However, Xia Ying had barely made it down the mountain before she had a chance to explore the world of immortal cultivation when, ravaged by her injuries, she collapsed headfirst into the nearby dark night forest. The moment Xia Ying collapsed, she was enveloped by a blue light and vanished in an instant. Chapter 2. Lying unconscious, Xia Ying felt as if she had reached a profoundly mystical state, as if she were sinking into a boundless ocean. The icy water flowed through her limbs and into her body, healing the wounds within her spiritual mansion inch by inch. Meanwhile, the members of the Yuntian sect, noticing the unusual movement of spiritual energy in the air, rushed to report to their respective masters. Yuntian sect master Mu Chen, who was treating his beloved disciple Lin Yuexiang with a spiritual bone, paused, a frost in his eyes. Who is it? How dare you disrupt and steal the spiritual energy of his Yuntian sect? Xia Ying's image flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Xia Ying, a worthless piece of shit with no spiritual roots, had no chance of survival after having her spiritual roots plundered by Gu Qinghai, much less the ability to disrupt the spiritual energy within the Yuntian sect. The next second, Mu Chen's expression darkened. Because just as he tried to follow the movement to investigate, it vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Mu Chen felt his authority as the Yuntian sect's leader challenged. He handed over the care of Lin Yuexiang to his eldest disciple, Gu Qinghai, and summoned all the peak masters of the Yuntian sect to the main hall to discuss the matter. Even on the other side, Xia Ying finally regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was acutely aware of something strange. The wound in her spirit palace, previously stabbed by Gu Qinghai, had healed on its own. Not only that, Xia Ying could sense a thick core of spiritual energy surging within her Dantian spirit palace. With a flick of her hand, a small red halo appeared in her palm. Xia Ying's face lit up with joy. She actually had spiritual power. In this world of immortal cultivation, cultivation is divided into 8 stages: Qi training, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, fusion, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. Each stage is further divided into 4 phases: initial, intermediate, advanced, and finally great perfection. As for spiritual roots, the fewer the number, the better the talent and the faster the cultivation speed. Conversely, the more and more diverse the spiritual roots, the harder it is to make long-term progress on the path of immortal cultivation. Xia Ying was the most unlucky, possessing a constitution composed entirely of spiritual roots. She couldn't even perform the simplest act of drawing qi into her body, effectively rendering her an insulator for immortal cultivation. But Xia Ying had just examined her Dantian spiritual sea. While the other spiritual roots remained dim, the portion belonging to the fire spiritual root had already begun to glow faintly, and the areas surrounding the other spiritual roots were also enveloped by a faint aura of spiritual energy. She had now reached the middle stage of Qi training. You must understand that the spiritual energy in the current world of cultivation is no more rich and mellow than it was in ancient times. Even the masters of the 9 major sects had only reached the great perfection of the nascent soul. Xia Ying had just begun to draw Qi into her body, but she had already reached the mid-stage of Qi training, demonstrating her remarkable speed. At this moment, Xia Ying noticed a small red seed mark on her wrist. The mark was so small that it would be invisible without careful observation. Xia Ying's eyes darkened slightly. The moment she reached out and touched the mark, she was instantly drawn into another dimension of picturesque scenery. A white ball appeared before her, speaking softly. "Host, hello, we meet again. Tell me, what's going on? The place you're looking at now is my system space. Your original body is dead, and I brought you here to give you new life. But in exchange, you must complete the tasks I assign. You are the supporting character rescue system, so you need me to help you save the supporting characters in the book?" The host is absolutely right. This world has been distorted by the influence of the charming heroine system, and I need you to set things right for me and free everyone from the heroine's aura. For example, I will assign you appropriate tasks, and upon completion, I will reward you with elixirs, secret manuals, or other treasures. As soon as Enin finished speaking, a transparent panel appeared in front of Xia Ying. Main Mission 1. Save the supporting characters and break the heroine's aura of charm. For each supporting character awakened by the heroine's aura of charm, the host will receive a random immortal treasure. This mission has no time limit. Side Mission. Advance to the Foundation Establishment stage within 1 month. Mission completion reward. 10 marrow cleansing pills, 1 blood nether holy fruit. Xia Ying's eyes lit up. That sounded good, but aren't those with full spiritual roots unable to cultivate immortality? This is all just some ignorant fabrication by the cultivators here. Enin snorted proudly. Full spiritual roots are also known as the Chaos Sacred Body. Their cultivation speed is simply incomparable to that of ordinary natural spiritual roots. Only fools who don't know the value of things would think that those with full spiritual roots are useless and can't cultivate immortality. You've been tricked, causing your meridians to become blocked, which is why you haven't been able to embark on the path of cultivation. As a gift, I healed your injuries and cleared your meridians. You can cultivate normally in the future. Tricked? By whom? Could it be Lin Yuexiang? Or Gu Qinghuai? But Lin Yuexiang is only 14 years old this year. Countless questions suddenly flooded Xia Ying's mind, and Enin's figure gradually faded into nothingness. Host, please strive to complete the tasks I assigned you. I explain any issues when the time is right. Before she finished her words, Xia Ying was pushed out of that space by a powerful force. She stood up, dusted off her clothes, and strode forward, humming a song. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for will come true. On this very day, she successfully escaped the heroine, escaping her fate as a vicious supporting actress, and even began her cultivation. How could this not be a good day? Xia Ying happily prepared to rush off into the future, but the next moment, her song abruptly stopped. A small, bloody figure lay in the grass not far away. Xia Ying quickly ran over, turned him over, and attempted to steal his storage bag. The book said that the storage bags of deceased cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation were considered honorless and could be taken away directly. But the moment Xia Ying touched the bloody man, she paused. Is he still breathing? The joy of having found a bargain instantly faded. Xia Ying resignedly moved the man aside, intending to transfer some spiritual energy to him to see if she could revive him. Having received over 20 years of a good education in that previous era, Xia Ying simply couldn't stand by and watch him die. However, she had just ascertained the bloody man's cultivation level, and found him to be only at the Qi training stage. So, even if she revived him and discovered he was a bad guy, she could still finish him off. Unfortunately, this was Xia Ying's first time using spiritual energy, and she wasn't very skilled. She overexerted herself and accidentally burned a little of the bloody man's hair. Xia Ying touched her nose guiltily. Luckily, no one else saw. This little bit isn't very noticeable. Chapter 3. Unconscious, Ji Hiyuan felt as if a stream of cool water flowed through him, gently soothing the pain within him. But as he regained consciousness, a faint smell of burning lingered. What had burned? He struggled to move his fingers, finally opening his eyes to meet a pair of watery almond-shaped ones. A young girl's clear, ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Are you awake? Who are you? I'm someone who happened to be passing by and saved you. Xia Ying blinked, a hint of cunning in her clear eyes. How are you feeling now? Much better. Thank you, sister. My name is Xia. A grateful smile spread across Ji Hyun's face, but hidden within his sleeve, he quietly formed a killing gesture. If this girl was also seeking his Ji family's treasure, he would not let her achieve her wish, even if it meant both his own death. You're welcome. Xia, oblivious to the wariness in Ji Hyun's eyes, sat down next to him with a familiar air. Xiao He, huh? If you really want to thank me, just give me some spirit stones. Once the money is paid, all karma is settled. She didn't want to ask for money from a child who looked younger than her, but the original owner was incredibly poor. Her storage bag contained only a few clean dresses and a single low-grade spirit stone. A low-grade spirit stone couldn't even buy half a steamed bun at the foot of Ution Sek Mountain. If she wanted to survive in the world of immortal cultivation, she had to find a way to get some spirit stones. You only want spirit stones? Ji Hyun was a little stunned. Did she really not know her identity? What else? Xia Ying tilted her head to look at his miserable appearance and decided to take another painful step back. Even without spirit stones, a furnace will do. You're an alchemist? I'd be there soon. Ji Hyun, ? Sister, do you want to hear what you're saying? How can you not know I can't do it if you don't let me try? Xia Ying, having nearly lost her life the moment she came here, didn't care what Ji Hyun thought of her. She just wanted to earn some spirit stones, so she could find a sect to cultivate in. She knew that the most lucrative professions in the cultivation world were alchemy and talisman cultivation. It just so happened that she studied cooking in her previous life, and now she awakened her fire spirit root. Before she cut off contact, Enin had given her a book on alchemy and a manual of simple techniques from the world of immortal cultivation. If she could make a few pills to sell, it would solve her current predicament. But since Ji Hyun didn't believe her, she didn't bother to say anything more. Forget it. Consider saving you today a good deed. I'm leaving. Be careful next time. Wait. I don't like owing favors. Ji Hyun had lived for so many years, trapped in the demon sect's divine tower. He had never seen anyone as lively and energetic as Xia Ying. He was genuinely curious about where Xia Ying got her confidence from. So he took out a small, low-grade alchemy furnace and several spiritual herbs. Xia Ying's eyes lit up. You want me to refine the Guiyuan pill? Yes. Seeing Xia Ying recognize the recipe, Ji Hyun nodded. It seems you can indeed refine the pill. But Ji Hyun's excitement proved premature. Xia Ying sat cross-legged in front of the small alchemy furnace, dumped all the spiritual herbs in, and then, following the instructions in the alchemy book, channeled her spiritual energy into the furnace, focusing intently on refining the pill. A quarter of an hour later, the fragrance of the elixir filled the air. Xia Ying withdrew her hand, revealing a smile that concealed her achievements and fame. I am indeed a genius in alchemy. But the next second, after opening the lid of the alchemy furnace, she and Ji Hyun both fell into an eerie silence. Within the furnace lay several pieces of emerald green braised pork, emitting a faint fragrance. Sister, what is this? Guiyuan pill. Are you sure this is Guiyuan pill? I'm sure. Who says pills have to be round? Isn't it enough that they're effective? Xia Ying felt her pride severely insulted by this questioning. She glared at Ji Hyun angrily. Xia Ying's Guiyuan pill, honest to all. If you don't believe me, I eat it and show you. Without waiting for Ji Hyun to speak, Xia Ying picked up a Guiyuan pill and swallowed it. The moment the Guiyuan pill entered her body, it transformed into spiritual energy that surged into her spiritual veins and spiritual sea. Xia Ying immediately meditated and adjusted her breathing. A moment later, she felt refreshed, the spiritual energy she had previously lost while healing Xiao He's injuries having been replenished. While Xia Ying was meditating, Ji Hyun squatted beside her and observed quietly. He could sense the changes in Xia Ying's spiritual energy, and at that moment, he believed her words. She truly was a genius. This ugly thing was indeed the Guiyuan pill, and judging by the situation, its efficacy might even be better than those sold on the market. Ji Hyun no longer hesitated and took the remaining Guiyuan pills. The demon sect had been destroyed, and he, as the sect's young master, had been attacked and severely injured. His cultivation had regressed, and even his figure and appearance had regressed to that of a 12-year-old child. He urgently needed to heal his wounds and restore his cultivation, so that he could be ready to fight the assassin before he caught up. As for the present, Ji Hyun's gaze fell on Xia Ying, who was still regulating her breathing. He might as well stay by Xia Ying's side for now, providing some cover. He could make the rest of the plan after his injuries healed. Xia Ying finished regulating her breathing and opened her eyes, only to see Ji Hyun smiling sweetly. The blood stain on his face had somehow cleared away, revealing a handsome face as white as jade. His smile was particularly innocent and endearing. "Sister, you're amazing. To show unwarranted kindness is either a traitor or a thief. Tell me, what do you want?" Siang reached out and pressed Ji Hyun's head to stop him from getting any closer, staring at his face warily. The moment his head was pinned down, Ji Hyun's smile nearly faltered. No one had dared to pin his head down yet, but for the greater good, he endured it. "I want to follow you, sister. My family was killed by evil cultivators, and now I'm all alone and don't know where to go." "Then you're truly pathetic." Siang looked at Ji Hyun with pity, refusing without blinking. "But I'm also pathetic. Look, I'm only 13 and I'm broke. I can't even support myself, so how can I possibly take care of you? So you better not follow me." Ji Hyun, this heartless woman, it seemed he was about to pull out his trump card. "But I have spirit stones, an alchemy furnace, and spiritual herbs. Sister, are you really not going to take me with you?" Siang paused as she was about to leave. The next second, she quickly returned and took Ji Hyun's hand with a familiar air. "I thought about it. You're so pitiful I can't just sit there and watch. So I decided to take good care of you. From now on, I'd be your real sister. Don't worry, if I, Siang, eat, there's definitely a sip of soup for you, Xiaohe. Let's go. Let's go to Changyang City for dinner." Chapter 4. The moment the two appeared in Changyang City, they attracted considerable attention. Siang was already quite good-looking, with a face as rosy as a peach, delicate and bright, like a crabapple blossom in full bloom. Beside her, Ji Hyun, with rosy lips and white teeth, a clear mind and a delicate figure, a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows adding a touch of allure. Walking side by side, they resembled a golden boy and a beautiful girl from a painting, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Siang dragged Ji Hyun towards the notice board, intending to inquire if any sects were in need of outer disciples. Unexpectedly, they were stopped after only a few steps. "Stop! Siang, you caused junior sister Lin to be seriously injured and unconscious. Now that you've been expelled from the Yutian sect, you still dare to parade around in Changyang City. You're truly shameless." Looking at the person who had suddenly appeared before her, Siang tried hard to recall but couldn't. "Who are you?" The cultivator across from him choked, as if deeply humiliated, glaring at Siang, uttering every word fiercely. "I'm Yi Ming. Yi Ming, one of the many suitors of the heroine, Lin Yuexiang." "Oh, excuse me, you're blocking my way." Since she was Lin Yuexiang's suitor, there was nothing more to say. Siang grabbed Ji Hyun and began to leave. But Yi Ming refused to let her go so easily. The Wuying sect Yi Ming belonged to was one of the 9 great sects of the Wanxiang continent, along with the Yutian sect. As a direct disciple of the Wuying sect's leader, he would never allow anyone to ignore him like this and trample upon his dignity as a direct disciple, especially since this person was the culprit who had seriously injured Xiang. "Siang, didn't you hear me talking to you?" "Yes, and then what? You seriously injured Xiang, and you're just walking away without even saying an apology to her? How could you do that? Didn't Daoist Yi say that himself?" "Because I'm shameless." Siang was a man of the disdainful attitude, never taking the barking of a dog to heart. As expected, Yi Ming was shocked by her shameless attitude. He had never seen such a shameless person. The sight of Siang, who was jumping around in front of him, reminded Yi Ming of Lin Yuexiang, who lay in bed, her life or death uncertain. Anger welled up in him. He drew his sword and struck at Siang, but Siang didn't even dodge, simply standing there watching him with a sly look in her eyes. "Don't you know? Changyang City has a clear rule prohibiting any disciple from fighting or injuring anyone in the city. Violators will be imprisoned for 3 days in the Immortal prison." Yi Ming's face darkened upon hearing this, and he tried to withdraw, but it was too late. He'd fallen for a trick. As expected, his sword energy didn't even touch Xie Ying's hair before it was neutralized by a figure in white that descended from the sky. The figure in white, masked, looked at the crowd with a blank expression. With a flick of his finger, a binding rope flew from his sleeve and bound Yi Ming. Yi Ming didn't even have time to protest before the figure in white carried him away and disappeared from the spot. Only then did Xie Ying finally laugh. "Serves you right." The rewards for the main quest were certainly tempting, but she wasn't sure she could wake Yi Ming now. "Sister, did you deliberately provoke that person?" "Yes, I'm too lazy to fight him, but he's so annoying, so I just have to ask someone else to deal with him." So she's not stupid, Ji Hyun thought. Xia really didn't want to talk about the crazy people surrounding Lin Yuexiang right now. If she hadn't needed to come to Changyang City to buy some supplies and gather information, she would have already left this unlucky place with Xiaohe. Let's go! We leave after we finish shopping. Young friend, please stay. As they were talking, a deep voice suddenly came from behind them, and then a Taoist priest in a green robe swept past like a gust of wind, blocking their path. Xia instinctively shielded Ji Heyuan behind her, her eyes wary of the old man before her. Could this be another suitor of the heroine's? Has the world really gone this crazy? But the Taoist priest ignored Xia and fixed his gaze directly on Ji Heyuan behind her, his eyes complex. Xiaohe, I finally found you. Hearing this, Xia turned to look at Ji Heyuan, her eyes inquiring, do you know him? Uncle Long. Ji Heyuan nodded gently, and walked out from behind Xia, not forgetting to introduce her. Sister, this is Elder Long Kong of the Xiaoyao sect. Elder Long. Yes. Xia didn't say much, simply greeting Long Kong with a calm demeanor, her mind searching for information related to the Xiaoyao sect. The book doesn't seem to mention the Xiaoyao sect. Perhaps it's a small, inconspicuous sect far from the protagonists. If she could join this sect, perhaps she could get away from the heroine and the dangers early on, and focus on completing the missions issued by the system. But with her spiritual roots, I'm afraid few sects would be willing to accept her. Xiaohe, come back to the Xiaoyao sect with me. Your father and I are old friends. If you join the Xiaoyao sect and become my disciple, I can legitimately protect you. Yes, but I have one condition. Long Kong was stunned. He hadn't expected Ji Heyuan to agree so readily, but the next moment, he saw Ji Heyuan pointing at Xia. I want her to join me in the Xiaoyao sect. Xia had seen him at his most destitute and miserable, and he wouldn't let her out of his sight. Ah? Me? But I have full spiritual roots. Hearing this, Xia pointed at herself, a little surprised and puzzled. I hadn't realized this kid was so grateful. Long Kong's gaze also fell on Xia. Although this girl had full spiritual roots, her clear eyes, upright posture, and honest attitude suggested she must be a person of good character. No problem. Character is more important than aptitude. After all, their Xiaoyao sect had always been different from other sects. They cared more about a disciple's character than their aptitude. Besides, who says that those with full spiritual roots can't achieve immortality? Would you like to join my Xiaoyao sect? I do. Xia agreed immediately, fearing that Long Kong would change his mind. Isn't this just like a nap and then a pillow? Okay. Long Kong nodded, very pleased with Xia. Then we returned to the Xiaoyao sect immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword flew out from behind Long Kong, enlarging. He picked up a sword in each hand and threw it onto the sword, then flew towards the Xiaoyao sect. Chapter 5. Xia had originally thought that the Xiaoyao sect was a small, unknown sect nestled deep in the mountains. But when she stood on her sword and surveyed the Xiaoyao sect from above, her eyes widened. The Xiaoyao sect was actually a group of fairy islands nestled in the sea. Cranes and phoenixes circled and danced endlessly above the islands, and on the islands, disciples dressed in Xiaoyao sect uniforms gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to practice and spar. This arrangement didn't look like an unknown small sect at all. Could she have accidentally stumbled upon the sect of some powerful leader? The spirit sword came to a stop on the largest island of the Xiaoyao sect. With a complex thought in mind, Xia drew her sword and followed Long Kong to the outside of the sect master's cave. The sect master was a white-haired, seemingly kindly old man. Upon hearing that Xia possessed full spiritual roots, he showed no displeasure. Instead, he gave her the same valuable greeting gift as Ji Heyuan. Ji Heyuan possessed a sword bone, proving to be a promising sword cultivator, so the sect master gifted him a top-grade spiritual sword. Xia received the Bibofan, also a top-grade spiritual weapon, capable of both attack and defense, without consuming the wielder's own spiritual energy. After Xia and Ji Heyuan met and bowed to the sect master, Long Kong took them to their island. On the way, Xia curiously asked, Master, is it enough for me and my junior brother to just pay our respects to the sect master? I've seen other sects eager to announce their acceptance of disciples. We in the Xiaoyao sect are different from those outsiders. We simply seek to be free and unfettered, maintaining our true nature. We don't care about formalities. Disciple, I understand. When the Yutian sect master accepted Lin Yuexiang as his last disciple, he invited the elders of the 9 major sects to witness the ceremony, and even spent countless spirit stones on a 3-day banquet in Changyang City, at the foot of the mountain, to celebrate the discovery of his beloved disciple. The original owner must have been incredibly envious when she saw this. Xiaoying had assumed every sect's disciple recruitment process was a grand spectacle, but she hadn't expected the Xiaoyao sect to be so low-key. The island to which Long Kong belonged was located just south of the main Baiming Island, and was called Qibao Island. The island was dotted with reefs, and the waves crashed against the rocks, bringing a salty aroma. Various spirit beasts scurried about. Xiaoying almost thought she had strayed into a zoo in the world of cultivation. Master, are these all our sect's spirit beasts? Elder Long, is this your new disciple? A large sea turtle at Xiaoying's feet suddenly spoke, much to Xiaoying's amazement. That's great. We have 2 more little ones to play with from now on. This is Ah Ying, and this is Xiaoyi. They're still young. You must take good care of them when I'm not on the island. Don't worry, Elder. We will. A spirit beast speaking human language means it's not far from transforming into a human and embarking on the path of demon cultivation. To think they could just casually capture one on Qibao Island. Xiaoying marveled, convinced she snagged a bargain. As they spoke, they stopped in front of 2 adjacent bamboo courtyards. Ah Ying, Xiaoyi, this will be your home from now on. Every day at noon, the elders will teach the Xiaoyao sect's Heart Sutra to new disciples on Baiming Island. Don't be late. As for time outside of Heart Sutra classes, it's up to you. You also have 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. I sent them a message, they're on their way back. Feel free to ask them if you have any questions. This is my welcome gift to you. With a wave of his hand, Long Kong appeared, and a high-level storage bag appeared on their waists. Unfortunately, their current spiritual power was insufficient to open it, so they had no idea what treasures lay within. Although Long Kong's primary purpose for leaving Xiaoyao sect was to bring Ji Heyuan back, Xiaoying's appearance was a pleasant surprise. After spending the past few days together, he'd grown to love this disciple even more than Ji Heyuan. Ah Ying was sweet, sensible, and adorable, even able to sweetly coax him into a good mood. She was far superior to Xiaoyi, the stern, shrewd brat. For this very reason, Long Kong decided to accept Xiaoying as his 4th disciple, placing her above Ji Heyuan. Regardless of whether he accepted other disciples in the future, Xiaoying's position would remain unshaken. His 3 disciples would undoubtedly dote on Ah Ying, and the younger disciples would obediently follow the orders of Xiaoying, their junior-senior sister. Long Kong stroked his beard with an enigmatic smile, extremely satisfied with his arrangements. But just as he was about to give Xiaoying a few more instructions, he suddenly received a secret message from the sect leader, and his expression changed. Master has an urgent matter, and needs to leave. You 2 stay on the island, and don't wander off. Before he finished speaking, Long Kong had already soared into the sky on his sword. His elegant and graceful appearance made Xiaoying extremely envious. She wondered when she would be able to learn to fly with a sword. Junior sister, as long as you can reach the foundation establishment stage, you will naturally be able to learn to fly with a sword. Xiaoying turned sharply and stared at Ji Heyuan. How do you know what I'm thinking? Senior sister, your feelings are clearly written on your face. Really? Xiaoying touched her face, unconcerned. A trace of silence crossed Ji Heyuan's eyes at this. He rarely experienced so many emotions towards the same person in a single day. But Xiaoying had made him do it. Junior brother, Xiaoyi is your nickname, right? I don't even know your full name. My last name is Ji, and Ji Heyuan is my given name. A memory flashed through Xiaoying's mind, and her hand, pushing open the gate, suddenly paused. Ji Heyuan? Isn't he the only beautiful, strong, and tragic villain in the original novel who, unfazed by the heroine's halo, becomes her captive? The original novel mentions that Ji Heyuan's sect, the Yutian sect, led by the heroine, led a righteous army to attack for harboring evil cultivators. Senior brother Qin Lin Zhao was pierced through the heart by thousands of swords. Second brother Mo Yin sacrificed himself to protect the sect, and third sister Shenfuyu, transformed into a cauldron, exploded and died from the humiliation. Junior brothers Song Xiushi and junior sister Ming Fuiying were forced into the 10,000 Demons Gorge, where they were torn apart by demons, their souls annihilated. Overnight, the Xiaoyao sect was completely annihilated, leaving only Ji Heyuan, who had escaped by faking his own death. In the name of justice, the heroine led her men to slaughter all of Ji Heyuan's sect members and seize their treasures for herself. Later, she relied on these treasures to gradually ascend to the immortal realm. This is also the true reason why Ji Heyuan turned evil and became the heroine's mortal enemy. Good grief. How's that any different from profiting from someone's blood? Xiaoying was furious, thinking back to what she'd seen and heard since arriving at Xiaoyao sect. Everyone was so gentle and kind. Even before she met those 3 senior brothers and sisters, let alone her future junior brothers and sisters. But Xie Ying firmly believed Xiaoyao sect couldn't possibly be the vicious sect described in the original book, colluding with evil cultivators and committing all sorts of evil deeds. Wow! Is this our little junior sister and brother? Chapter 6. A pleasant voice echoed overhead. Xie Ying looked up and saw 3 graceful immortals, smiling down at them from the clouds. One of the immortals wore a blue robe embroidered with gold, his brows and eyes as white as jade, a graceful figure. The other wore a bright, flamboyant yellow brocade robe, his features a graceful demeanor. The remaining fairy wore a wide-sleeved, lingering gown of imperial color. Her long, beautiful, jet-black hair was tied into an exquisite bun, swaying gracefully with every movement, her gaze radiant. Big brother, second brother, third sister? Oh! Little sister is so good. Shen Fuyu had just jumped down from her sword when she heard Xie Ying call her sister. She was so delighted that she reached out and touched Xie Ying's chubby face. This is my welcome gift for junior sister. Shen Fuyu entered Taoism through business. He came from the Shen family, a wealthy immortal cultivator family in the book. He was also a weapon cultivator, so wealthy that he spent 10,000 high-grade spirit stones at once. Such generosity practically blinded Xie Ying's 24K titanium eyes. Before Xie Ying could react, her hand sank again. And in an instant, 2 more brocade boxes appeared. Junior sister, I heard from Master that you're an alchemist. Here's a top-grade spiritual herb I obtained from the 12 desolate secret realms. Take a look and see if it can help you. The book mentions that senior brother Qin Lin Zhao reached the Golden Core stage at the age of 20, a rare swordsmanship prodigy in the immortal world. If the Xiaoyao sect hadn't been destroyed later, Qin Lin Zhao would surely have been among the future sword masters. Junior sister, I'm not as savvy as senior brother to obtain top-grade spiritual herbs, but this is a top-grade alchemy furnace that can change size at the owner's will. It would be perfect for junior sister to practice with. Second senior brother Mo Yin calmly pushed senior brother Qin Lin Zhao aside and spoke to Xie Ying with a smile. Also, I heard from senior brother on Beiming Island that a strange fire is about to emerge in the Devil Valley in the southern border. I go and retrieve it for my junior sister. Mo Yin specializes in formations and minors in swordsmanship. His talent and aptitude are on par with Qin Lin Zhao's. To say he's truly amazing is no exaggeration. Second senior brother, don't you make my welcoming gift seem rather unworthy? Shen Fuyu looked at the 2 men's precious welcoming gifts, each one more precious than the last, and felt a surge of anger. They agreed to only give spirit stones, yet they were actually stabbing her in the back. No, she couldn't let these 2 scheming men succeed. A girl as gentle and lovely as her junior sister deserved to be the best in the world with her. Shen Fuyu quickly stepped forward, pushing the 2 men aside. Quickly, she plucked out a top-grade defensive spiritual artifact, a jade hairpin, and placed it on Xie Ying's head. Junior sister, today's meeting gift wasn't prepared well enough. Don't worry, I find you the latest fashions and jewelry tomorrow. Our junior sister from Xiaoyao sect's Qibao Island deserves the best of everything. Xie Ying held the meeting gift, her heart filled with warmth. Her senior brothers and sisters, as well as her master, were so kind to her. Everyone in Xiaoyao sect was so kind. But when she thought of the ending in the book, a dark glint crossed Xie Ying's eyes. Such a fine sect, such wonderful senior brothers and sisters, shouldn't become anyone's stepping stone. Since she had come to Xiaoyao sect, she would never let the ending in the book happen again. Lin Yuexiang will never take a penny from her Xiaoyao sect, let alone harm anyone there. Big brother, second brother, third sister, I love the gifts you gave me. I definitely give you even better gifts in the future. Little junior sister is so sweet. Shen Fuyu rubbed Xie Ying's head again, before withdrawing his hand contentedly. As for Xie Ying's promise of gifts, none of them took it seriously. Little junior sisters are meant to be pampered. How could they let her go to such expense to buy them something? Qin Lin Zhao and the other 2 had no intention of actually asking Xie Ying to do anything for them, but Ji Yuan, who had been observing them silently from the side, could tell that Xie Ying was serious. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had a strong desire to cultivate and become stronger, successfully triggering main quest 2, become the strongest cultivator in the world, and lead the Xiaoyao sect to become the foremost sect in the world of immortal cultivation. The system will provide rewards based on the host's cultivation level, and the Xiaoyao sect's rising status and prestige. Current test. Host Qi training progress is 50%. Rewards being distributed. Ancient Beast Taming Art X1. Snow Jade Flower X1. Xie Ying's eyes lit up. I'm even more motivated to practice. As for leading the Xiaoyao sect to become the premier sect in the world of immortal cultivation, the Xiaoyao sect is far too low-key. To become the premier sect in the world of immortal cultivation, they must first be visible to the public. She remembered that the Wanxiang continent would be holding a sect competition in 6 months. The result of this competition would determine the re-ranking of the 9 major sects in the world of immortal cultivation. Given the Xiaoyao sect's strength, if they participated, the Yutian sect might be forced to step down and yield to the powerful. Brothers and sisters, I heard there's a sect competition in 6 months. Can we attend? Junior sister, you want to attend? Shen Fuyu was a little surprised. If you want to attend, then of course you can. I go to Baiming Island and ask senior brother Su for you. Junior sister's age and cultivation level make her very suitable for the sect competition. Qin Linzhao pondered for a moment before speaking. I go with you then. I go too. Since both of you are going, how can I, the third senior sister, be absent? Brothers and sisters, you're so kind. Xie Ying sighed sincerely, her eyes sparkling. Then I go practice. I definitely win glory for our Xiaoyao sect at the sect competition in 6 months. She smiled and waved goodbye to them, then scurried off into her courtyard to practice. The few who remained looked at each other. So this little junior sister is so eager to learn. Unbeknownst to them at this moment, their beloved little junior sister was about to spark a wave of inward movement within the Xiaoyao sect. While this inward movement was causing each of their disciples to constantly inwardly regress, it was also causing the once Buddhist and reclusive Xiaoyao sect to slowly emerge into the public eye. Meanwhile, in the Yutian sect, after receiving the spiritual bones, Lin Yuexiang's condition had not improved, her previous injuries were visibly worsening. Sect Master Mu Chen quickly used his spiritual power to examine his beloved disciple's body, only to discover that the spirit bones Lin Yuexiang had just replaced were tainted with the blood mist grass poison. While the blood mist grass's toxicity isn't fatal, it can severely damage a cultivator's spiritual veins and spiritual palace, significantly regressing their cultivation. Lin Yuexiang was already severely injured, and now, further poisoned by the blood mist, her condition was unimaginably dire. Evil disciple. How dare you give your junior sister a poisoned spirit bone? Are you trying to kill her? Gu Qinghuai was sent flying by Mu Chen's palm, slamming into the wall, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Master, I have no intention of harming Xiangxiang. How could I possibly harm Xiangxiang? It was Xie Ying. She must have been unwilling to save junior sister, so she deliberately kept it a secret from me that she'd been poisoned by the blood mist grass. Find Xie Ying, bring her back, and pulverize her bones. Disciple obeys. At that moment, Gu Qinghuai's disgust and hatred for Xie Ying reached its peak. Xie Ying was so vicious, he would personally pulverize Xie Ying and pulverize her bones to avenge Xiangxiang. Half a month later, Xiaoyao sect. A loud bang sounded from the south of Qibao Island. Thick smoke billowed out of the bamboo hut. Hearing the commotion, Ji Heyuan, Qin Linzhao, and the others gathered outside Xie Ying's courtyard, their faces filled with worry. Junior sister, are you okay? This is the 7th alchemy furnace junior sister has blown up in the past 2 weeks. The furnaces aren't a big deal. I'm just worried junior sister might hurt herself. Just as they were worried, Xie Ying, known as the Heloi Cat, emerged with a gloomy expression and disheveled hair. Chapter 7. Junior sister, are you okay? Shen Fuyu immediately rushed to Xie Ying's side and examined her thoroughly. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming she was unharmed. Qin Linzhao and Mo Yin followed closely behind, while Ji Heyuan lagged far behind. Although seemingly unconcerned, his eyes never left Xie Ying. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm fine. I just failed to refine the elixir again. Xie Ying came to her senses and met the concerned gazes of Shen Fuyu and the others with a bit of embarrassment. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. Junior sister, what are you saying? It's only natural for us to care about you. Why are you being so polite? Fuyu is right. Qin Linzhao's gentle gaze fell on Xie Ying. Besides, Ying, you only been practicing for half a month, and you already reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. Even we can't match your cultivation speed. Don't push yourself too hard. I understand what you mean, senior brothers and sisters, but how can I give up halfway after I already started? I'm still not strong enough. I must become very strong. Everyone was choked by Xie Ying's intense eyes. What should they do now that they feel unprecedented pressure from their junior sister? Junior sister. Ji Heyuan, standing at the back, suddenly spoke. What kind of elixir are you trying to refine by blowing up so many furnaces? As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 people turned their gazes to Xie Ying. Yes, junior sister, Master said that you have achieved great success in the art of alchemy. The few spirit-gathering pills you refined earlier have been very effective for me. What kind of pill is it that is giving you such a headache? Fifth junior brother, now that you mention it, I'm actually quite curious. It's the Jade Bone pill. A hint of surprise crossed Ji Hyun's eyes upon hearing this. How did she know about the Jade Bone pill? Jade Bone pill? A hint of confusion crossed Shinfuyu's beautiful face. How come I never heard of such an elixir in the world of immortal cultivation? We're not alchemists, so we naturally don't understand these things, but the one that's giving Aang such a headache must be some kind of miraculous elixir, right? Second senior brother is absolutely right. The alchemy manual states that the Jade Bone pill is an immortal grade elixir. While it won't bring the dead back to life, it can heal irreversible damage to a cultivator's spirit bones and spiritual veins. But for some reason, even when I refine it according to the recipe, the furnace always explodes at the crucial moment. As Xiang spoke, her eyes flickered gently over Ji Hyun. She remembered the book mentioning that Ji Hyun had suffered a serious injury in his childhood, causing damage to his spiritual veins. He could only alleviate the problem by taking Jade Bone pills. Jade Bone pills were precious and rare. Even the most skilled alchemists might not be able to refine more than 3 in a single furnace. In the later years, after the Xiaoyao sect was destroyed, Ji Hyun became a public enemy of the cultivation world, and naturally, no one was willing to bother refining Jade Bone pills to heal his damaged spiritual veins. For this reason, Ji Hyun, after reaching the great perfection of the spiritual transformation stage, was unable to advance further, and this was the primary reason for his ultimate defeat by Lin Yuexiang and the others. That was why Xia Ying was thinking of refining some Jade Bone pills for Ji Hyun's healing from now on. This would greatly increase his chances of victory in a future confrontation with the more mature Lin Yuexiang. But Xia Ying never imagined that her plan to feed the future big villain would stumble at the very beginning. Xia Ying, a genius in alchemy, couldn't even refine the Jade Bone pill. Is this reasonable? This definitely doesn't make sense. How could such a miraculous elixir exist in the world of immortal cultivation? Shinfuyu couldn't help but sigh. However, since it's an immortal grade elixir, the requirements for the furnace and fire must be very high. A high-grade furnace is inferior to ordinary spiritual fire. It just so happens that I recently acquired some high-quality refining materials. Wait a minute. In just half a month, I refine a top-grade furnace for you. Thank you, senior sister. This is for you. Xia Ying smiled sincerely, not forgetting to take out the snow jade flower she had received as a reward from her storage bag and give it to Shinfuyu. Snow jade flower? Shinfuyu's eyes widened in surprise. Aang, how did you know I've been looking for this? I didn't know. I just thought that since senior sister is a weapon refiner, she'd probably need the snow jade flower. As long as senior sister likes it, that's all I need. Aang, thank you. I really like your gift. Snow jade flowers are extremely rare, making them a priceless refining ingredient in the world of immortal cultivation. Shinfuyu has always wanted to forge an immortal-grade natal weapon. He's already gathered all the ingredients, except for the snow jade flower. I never thought Xia Ying would find it now. TSK. Aang is so thoughtful of third junior sister. Mo Yin approached, fanning himself, his tone tinged with sourness. I just wonder if my senior brother and I have them. Of course we do. How could I forget my 2 senior brothers? Xia Ying stuck out her tongue, made a face, and then pulled 2 gifts from her storage bag. One was the unique sword manual for senior brother Qin Lin Zhao, and the ancient formation for second senior brother Mo Yin. These were all rewards Xia Ying had earned for diligently completing the system-issued side quests over the past 2 weeks. The two shared a look of shock upon receiving the gifts. Yingyu, your gift is just what we wanted. As long as it pleases you, brothers. Xia Ying's expression remained radiant, but her words sent a chill down the spines of the 3. After all, you, my brothers and sisters, will be participating in the sect competition with me in 6 months, so we can't slack off in our training. Your brothers and sisters won't let me down, will they? Of course not. In fact, they still wanted to show off, but their younger sister wouldn't give them the chance. Then, brothers and sisters, go back to your training. Good luck. Unable to refuse Xia Ying, the 3 resigned themselves to their fate and returned to their courtyard, clutching the gifts. In a moment, only Xia Ying and Ji Hyun were left. Xia Ying was about to speak when she saw Ji Hyun slowly walk up to her and extend his hand willingly. Chapter 8. Xia Ying's small face was filled with confusion. She tentatively placed her hand in Ji Hyun's palm and squeezed it. Is that what you mean? Ji Hyun, Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's not the first day I known about Xie Ying's behavior. He took a deep breath and smiled, withdrawing his hand. Junior sister, the brothers all have gifts, but where's mine? Could it be? I don't have one. How could that be? We've been through thick and thin together. Xie Ying rubbed her arm, feeling that Xiao He's smile was unsettling. I already thought of your gift, but now's not the time to give it to you. Don't worry, if I don't, no one else will. Junior sister, remember what you promised me today, otherwise. Ji Huyuan narrowed his eyes, his villainous aura shattered by Xie Ying like a gust of wind. I know. Xie Ying grabbed his wrist and ran out. We wasted so much time. I'm almost late for the magic class taught by senior brother Su from Biming Island. Let's go. We can talk when we get back. Ji Huyuan, I really can't understand why anyone would enjoy attending classes and practicing so much. Doesn't Xie Ying find those classes boring? Although his heart was completely bewildered, his body remained honest. He didn't even shake off Xie Ying's grip and let her pull him all the way to the beach. By then, the sea turtle Zhang Lu was already waiting there. Xie Ying skillfully leaped onto Zhang Lu's shell and fed him some dried meat from her pouch. Sixth brother, hurry up. We're going to miss senior brother Su's magic class. Okay. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Lu, like an arrow, carried the two of them towards Biming Island. Ji Huyuan sat behind Xie Ying, his chin resting on his hand, watching her long hair blown by the wind, a trace of silence flashing across his eyes. He really didn't understand. How could anyone enjoy attending classes and practicing so much? Most importantly, Xie Ying liked it herself, but she insisted on dragging him along, braving the wind and rain, unflinching. When the two arrived at the Biming Island classroom, Su Yunji, the eldest disciple of the Biming Island sect master, had also recently arrived. As the sect master's personal disciple and the Xiaoyao sect's chief disciple, Su Yunji was a leader among the Xiaoyao sect's disciples in both appearance and cultivation. But Su Yunji never flaunted his status as the chief disciple in front of Xie Ying and other newer disciples. Compared to the sect master's chief disciple, Su Yunji was more like a gentle and patient elder brother. Not only Xie Ying, but all the disciples in the Xiaoyao sect were deeply fond of this senior brother. Xie Ying remembered that the book had mentioned Su Yunji's fate. Su Yunji and Shin Fuyu were considered to be in love with each other, but unfortunately, before they could express their feelings to each other, the Xiaoyao sect was destroyed. Su Yunji died in battle, and Shin Fuyu, unable to bear the humiliation, blew himself up, never able to express their feelings for each other until their death. Xie Ying thought about the little moments she had shared with the Xiaoyao sect members over the past 2 weeks, and her determination to change their fate grew stronger. This time, she would definitely see her third senior sister and senior brother Su finally get married. Xie Ying raised her eyes and met Su Yunji's loving gaze. Junior sister Xie and junior brother Ji, please take a seat. We be teaching you new techniques today. Su Yunji gently raised his hand, and countless golden rays of light flew out from his sleeves, landing on everyone's desk. Xie Ying looked down and saw that the golden light had transformed into a book of techniques. This is a secret manual of techniques compiled by our Xiaoyao sect's elder. It contains most of the techniques currently used in the world of immortal cultivation. You can take it home after class to practice on your own. Today, I teach you a few simple techniques from the book. Ere he finished speaking, Xie Ying saw Su Yunji's aura transform. His hands formed seals with quick, clean movements. With a resounding phoenix cry, a 9-tailed fire phoenix flew out from behind him, enveloping the entire classroom in a scorching aura, as if it would incinerate them all in the next second. Su Yunji glanced at the increasingly grim expressions on his disciples' faces, then he withdrew his magic and softened his demeanor once again. Everyone can try it for yourselves now. Before Su Yunji finished speaking, Xie Ying was already holding the magic manual in front of her and carefully studying it. In her opinion, existence is reasonable. It's said that magic cultivators are the most fragile of the fragile, useless, and unable to protect themselves when faced with danger. However, Xie Ying believed that as long as they mastered a skill to perfection, they would surely surpass everyone else. If magic cultivators were truly useless, they would not exist in the world of immortal cultivation. Ding dong. The host triggered the side quest. Become an excellent magic cultivator. For every 10% of progress completed, the host will be able to randomly draw a reward from the system rewards. Current progress is 0. Random draw? Xie Ying raised an eyebrow and spoke to the system in her mind. Is this asking me to draw a blind box? Congratulations, host. Now, please work hard to complete the task. The system's hum faded in her mind, and Xie Ying stopped dwelling on it, earnestly studying the secret manual in her hands. But as she studied, the images in the book seemed to animate. Then, with a flash of light, she was drawn into a pitch-black space. Small figures formed of white light appeared one after another, surrounding her and forming different hand seals. Xia Ying, sensing something, unconsciously moved her hands, following the movements of the people around her. She had entered a state of trance, completely immersed in this space. To outsiders, however, Xia Ying appeared to be in a daze. Only Su Yanji and Ji Heyuan noticed anything unusual. Even from their first encounter, Ji Heyuan knew Xia Ying was a genius. For a genius like her to achieve such a rare trance was hardly surprising. But Su Yanji, who knew very little about Xia Ying, couldn't help but be surprised. Junior sister Xia's qualifications and talent seemed nothing like the legendary complete spiritual root waste. And Su Yanji didn't know at this moment, but Xia Ying's next move would only surprise him further. 1 second, he had just cast a shield to protect Xia Ying from being disturbed in her meditation, and the next, he sensed a violent fluctuation in the spiritual energy in the air. The nearby spiritual energy, as if summoned by some kind of force, surged towards Xia Ying. Even Ji Heyuan's expression changed at this moment. Is Xia Ying about to establish her foundation? You must know that countless cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation spend their entire lives lingering in the qi condensation stage, unable to advance to the foundation establishment stage, and naturally, unable to truly embark on the path of immortal cultivation. Yet, Xia Ying's journey from qi condensation to foundation establishment took only 2 weeks. Junior sister Xia is about to establish her foundation. Get out of the way. Su Yanji waved his sleeve to escort the qi condensation disciples in the hall to safety, while he remained behind to protect Xia Ying. The spiritual energy around him was still fluctuating. Xia Ying sat there with her eyes closed, and fine beads of cold sweat began to seep out of her forehead. Chapter 9. She had finally mastered the seals held by all the little light figures in the space before, but before she could rest for a moment, she saw countless points of light surging towards her. Soon after, a sharp pain rippled through her soul palace. Xia Ying hurriedly inspected the situation within, only to see her previously dim spiritual roots begin to glow one after another. The glow from the spiritual roots grew brighter, and the excruciating pain within her soul palace grew more pronounced. Just as Xia Ying wondered if her soul palace would burst, all of her spiritual roots simultaneously erupted with soaring light, then merged within her soul palace to form a small, multicolored spiritual sea. Atop this sea floated a multicolored spiritual lotus. Xia Ying felt a surge of power filling her entire body. The moment she opened her eyes, she met Ji Heyuan's intense gaze. Before she could speak, Su Yanji's voice, filled with surprise, echoed in her ears. Congratulations, junior sister Xia, you successfully established your foundation. Ding dong. The side quest advance to the foundation establishment stage within 1 month has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. 10 marrow cleansing pills, and 1 blood nether holy fruit. She established her foundation? She did it so easily, Xia Ying couldn't believe her ears, but the system rewards wouldn't lie. So after a brief moment of surprise, she accepted the fact. After all, she was a genius. Thank you, senior brother Su, for protecting me just now. It's just a small favor, no need to thank me. Su Yanji smiled. Since junior sister Xia has established her foundation, you won't have to come to Baiming Island for classes every day. But if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask me anytime. Don't worry, senior brother Su. I have plenty more to ask you in the future. Learning from books is always shallow. I believe that only by practicing can I know if I truly mastered it. Senior brother, can I try the technique you just taught me? If there's anything wrong, please help me correct it immediately, senior brother Su. Su Yanji was stunned, as if he hadn't expected Xia Ying to be so eager to learn. Of course. Xia Ying has always been someone who strives to do her best in everything she does. She had just learned so many techniques after entering into meditation, but she wasn't sure how well she mastered them. Now, she really wanted Su Yanji's guidance. After receiving Su Yanji's permission, the two of them went to the outer practice area, where Ji Heyuan and other disciples gathered to watch. Xia Ying stood on the stage, slowly forming hand seals and chanting a mantra. The moment the hand seals were cast, a violent wind blew from the stage, and the cry of a phoenix resounded through the clouds. A fiery phoenix, 10 times larger than the previous one, suddenly soared into the sky, its wings flapping as countless fireballs rained down on the crowd below. Smash it down. Su Yanji's face suddenly changed. Oh no! Junior sister Xia has just learned this move, Phoenix Cry 9th Heaven, and hasn't been able to control her spiritual energy well enough. I'm afraid she might accidentally injure other disciples. Junior sister Xia. Stop! The usually elegant and refined Su Yanji finally lost all regard for his image at this moment. He shouted out to Xie Ying, while simultaneously casting a spell to protect the defenseless Qi condensation disciples below him. Hearing Su Yanji's call, Xie Ying immediately stopped casting the spell, saving everyone from being scorched by the phoenix flames. She touched her nose, feeling a little guilty. Senior brother Su, am I not learning well enough? Su Yanji, your Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens technique almost set me on fire. And you're not learning it well enough? He took a deep breath, trying to keep his smile as natural and friendly as possible. No, junior sister Xie, you learned well, and have already completed the apprenticeship. You just entered the foundation establishment stage, and can't control your spiritual energy well enough, so you could easily injure others. So promise me, don't try your hand at random in this sect again, okay? Senior brother Su, are you afraid she burned down the Xiaoyao sect? Xie Ying seriously suspected Su Yanji of this, but she was understanding and didn't expose him. Instead, she nodded obediently. Don't worry, senior brother Su. I know I still have many shortcomings. After I return today, I will redouble my efforts in cultivation and will never let you down. Su Yanji, no, that's not necessary. Junior sister Xie, please leave a way out for the other disciples in this sect. But seeing Xie Ying's earnest and clear eyes, Su Yanji swallowed the words back. Thank you, junior sister, for your hard work. That's great. Thank you, senior brother Su, for your guidance today. This bottle of Guiyuan pill is my thank you. Xie Ying unhesitatingly took out a bottle of Guiyuan pill she had refined and placed it in Su Yanji's arms, not forgetting to give one to each person present. I'm sorry for frightening you, junior brothers and sisters today. This is my apology. Please forgive me. Senior brother Su, today's class is over. Junior brother and I will return to Qibao Island to continue our training. Farewell. With that, Xie Ying happily left, pulling Ji Yuan aside, oblivious to the stunned expressions of the disciples below. Xie Ying, a 13-year-old alchemist who had single-handedly refined top-grade elixirs. She had leapt from the middle stage of Qi training to the foundation building stage in just 2 weeks. And now, after just one viewing, she had mastered and wielded the Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens technique, even more powerful than senior brother Su's. Could such an incredible talent really exist? Su Yanji's eyes also flashed with a complex expression. He had been stuck in the late Jindan stage for years without making any progress. Yet today he had gained a glimmer of enlightenment from Xie Ying's Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens, and his realm had finally begun to open up. Xie Ying truly was full of surprises. Su Yanji had a hunch. Future Xiaoyao sect disciples would be constantly busy. Soon, word spread throughout the Xiaoyao sect that Xie Ying had nearly roasted senior brother Su with a single move, Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens, after advancing to the foundation establishment stage on Baiming Island. Everyone in the Xiaoyao sect had heard of Xie Ying long before. This little sister from Qibao Island was truly incredibly diligent, so diligent that it was hard not to notice her. No matter which elder or senior brother or sister was teaching a class, Xie Ying always showed up without fail, studying diligently and mastering it instantly, making her presence impossible to ignore. Her diligence had already instilled a sense of crisis in the sect's disciples. Now, hearing of her glorious deeds on Baiming Island, alarm bells rang in all the disciples' hearts. Practice. From today on, they must practice even more diligently. Even a gifted genius like Xie Ying was practicing so diligently. What reason did they have not to practice? Practice is the only right path. From that day on, a curse of internal involution, known as Xie Ying, spread throughout the Xiaoyao sect. Meanwhile, Xie Ying was completely unaware of the impact she had had on the Xiaoyao sect. At this moment, she sat on Zhonglu's tortoiseshell, her thoughts on something else. Chapter 10. She had a deep obsession with refining the jade bone pill. Now her third senior sister would help her solve the alchemy furnace problem, but the spiritual fire. She remembered her second senior brother had previously mentioned a rare fire about to emerge in the southern Devil Valley. If she could harness that fire, perhaps she could solve the jade bone pill's problem. The Xiaoyao sect had a rule that all disciples above the foundation establishment stage must accept and complete 10 sect missions annually. Xie Ying had just reached the foundation establishment stage, gaining the freedom to leave the Xiaoyao sect to complete sect missions. She wanted to visit the southern Devil Valley. Just as Xie Ying was pondering how to convince her master to let her go to the Devil Valley, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Turning back, she saw Ji Yuan staring at her with a resentful look. Junior brother, what's with that look in your eyes? I rather ask, junior sister, if you have any problem with me? Ji Yuan tilted his head, revealing the end of his hair scorched by the phoenix fire. When we first met, junior sister, you used your spiritual fire to burn my hair. And today, with so many disciples in the training ground, your phoenix cry 9 heavens didn't burn anyone else, but only me. Ah? So you knew I burned your hair before. What did senior sister say? It was my hair. How could I not know whether it was burned or not? Ji Huyuan was a little annoyed, but he managed to keep a smile. Junior sister, do you really have no problem with me? Oh! How could I have a problem with you? Xiang slapped him on the shoulder, instantly dispelling the slightest bit of anger in his heart. I really can't control the spiritual energy in my body. How about this? I give you a gift. What gift? Ji Huyuan piqued his interest as Xiang mysteriously pulled out a fragrant pill and a brocade box and pressed them into his hands. Ji Huyuan instantly recognized it as a marrow-cleansing pill. But considering Xiang's talent in alchemy, he wasn't particularly surprised. But when he opened the brocade box and saw the vibrant, juicy blood nether holy fruit within, brimming with spiritual energy, his breath caught. With a snap, he slammed the box shut. Junior sister, do you know what this is? I do. Xiang casually pulled out a bottle of Guban pill and tossed it into her mouth, chewing it like candy. Pills in the immortal realm were generally flavorless, so she deliberately added fruit when refining them, creating a variety of fruity flavors. This particular bottle happened to be her favorite, lychee flavor. The blood nether holy fruit is a rare healing elixir in the world of immortal cultivation. It not only helps cultivators heal hidden ailments in their spiritual veins and spiritual palaces, but also significantly enhances their cultivation. You knew this and still gave it to me? Because you're my junior apprentice. Isn't it normal for me to be kind to you? Xia Ying's expression was matter-of-fact, leaving Ji Huyuan feeling a complex mix of emotions. Ji Huyuan wasn't one to owe favors, but Xia Ying's gifts were always something he desperately needed and couldn't refuse. Just like this blood nether holy fruit. If he took it, it would heal most of the hidden injuries he sustained in the demon sect. Not to mention restoring his peak strength, but at least allowing him to ascend from his current chi condensation stage to the late foundation establishment stage. So Ji Huyuan ultimately couldn't say no, and all his words finally came together in one simple sentence. Thank you, senior sister. Alright. We're family. What's there to thank me for? Xiang gave a sly smile. Little junior brother is quite easy to please. As they spoke, Zhang Lu had already driven them back to Qibao Island. She said goodbye to Ji Huyuan and gave him many pieces of dried meat as a thank you gift. Then, she lifted her skirt and quickly ran to Master Long Kong's residence. Master. Aang, run slower. Long Kong looked at his young disciple kindly, and the next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to notice a change in her. Aang, have you reached Foundation Establishment? Master, you have good eyes. Very good. This truly demonstrates your diligent practice these days. Long Kong expressed great appreciation for Xiang. You came to see me today, but what difficulties have you encountered in your cultivation? To be honest, Master, I do have something I'd like to discuss. Xiang then briefly explained her desire to travel to the Devil Valley in the Southern Territory. Long Kong didn't make a decision immediately after hearing this. Instead, he raised his hand and summoned a jade slip, selecting from it suitable sect missions for Xiang. There are indeed a few missions in the Southern Territory that would be suitable for you, but the Southern Territory has always been the territory of the demon race, and relations between humans and demons have always been strained. The Devil Valley is even more dangerous, so I'm worried about you going alone. However, I have your second senior brother accompany you on the journey, just as a training opportunity. I will obey, Master. Xiang smiled sweetly, and with that simple and straightforward decision, the master and disciple decided on their trip to the Southern Territory. 3 days later, Xiang had just packed her bags, preparing to take her second senior brother, Mo Yin, with her to the southern border. When she opened the door, she saw Ji Huyuan, dressed in casual clothes, leaning against the crabapple tree outside her courtyard, holding a long sword. Hearing the noise, Ji Huyuan's eyes immediately glanced over, meeting Xia Ying's. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat, and her heartbeat slowed. She didn't know if it was her imagination. Even though they hadn't seen each other for only 3 days, she felt like Ji Huyuan had grown considerably taller, as if he had suddenly transformed from a child into a spirited young man. Petals from the crabapple tree fell into his hair, imbuing him with a touch of worldly grace. Xiang gathered herself and walked towards him. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. I already told Master that I accompany you to the Southern Territory's Devil Valley. I'm also in the Foundation Establishment stage now. Congratulations, junior brother. Xiang smiled happily. She had known this day would come ever since she gave Ji Hyun the blood nether sacred fruit. But we still have to wait for second senior brother. Master said the southern territory is rife with dangers, and he needs second senior brother to accompany him so he can be at ease. Hearing this, Ji Hyun's eyes flickered, and he turned his head away from Xie Ying's gaze. No need to wait. Second senior brother has something to do, and can't come with us for now. He told us to go ahead, and he come find us once he's done. Okay, let's go then. Xie Ying, unsuspecting, summoned the Bibofan, enlarging it with spiritual power, and leaped onto it like a live butterfly. Seeing this, Ji Hyun also stepped onto his spiritual sword, and the two of them transformed into two beams of light, soaring into the sky. Chapter 11. Yuntian Sect. Lin Yuexiang, dressed in white, along with her senior brother Gu Qinghuai and senior sister Nan Qipan, stood outside the sect's main hall, listening to Mu Chen's instructions. On this journey to the southern territory to retrieve the strange fire, the three of you must proceed with caution. Especially Qinghuai and Qipan. Xiang is still seriously injured, and as senior brothers and sisters, you must protect her. Do you understand? Master, rest assured. We will protect our junior sister even at the cost of our lives. Disciple obeys. Gu Qinghuai hurriedly expressed his loyalty to Mu Chen and Lin Yuexiang, and Mu Chen was very pleased with his attitude. The three of them said goodbye happily, oblivious to the glint of sarcasm in second senior sister Nan Qingpan's eyes. 7 days later, Lingza City in the Southern Territory. A young girl, wearing a green moonlit dress and a double bun with a white crabapple flower in her hair, strolled through the city, holding a pale pink oil paper umbrella. Her pale pink headband fluttered in the wind, and her every smile and frown was charming and graceful. Behind the girl was a young man, also dressed in a green robe. His inky black hair was tied high with a white headband, and a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows added to his allure. The two of them walking together resembled a beautiful landscape painting. They were Xie Ying and Ji Hyun, who had arrived in the Southern Territory only 3 days ago. Junior sister, we've been roaming around Lingza City for 3 days now, and haven't seen any sign of the snake demon. Is it possible that the snake demon isn't even in Lingza City? I can't rule that out. Xie Ying took out a jade slip and channeled her spiritual energy into it. A line of words suddenly appeared in midair. Sec mission. Kill the snake demon causing chaos in the Southern Territory and bring back its head. The snake demon's last appearance. Lingza City. Snake demon's rank. Level 2. Quest recipients. Xie Ying, Ji Hyun. But the sect quest clearly states that the snake demon's last appearance was in Lingza City, so it shouldn't be wrong. Unless this snake demon has advanced to level 3 or higher, able to transform into a humanoid form and hide its whereabouts, which is why we couldn't find it. Xie Ying remembered that in the original novel, Lin Yuexiang had slain a snake demon in the southern border, obtained a high-grade snake pill, and ultimately helped her master, Mu Chen, successfully break through the nascent soul stage and advance to the spiritual transformation stage. Xie Ying now suspected that the snake demon mentioned in their sect's mission was the same one killed by Lin Yuexiang in the original novel. Monster strength is ranked from 1 to 9 levels, from low to high. A level 2 snake demon isn't difficult to deal with, but a snake demon capable of producing a top-grade snake pill is at least level 5. If, as junior sister says, the snake demon has advanced, then we might not be its match. Why? Xie Ying raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Are you scared, junior brother? Yes. Senior sister is so powerful, you have to protect me. Of course, you're my junior brother after all. Xie Ying was delighted by Ji Hyun's flattery. The two chatted and laughed as they headed towards the inn. But the next moment, Xie Ying's smile froze. Ji Hyun keenly noticed Xie Ying's shift in mood and followed her gaze. He saw 2 pairs of ethereal disciples standing at the entrance of the inn not far away. Ji Hyun immediately recognized one of them as Yi Ming, the scoundrel who had previously troubled Xie Ying in Changyang City and been sent to the Immortal prison. It seems like junior sister has run into someone she knows. It's both an acquaintance and an enemy. Xie Ying, unsure of what was going on, tilted her head and smiled at Ji Hyun. Junior brother, since we can't find the snake demon, we're all just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Why not play with some monkeys? She still remembers how Gu Qinghuai dug up her spirit bones, and how those mindless bootlickers, like Lin Yuexiang, bullied the original owner. Li Juin. Yi Ming and Lin Yuexiang chatted as they walked upstairs. I don't know why so many immortal disciples have arrived in Lingza City lately. The inn doesn't even have enough rooms. Xiang, you and senior sister Nan have to share a room for now. Heh. If fellow Taoist he truly cares for junior sister, why not use your spirit stones to build her a room for her to stay in? Nan Qingpan, walking over, overheard these words. He sneered and slammed the door before Yiming could say anything. Yiming's face darkened at Nan Qingpan's rebuke, and he hurriedly explained to Lin Yuexiang. Xiang, don't listen to senior sister Nan's nonsense. If I had spirit stones, I would definitely pay a high price to buy you a comfortable room. How could I bear to see you suffer? It's just that I was recently imprisoned in the Immortal prison, which displeased master and my family. They stopped my... Brother Yiming, you don't have to explain. I understand. Lin Yuexiang interrupted Yiming with a considerate smile. Don't be angry with second senior sister. She's actually quite nice to me, she just has a bit of a quick temper. Lin Yuexiang's deliberate pause naturally distorted Yiming's meaning. He couldn't help but wonder if Nan Qingpan, relying on his status as a direct disciple, would bully Lin Yuexiang in various ways within the Yutian sect. With this thought, Yiming's eyes shifted, and a hint of disgust grew in his heart towards Nan Qingpan. Xiang, you're just too kind, too considerate of others. Brother Yiming, stop talking. I should go back to my room to practice. Lin Yuexiang said goodbye to Yiming with a polite smile, but the moment she turned, the smile vanished, and a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. So what if they're direct disciples of the Shadowless sect? Aren't they still being toyed around by me? Lin Yuexiang touched the bracelet on her wrist, a fierce look in her eyes. Senior, you're right. These people were born to be stepping stones on my path to ascension. Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan, who had affixed invisibility talismans to themselves, sat on the beams and watched the whole show. Junior sister, look, that female cultivator is so good at changing her face. It's a shame she's not going to perform. That's just the beginning. It's just Yiming. It'd be a real spectacle once all of Lin Yuexiang's mindless bootlickers gather. What's a bootlicker? It's someone who has no dignity and flatters others. Xie Ying's explanation was so brief and concise, she didn't notice that Ji Heyuan's expression beside her had transformed into that of an old man on the subway checking his phone. Is it that humans' brains work differently from those of the demon race? Or is this kind of aesthetic just the norm in the current world of immortal cultivation? What was so captivating about that female cultivator that made someone abandon their dignity and bootlick her? Ji Heyuan didn't understand, but he respected her. Are they sick? Yes, they are sick, and quite sick. So, junior brother, remember to stay away from those psychopaths from the Yutian sect. Ji Heyuan nodded heavily. The two of them were sitting on the beam, chirping about the Yutian sect, when they looked up and saw Yiming turning and leaving the inn. Xie Ying's eyes darted, and she quickly pulled Ji Heyuan along. Let's go! Here's our chance to earn some spirit stones. Junior sister, didn't you just tell me to stay away from the Yutian sect? Oh! Except when I'm trying to trick them. Chapter 12. Outside the inn. Yiming ran into Gu Qinghuai, who had just returned. How's it going? Have you found out where the spiritual medicine pavilion is? It's not that easy. Gu Qinghuai frowned, a hint of impatience visible between his brows. Humans and demons have been at odds for a long time. Bai Sanyang, the head of the spiritual medicine pavilion, is from the demon clan. Even if we find the spiritual medicine pavilion, she might not be willing to help us. We have to help even if she doesn't want to. A ruthless look flashed in Yiming's eyes. Xiangxiang's spiritual abode is severely damaged. Only Bai Sanyang, known as the medicine fairy, has the ability to heal her. Gu Qinghuai, don't you love Xiangxiang the most? Can you bear to watch Xiangxiang's spiritual abode ruined by this injury? Gu Qinghuai's eyes were filled with rage. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Xie Ying into pieces. It's all Xie Ying's fault. If she hadn't given Xiangxiang her spirit bone, poisoned by the blood mist grass, how could Xiangxiang's injuries have worsened so much? Yiming's eyes also showed deep disgust. If I catch Xie Ying, I skin her alive and tear her bones to avenge Xiangxiang. The two men, united in their hatred, discussed how they would torture and kill Xie Ying if they captured her, completely unaware that their plans had been overheard by the invisible Xie Ying. Junior sister, they're going to skin you alive and tear your bones out. Ji Heyuan poked Xie Ying's wrist, as if hearing something new. Junior brother, since they're so obsessed with me. Xie Ying snorted coldly, a villainous grin spreading across her pretty face. Then let's show them the wickedness of human nature. A moment later, Gu Qinghuai and Yiming, who were searching Lingzha City for the whereabouts of Bai Sanyang, the head of the spiritual medicine pavilion, were passing through a long, quiet alley when they suddenly heard a deliberately hushed conversation. Senior sister, that's good. Master is finally saved. Yes, Who could have imagined our luck was so good, finding a top grade 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root on the black market? I heard that consuming the top grade 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root can significantly repair damage to a cultivator's spiritual palace and improve their cultivation. It's worth spending our entire sect's spiritual stones to buy this elixir. It's just that the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root smells a bit strange. Top grade elixir is naturally different from common elixirs. Alright, we should hurry back to our sect to avoid being targeted by those with ulterior motives. The voices in the alley gradually faded. Gu Qinghuai and Yi Ming, who had heard all this from outside, glanced at each other, each seeing the glint in the other's eyes. Such a rare gift. If Xiang took the elixir, wouldn't it be able to heal the severe injury she suffered earlier? Gu Qinghuai and Yi Ming followed the pair until they were outside Lingzhe City, when they were deserted. Then they jumped out. Stop! Hand over the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Roots. How did you know about the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Roots? Stop the nonsense. Hand over the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Roots, and we spare your life. Otherwise, I won't. Which sect are you from? How dare you steal someone's treasure? Aren't you afraid we report you to the Immortal Demon Alliance? You have to be alive to report. Gu Qinghuai and Yi Ming both attacked, their sharp sword energy piercing the two men's vital points. With a loud bang, the two disciples, their meridians severed, flew far away, lifeless. Bah! You ignorant creatures! How dare you go against our Wuying sect and Yutian sect? Yi Ming snatched the brocade box containing the 9 Transformation Star Lotus from them, spat fiercely, and then left with Gu Qinghuai. Shortly after they left, a flash of red light appeared, and the two corpses lying on the ground suddenly transformed into two paper figures. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally emerged. She reviewed the footage recorded in the recording stone again and then, satisfied, put it away. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. She had made up her mind. Such a good show must be seen by as many people as possible. Ji Heyuan, meanwhile, stared at the paper figures on the ground in astonishment. Xie Ying's ability to cultivate both alchemy and magic at such a young age was already incredible enough, but who would have thought she also secretly practiced puppetry? If this news spread back to Xiaoyao's sect, I'm afraid the disciples would have to train day and night. Xie Ying's talent was truly terrifying. Junior sister, how many more surprises do you have that we don't know about? You want to know? I won't tell you. Just guess. Xie Ying smiled slyly and turned to leave. Ji Heyuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Everyone in the world of immortal cultivation has their own opportunities and secrets. Since Xie Ying didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't ask. Junior sister, what exactly is the 9 Transformation Star Lotus Root that you deliberately let them steal? We find out when we get back to the inn. Yi Ming and Gu Qinghuai arrived at Lin Yuexiang's resting room and presented their stolen items like treasures. Xiang, look. We found an elixir that can repair your spiritual palace. Really? Of course. Would we lie to you? This is the top grade 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root. A rare elixir. Top grade 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root? Lin Yuexiang's innocent eyes, like those of a little deer, widened slightly, unable to conceal her surprise. The 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root was a legendary elixir, and she hadn't expected Gu Qinghuai and the others to find such a thing just for her. Even though she was used to seeing good things, she couldn't hide her excitement. Big brother, Brother Yi, you're so kind to me. It's only right that we treat you well. Yes, Xiang, take the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root quickly. Even if Bai San Yang can't be found, your injuries will be healed. Okay. Lin Yuexiang smiled sweetly at the two of them, then opened the brocade box with great anticipation. The moment the brocade box was opened, an indescribable odor rushed directly into Lin Yuexiang's face, instantly filling the entire room. Lin Yuexiang tried hard to maintain a smile, but it failed, and she vomited uncontrollably. You? Gu Qinghuai and Yi Ming, forced to break their masks of pain by the odor, simultaneously uttered a "you." The sounds of retching echoed throughout the room. Nan Pan, who had initially refused to get involved, finally lost patience after opening the window, and still being unable to escape the odor. He cursed, "Senior brother. Fellow Taoist Yi. What the hell is this thing you brought back? Is it shit? You? How did junior sister offend you? You're so cruel. You're actually giving junior sister shit to eat." Chapter 13. Lin Yuexiang finally burst into tears of grievance after hearing Nan Qingpan's words. "Senior brother, Brother Yi, you, what exactly did you bring back? Could it really be shit?" Xiang, don't listen to senior sister Nan's nonsense. How could senior brother Gu and I possibly give you that stuff to eat? Yiming covered his mouth and nose, trying to explain. This is truly the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root. Yes. After all, it's a rare top-grade elixir, so it's only natural that it smells a bit strange. Xiang, senior brother will never harm you. Gu Qinghuai couldn't stand the smell either, but he remained convinced it must be the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root. Otherwise, why would those two refuse to hand it over, even at the cost of their lives? Lin Yuexiang naturally believed that Gu Qinghuai and Yiming wouldn't harm her, but the taste of the lotus root before her was truly unpalatable. Yiming, however, was worried about the 9 Revolution Star Lotus Root's medicinal properties, and kept urging Lin Yuexiang to take it. Xiang, stop talking and take the Star Lotus Root first. Do you really want to eat it? Xiang, this is a magical medicine. Once you take it, your injuries will definitely heal. You have a top-grade water spiritual root, and are incredibly gifted. Wouldn't it be a shame if your path to immortality ended here? Gu Qinghuai's face was filled with sincerity, interrupting Lin Yuexiang before she could finish her words. Lin Yuexiang finally began to regret pretending to be injured just to get Gu Qinghuai and the others to hunt down Xiang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to eat such an indescribable lotus root slice. Facing the expectant eyes of Gu Qinghuai and Yiming, Lin Yuexiang could only tearfully pick up the lotus root slice. The lotus root slice melted in her mouth, and the indescribable stench rushed straight to her head. Lin Yuexiang instinctively wanted to spit it out, but Yiming covered her mouth. Xiang, I know this star lotus root is unpalatable, but you must hold it in. If you spit it out, all your efforts will be wasted. As Lin Yuexiang swallowed the 9-turn star lotus root, the unpleasant odor in the room finally faded considerably, and the 3 people in the room breathed a sigh of relief. The only one suffering was Lin Yuexiang, who was forced to swallow the lotus root slices. Xiang, how do you feel now? Lin Yuexiang's words were barely finished when her expression suddenly turned to agony. She clutched her stomach, wailed, and collapsed on the bed, her spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. Senior brother? What the hell did you give me to eat? Her cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the Qi training stage, but now she had regressed to the early stages. As her spiritual energy dissipated, Lin Yuexiang began to emit the same foul odor. Taking in her scent, Yiming instinctively took several steps back, and Gu Qinghuai's hand, which had been about to reach for her, faltered midair. Lin Yuexiang was already reeling from her loss of status, and now, catching a glimpse of Yiming and Gu Qinghuai's actions, she was filled with shame and indignation. She fainted from the rage at this moment. Ha. Lying on the bed in the side room, Xiang, who had watched the entire incident through her voice, nearly broke the bed with laughter. Finally, she gotten some relief. Lin Yuexiang loves exploiting men to steal other people's opportunities and treasures, so I let her have them. I imagine the taste of this durian-flavored sailing pill will be enough for Lin Yuexiang to remember for the rest of her life. Ding dong. The system detects that the charming heroine's aura has weakened. The supporting actor Yiming has decreased his favorability towards the charming heroine, Lin Yuexiang, by 10 points. Currently, Yiming's favorability is 90. No way. Xiang sat up with a somersault, her eyes sparkling. Is the smell of durian so potent? After all, the cultivators here had no idea what durian was, so naturally they hated it. I thought Yiming's love for Lin Yuexiang was profound, but I didn't expect it to be anything more than this. So the host must keep up the good work. The sooner Yiming is awakened, the sooner the reward will be awarded. Of course. Knock. The knocks on the door faded into silence. Xiang opened the door, and was met with a frowning Ji Hyun. What's wrong, junior brother? Senior sister, let's move to another inn. The smell here is truly awful. Ji Hyun, having endured it for so long, finally ran over and knocked on Xiang's door. As the odor spread throughout the inn, he had already guessed what Yiming and the others had stolen. After all, when Xiang first refined this kind of elixir on Qibao Island, it lingered for so long that the island masters of the other islands ran to the sect leader to complain about their master. Ji Hyun had always lived next door to Xiang, and therefore suffered the most. He had assumed that the elixirs had long been destroyed under the strict instructions of his master and his companions. But he never imagined that Xiang actually had a hidden stockpile, and now, she had even used it. On several members of the Yutian sect, Ji Hyun didn't actually know the exact nature of Xiang's feud with those people, but after this incident, he was certain it was a deep-seated and irreconcilable hatred. No, I won't trade. Ji Hyun, ? Junior sister, I understand you hate the Yutian sect, But have I ever offended you? What I mean is, we don't have to move. The inn will naturally take care of it. Xiang walked out of the room and half leaned on the railing, watching the commotion on the second floor, not hiding the gloating on her face. Junior brother. This is the Southern Territory, the territory of the demon race. Do you think your status as a direct disciple of one of the 9 great sects of the Immortal sect will be of any use here? As expected, as Xiang finished her words, an argument broke out from the second floor. It was Gu Qinghuai and the innkeeper. Innkeeper, what do you mean? We already paid for our room. Are you trying to kick us out? How can you do business like that? We're direct disciples of the 9 great sects. I don't care who you are. I'm going to refund you double the money you paid. Get out of here right now. I won't do business with you. The innkeeper insultingly threw a bag of spirit stones at Gu Qinghuai's feet. You're supposed to be disciples of the Immortal sect, but who knows what shameful things you've been doing in my inn's rooms, filling it with a lingering stench. If you don't leave, all my other guests will leave. Go away. Get out of my way. You're going too far. Ever since joining the Yutian sect and becoming a direct disciple of sect master Mu Qian, Gu Qinghuai has been on a roll, his career flourishing. Disciples have flattered him wherever he goes. He's never been publicly humiliated by a mere innkeeper like he was today. At that moment, a strong murderous intent surged within him. The long sword in his hand swung, and a burst of sword energy erupted. It struck the innkeeper's head. The innkeeper's pupils shrank slightly, and then he suddenly roared and transformed into his true form. A tiger demon. The tiger demon shattered the sword energy with a slap, then wrapped its tail around Gu Qinghuai and slammed him against the wall. The roar of the tiger engulfed the entire inn. Pa! A greenhorn human dares to run wild in our demon territory. Does he really think he's a piece of cake? Where's the waiter? Get these people out now. Just then, Gu Qinghuai, lying on the ground injured by the tiger demon, caught sight of a familiar face on the 3rd floor. His eyes widened in shock. It was Xiang. Chapter 14. The moment their eyes met, Gu Qinghuai's mind went blank for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Xiang had actually escaped to the southern border. No wonder the Yutian sect couldn't track her down, so she'd been hiding here the entire time. This time, he was determined to execute Xiang right there, and then, having inherited all of the original owner's memories, Xiang knew this Gu Qinghuai better than anyone else. When Gu Qinghuai frowned, she knew he was up to something again, plotting to harm her. However, she was no longer the pitiful little brat she once was. Now she was Nuhula Xiang. If Gu Qinghuai still wanted to harm her under the guise of doing good for her, as he had before, then she would teach him the ropes. What propriety meant. Nuhula Xiang met Gu Qinghuai's gaze directly, her clear eyes devoid of any fear. Her red lips parted as she silently uttered 2 words. Waste. Gu Qinghuai, understanding Xiang's intentions, widened his eyes in disbelief. Xiang actually dared to insult him? Before he could react, Gu Qinghuai saw a handsome young man, as handsome as a fallen immortal, approach Xiang. The two of them moved in a natural and intimate manner, leaning very close. In that instant, a wave of deep displeasure welled up in Gu Qinghuai, as if his very possessions had been taken away from him. Junior sister, what are you looking at? Here. Xiang pointed out Gu Qinghuai's miserable appearance to Ji Yuan. Isn't that self-righteous loser funny? Huh. He looks like a dog. The two spoke without lowering their voices, and every word they said reached Gu Qinghuai's ears. He was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot. After Gu Qinghuai and his group were kicked out of the inn, Nan Qipan, feeling humiliated, found a random excuse and left the group. Yi Ming and Gu Qinghuai were left alone, still loyally guarding Lin Yuexiang. The people passing by on the street all cast strange glances at Lin Yuexiang. Whether in the Lin family or later, as a direct disciple of the Yutian sect, Lin Yuexiang had always been the center of attention. Whatever she wanted, countless people would offer it to her without even asking. She had always deeply enjoyed the feeling of being praised and pampered by everyone. This was the first time she had ever experienced such humiliation. The strange looks from passers-by were even more painful than her own realm loss. A flash of murderous intent flashed across Lin Yuexiang's eyes. It was all Yi Ming and Gu Qinghuai's fault, those two idiots. Let's go! Xiang is still injured. We need to find a place to stay. I just saw Xiang. The other two stopped dead in their tracks upon hearing this. Senior brother, what did you say? Just now, I saw Xiang standing on the 3rd floor, watching the fun. Gu Qinghuai's face was grimacing. We just arrived in the Southern Territory, and someone's already plotting such a humiliation. How could it be a coincidence? I suspect all this has something to do with Xia. Senior brother Gu, that's outrageous. Yi Ming, whose favorability had dropped by 10 points, had regained some sanity and logic. Those two disciples holding the 9 transformation star lotus are clearly strangers. How could they possibly be related to Xia? Even if they were related, what merit or power did Xia possess to make those two disciples willingly risk their lives to deceive us? Yi Ming, haven't you always hated Xia? Why are you speaking up for her now? I'm not speaking up for her. Yi Ming frowned. I'm just telling the truth. Has senior brother Gu lost face, so others can't even tell the truth? You, senior brothers, stop arguing. Seeing the crowd growing, Lin Yuexiang had no choice but to step forward to mediate. She really didn't want to lose face any further. If you have anything to say, we can find a place to sit down and talk it out. Li Juan. Although Gu Qinghuai and the others had already left, the chatter about them continued unabated in Yin. The reason was simple. It had been so long since I seen such a foolish disciple of an immortal sect in the southern territory. How refreshing. As everyone knows, the Wanxiang continent is half human and half demon. Although humans and demons coexist on this continent, the relationship between the two races is extremely tense. Fortunately, the Immortal Demon Alliance has been mediating, maintaining a semblance of peace. Now, those few, relying on their status as direct disciples, are actually trying to bully their way through the southern territory. They're simply hopeless. Xia and Ji Huyuan quietly left the room amidst the chatter. Senior sister, is it true that you know the whereabouts of the snake demon? Of course. Wait a moment. Xia led Ji Huyuan to a secluded spot. Then, she twisted her fingers together to form a seal. Her words followed her words, and as the seal fell, a spirit butterfly flew out from her palm. What is this? A search technique. I also did something else with the dispersing spirit pill I made earlier. Seeing the spirit butterfly flying in one direction, Xia hurriedly pulled Ji Huyuan along. Follow the spirit butterfly, and we find Lin Yuexiang. Senior sister, you mean? Those people from the Yutian sect will know where the snake demon is? Ji Huyuan quickly understood Xia Ying's meaning. Yes, Lin Yuexiang is incredibly treacherous. Even if they can't find the snake demon, it might find them. Xia Ying didn't elaborate, confident that Ji Huyuan would understand her point. Since the original novel mentioned that Lin Yuexiang had slain a snake demon before, following her would definitely lead them to its whereabouts. This time, it was time for Lin Yuexiang to experience the feeling of having her opportunities and treasures taken away. Because Lin Yuexiang's scent lingered for a long time, no inn in Lingza City would let them stay. Desperate, the three of them found a deserted, dilapidated temple for temporary shelter. Although Gu Qinghuai had sustained significant injuries, he remained incredibly considerate towards Lin Yuexiang. At first, he was somewhat bothered by Lin Yuexiang's scent, but over time, he was surprised to find that it didn't deter him from his closeness to his junior sister. Yi Ming, on the other hand, maintained a certain distance from Lin Yuexiang, no longer clinging to her like before. Lin Yuexiang naturally noticed something was wrong with Yi Ming, but she couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. Even though she was displeased, she couldn't act rashly. Just then, a noise was heard outside the dilapidated temple. Yi Ming immediately rushed out to investigate, only to find a severely injured woman in white unconscious in the bushes. Chapter 15. In Lingza City. Xia and Ji Huyuan were slowly following a spirit butterfly, tracking the whereabouts of Lin Yuexiang and the others, when a shadow suddenly fell in front of them. Ah-ing? Xia looked up, only to meet the surprised gaze of the newcomer. This person was none other than Nan Qingpan. Unlike Nan Qingpan's surprise, Xia Ying's attitude was remarkably calm, though a hint of a smile lingered in her eyes. Nan Qingpan was truly one of the few normal people in the Yutian sect, the only one who harbored goodwill towards the original owner. Xia Ying deeply disliked the Yutian sect, but Nan Qingpan was an exception. She gently snapped her fingers, and the spirit butterfly fluttered back onto her shoulder. Senior sister Nan. Is it really you? I just thought I recognized the wrong person. Ah-ing, why are you here? I heard that Gu Qinghuai broke off the engagement with you, which forced you to leave Yutian sect. Have you been living in Lingza City? Are you doing well now? Broken engagement? With Gu Qinghuai? Ji Huyuan's ears twitched at this, his eyes darkening, but he didn't interrupt the two people reminiscing. I'm doing fine now, senior sister Nan, don't worry. Nan Qingpan saw Xia Ying's rosy complexion, clear eyes, and confidence between her brows, and knew she was doing much better than when she was in Yutian sect. Indeed, leaving Yutian sect would be a good thing for you. Even though everyone told her after she returned from her sect mission that Xia Ying was driven out of Yuetian sect by Gu Qinghuai's broken engagement because of her malicious intentions and harm to Lin Yuexiang, Nan Qipan simply didn't believe it. What kind of personality did Xia Ying have? And what kind of personality did her junior sister have? If others didn't know, didn't she know? So Nan Qipan was genuinely happy to see Xia Ying safe and sound, but she didn't know if it was her own imagination, as she felt the Xia Ying before her was completely different. She had intended to catch up with Xia Ying, but she felt she wouldn't want to think about the people from the Yuetian sect. She hesitated for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Xia Ying, sensing her embarrassment, spoke at the right moment. "Senior Sister Nan, I have things to attend to. Why don't we talk next time? I'm staying at the Liju Inn. If you need anything, you can find me there." "Okay." Wait a minute. Senior Sister Nan, is there anything else? I just received a message from the sect that my third junior brother, Wang Qing, is on his way to the southern border. Be careful. At the mention of Wang Qing, Xia Ying's body subconsciously shuddered. It was the lingering fear etched deep within her. Yuetian sect's Mukan had accepted 6 disciples, and before Lin Yuexiang appeared, she had gotten along quite well with him. The original owner's ability to live in the Yuetian sect wasn't due to Gu Qinghuai, but rather because her parents sacrificed their lives to protect a village surrounded by a beast tide, leaving behind only the young original owner. At that time, many sect elders offered to care for her. It was Mu Chen's personal promise to treat her like his own child, coupled with the persuasion of Gu Qinghuai, with whom she had been engaged since childhood, that allowed the original owner to move into the Yuetian sect with the magical artifacts and spirit stones left to her by her parents. Besides Gu Qinghuai and Nan Qipan, the third disciple, Wang Qing, was the person the original owner relied on most. Wang Qing was initially considerate and loving towards the original owner, until Lin Yuexiang appeared. Wang Qing, blindly believing Lin Yuexiang's story, concluded that the original owner was malicious, selfish, narrow-minded, and jealous. To vent Lin Yuexiang's anger, he repeatedly punished the original owner. He was an alchemy practitioner, so he simply used the original owner as a drug tester, testing all those highly toxic pills that could torture someone to death but weren't fatal on her. The irony was that the entire Yuetian sect used the spirit stones and magic weapons provided by the original owner, surviving on her blood while turning a blind eye to her suffering. They even threw basin after basin of dirty water on her. The only person who stood up for the original owner and showed concern for her was Nan Qipan. "Thank you, Senior Sister Nan, for the reminder." The smile on Xia Ying's face faded completely, leaving only gratitude for Nan Qipan. "Senior Sister Nan, if possible, stay away from Lin Yuexiang. She harm you." Without waiting for Nan Qipan's reaction, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan quickly disappeared into the crowd. The original novel doesn't mention Nan Qipan's final fate, but Nan Qipan is the only person in the Yuetian sect who dislikes Lin Yuexiang and never appears again, so her fate is obvious. Since those few words with Nan Qipan, Xia Ying remained silent throughout the journey. Ji Heyuan rarely saw Xia Ying so quiet, and for some reason, a wave of discomfort welled up in his heart. "Junior sister, what are you thinking about?" "Thinking about what to do with so many enemies. Of course, kill them all." A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Ji Heyuan's eyes, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. "Don't worry, senior sister. You kill, and I hand you the knife. That's your own promise, junior brother." Xia Ying chuckled. "Don't go back on your word. I always keep my word." At that moment, neither of them could have imagined that these words would actually come true. "Junior sister, you look better when you smile." Seeing Xia Ying finally smile again, the dark cloud that had been lingering in Ji Heyuan's heart slowly dissipated, and a smile that he hadn't even noticed crossed his face. "Our Xiao he is so sweet. By the way, senior sister, what's going on between you and that Gu Qinghuai? Could it be that you turned your love for him into hatred? Turning love into hatred? Does he deserve it?" Xia Ying snorted coldly. "He and I were only engaged by our parents when we were young. Why would I care about a complete scumbag? Junior brother, the hatred between me and those people from the Yuetian sect can't be explained in a few words. You understand it later. Well, anyway, senior sister has me and the Xiaoyao sect now. The Yuetian sect? Nothing to fear at all." As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived outside the dilapidated temple where Gu Qinghuai and the others were staying. To avoid alerting the enemy, they didn't get too close. Instead, they sat on a large tree outside the temple, using the dense foliage to conceal their figures while still being able to see what was happening inside. Inside the dilapidated temple, the woman in white, who had fainted in the bushes, had regained consciousness. From the woman in white, Gu Qinghai and the others learned what had happened in Lingzha City. Miss Ling, are you saying that there's a 5th-level snake demon hiding in Lingzha City right now? Indeed. The woman in white, known as Miss Ling, nodded weakly. That snake demon originally had only the 2nd-level strength, but after consuming the flesh and blood of mortals and cultivators, it has already risen to a higher level, and is now at least the 5th level. 5th-level strength is equivalent to a human cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Yiming pondered, with our abilities, we're no match for it. No problem. Cough cough cough. Miss Ling paused before speaking. Although I was severely injured in my previous encounter with it, it was also in a state of decline. If you can find it injured now, with a concerted effort, it's not impossible to kill it. Miss Ling's words made Lin Yuexiang eager to take action. The bracelet on her wrist felt a surge of heat, and an ancient voice echoed through her consciousness. Chapter 16. Little girl, you must kill that snake demon. It has already cultivated a top-grade snake pill. Senior, are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? You've been framed and mistakenly taken the Sandling pill, reducing your cultivation to the early stages of qi refining. But if you could obtain that top-grade snake pill, containing all the snake demon's cultivation, you could directly advance to the foundation establishment stage. This is a temptation no qi refining cultivator can resist, and Lin Yuexiang is no exception. She's determined to get that snake pill. Senior brother Yi, as cultivators, how can we sit idly by while the snake demon wreaks havoc on the world? Miss Ling, rest assured, my 2 senior brothers will definitely slay that snake demon. Junior sister, you truly care about the people. Gu Qinghai, seemingly inspired by Lin Yuexiang's words, was suddenly filled with strength. He didn't even care about his own injuries, eager to slay the snake demon immediately so that Lin Yuexiang could see how brave and powerful he truly was. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed across Miss Ling's eyes. Are these human cultivators truly reliable? Yiming paused, a rare moment of hesitation, before he immediately flattered Lin Yuexiang. If he heard correctly, Xiang seemed to be asking him and Gu Qinghai to kill the snake demon, not including her in the conversation? And what does this have to do with caring for the people? Does he usually talk to Gu Qinghai in such a rambling and illogical manner? Yiming finally began to realize his past anomalies, and his gaze deepened as he looked at Lin Yuexiang. Ding dong. Yiming's favorability rating for the supporting actor dropped by 5, and his current favorability rating for the charming female lead was 85. Sitting in a tree, observing the ruined temple, he suddenly heard a system announcement, and thought he was hallucinating. Yiming's favorability towards Lin Yuexiang has dropped again? Could it be that once the allure of the charming heroine wears off, the supporting characters can slowly break free from it? Congratulations, host, on answering correctly. But there's no reward. Yin Yin's tone remained cheerful, revealing a childlike exuberance. And if the host can't reduce the supporting character's favorability towards the heroine to 30 within a month, they will once again be captivated by the allure of the allure, and can never be awakened. The host will then face the penalty of mission failure. Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? The host didn't even ask me. Xiaing, what's the penalty for mission failure? A thunderbolt. That's what it feels like. Sister, be careful. The moment the words fell, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Xiaing's soul. The pain was so intense that Xiaing nearly fell from the tree. Fortunately, Ji Hiyuan pulled her up in time. Junior sister, you look so pale. Are you alright? Nothing. It might be an old injury I suffered in the Yutian sect. It's nothing serious. I just rest for a bit. You keep an eye on the ruined temple. Xiaing closed her eyes expressionlessly. Her spirit entered the system space and berated Yin profusely, leaving her silent for a long moment before she spoke again. Host, please don't be angry. Yin remembered that the progress reward for the host's side quest, becoming an excellent mage, hadn't been distributed yet. Would you like to claim it now? Come! But I want to give you a good beating even more. Slowly retreating, Yin automatically ignored the rest of Xiaing's words and quickly manipulated the system. Soon, a lottery screen appeared in front of Xiaing. She pressed down hard, and the pointer spun rapidly, finally stabilizing at the upper left corner. Ding dong. He couldn't love her with the golden hoop on, and he couldn't protect her without it. Congratulations to the host for receiving the magical weapon reward, Wukong's golden hoop. Its function is quite mysterious, so please explore it on your own. Perhaps fearing Xiaing's anger, Yin immediately ejected Xiaing from the system space after handing her the reward and then feigned death, remaining silent no matter what Xie Ying said. Ha! Xie Ying was practically chuckling at Yining's brazen behavior. Mukong's golden hoop, what kind of ridiculous reward is this? Does she look so much like a monkey that she really needs this golden hoop? Xie Ying now wondered, did Yining pack up all the useless magic weapons in the system space into a blind box and use it to trick her? Such a fool. But with the snake demon and the Devil Valley fire still unattended, Xie Ying didn't have time to explore the golden hoop's uses. After a few brief glances, her spirit put it away. Ji Heyuan, standing nearby, heard Xie Ying, who had closed her eyes to rest, suddenly sneer and couldn't help but wonder, junior sister, has she finally gone mad? Xie Ying opened her eyes to see Ji Heyuan's pensive expression. Xie Ying? Question mark. Junior brother, what's with that look in your eyes? Nothing, nothing. I just thought I was distracted. Just then, Yi Ming and Gu Qinghua emerged from the ruined temple together. The two exchanged glances, and Ji Heyuan rose to his feet. I follow them. After Gu Qinghua and the others left, the only people left in the dilapidated temple were Lin Yuexiang, whose cultivation had regressed, and a gravely injured stranger. Xie Ying watched Lin Yuexiang wandering around the dilapidated temple. A strong hatred suddenly rose from the depths of her heart, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She landed like a live butterfly, heading straight for the ruined temple. Inside the dilapidated temple, Lin Yuexiang's slightly cold gaze fell on Miss Ling. She had deliberately set Gu Qinghua and Yi Ming away. Only by sending them away would she be able to proceed more smoothly. The senior was right. Miss Ling had already forged a grudge against the snake demon after a fierce battle. Rather than searching like a headless fly, it would be better to use Miss Ling as bait to lure out the snake demon. With the senior's help and the secret killing method, a severely injured snake demon would surely be no threat to her. Having made up her mind, Lin Yuexiang took out the elixir given to her by her third senior brother, Wang Qing, and walked towards Miss Ling with a smile. Miss Ling, this is a healing elixir my third senior brother specially made for me. It's incredibly effective. Take it now. Thank you, little fairy. Miss Ling took the elixir, and was about to swallow it when she paused. The scent of this elixir wasn't right. She looked up warily, only to be met with Lin Yuexiang's suddenly ferocious face. Miss Ling, since you're so afraid of the snake demon growing stronger and endangering the people of Lingza City, why not sacrifice yourself and become the bait? I promise to kill the snake demon, and never let your sacrifice be in vain. Seeing her intentions were seen through, Lin Yuexiang took advantage of Miss Ling's severe injuries, her spiritual power completely drained and unable to resist. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed her spiritual power into a sharp water blade and stabbed it fiercely at her neck. Fairy Lin, what you said is truly beautiful. If that's the case, why don't you sacrifice yourself for justice? Just as the water blade was about to fall, the Bibo-Fen flew out and dispersed it in time. The overwhelming pressure from the Foundation Establishment cultivator crushed Lin Yuexiang, who fell to the ground in a state of panic, unable to move. Chapter 17. Xie Ying? How could you be a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Haven't you heard the saying? Nothing is impossible. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Anything is possible. No. That's impossible. She had clearly followed the senior's instructions, hinting that Gu Qinghua had been tampering with Xie Ying's diet daily, making it impossible for Xie Ying to cultivate qi into her body. Impossible. Lin Yuexiang lay on the ground, her bright, deer-like eyes devoid of their usual innocence. Instead, they held a deep sense of shock and a fierceness she had never revealed in public. Xie Ying didn't bother to argue. As soon as she saw Lin Yuexiang's expression, she knew her previous suspicions were correct. The original owner's inability to cultivate qi into her body wasn't just due to her own stereotype of full spiritual roots, but also Lin Yuexiang's involvement, if that were the case. No wonder she fought back. Be damned to the aura of the charming heroine. Since the source of all her troubles was Lin Yuexiang, today she would kill her once, and for all. Xie Ying formed seals with her hands and whispered a spell. Falling leaves rustle. The moment Xie Ying spoke, a towering tree rose from the ground behind her. Its leaves, falling at her command, transformed into countless sharp blades, rapidly flying towards Lin Yuexiang. Senior, save me! The blades, transformed from leaves, were only an inch away from Lin Yuexiang when they were abruptly stopped by an invisible barrier. Xie Ying wasn't surprised at all. After all, as the charming heroine of this world, it was normal for her to have her share of adventures. But now that Lin Yuexiang was in her hands, she wouldn't let her go easily. Xie Ying's eyes were shrouded in frost. One hand remained pressed against her chest, forming a seal. With the other, she summoned the Jade Wave Fan, channeling spiritual energy into it. According to Xie Ying's will, the Jade Wave Fan soared above the ruined temple, expanding infinitely, forming a small barrier that enveloped the temple and completely isolated it from the outside world. Lin Yuexiang, no one can save you today. Even before she finished her words, a pink umbrella suddenly appeared in Xie Ying's hand. This pink umbrella was a gift from Su Yin when they first met. A mid-grade spiritual artifact called the Delicate Umbrella. At this moment, the exquisite and ornate Linglong umbrella in Xie Ying's hand suddenly took on a fierce, murderous aura. Holding the Linglong umbrella with all her might, she struck out at Lin Yuexiang, unleashing a stream of sword energy. Crack! Crack! A subtle crackling sound echoed through the air, and Lin Yuexiang's expression changed. Xie Ying, seizing the opportunity, swiftly slashed down with the Linglong umbrella, shattering the barrier protecting Lin Yuexiang. Falling leaves rustling. Xie Ying formed a hand seal, and countless leaves, accompanied by the sword energy emanating from the Linglong umbrella, charged towards Lin Yuexiang. Host! You can't kill Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang can't die now. Seeing Xie Ying turning a deaf ear to her words, Yinin added anxiously. Lin Yuexiang's fate is now tied to this world. If she dies now, the entire world will crumble, and all those you, the host, care about will cease to exist. Xie Ying's eyes shifted slightly. Though she remained silent, the sword energy directed at Lin Yuexiang deflected slightly, leaving only a less than fatal wound on her neck. Yinin, explain what you just said. Lin Yuexiang, imbued with the aura of universal appeal, absorbed the luck of all the chosen talents of this world into herself. Her luck was inextricably linked to this world. Lin Yuexiang could not die until the host completed their mission, completely destroyed her aura, and returned her luck to others. Xie Ying was so angry that she laughed. So she had to continue to let Lin Yuexiang act so arrogantly in front of her? How frustrating. Lin Yuexiang didn't know why Xie Ying suddenly spared her at the last moment. She attributed it all to Xie Ying still remembering their past friendship in the Yutian sect. After all, Xie Ying had always been a soft-hearted, kind-hearted fool. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been framed by her and ended up being deserted by everyone. Lin Yuexiang's mind raced, and tears flowed in an instant. I knew you still couldn't bear to hurt me. Have you forgotten? When I first arrived at the Yutian sect, you held my hand and said we would be lifelong friends, and that you would always treat me well. Yes. Xie Ying's tone was faint, her emotions unclear. But how did you treat me? Lin Yuexiang's expression froze. She tried to explain, but Xie Ying silenced her with a silencing spell. I treated you like a real sister, but you created so many false pretenses to mislead Gu Qinghuai and the others, gradually turning me into the most despicable person in the Yutian sect. You made me your comparison group, using my own dullness to highlight your own intelligence and kindness. Lin Yuexiang, I'm not Gu Qinghuai or the others. I won't feel any pity for you. Xie Ying gently lifted Lin Yuexiang's chin with her delicate umbrella, forcing her to look him in the face. Just because I don't kill you today, doesn't mean I don't want to. The day you're no longer useful, I take your life. Lin Yuexiang was shocked by the murderous intent in Xie Ying's eyes. Xie Ying actually hated her so much? Is it really that serious? She wasn't the one who hurt Xie Ying. Xie Ying didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Lin Yuexiang about such meaningless matters. She released a burst of spiritual energy, and Lin Yuexiang immediately collapsed. Xie Ying then turned to the third person in the ruined temple. Miss Ling. Thank you, Fairy, for your help. You're welcome. It's a simple task. Xie Ying knew that Miss Ling was closely involved in the matter of the Snake Demon, and that the Snake Demon was crucial to her and Ji Heyuan's sect mission, so she didn't mince words. Miss Ling, can you tell me about the Snake Demon? Of course. Miss Ling confessed everything she knew without holding back. So, the Snake Demon relies on consuming the flesh and blood of mortals or cultivators to improve its cultivation? Indeed. In that case, I have a good idea. Xie Ying stroked her chin, her gaze fixed on the unconscious Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang possesses a top-grade water spirit root. Her flesh and blood must be exactly what the seriously injured Snake Demon needs, right? Fairy, that's absolutely true. Miss Ling's eyes lit up, and the two of them hit it off. She would have no mercy on Lin Yuexiang, who wanted to kill her. With Miss Ling's help, Xie Ying carried Lin Yuexiang to the spot where she had previously fought the Snake Demon. Without hesitation, Xie Ying transformed her spiritual energy into blades, inflicting several new wounds on Lin Yuexiang's body. After this, she led Miss Ling into hiding while she cut a chubby little paper figurine from talisman paper and infused it with spiritual energy. Good boy, go bring me the little crane. The paper figurine, having its head patted, nodded happily in response, then waved its short arms, and quickly flew off into the distance. Chapter 18. Ji Heyuan secretly followed Gu Qinghui and Yiming all the way, and the more he followed, the more he felt these two were completely clueless. They actually went out on the street to ask for the snake demon's whereabouts. Could the snake demon be so foolish as to offer himself up? He really couldn't understand. Didn't all these direct disciples from the 5 major sects need to accept sect missions and go down the mountain for training? Or were these two the only ones who did? Ji Heyuan was baffled. He felt that following these two was the worst decision he had ever made. Just then, a fat paper figure flew towards him. Sensing the familiar spiritual energy, Ji Heyuan naturally reached out to catch it, letting it land in his palm. Junior sister asked you to find me? The fat paper figure nodded excitedly. Then lead the way. Meanwhile, the snake demon, healing in a tree hollow, suddenly opened his eyes and licked his lips. What a delicious scent of flesh and blood. The snake demon had only recently transformed into a human form and didn't yet understand the cunning and treacherous nature of humans, much less consider whether this was a trap set for him. Following his bloodthirsty instincts, he searched for her and immediately spotted the blood-stained Lin Yuexiang. He slowly grinned, his pupils filled with greed. A female cultivator with top-grade water spiritual roots. This was a tonic for him. If he devoured her, even 10 Bai Lings wouldn't be a match for him. Without hesitation, the snake demon lunged directly at Lin Yuexiang. Hidden in the shadows, Xie Ying, observing all this, had already prepared her magic spells, waiting for the moment the snake demon fell into the magic circle to strike, aiming for a fatal blow, but then something unexpected happened. How dare you? Stay away from my junior sister? Wang Qing, who had hurried here from the Yutian sect, dropped from the sky and blocked Lin Yuexiang's path. Unfortunately, he fell into the trap Xie Ying had specially prepared for the snake demon. The moment Wang Qing entered the formation, it activated. A beam of golden light emanated from beneath his feet, trapping both him and Lin Yuexiang. No matter how slow-witted the snake demon was, it knew it had fallen for a trap and immediately attempted to flee. Idiot! Xie Ying was so angry that she cursed Wang Qing's ancestors for 18 generations. Seeing the snake demon, whom she had finally lured away, was about to flee, Xie Ying, not caring that Ji Heyuan hadn't arrived yet, immediately flew out to block the snake demon's path. The snake demon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the person approaching was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. He roared to the sky, unleashing his 3-meter-thick tail, which he swung heavily at Xie Ying. Despite preparing for defense, Xie Ying was still flung far away by the snake's tail. She only managed to steady herself with the cushion of the ancient tree behind her. Her palm, where she gripped the exquisite umbrella, felt a slight numbness, and her chest throbbed with pain. Blood silently trickled down the corner of her mouth. She reached out and slowly wiped the blood from her mouth, her expression unfazed. A 5th-level snake demon, comparable in strength to a Jin Dan cultivator, is truly formidable. You realize I'm formidable now? Too late. The snake demon laughed wildly. None of you can escape today. You all become my tonic. Not too late, because I never intended to escape. Before she finished her words, Xie Ying attacked. She flung the exquisite umbrella over the snake demon, emitting a dazzling white light that enveloped it. The exquisite umbrella is a control-type spiritual weapon, capable of effectively controlling cultivators below the nascent soul stage for 10 seconds. And within those 10 seconds, Xie Ying, wielding the ice dagger and employing the Xiaoyao sect's unique flying palm technique, darted like a ghost to the snake demon's side, stabbing him right in the groin. She possessed nothing but a vast array of magical and spiritual weapons. Even if she couldn't defeat the snake demon, she would drag him down to death. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to die. The enraged snake demon erupted in fury. Fortunately, Xie Ying had been prepared and retreated in time, retracting her exquisite umbrella and avoiding the demon's impact. Junior sister, Ji Heyuan, who had finally arrived, landed directly beside Xie Ying, drawing his broken for a sword and holding her in a protective posture. Junior brother, the snake demon is already injured, and I just stabbed him right in the groin with my ice blade. Now is the perfect time to take him down. Okay. I need your help, senior sister. Ji Heyuan said nothing more. He and Xie Ying had always had a tacit understanding. The moment his words fell, Ji Heyuan shot out like an arrow from a bow. The broken frost sword twirled in his hand, leaving a shadowy afterimage. A sharp blade of sword energy slashed at the snake demon from all directions. In the world of immortal cultivation, only sword cultivators could transcend boundaries and slay enemies. Xia Ying knew this, which was why she kept holding the snake demon back. She never fought a battle unprepared. While Ji Heyuan and the snake demon were engaged, Xia Ying was equally active. She rapidly searched through all the techniques she had learned, then, with nimble fingers, formed a seal and slammed the ground beneath her feet. Ice freezes the land? The temperature dropped instantly. Ice rapidly spread from Xia Ying's grasp, attacking the snake demon and freezing its tail. Seeing the snake demon roar and break free, Xia Ying quickly increased her spiritual power, letting a few drops of blood drip onto the ice. Shioha. Now! 10,000 swords become one. Ji Heyuan soared into the air, channeling all his spiritual energy into the broken frost sword, unleashing a final blow. Countless sword shadows appeared behind him, finally converging into a massive sword that slashed straight at the snake demon's vital points. No! Fear flashed across the snake demon's eyes, and the next moment, its body was torn apart. Ji Heyuan leisurely tucked the snake's head into a new storage bag. Turning around, he saw Xia Ying grinning as she pulled a green snake pill from the snake demon's body. Senior sister, you're bleeding from the nose. Huh? Xia Ying wiped her hands, and sure enough, she saw blood all over them. It's okay, it's okay. The path to immortality is always filled with blood. You get used to it after a while. Ji Heyuan, What do you mean you get used to it after a while? Junior brother, I suffered considerable injuries while slaying the snake demon. Is this snake pill not too much to ask of you? If you want it, senior sister, I give you the entire snake body. Ji Heyuan's eyes were filled with resignation. He also put the remaining half of the snake body into his storage bag. Then, pulling Xia Ying up, he took out a clean handkerchief and gently and patiently wiped the blood off her face. Junior sister, don't be so reckless next time and get yourself covered in wounds. The sect mission is not as important as your safety. I wasn't reckless. I was brave and resourceful. Ah, yes, junior sister, whatever you say is right. Ji Heyuan knew how to get along with Xia Ying well, so he wouldn't argue with her over such a trivial matter. Thank you, fairy. Miss Ling also approached, dragging her severely injured body, looking a little embarrassed. Chapter 19. Can I buy your snake body for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? I'm a medicine cultivator, and that snake body is a treasure trove of medicinal treasures to me. So I think. Yes. Before Miss Ling could finish her words, Xia Ying readily agreed. She blinked in surprise. Huh? So straightforward? Xia Ying glanced at her, and Ji Heyuan immediately understood and took out the snake's tail. But I can't give you the snake head. This is a mission for our sect, and I need to take it back. It's okay. This is good enough. Miss Ling excitedly took the snake body and handed Xia Ying a bag of high-grade spirit stones, but Xia Ying refused to accept them. If it weren't for you, Miss Ling, who severely injured the snake demon earlier, we wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. This is what you deserve. Now, even Ji Heyuan looked at her in surprise. TSK. Junior sister actually has a day when she refuses spirit stones. Since Fairy Xia has spoken so, I won't hesitate. This is for you. Miss Ling was clearly not one to shy away. Seeing Xia Ying's seriousness, she gave up and solemnly placed a small, delicate white jade plaque in Xia Ying's hand. The plaque was engraved with golden herbal patterns, and the word Bai was written on the back. My real name is Bai Ling, and I work for the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. This plaque represents the 3 promises I have made to Fairy Xia. I will never refuse or break my promise. If Fairy Xia and this immortal lord are free, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion welcomes you to visit at any time. Bai Ling will take her leave. With that, Bai Ling smiled at Xia Ying, then crushed the teleportation talisman in her hand and disappeared. Gu Qinghuai and Yi Ming, arriving late, happened to witness this scene. Xia Ying toyed with the jade token in her hand, feeling very happy. She had guessed that this young lady had an extraordinary background, but she hadn't expected her to be from the Bai family. In the Southern Territory, only those in the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion bore the surname Bai. This Bai Ling was none other than the only daughter of the current Spiritual Medicine Pavilion master, Bai Sanyang, and also the young master. Her 3 promises were far more valuable than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The original novel mentioned that the heroine, Lin Yuexiang, earned Bai Sanyang's appreciation for her slaying of a snake demon, avenging her daughter's murder. Later, she became Bai Sanyang's guest of honor, making the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion one of Lin Yuexiang's strongest backers. But in Xia Ying's opinion, Lin Yuexiang's slaying of the snake demon to avenge Bai Sanyang was a lie. The real plan was to use the severely injured Bai Ling as bait to kill her, slay the snake demon, and ultimately devour the spiritual medicine pavilion. However, because of her interference this time, not only would Lin Yuexiang no longer receive the spiritual medicine pavilion support and assistance, but she would also be permanently blacklisted by the spiritual medicine pavilion. After all, Bai Ling seemed to hold grudges. She hadn't expected such a reward this time. Xia Ying, feeling elated, put away the jade token and began to leave with Ji Huyuan. Then, Gu Qinghuai blocked her path. Ah Ying. What's the matter? Give me the jade token young pavilion master Bai gave you, and I forgive you for what you did before, and Yutian sect will still be yours. Huh? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Gu Qinghuai frowned, but continued. Give me the spiritual medicine pavilion's jade token. Only the spiritual medicine pavilion can heal Xiangxiang's injury. Pa! Before Gu Qinghuai could finish his words, Xia Ying slapped him hard across the face, leaving a bright red mark on half his face. Gu Qinghuai, you're so shameless. My hands are sore from beating, but I still can't break your face. Xia Ying. How dare you hit me? I hit you if I want to. Do we even have to choose a day? You? Gu Qinghuai looked at Xia Ying with disappointment and shock. Ying, how could you become like this? You used to be so reluctant to even say a harsh word to me. You give me anything I wanted without blinking an eye. You know that was in the past? Xia Ying looked at him with disdain. We've been apart for a long time. Don't force me to slap you when I'm so happy. I give my things to whoever I want, and I don't give them to whoever I don't want. Stop meddling in my business. Xia Ying? She's Xia Ying? How could that be? Wang Qing, who had overheard the conversation within the killing array, finally realized what was happening and looked at the young woman in blue in disbelief. She had the exact same features as Xia Ying, but her aura was completely different. If it weren't for Gu Qinghuai's words, he wouldn't have recognized Xia Ying. However, Wang Qing's surprise lasted only 3 seconds before his face returned to its gloomy expression. Xia Ying. Hand over the spiritual medicine pavilion's token. Junior sister wouldn't have been hurt if it weren't for your viciousness. You owe her this. Xia Ying, moral blackmail? But she has no morals. She slowly turned and looked at Wang Qing, smiling faintly. Don't think I forgive you just because you smile at me. Even if you die 1,000 times over, nothing will atone for what you did to junior sister. Atonement? What are you barking about, you bastard? Xia Ying raised her middle finger at Wang Qing and then formed a hand seal. The seal landed on the formation flying towards Wang Qing's feet, instantly transforming it from a trapping formation to a killing formation. Countless sharp blades materialized from the formation, brimming with murderous intent, and attacked the two within. Even so, Wang Qing's first reaction was to protect the unconscious Lin Yuexiang in his arms, attempting to use his body to block all attacks for her. Xia Ying observed Wang Qing's actions with a cold expression, feeling sorry for the original owner. The original owner had been so kind to those in the Yutian sect, but what did he get in return except endless torture, abuse, and harm? These ungrateful bastards deserve death. Xia Ying. Stop! Those are your third senior brother, and your youngest sister. How could you do such a cruel thing to them? I never been a disciple of the Yutian sect, so how could I have senior brothers and sisters? Gu Qinghuai, don't worry. None of you will escape what you owe me. Yi Ming hadn't wanted to get involved in the feud between Gu Qinghuai and the others and Xia Ying, but after seeing Xia Ying attack Lin Yuexiang, his body moved faster than his brain. Junior brother. Ji Huyuan understood Xia Ying's intention the moment she spoke and blocked Yi Ming's attack. He didn't even bother to draw his sword against this disciple in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Xia Ying, how could you be like this? You're a complete stranger to me. Although he deeply loved his youngest sister, he had never considered giving up on Xia Ying. Xia Ying was charming and bright, while his youngest sister was pure and elegant. As long as Xia Ying stayed quiet and didn't mess with junior sister, there would always be a place for her by his side. But at this moment, looking at the cold expression on the girl before him, her eyes devoid of any tender affection or lingering affection for him, Gu Qinghuai felt a surge of panic for the first time. It was like losing control of something he had always held firmly in his grasp. Could it be that Xia Ying wasn't just throwing a tantrum this time, but had truly made up her mind to leave him? Chapter 20. The next second, Gu Qinghuai felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw Xia Ying thrust a dagger deep into his dantian. Perhaps still feeling unsatisfied, Gu Qinghuai saw Xia Ying push the dagger in a little further and even stir it. Whoever hurts me, I will retaliate. The moment she personally plunged the dagger into Gu Qinghuai's spiritual abode, damaging his spirit bones, The resentment that had lingered in Xia Ying's heart since she entered the book finally dissipated. She had always been someone who held grudges and sought revenge. The day she left the Yuetian sect, she had said, "Today's grudges will be avenged tomorrow." If she hadn't needed Gu Qinghuai and the others to complete the main mission assigned by the system, she would have even considered taking Gu Qinghuai's life outright. So he wouldn't bother me with anything. It was he who fell in love with someone else and hurt the original owner. So who is he pretending to be hurt now? Belated affection is worth less than grass. Besides, this Gu Qinghuai wasn't affectionate at all. Xia Ying didn't want to say anything more. She drew her dagger and struck back, sending Gu Qinghuai into the trap. "Junior sister, there's another person here. What do you want to do?" Xia Ying turned around and saw the arrogant Yi Ming being trampled under Ji Heyuan's feet, his eyes filled with humiliation. "Xia Ying, you despicable, shameless, and ungrateful villain. Have you forgotten the kindness of the Yuetian sect in taking you in and caring for you? How could you treat them so cruelly?" Yes, I am the despicable, shameless, and ungrateful villain. The Yuetian sect used the spirit stones and magical treasures my parents left me while torturing me as a drug tester. They also beat and scolded me, threw me into a pack of demonic beasts, threatened and harmed me, and forced me to kneel down and beg for mercy. Finally, they dug up my spirit bones to heal Lin Yuexiang. I simply thrown them into the killing array. How wrong I am. Xia Ying followed Yiming's words, speaking word for word. I should repay them double for everything they done to me, for all the kindness they shown me. That would be considered true repayment. I wonder if your precious Xiangxiang will be able to endure this kindness like I did when that happens. Oh yes. Rather than my repayment, I think you should be more concerned about whether your precious Xiangxiang will get into trouble with the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion if she continues to stay in the Southern Territory. After all, she's planning to kill the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's young master and use him as bait to lure out the snake demon. And yet, you're still hoping the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion master will heal her wounds. Such naivety truly leaves me speechless. Nonsense! Xiangxiang is kind-hearted and would never kill anyone. Xia Ying heard Yimin announce that Yiming's favorability towards Lin Yuexiang had dropped to 60 points, and she knew Yiming was just being stubborn. However, having achieved her goal, Xia Ying didn't bother to trouble a love-struck person, and left the area with Ji Heyuan. The killing array lost its effect a quarter of an hour after Xia Ying and the others left, freeing the three trapped within. Lin Yuexiang, protected by Wang Qing and Gu Qinghuai, hadn't suffered many injuries, but Gu Qinghuai and Wang Qing were both left with nothing left. Yiming was horrified by the horrific wounds on their bodies. Xia Ying truly had no feelings for Gu Qinghuai at all. Senior brother? Lin Yuexiang whimpered, waking faintly from Wang Qing's embrace. What happened to you? How are you so badly injured? It's all Xia Ying's fault. Wang Qing's eyes were filled with anger. She actually disregarded our past friendship and treated us so cruelly. She's such an ungrateful person. Ying has become so terrifying now. Lin Yuexiang flinched and hid in Wang Qing's arms. She almost killed me. What? She actually dared to attack you. She's so outrageous. Wang Qing only then noticed the hideous wound on Lin Yuexiang's neck. Rage washed over him, his eyes bloodshot. Third brother, don't be angry. I don't think Ying meant it. She must have some misunderstanding about us. As long as we clear it up, everything will be fine. I don't blame her. Big brother, are you right? Big brother? Lin Yuexiang turned around and saw Gu Qinghuai in a state of despair. Her heart skipped a beat. Big brother. Junior sister is talking to you. I'm sorry, Xiangxiang, I was distracted. Big brother, were you thinking about Ying? Yes. Gu Qinghuai replied softly, not noticing the cold flash in Lin Yuexiang's eyes. I don't understand why Xia Ying has become like this. She used to be so obedient. What's there to be confused about? Wang Qing sneered, and immediately began to disparage Xia Ying. She's simply jealous of junior sister's favor, so she's deliberately acting like she wants to break off all ties with us, just to get our attention. Is that so? Of course. Wang Qing was confident. Everyone in the Yuetian sect can see how much Xia Ying loves Big Brother. How could she really give up on you? It's just a tactic of playing hard to get. Furthermore, if she truly wanted to disown us, she could have just killed us, but she didn't. Doesn't that just prove she's just being mad at us? Third junior brother, you have a point. Gu Qinghuai, convinced by Wang Qing's self-deceiving rhetoric, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Ying has really gone too far this time. He clearly has the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's token, but he refuses to give it to save Xiangxiang. Give it to her even if she refuses. He owes it to Xiang. A fierce glint flashed across Wang Qing's eyes. I send a message to fourth junior brother right now, telling him to come to the Southern Territory as soon as he comes out of seclusion. Xia Ying will be in for a treat then. Yiming stood by, listening to the two brothers back and forth. For the first time, he felt like he didn't fit in with this group. He really wanted to say, "You can't even withstand 3 of Xia Ying's attacks, let alone the young swordsman beside her. Where on earth do you get the confidence to think you can give Xia Ying a hard time?" Just then, Lin Yuexiang suddenly spoke. "Two senior brothers, if Ying isn't willing to give up the spiritual medicine pavilion's token, that's fine. Don't force her. As long as Ying is willing to give me the snake demon's pill, I'd be satisfied." Xiang wants the snake pill? Well, I know I shouldn't fight with Ying, but I really need it. Snake demon's pill? Hearing this, Yiming suddenly looked at Lin Yuexiang. Didn't Xiang just faint? How did she know Xia Ying had the pill? Could it be that Xiang was already awake and had been feigning unconsciousness? Unfortunately, the other two acted completely oblivious to such an obvious flaw, and Wang Qing even patted his chest with assurance. Xiang, don't worry. The snake pill is yours, and so is the token. I will definitely get them all back for you. Chapter 21. Ding Dong. Supporting character Yiming's favorability has dropped by 5 points, and his current favorability towards the heroine is 55 points. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan had just stepped into the inn when they heard Ying Yan's system announcement. It seems Yiming hasn't been deeply bewitched by the heartthrob's aura, and still has his own logic, but the same can't be said about the Yutian sect members. Yin, do you really need to awaken all the supporting characters under the heartthrob's influence? Yes, host. Yin knew Xia Ying's intentions, and didn't beat around the bush. Right now, the heartthrob's influence on this world isn't very significant. There are still many supporting characters who, like Yiming, haven't been deeply bewitched. The host only needs to create an opportunity for their favorability towards the heartthrob to decrease. Most of them will be able to break free from the heartthrob's aura and awaken on their own. But there are a very few, like Gu Qinghuai, who have been deeply influenced by the heartthrob's aura day and night, and awakening them is often difficult. However, if they were awakened, the impact on the charming heroine would be even greater. Okay, I get it. It seems the road to completing the main quest is indeed long and arduous. Junior sister. Second senior brother. Xia Ying was lost in thought when a defiant voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Surprised, she turned around to see second senior brother Mo Yin slowly approaching her, waving a folding fan. Mo Yin was naturally handsome, and his peach blossom eyes were even more captivating. The moment he appeared at the inn, he caught the attention of many female cultivators. But Mo Yin seemed accustomed to this. He walked straight towards Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan and gently poked a strand of hair on Xia Ying's head. Not bad. You completed the sect mission so quickly. It seems I underestimated my junior brothers and sisters. Second senior brother, let's go into the room and talk. Ji Heyuan, sensing the prying eyes from all directions, gave a timely warning. The group then reached Ji Heyuan's room on the 3rd floor, where Mo Yin conveniently set up a barrier. Tell me, what interesting things did you encounter in the Southern Territory? Ji Heyuan, as usual, clutched his sword, acting as a backdrop. It was mostly Xia Ying who did the talking, while Mo Yin listened quietly. However, Xia Ying felt that the people of the Yutian sect were truly unlucky, so she didn't say much about them, only glancing back briefly. Even so, Mo Yin sensed something was amiss, but he didn't press the issue, instead naturally changing the subject. So the Devil Valley's strange fire hasn't moved yet? Yes, but more and more cultivators have been arriving in Lingzha City lately. I suspect they're all here for the strange fire. That's not surprising. Mo Yin smiled and waved his folding fan. But strange fire is unlike other natural treasures. It won't easily follow anyone unless it recognizes its master. So, there's no need to worry too much, junior sister. With second brother and junior brother helping me, I'm certainly not worried. By the way, second brother, what have you been up to lately? Why are you here so late? Just talking about this makes me angry. Didn't I plant a row of cherry blossoms in the backyard? I wonder who the hell poured buckets of water on them in the middle of the night. When I checked the next day, they were almost all dead. Even now, the mention of this matter made Mo Yan's teeth itch with rage. Don't let him catch that damn fellow, or you make sure he knows why the flowers are so red. At that moment, damn it. Ji Heyuan silently turned his head away. But the two men, still cursing in righteous indignation, didn't notice his subtle movement. Later, I finally managed to save my flower, and Master gave me another mission. I'm so late to come. Speaking of which, maybe junior sister can help me with this mission. What mission? Master has a demon friend from his early years who sent a message asking for help. But the letter didn't explain what happened or where he was now. Master only told me that friend's name was Ming Tian. Ming? Xie Ying's eyes flickered. Could it be that her junior sister Ming Fuiying was finally making an appearance? So, second senior brother wants me to go to the spiritual medicine pavilion and ask if they know Ming Tian's whereabouts? Yes. It's not a big deal, but it's time to practice today, so I have to go. Xie Ying said, standing up. I go to the spiritual medicine pavilion tomorrow. Before Mo Yan could react, Xie Ying had already vanished from the room. Mo Yan's face was furious, and after a long moment, he regained his composure and looked at Ji Hyun. Junior brother, has junior sister been practicing this diligently every day since leaving the sect? Yes. No matter what happens, junior sister practices for 2 hours every day without fail. Mo Yan, ? Oh right, I forgot to tell you, second senior brother, junior sister is now in the middle stage of foundation establishment. She's also learned puppetry, and is quite accomplished. Mo Yan, shock. He clearly understood each word, so why couldn't he understand the combination? Junior sister's dedication to cultivation was terrifying. At this moment, Mo Yan, touted as a genius since birth, felt unprecedented pressure. He took out his spirit pigeon and quickly sent a message to the Xiaoyao sect. He couldn't be the only one to bear this pressure. No disciple of the Xiaoyao sect could escape. A chill ran down the backs of the distant Xiaoyao sect disciples. Didn't senior sister Xia leave to fulfill a sect mission? She wouldn't continue to pressure them after leaving the Xiaoyao sect, would she? By the way, junior brother, I have one more question for you. What's the story behind those people from the Yutian sect? At the mention of the Yutian sect, Ji Hyun's smile faded. They're a bunch of ungrateful bastards. The next day, feeling refreshed, Xie Ying prepared to go out and call Mo Yan and Ji Hyun, but unexpectedly, he ran into them right as he opened the door. Second senior brother, little junior brother, are you waiting for me? Well, second senior brother, and I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'm afraid we won't be able to accompany little senior sister to the spiritual medicine pavilion today. Huh? Xie Ying felt a little disappointed. She had originally wanted to use one of her promises to ask Bai Sanyang to examine Ji Hyun's hidden injuries. But since they had matters to attend to, Xie Ying naturally wouldn't force them. It's okay, then you go ahead. It won't be in the way if I go on my own? Okay, we wait for little senior sister back at the inn. Xie Ying didn't think twice, saying goodbye to the two and leaving the inn. The spiritual medicine pavilion has always been a very mysterious place in the Vientiane continent, not only because Bai Sanyang's cultivation is so profound that no one dares to offend her, but also because the spiritual medicine pavilion's whereabouts are uncertain. Except for those patrons recognized by the spiritual medicine pavilion, even those at the nascent soul stage cannot discover the spiritual medicine pavilion's whereabouts. Many people, even those rich enough to rival a nation, may not even be able to obtain a single herb from the spiritual medicine pavilion in their entire lives. One can imagine the immense strength Lin Yuexiang received in the original novel after receiving the spiritual medicine pavilion's support. Xie Ying knew the spiritual medicine pavilion's location because Bai Ling, upon gifting her the jade token, also transmitted the method of entering it. Chapter 22. Xie Ying arrived at an alley in the central square of Ling's city. Following Bai Ling's instructions, she pressed the jade token against the wall in the alley's center, silently chanting a spell. A flash of white light passed, and Xie Ying vanished instantly. When Xie Ying opened her eyes again, she found herself in front of a valley. The seemingly insignificant alley was actually a small teleportation array, and the jade token was the only key to activate it. The jade token was bound to its user, meaning that only in Xie Ying's hand could it serve as the key to the spiritual medicine pavilion. To everyone else, it was just an ordinary jade token emanating spiritual energy. On either side of the valley stood two stone statues of a boy and girl, surrounded by various spiritual plants and herbs that Xie Ying couldn't name. But the moment she approached the valley, the stone statues suddenly moved, their magical instruments pointed at Xie Ying, a murderous aura evident. Who are you? What brings you to my spiritual medicine pavilion? I am Xie Ying, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect from Qibao Island. I seek an audience with Bai Ling, the young master of the spiritual medicine pavilion. Xie Ying spoke calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. The moment he finished speaking, the jade token on his waist flew into the hands of the stone maiden, as if inspired by some kind of call. A moment later, the two stone statues simultaneously made way, and the jade token returned to Xie Ying's waist. Your Excellency, please. Thank you. Xia nodded slightly, then strode into the valley. After passing through the mist-shrouded valley, the spiritual medicine pavilion's true form finally emerged before Xia Ying's eyes. A massive villa stretching across the valley. Bai Ling was already waiting at the villa's entrance. Upon seeing Xia Ying, she smiled and hurried over to greet her. Fairy Xia. I thought we wouldn't meet again soon, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Young Pavilion Master, there's no need to be so polite. If you don't mind, just call me by my name. Really? Bai Ling smiled happily. Then I call you Xia Ying from now on, and you can stop calling me Young Pavilion Master and call me Bai Ling. After what happened yesterday, I've been wanting to be friends with you for a while now. Bai Ling took Xia Ying's arm with a familiar air and led her back to the villa. By the way, Xia Ying, you didn't come to see me just to see me today, did you? Are you here for your junior brother? From his complexion yesterday, I noticed he seemed to be suffering from a hidden illness. Young Pavilion Master, you're right. My junior brother did suffer some injuries, but I'm not here for him today. Xia Ying marveled at Bai Ling's talent and keen sense for medicinal cultivation, and became even more certain of bringing Ji Heyuan with her to seek medicine in the future. Today, I like to use one of my promises to ask the Young Pavilion Master to help me locate someone. A promise from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion is worth a fortune. Why use up a promise just to find someone? Bai Ling pushed the jade token back and shook her head. Since we're friends, I help you with this little matter without even using the jade token. I'm just wondering who you're looking for. That person is a close friend of my master's, named Ming Tian. My brothers and I are cultivators from a human sect, so it's not appropriate for us to act too high-profile in Lingza City. So, I had no choice but to ask you for help. Someone from the Ming family. Their affairs aren't worth interfering in. The smile on Bai Ling's face faded instantly upon hearing the name Ming Tian, and a solemn expression took on her face. How about this? My mother is at the manor today. I take you to see her. Xia Ying followed Bai Ling to the depths of the manor, where they saw a magnificent attic with the word Spiritual Medicine Pavilion inscribed on it. This was the true location of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Even Bai Ling, the young master, was not allowed to enter or leave at will. As soon as they reached the attic, a voice rang out from within. Linger, I understand your purpose. Please let this guest in. Bai Ling breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly urged Xia Ying on. Xia Ying, please come in. My mother's willingness to see you means this matter is still negotiable. I'd be waiting for you here. Bai Ling, thank you so much for today. Xia Ying thanked her sincerely, then entered the true Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion had 7 floors, with various spiritual and magical elixirs displayed from bottom to top. The higher up the ladder, the more precious and rare the medicine becomes, its value simply impossible to estimate in spirit stones. As Xia Ying entered the pavilion, a fresh herbal aroma filled her. Tall shelves of medicine lined her 2 sides, each filled with bottles. Thank you, Fairy, for saving my only daughter. Logically, I owe you a debt of gratitude. These items on this floor are worthless. If you find anything you like, please take it. Senior Bai, you're too polite. Bai Ling has already thanked me. How could I possibly accept such a precious gift? Xia Ying casually glanced at the names of the medicines on the shelves and gasped. The rarest elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation were now just those worthless items on the first floor of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. With Bai Sanyang's dedicated support from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, it's no wonder Lin Yuexiang in the original novel won so easily. Thank you, Fairy. Please come in and talk. Bai Sanyang's slightly cold voice sounded again, and Xia Ying quickly gathered her thoughts and headed to the back. Behind the tall medicine shelf, a beautiful woman in white, who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ling, sat at a desk, perusing a medical book. Upon hearing Xia Ying enter, she glanced up. Junior Xia Ying greets Pavilion Master Bai. No need for formalities, Fairy. Please take a seat. Bai Sanyang raised her hand with a gentle wave, and a cup of spiritual tea, emitting a faint medicinal aroma, appeared before Xia Ying. Xia Ying took a sip of the tea and felt her entire body refreshed, her whole body brimming with joy, her mind filled with even greater admiration for the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's strength. Pavilion Master, I actually came here today to inquire of you regarding someone's whereabouts. I know. Bai Sanyang placed the medical book aside, her cold eyes gazing at Xia Ying indifferently. You want to inquire about Ming Tian's whereabouts. But this isn't a place for charity. Although the members of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion are descended from the Demon Clan, they never had any close ties to any faction. I can tell you about Ming Tian's whereabouts and the Ming family, but what can you give me? Xia Ying frowned at this. Bai Sanyang wasn't Bai Ling. While reciting those 3 promises would certainly help, she was afraid it would displease her and cause trouble when she brought Ji Huyuan to seek medical treatment in the future. So, after much deliberation, she finally pulled a brocade box from her storage bag. If Pavilion Master doesn't mind, I'm willing to trade this item with you. Bai Sanyang took the brocade box, and the moment she opened it, a rich spiritual energy instantly engulfed the spiritual medicine pavilion. Even Bai Sanyang, accustomed to fine goods, couldn't help but shrink her pupils. It was because the brocade box contained a small section of the Imperial Sacred Wood. The Imperial Sacred Wood is an ancient artifact. If used in elixirs or medicine, it can bring the dead back to life. If incorporated into a personal magical instrument, it can withstand the fatal blow of a spirit transformation stage expert in a life or death situation. It's no exaggeration to say that obtaining the Imperial Sacred Wood is like having a chance to survive a spirit transformation stage expert. And now, the most powerful cultivators in the world of Immortal Cultivation have only reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. This shows how precious this small section of the Imperial Sacred Wood is. Bai Sanyang's breathing became rapid. She simply couldn't refuse this deal. Chapter 23. Thank you, Fairy. I accept your deal. Bai Sanyang waved her hand, storing the Imperial Sacred Tree into her storage space. When she looked at Xiang again, a hint of smile finally appeared in her cold eyes. Fairy Xia, you may not know this, but the Ming family is quite unique among our demon race. The demon race and the human race have always been at odds. Despite the mediation of the Fairy-Demon Alliance, tensions between the 2 races have always been high. You humans look down on us demons, and we demons, in turn, loathe you. But the Ming family is a special case among the demons. They are a brown bear clan, one of the few demon families to be close to humans. For this reason, the demons consider the Ming family a disgrace, and disdain to associate with them. To avoid the spotlight, the Ming family moved to Lingsang Mountain near Devil Valley to live in seclusion. This seclusion is because Lingsang Mountain is surrounded by a miasma of formations. Anyone not from the Ming family who accidentally strays into the depths of Lingsang Mountain will become food for the formation. You come to the right person today, asking the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion about the Ming family. If anyone in Lingza City still knows about the Ming family, it's the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. What about Ming Tian? Ming Tian is the patriarch of the Brown Bear clan. He's a righteous and loyal man, but he suffered a serious injury years ago that damaged his foundation, making it difficult for him to advance in his cultivation. The Brown Bear clan has been experiencing some unrest lately. I believe there's been some internal turmoil. If you go to Lingsang Mountain to find him now, you might end up getting embroiled in an unnecessary dispute. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for the reminder. However, this is something my master instructed me to do. Now that I know Ming Tian's whereabouts, I can't just sit back and watch. What's more, maybe she even run into her future junior sister, Ming Fuiying. Since you understand, I won't try to persuade you. Bai Sanyang nodded, and casually channeled a stream of spiritual energy into the jade token at Xia Ying's waist. A golden light flashed within the token, and Xia Ying keenly sensed its spiritual energy growing even richer. The information I shared with you today is insignificant compared to the small piece of the Imperial Sacred Tree you gave me. I, Bai Sanyang, am not one to take advantage of the young, but this Imperial Sacred Tree is indeed something I need. So, I infused a trace of my nascent soul energy into your jade token, which will protect you from a full-strength attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Besides, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always come to the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion to find me. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Xia Ying smiled generously, then thought of Ji Huyuan's hidden injury, and couldn't help but ask a question. She wondered when she would be able to refine the jade bone pill to heal Ji Huyuan's injuries, and it would be helpful if she could obtain some healing elixirs from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Pavilion Master, my junior fellow apprentice suffered a serious injury, causing his spiritual veins to flow backward and become damaged. I wonder if you have any elixir that could alleviate the problem. I'm willing to pay a large sum for it. Spiritual veins damaged? A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Sanyang's eyes. This kind of injury is probably only potentially curable with the Immortal Jade Bone Pill, mentioned in ancient recipes. Jade Bone Pills are extremely difficult to refine, let alone an Immortal Jade Bone Pill. I don't have such an elixir. Even though Xia Ying had been prepared, hearing Bai Sanyang's answer firsthand still left her feeling a little disappointed. Could it be that Ji Huyuan's hidden injury was truly incurable? But Bai Sanyang changed her tone, plucked a thorn from her body, and handed it to Xia Ying. The thorn transformed into a lustrous, white needle emitting a soft glow. This is a spiritual thorn born from my hedgehog white Immortal clan. Besides its extremely high medicinal value, it can also be used as a spiritual tool for healing and saving lives. This spiritual thorn has been with me for many years, imbued with the aura of my white Immortal clan. If you use it for acupuncture on your junior brother, perhaps it can slightly alleviate the pain caused by his reverse spiritual veins. Really? Thank you so much, Pavilion Master Bai. Xiang smiled brightly. She hadn't expected that a small piece of the Imperial Sacred would not only yield information about Ming Tian, but also a healing tool from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. If she had known the Imperial Sacred Wood was so useful, she should have taken the opportunity to get more from the Imperial Sacred Tree in the system space when Yin was trying to coax her. Alas, what a mistake. It was already dusk when Xiang left the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. When she returned to the inn, she found Ji Huyuan and Mo Yin already waiting on the third floor. Upon meeting the two, Xiang briefly recounted what had transpired in the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion today. Since we already know Ming Tian's whereabouts, and Ling Sangshan is near Devil Valley, why don't we set off for Devil Valley tomorrow? Second senior brother, what you said is exactly what I'm thinking. Xiang was the first to agree. The sect competition will be in half a year, and I always feel like my current strength isn't strong enough. To win first place in the competition, I must practice even harder. Once things in the Southern Territory are over, I return to Xiaoyao's sect for a period of deep seclusion. Junior sister. Mo Yan's eyes were complex, he hesitated to speak, then finally couldn't help himself. You're already very strong. No. Second senior brother, how could you have such a dangerous thought? Xiang looked at Mo Yan disapprovingly, her eyes filled with disappointment. There's no end to cultivation. We must never be satisfied with what we have now. Doing so will only lead to slacking off, exhaustion, and ultimately being overtaken by the enemy. I understand the truth, but our Xiaoyao sect has always been a peaceful sect, so where do the enemies come from? Xiang choked. She couldn't possibly say that in the future, the Xiaoyao sect would be targeted by Lin Yuexiang as the biggest stepping stone on her path to ascension, could she? Just because it's not happening now doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. In short, diligent cultivation is always right. Okay, I listen to you. When we return to the Xiaoyao sect, second senior brother will definitely learn from you and never slack off in our cultivation. Xiang, What's with second senior brother's coaxing tone? She's serious, okay? Xiang was about to argue with Mo Yin, but when she looked up, she saw Ji Huyuan's unusually pale face. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. It might be a relapse of an old injury. Junior sister, don't worry about me. I heal naturally. If you're sick, you need to treat it. If all cultivators were like you, avoiding medical care, then all the medicine practitioners would be left starving. Xiang glared at Ji Huyuan angrily, forced him to sit down, and then took out the white needles Bai Sanyang had given her. Xiang and Bai Sanyang had been chatting very well. Bai Sanyang had not only given her the white needles, but also a set of acupuncture techniques specifically designed to control the retrograde flow of spiritual meridians. This was Xiang's first time using them today, but she was surprised how easily she mastered them. After a moment, Xiang withdrew her hand. All right. Ji Huyuan, who indeed felt a significant relief, and Mo Yin, who was watching from the sidelines, both had a flicker of surprise in their eyes. When did junior sister, master the art of medicine cultivation? Is this the terrifying power of a true genius? Junior brother, what did you do to trigger your old injury? It's the Yuntian sect. Chapter 24. Mo Yin had just finished speaking when he saw Xiang's expression instantly turn cold. How dare Gu Qinghuai and the others? I didn't bother them, yet they dared to bully me. Just wait, I definitely avenge you. Xiang acted immediately, leaving Mo Yin stunned before she even finished her words. No, when did he ever say that the Yuntian sect bullied Ji Huyuan? How could anyone bully his junior brothers and sisters with him around? Junior brother's old injury had resurfaced because they'd been too impulsive and lost control when they attacked the Yuntian sect members today, triggering the injury. Why didn't junior sister listen to what they were saying? And junior sister was a bit too protective of junior brother. Mo Yin reluctantly averted his gaze, about to give Ji Huyuan a few more words of advice, but his heart skipped a beat when he caught sight of his profile. Under the warm yellow candlelight, the boy's eyebrows and eyes were like jade, delicate and elegant, his slightly upturned phoenix eyes revealing a hint of unruly defiance. Even at his young age, one could already glimpse the immortal he would become. Mo Yin had a daring thought. Could it be that the junior sister was captivated by the younger junior brother's beauty, so she risked her life for him? After leaving the inn, Xia Ying went straight to a bustling restaurant, Xiaoshenglu. As soon as she entered Xiaoshenglu, a charming woman in red came up to her, swaying her waist. Oh! Such a pretty little girl. I wonder if this little guest has come to our Xiaoshenglu for pleasure or entertainment. Neither pleasure nor entertainment. Xia Ying, who had a thorough understanding of Xiaoshenglu from the original novel, smiled sweetly. Beautiful sister, I'm here to do business with you. Oh! The red-dressed beauty raised an eyebrow and spun gracefully. Then please, my guest, follow me. The red-dressed beauty gracefully led Xia Ying to a private room on the 3rd floor, casting a barrier to block prying eyes. Xiaoshenglu is also known as the know-it-all of the immortal world. They only engage in 3 types of business: seeking pleasure, enjoying entertainment, and trading. Seeking pleasure is similar to a brothel in the mortal world, except that it merely acts as a middleman, introducing both parties and collecting a commission. In short, at Xiaoshenglu, as long as you're willing to spend spirit stones, you're guaranteed to find the pleasure you seek. Enjoying entertainment is rarely mentioned in the original novel. Xia Ying only knew that all the cultivators who enjoyed at Xiaoshenglu praised it highly, as if they had entered a carefree world not existing in this world, and that it could even improve their cultivation to a certain extent. Compared to these two, buying and selling is a relatively unpopular business at Xiaoshenglu. The red-dressed beauty sat down next to Xia Ying and personally poured her a glass of wine. As she waved her golden fan, a fragrant breeze wafted across her face. I wonder if this guest is buying or selling. Our Xiaoshenglu has a great reputation. No matter how rare the treasure or piece of information, as long as the customer can afford it, we will present it to them with great respect. I'm certainly confident in Xiaoshenglu's capabilities, but I'm here today to sell something to them. Oh! If it's mundane, we won't accept it. I wonder if you're interested in news about the direct descendants of the 9 great sects in the world of immortal cultivation, beautiful sister? Xia Ying smiled and placed a photo stone on the table. Half an hour later, Xia Ying, having successfully achieved her goal, left Xiaoshenglu contentedly. Meanwhile, in an ordinary inn west of Lingzha City, Gu Qinghuai, severely injured and unconscious after a daytime outing, lay in bed, babbling. Lin Yuexiang, always considered considerate and gentle, naturally took on the responsibility of caring for him. In his dream, Gu Qinghuai saw the first time he met Xia Ying as a child. Back then, Xia Ying was adorable and innocent, always following him around, sweetly calling him Brother Qinghuai. He had clearly loved Xia Ying back then, and was very satisfied with his fiancée. After Xia's parents died for their own sins, he had sincerely wanted to take care of Xia Ying for the rest of her life. When had everything changed, Gu Qinghuai couldn't figure it out. Whenever he pondered the question, his head felt like it was being pierced by 1,000 needles, an unbearable pain. Lin Yuexiang, who was wiping Gu Qinghuai's sweat, nearly lost her smile at these mumblings. Her overly forceful hand left a noticeable red mark on his face. Cultivators have exceptional hearing, so Gu Qinghuai's mumblings naturally reached the ears of the others in the room. Wang Qin felt a surge of irritation and couldn't help but curse. Xia Ying is such an ungrateful person. Senior brother was so kind to her in the past, yet she had the heart to do such a cruel thing. Third senior brother, please stop talking. Ying just messed up and did something wrong. Once she figures it out, she definitely returned to our Yuetian sect. Come back? Humph. She have to wait and see if I agree. But senior brother still can't seem to let go of Ying. You're talking nonsense, senior brother. Everyone knows that senior brother's true love is you, Xiangxiang. When I rushed here from Yuetian sect, I heard master say that when you and senior brother returned from the southern territory, he arranged your marriage. By then, what would Xia Ying be? Lin Yuexiang smiled shyly, lowering her head to hide the coldness that flashed across her eyes. Yi Ming stood by the window, not saying a word the entire time. He thought he'd be uncomfortable seeing Lin Yuexiang and Gu Qinghuai so close, but at this moment, he was unusually calm. He was so calm that he couldn't even recall why he had once been so obsessed with Lin Yuexiang. Yi Ming suddenly felt that he shouldn't continue following the Yuetian sect. He was a direct disciple of the Wuying sect and should return. Xiangxiang. Bang! Before Yi Ming could finish his words, the door suddenly kicked open. A tall female cultivator rushed in like a gust of wind, grabbed Yi Ming by the collar, and slapped him repeatedly. Their movements were so swift, Wang Qin and the others could only see a shadow. Chapter 25. After the female cultivator released Yi Ming, everyone could see her face clearly. She was the Wuying sect's chief disciple, the first disciple of the Wuying sect's grand elder, and Yi Ming's biological sister, Yi Wanwan. Yuanwan's name might sound gentle, but in reality, she was extremely decisive and ruthless in her dealings with others. She never showed favoritism to anyone, and was known within the Wu Ying sect as a fair-minded person. You're such a disgrace. You brought shame upon both the Wu Ying sect and the Yi family. If you love the Yutian sect so much, why did you join our Wu Ying sect in the first place? Sister, what do you mean by this? Sister Yi, please talk it over nicely. After all, brother Yi Ming is your brother. Why did you have to attack him? Who is your sister? I'm teaching my brother a lesson. I'm a disciple of the Wu Ying sect. Why do you have to interfere? Senior sister Yi. My junior sister is just being kind. Why are you being so aggressive? Who cares about her kindness? Yi Yuan sneered, the pressure of an early Jin Dan stage descending upon him. Come and fight if you don't agree. If you can't beat me, hold it in. Wang Qing's face paled. Of course, he couldn't beat Yi Yuan, but that didn't stop him from holding a grudge. Yi Ming looked at Yi Yuan's fury, and felt something was amiss. He had never known his sister to lose her temper this fiercely. But he couldn't imagine what he had done to provoke Yi Yuan so. Yuan knew what was going on in his mind from the moment she saw him. Without saying anything, she sneered and took out a photo stone. Let me show you what foolish things you've done. Stop. Hand over the 9 transformation star lotus root. A familiar voice rang out, and Yi Ming's face suddenly turned pale. How could this be? The next day, Xia Ying, Ji Yuan, and Mo Yan left Lingzhe City early for Devil Valley. Xia Ying's face looked a little grim, so Ji Yuan simply flew her along on his sword so she could rest. Xia Ying stood behind Ji Yuan, rubbing her temples in pain. Yinin was so clueless. Such an important memory was only being instilled in her now. Fortunately, while time was running out, there was still some room for maneuver. In the original novel, Lin Yuexiang's dominance in the world of immortal cultivation was due not only to the numerous talented individuals willing to serve her as her mindless bootlickers, but more importantly, to the support of various factions. Among them, the new demon sect's leader, Helian Yao, must be mentioned. That was a lunatic who would trample on a sea of blood and corpses just to win Lin Yuexiang's smile. The demon clan is headed by the demon sect, of which Helian Yao is a member. A few years after the former demon sect was wiped out for unknown reasons, Helian Yao single-handedly garnered the support of the major demon clans and established a new demon sect. He quickly became a highly sought-after figure in the world of immortal cultivation. And Helian Yao's frank and unabashed pursuit of Lin Yuexiang also propelled her to prominence. The vast majority of male cultivators were proud to receive a single glance from Lin Yuexiang. The entire world of immortal cultivation resembled a giant entertainment industry, utterly chaotic and devoid of its original identity. No one knew how Helian Yao and Lin Yuexiang met, or why he fell so deeply in love with her. The original novel also didn't mention this. But today, Xia Ying heard the answer from Yinin. It turns out that Lin Yuexiang and Helian Yao's encounter was actually connected to the main family of the Brown Bear clan. Xia Ying marveled at the wonder of fate. It seemed that no matter what she did, she couldn't avoid crossing paths with the Yutian sect's gang. But this time, knowing all this in advance, she would never let Lin Yuexiang get close to Helian Yao again. She would nip all trouble in the bud and personally sever Lin Yuexiang's greatest future support. Xia Ying's chaotic thoughts settled, her eyes growing more determined. Junior sister, we reached Devil's Valley. A scorching breath emanated from beneath her feet. Xia Ying looked down and saw that the mountain range, stretching for dozens of miles, was covered in fiery red lava. The lava in the valley had converged into a vast river of fire, leaving no place to step. Even from midair, Xia Ying could feel the scorching heat below. But after just a moment, beads of sweat began to form on both of their foreheads. From this scene, it seems the strange fire that will be born soon will be of a very high quality. That's exactly what I want. Xia Ying formed a hand seal, and performed a Qi Feng Ju to dispel some of the heat from the two of them, her bright eyes filled with eagerness. Hasn't it been to subdue the strange fire that I came all the way from the Xiaoyao sect? The higher its quality, the more worthwhile the trip. Junior sister is quite confident, but there are so many cultivators coming for the strange fire that I'm afraid a fierce battle will be inevitable. Then let's fight. Xia Ying's eyes lit up. Opportunities are limited in the world of immortal cultivation. If you want one, then go for it with your own ability. Even if you lose, there's no shame. Junior sister, you're absolutely right. Mo Yan, following the two of them at a leisurely pace, continued slowly. This is your training, so I can't interfere too much. We're not far from Linsang Mountain. I go take care of the things Master has assigned me. You can rejoin me after you obtain the strange fire. Second senior brother, just focus on your tasks. Leave this to us. Imoyen nodded, saying nothing more. He quickly transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared into the sky. Ji Hyun and Xiang circled the Devil Valley 2 or 3 times before finally finding a landing spot. A small platform spanning the mountainside. Although it wasn't large, it was the easiest spot in the entire Devil Valley to observe the surroundings. Only after descending from the sky did they realize that the Devil Valley's fiery melting fruits lived up to their reputation. Even though they were both Foundation establishment cultivators, they still felt dizzy after spending any time there. Not to mention, the Devil Valley also boasts the only spiritual flower in the world of immortal cultivation that can flourish in magma. The Blazing Wing Lotus. Rangers and spiritual weapons forged with the Blazing Wing Lotus possess the property of being impervious to intense fire, making it a rare and valuable material for refining. However, the number of cultivators who have ever been able to obtain the Blazing Wing Lotus has been extremely small. Not only is it difficult to harvest because it grows only in magma, but more importantly, it emits a subtle fragrance that can induce hallucinations. Even a touch can cause cultivators to fall prey to the delusion, leaving many bewitched and annihilated before they can even approach. Thus, Xiaoying and Ji Hyun took no chances. The moment they entered the Devil Valley, Xiaoying used her spiritual power to forge an ice shield, isolating them from the scorching heat within. They then took the breath-holding pill they had prepared earlier to block out the subtle fragrance of the Blazing Wing Lotus. However, the breath-holding pill's effectiveness was limited, requiring them to take one at regular intervals. Elixirs inherently carry a certain amount of toxicity. Consuming too much of them won't do any good. At this moment, Xiaoying deeply missed the masks and gas masks of her time. If only third senior sister could refine a spiritual weapon like a gas mask. This thought welled up in Xiaoying's mind, and she planned to put it into practice upon her return. Third senior brother, it's so hot here, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. Xiang, hold on a little longer. I find you a place to rest. Look! There's a platform over there. Before she finished her words, 2 unpleasant figures suddenly appeared before Xiaoying's eyes. Xiaoying, She was already tired of saying enemies often cross paths. Chapter 26. Ying, I didn't expect we meet here. What a fate! Yes, fate. Lin Yuexiang's expression of surprise slowly froze, giving way to one of hurt, her eyes flickering to Ji Hyun, who stood beside Xiaoying. She had long heard from Wang Qing and the others that Xiaoying had a junior apprentice, but she hadn't expected him to possess such an immortal presence. One look at his aura revealed a future filled with great fortune. Such a figure. If she could seize his luck, she wouldn't have to worry about ascending to heaven herself. Xiaoying, you better be polite. Otherwise, Wang Qing was about to speak up for Lin Yuexiang when Xiaoying swung her exquisite umbrella and sent her flying back towards the rock face. If you don't want to be driven to the bottom of the abyss, just shut up. Third senior brother. Lin Yuexiang exclaimed, quickly helping the stunned Wang Qing to his feet. Why is she so powerful now? Isn't it true that those with full spiritual roots can cultivate immortality? I don't know. Lin Yuexiang's expression remained gentle and obedient, but she rolled her eyes from a distance where Wang Qing couldn't see, cursing inwardly. Xiaoying may have a full spiritual root, but she's always been diligent and eager to learn. If I hadn't manipulated her diet through Gu Qinghuai, she would have already embarked on the path of cultivation. Who else is like you? A lazy loser who relies on a little alchemy talent to eat and work without striving for progress. Yi Ming left their group last night after being beaten up by Yi Wanwan. Wang Qing didn't know where they went. Gu Qinghuai was seriously injured and stayed at the inn. Nan Qipan volunteered to take care of him, so he and Lin Yuexiang were the only ones who came to Devil Valley today. Although Wang Qing had already reached the middle stage of Foundation establishment, as an alchemy cultivator, he lacked much self-protection ability. The magical weapons and spiritual artifacts he possessed were reserved for the final battle for the strange fire. So, despite his resentment, he tactfully refrained from provoking Xiaoying again. If Xiaoying thought she could attract his attention with such tactics, she was gravely mistaken. Someone as scheming as her could never rival Xiang, and this time, he would never easily forgive Xiaoying for assaulting him. He would only consider it if Xiaoying knelt down, kowtowed, admitted her fault, and forfeited her cultivation. Wang Qing, completely absorbed in his own thoughts, was oblivious to the approaching danger until Lin Yuexiang tugged at his sleeve. Third brother. Look! In a matter of moments, the magma within the Devil's Valley rose considerably, and the scorching, unbearable aura grew ever closer. Even though Xiaoying had been trapped within the ice shield, she felt a strong sense of discomfort. At that moment, an enormous spider suddenly leaped out of the fiery lava, The spider was crimson, its body tinged with purple, its beak brimming with fangs, its 8 legs resembling crab claws, 3 luminous green eyes glaring from its head, and 7 white dots on its back, forming the pattern of the Big Dipper. It was grotesque and hideous beyond belief. Xia, oh! Was it the spider that cheated, or was it the crab? The world is truly changing, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Ji This was a bit presumptuous. Soon, someone knowledgeable present recognized it. It's the 7-star crimson crab spider. Oh my god! It's so huge, perhaps it's already reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Obtaining the strange fire from the lava was already difficult enough, and now there's a 7-star crimson crab spider guarding it. It's too much. Numerous cultivators were stationed near Devil Valley, but many had already retreated after seeing this situation. The spiritual energy in the current world of immortal cultivation was not as abundant as in ancient times. Over the years, only a handful of cultivators had successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage, and even fewer had achieved the breakthrough stage of the Dan stage and formed an infant stage. Most, despite their best efforts, could only reach the late foundation establishment stage. The rest were cultivators, who would never achieve a Dao foundation in their entire lives. Although exotic fires were beneficial, they were of little use to cultivators other than those with fire spiritual roots or alchemists and weapon refiners. They didn't want to risk advancing. They were waiting here because they wanted to see if there was a chance of finding something. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, and survival of the fittest is common. Killing for treasures was not uncommon. Seeing that no one had taken action, Xia guessed their intentions. But she wasn't one to wait. Since we decided to obtain the strange fire, we must strike fast, accurately, and ruthlessly. Junior brother, I go first. Xia left the ice shield to Ji and leaped down. A scorching breath assaulted her face. Xia quickly formed a seal in midair, enveloping herself within it, and with precise speed, she darted towards the 7-star crimson crab spider within the magma. Whose sect is that disciple from? How dare she be so audacious? Does she want to die? And she's a female cultivator. A delicate female cultivator should just stay within the sect. Coming to Devil Valley, is she courting death? That's right. What if we anger that 7-star crimson crab spider? Won't that implicate us? Ji Huyuan's gaze swept over each of them, memorizing their appearances. Xia turned a deaf ear to the swirling outside controversy. She now focused solely on dealing with the 7-star red crab spider and obtaining the strange fire. The 7-star red crab spider, guarding the strange fire, had appeared, signaling the birth of the strange fire was not far off. The 7-star red crab spider sensed its approach and, in a rage, slammed its claws against the lava beneath it, stirring up a 100-foot-high rock wave. Xia, using her palm-flying footwork, weaved back and forth through the rock wave like a fluttering butterfly, finally landing gracefully on the 7-star red crab spider's back with a graceful turn. But the others were far less skilled, and they were all affected by the rock wave, suffering minor injuries, especially Wang Qing. Wang Qing, recklessly gloating at the platform's misfortune, was unable to dodge, and was slammed down by the lava. Although his robes protected him from the damage, most of his hair was singed, leaving him looking utterly miserable. However, Xia, who was concentrating on dealing with the 7-star red crab spider, was completely unaware of Wang Qing's plight, otherwise she would have laughed heartily. Monster beasts and demon beasts are similar yet different. Simply put, demon beasts are significantly smarter than monster beasts. Most demon beasts have an IQ comparable to that of a human child of a few years old. So for Xia, the 7-star red crab spider wasn't a problem. Sensing a presence on its back, the already irritable 7-star red crab spider intensified, twisting its body in an attempt to fling Xia into the lava. But Xia's feet were firmly rooted to its back, and no matter how it thrashed about, Xia remained motionless. Seeing that the 7-star crab spider had no power over him, Xia sat down cross-legged and pulled out a fishing rod and a large cooked mullet from her storage bag. Chapter 27. The moment the 8 treasure fish was brought out, the restless 7-star red crab spider suddenly quieted down, a stream of unknown liquid dripping from the corner of its mouth. What smells so good? Look, she's actually got out her fishing rod. What does she think Devil Valley is? Is she here for a picnic? The monks were confused and shocked. However, Xia had already been busy tying the 8 treasure fish to her line and flashed a mysterious smile. No one could resist her. Chef Xia's cooking, least of all the greedy 7-star red crab spider. Hey! Go! Xia grasped the long spider hairs with one hand and swung the fishing rod with force. The 8 treasure fish instantly landed right in front of the 7-star red crab spider. The enticing aroma filled its nose, and the greedy crab spider's saliva flowed even more. It suddenly lunged forward, and Xiaoying immediately lifted it up, sending it flying. Another pounce, another miss. The 7-starred red crab spider was incredibly persistent, always missing. Occasionally, Xiaoying would be so kind as to let it take a bite. Once it had tasted how delicious the 8 treasure fish was, it would pounce even harder the next time. This continued unabated, becoming a never-ending pleasure. It was completely captivated by the 8 treasure fish, completely oblivious to Xiaoying on its back. It hadn't even realized it had become Xiaoying's mount. Man and spider worked in perfect harmony. The cultivators who witnessed this fell silent. How could this be possible? This wasn't possible. And yet, Xiaoying had actually done it. The fiery molten lava of Devil Valley was incredibly powerful. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator, protected by spiritual energy, would struggle to survive even a quarter of an hour in this fiery molten lava. But Xiaoying, riding on the back of the 7-star red crab spider, felt as comfortable and natural as if she were home. She told the spider to go east, and it wouldn't go west. Xiaoying rode the spider leisurely through the Devil Valley, swiftly and accurately harvesting every fiery winged lotus within the fiery molten lava. Everyone shed tears of envy and regret. Why hadn't they thought of using this method to tame the 7-star red crab spider? Could this girl be a genius from some beast-mastering family? Ji Heyuan's face lit up with pride. Sure enough, only his junior sister could have come up with this method. Wang Qing's eyes flickered with greed. I didn't expect the useless Xiaoying to be so useful this time, actually harvesting so many fiery winged lotuses. He changed his mind. If Xiaoying was willing to offer all the fiery winged lotuses with both hands, he wouldn't be unwilling to forgive her for a few minutes. At this moment, Xiaoying had already ridden her crab spider through the Devil Valley, collecting all the fiery winged lotuses growing there. But she hadn't noticed the presence of the strange fire. Could it be that she had misjudged the strange fire's birth, and the time hadn't arrived yet, and the greedy crab spider had simply come out to forage? The next second, the previously calm molten flame suddenly erupted in a rage. Xiaoying could keenly feel the 7-star red crab spider beneath her trembling with fear. There weren't many things in the Devil Valley that could frighten the 7-star red crab spider, and Xiaoying's first thought was the cluster of strange fire dormant within. As soon as this thought came to her mind, the molten lava beneath her suddenly formed a massive vortex, attempting to suck her in. So fast, Xiaoying didn't even have time to cast a spell before she and the 7-star red crab spider were swallowed by the vortex. Junior sister. Ji Heyuan leaped down the instant he sensed something was amiss, but he was a step too late, and could only watch helplessly as she was swallowed by the vortex. Damn it! Enraged, Ji Heyuan swung his sword, severing a chunk of the Devil Valley's mountain. His normally inky black eyes suddenly turned a cyan hue. Everyone was stunned by his gesture, and no one dared to disturb the young man, who exuded a gloomy aura. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he immediately pulled out the life plate Xiaoying had left with him, inspecting it. Seeing it intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoying's life was intact, and her life was safe for now. The moment Xiaoying was pulled into the vortex, she immediately mobilized all her spiritual energy to forge an ice shield. But the clumsy 7-star red crab spider suddenly spun swiftly, using its 8 massive claws to secure Xiaoying in its embrace, directly blocking all the molten lava for her. The 7-starred red crab spider's walnut-sized brain had only one thought: I can't let this foodie die, otherwise, where will it find such delicious food? After a moment of doubt, Xiaoying quickly smiled again. As expected, she knew this greedy crab spider would bow down before her giant iron spoon. The 7-starred red crab spider quietly swam further down, holding Xiaoying, as if taking her somewhere. It wasn't until the 7-starred red crab spider released its grip and lowered Xiaoying that Xiaoying finally realized this was truly a hidden world. Above her head was scorching red magma, yet beneath her feet was solid earth. Even more bizarre, there was an ordinary bamboo hut not far away. Xiaoying, wary, took a step forward when azure flame suddenly erupted around her, quickly forming a circle around her. A beam of cyan flame flew out of the bamboo hut, landing on the ground and transforming into the shape of a child. How dare you! You actually picked all my fiery winged lotuses. Oh, what's wrong? Xiaoying's mouth was quicker than her brain, and her curious eyes darted around the cyan child in front of her. Wow, she actually seen the fire child from Forest Ice and Fire Man in her lifetime. The world of Immortal Cultivation is truly vast and rich, truly true. I wonder if I ever get the chance to meet the Ice Child again. Hey, woman! What's that look in your eyes? I'm telling you, you're playing with fire. You successfully angered me. The consequences will be dire. Xie Ying's expression suddenly became indescribable. Could this fire child have read too many domineering CO novels? Fire child. Shut up. Who's your fire child? The Cyan child stamped his feet in anger. I have a name. My name is Yulian. Xie Ying, How should I put it? It's quite unique. Okay then. Xie Ying accepted and adapted to the name well. Yulian, why did you ask the big crab spider to bring me here? Humph. Of course, to see who could possibly control my pearl and pluck all my fiery wing lotuses. Pearl? Xie Ying tilted her head to glance at the 7-star red crab spider beside her and gave it a heartfelt compliment. It's quite a suitable match. Then, the next moment, she saw the 7-star red crab spider grinning at her. What the heck? She actually thought the 7-star red crab spider was smiling. Could it be that she unknowingly inhaled too much of the fiery wing lotus scent and finally gone mad? Chapter 28. You have good taste. Yulian raised her chin proudly, her impression of Xie Ying improving slightly. She waved her hand, and the cyan flame surrounding Xie Ying vanished in an instant. Xie Ying raised her eyebrows slightly, watching Yulian approach her step by step. Hee, woman, I'm still very satisfied with you. From now on, as long as you can defeat me, I go with you. Yulian, do you really have to talk like that? Of course. Don't you think that's unique, woman? Only by speaking like that can I be worthy of my noble status. Xie Ying's communication failed, so she gave up. So, Your Excellency Yulian, what do you mean by defeating you? Literally. No way. Such a simple statement, you woman, wouldn't you? Xie Ying, my fist is hard. You naughty kid, you deserve a beating, and the next second, Yulian received a solid slap. Woman! How dare you hit me? How can I beat you without a fight? You're not allowed to use your spiritual power. Don't worry. Even without spiritual power, I'm more than capable of beating you. Xie Ying's hands continued to move as she replied. She grabbed Yulian's pigtails and, bang bang, delivered a series of punches, each one hitting the flesh. Hee. I'm not some delicate queen. I have plenty of strength and means. Yulian hadn't expected Xie Ying to be so unsportsmanlike. She attacked without even giving her time to prepare. And most importantly, why did this guy's blows hurt so much? As expected, the girl the guy had his eye on was just as spoiled and unreasonable as she was. If she hadn't lost to that guy in a fight back then, she wouldn't have so easily accepted a Foundation establishment stage girl as her master. Xie Ying struck without mercy. She knew Yulian only looked like a child, but in reality, she was perhaps a 1,000-year-old monster. Her punches would at most cause Yulian some pain, but wouldn't actually injure her. Pushed to the ground by Xie Ying, Yulian desperately wanted to fight back, but her short arms and legs meant she couldn't even touch Xie Ying's hair, let alone land a punch. She could only take the beating. An unknown amount of time passed before Yulian, already exhausted from the beating, fluttered a small white flag. Stop, I give up, I surrender. Really? Xie Ying released her grip on Yulian's hair. You said cultivators don't lie to cultivators. Cultivators don't lie to cultivators. Well, that's more like it. Satisfied, Xie Ying released her grip. Yulian quickly climbed to her feet and moved away from her. You defeated me. I keep my promise and leave Devil Valley with you. Yulian said as she formed a strange hand seal with her hands, and a small flame separated from her body. At first glance, the flame was cyan, but as Xie Ying got closer, she discovered that it was enveloped by a fainter layer of red flame, forming the shape of a lotus flower. This is my true form. The nether blue lotus flame. Woman, just a drop of your blood will seal a master-servant contract with me. From now on, I will obey you alone. Xie Ying's clear eyes flashed with surprise. The nether blue lotus flame, born in the extremely cold land of the netherworld in ancient times, can control the power of the netherworld. Born with spiritual consciousness and a lifespan equal to the heavens and the earth, it falls into a slumber every 10,000 years, returning to its original state. Upon awakening, it must begin its cultivation all over again from its infancy. The nether blue lotus flame possesses the innate ability to incinerate all impurities and purify the cultivator's soul. A mature nether blue lotus flame can burn down a city in the blink of an eye. To say it's devastating is no exaggeration. Xie Ying hadn't expected her luck to be so good, to actually obtain the nether blue lotus flame in Devil's Valley. Forget the master-servant contract, a symbiotic contract will do. You stay by my side and help me. One day, when I accomplish what I want to do, I set you free. Xiang waved her hand to amend the contract, then used her spiritual power to transform a blade and force a drop of blood onto it. Xiang found it incredibly strange. The moment her blood fused with the nether blue lotus flame, she suddenly became aware of Nether Lotus's emotions and intentions. No wonder Lin Yuexiang in the original novel frequently adopted a spirit beast. A spirit beast that empathized with her and possessed powerful strength was far more valuable than the help of others. After all, a spirit beast bound by a master-servant contract would never betray its master. Yulian was stunned for a moment. She had never expected Xiang to actually give up being her master. He was the Nether Azure Lotus Flame, one of the 10 ancient strange fires. Seeing Xiang turn and walk towards the 7-star Crimson Crab Spider, Yulian hurriedly followed. Hey! Woman! Do you know who I am? Do you know who my previous master was? First, my name isn't Hey or woman, it's Xiang. Second, I know you're the Nether Azure Lotus Flame, one of the 10 ancient strange fires. And I'm not interested in your previous master. I just want to leave here. Understand? Yulian nodded and shook her head. This Xiang and that guy really look a bit like each other. Yulian, why are you nodding and shaking your head? Do you understand? No way, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Yulian, She took it back now. They weren't like that. That guy wasn't as servile and demanding a beating as Xiang. I understand. Yulian glared at Xiang, then leaped onto the 7-star red crab spider's back and extended her hand toward her. Get up here. We're getting out now. Time flows differently beneath the fiery magma of Devil Valley than inside. Xiang thought she'd only been delayed half an hour, but 3 hours had already passed inside. In those 3 hours, all the Qi condensation cultivators had left. Besides Ji Huyuan, who was guarding the magma, only a few mid-foundation establishment cultivators remained. After all, they had come for the strange fire. How could they leave without witnessing the legendary strange fire that was about to emerge? The same was true for Wang Qing and Lin Yuexiang. After Xiang was sucked into the magma by the vortex, the magma slowly subsided, as if it had eaten its prey. Wang Qing took the opportunity to lead Lin Yuexiang around to check if there were any missing fiery wing lotuses. But of course, there weren't any. Furious, Wang Qing could no longer contain his anger and cursed. That useless Xiang. It would have been fine if she just committed suicide, but she had to pick all the fiery wing lotuses before she died. Does she even know how valuable the fiery wing lotuses are as an alchemy ingredient? What a waste! Chapter 29. Lin Yuexiang listened impatiently to Wang Qing's rants, but the moment he glanced over, she instantly put on a sweet smile. But in reality, Lin Yuexiang was rolling her eyes behind him. Of the 4 Yutian sect brothers, she hated Wang Qing the most. Not only was he selfish and arrogant, but he also always liked to belittle female cultivators to elevate himself. If she didn't need to stay by his side and absorb his luck for her own benefit, Lin Yuexiang wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Senior. How long will it take me to completely absorb Wang Qing's luck? She's really had enough of this arrogant man. It's almost time. When he willingly gives you his most important possession, Wang Qing will be of no use to you. Okay. In that case, she just have to endure it for a while longer. Lin Yuexiang braced herself and was about to speak when the raging molten lava, which had calmed down, erupted again. Seeing this, Wang Qing quickly protected her and retreated to a safe area. The next second, a massive object burst forth from beneath the blazing molten lava. It was none other than the 7-star Crimson Crab Spider. On its back lay the intact Xiang and Yulian, transformed back into a normal child. Ji Huyuan, sword in hand, eyes lit up. Before he could speak, Xiang, already aware of him, commanded the 7-star Crimson Crab Spider. Juju approached him. Juju was Yulian's pet. Now that Yulian and Xiang had signed a symbiotic contract, Juju naturally considered Xiang her second master. Ji Huyuan had a keen eye for treasures. He immediately noticed the difference in the little girl beside Xiang. Congratulations, senior sister, on getting what you wished for. It's no big deal. Xiang raised her chin proudly. We can go find second senior brother now. Stop! A sudden voice interrupted the warm atmosphere between them. Xiang turned around and saw Wang Qing standing before her with a haughty expression. Xiang, if you give me all the fiery wing lotus you picked earlier, I forgive you for what you did and even plead with Master to let you return to the Yutian sect. How's that? No, I won't give it to you. I don't want it. Don't refuse a toast. Even if you're being naughty and throwing a tantrum, there should be a limit. Hurry and give me the fiery wing lotus. Xiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. It turns out that when people are speechless, they actually laugh out loud. She wasn't the original owner, so she wouldn't treat these ungrateful people like family or treasure. Even if the real original owner had gone through all that, she wouldn't necessarily continue to act foolishly. Yulian, slap him. Juju, slap him. Snap. Bang. Accepting the command, Juju swung her massive crab claws and smacked Wang Qing straight into the wall. Lin Yuexiang couldn't even dig it out. Wang Qing's eyes went black and his head was dazed by Juju's blow, and he almost went to see his grandmother. When he realized what was happening, he was filled with shame and indignation. How dare Xiang do this to him? Did she really not want to return to the Yutian sect? No. No. Xiang had said herself that the Yutian sect was her home, they were her family, and she would never give up on them. Wang Qing knew he couldn't defeat Xiang, but his gaze swept over the nearby monks, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. Xiang, there are at least 1,000 blazing wing lotuses in this Devil's Valley. Are you going to monopolize them all? Fellow Taoists, you waited so long and tirelessly, are you just going to return empty-handed? We are all Foundation establishment cultivators. If we join forces, we can easily snatch the blazing wing lotus from her. In the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, and the capable reign supreme. Are you just going to watch her enjoy this opportunity all to herself without even fighting for it? Wang Qing's loud words struck everyone's heart like a drumstick. Of course, they knew Wang Qing was using someone else's knife to kill, but they couldn't. It was undeniable that they were tempted. With so many blazing wing lotuses, even 1 or 2 would be a worthwhile trip. Why should this little girl take them all? The cultivators said nothing, but in tacit agreement, they pointed their spiritual weapons at Xiang and the others. Fellow Taoist, we are not unreasonable. As long as you're willing to share some of the blazing wing lotus with us, we won't attack you. No. Xiang remained adamant. Look at how arrogant they are. Why should they share what she had painstakingly picked? She had no interest in sitting on less Han. If that's the case, don't blame us. The cultivators' eyes flashed with murderous intent, and they unleashed their killing moves. Instantly, the Devil Valley was ablaze with light, a fusion of various colors. Xiang was attacked from all sides with a myriad of moves she had never seen before. But she wasn't in the least bit intimidated. If she could still be bullied in Devil Valley, then Yulian would truly be bringing shame upon Netherworld Azure Lotus Flame. As expected, the Foundation establishment cultivators' lethal attacks were completely blocked by a rising cyan wall of fire before they could even reach them. With a sour face, Yulian merely flicked her finger, and the azure flames, turning defense into offense, charged straight at them. The azure flames were like a graceful venomous snake, instantly reducing one of the cultivators to ash upon contact. A gentle breeze blew them away, sweeping them away completely. Xiang watched coldly, uninterrupted. These people had intended to kill her and seize the treasure first, so it was no wonder that Yulian had counterattacked. Even under the thunder of conscience, Xiang had a clear conscience. It's the strange fire. Oh my god! She actually tamed the strange fire from the Devil Valley. The situation suddenly reversed. The previously arrogant crowd retreated silently, their shocked faces betraying deep fear. Yulian didn't bother to deal with these cultivators. With a raised hand, she absorbed the fiery molten lava from the Devil Valley directly into her body. This is a great thing that could breed a fiery wing lotus. She wants to take it with her. Oh! I almost forgot about you, you damn bad fellow. Yulian slapped her forehead and quickly ran to Wang Qing, who was still embedded in the wall. Tell me, how should I punish you? Yulian, you can do whatever you want, but remember to spare his life. Xiang, thinking of the main quest, reminded her. But these words took on a different meaning when Wang Qing heard them. Wang Qing thought, sure enough. He knew Xiang still couldn't let go of their fellow disciples in the Yutian sect. Otherwise, why would she have specifically instructed to spare his life? But this time she's really gone too far. When she returns to the Yutian sect, I definitely discuss this with my fellow disciples and teach her a lesson. Wang Qing was dreaming, but when he looked down, he saw Yulian's malicious smile. His heart skipped a beat, and his face froze. Ah! The next second, the entire Devil Valley was filled with Wang Qing's ghostly howling cries. Chapter 30. Wang Qing was completely enveloped by azure flames, which devoured his robes and even his hair, scorching his flesh inch by inch without a lasting release. Wang Qing felt as if he were being repeatedly fried in a frying pan. The physical pain was bearable, but the tearing and stinging pain in his soul made him wish he could bang his head against the wall. But the punishment the Nether Lotus inflicted was far more than that. The world only knew that the Nether Azure Lotus's flames could incinerate all sin and filth, purifying a cultivator's mind. Little did they know that it could also draw a cultivator into a fantasy world, infinitely magnifying the cultivator's deepest fears and despair. This was Wang Qing's current state. Wang Qing didn't know how long he had been trapped in this fantasy world. When he regained consciousness and returned to reality, he heard a burst of laughter before he could even speak. The world of cultivation is rife with the law of the jungle, and the practice of flattery and bullying is ubiquitous. Knowing they couldn't do anything to Xiang, these cultivators naturally turned their rage on Wang Qing, who had instigated their murder and treasure-stealing schemes. Ha ha. Look! He's so small. His head is still bright, so there's no need for candlelight at night. I wonder which sect's disciples are so useless. I saw the sect uniforms they were wearing earlier, and they looked like they belonged to the Yutian sect. Ha ha, how could that be? How could the Yutian sect have such shameful disciples? Wang Qing was stunned. A gentle breeze brushed past, sending a chill down his head and down his lower body. A bold and absurd thought crossed his mind. Wang Qing struggled to look down, and when he confirmed that he was naked, embedded in the wall for everyone to see, his eyes darkened, and he nearly fainted. Lin Yuexiang could no longer endure the foul language and the contemptuous stares. Seeing those men approaching with ill intentions, she reluctantly unsheathed a magical weapon and hurled it heavily onto the ground. Hundreds of golden elixir sword energies, brimming with murderous intent, erupted in all directions. The unsuspecting cultivators were utterly slaughtered before they could even scream. Perhaps because Wang Qing's body had been burned by the azure flames, it was very smooth. This time, Lin Yuexiang easily dislodged him. Wang Qing quickly retrieved a hooded robe from his storage bag and donned it. The two of them quickly crushed the teleportation talisman and departed, returning to the outskirts of Lingzha city. Lin Yuexiang supported Wang Qing as they slowly walked towards the inn, but Wang Qing's formal attire still attracted the attention of many passers-by. Recalling the scene of Lin Yuexiang's murder, Wang Qing felt a surge of discomfort. Xiang, you were too harsh just now. Lin Yuexiang sneered inwardly. If I hadn't killed him, we'd be the ones to die. What a shrewd fool. Third senior brother, do you think I'm too cruel? But on the surface, she still maintained that fragile demeanor. Even when Wang Qing spoke, a hint of panic crossed her eyes, and even a hint of tears lingered in her voice. But that situation just now, I was really scared. If I hadn't used the magic weapon Master gave me to strike first, they might have killed me. So Xiang had gone against her will, and killed someone just for him. Xiang was so kind to him. Wang Qing was deeply moved, and the reprimand that was about to come to his lips suddenly turned into relief. It's all my fault. Xiang, you did nothing wrong. Don't worry, I take care of everything today. Xiang is so gentle and kind, she absolutely must not let this incident affect her reputation. Let's just put the blame on Xiang. It wouldn't be the first time Xiang has taken the blame for their senior brothers and sisters. Besides, if Xiang hadn't been so naughty, none of this would have happened. Xiang owes Xiang and him this. Ding dong. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability has dropped by 10 points, and her current favorability towards the heroine Lin Yuexiang is 90. Ding dong. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability has increased by 9 points, and her current favorability towards the heroine Lin Yuexiang is 99. Listening to the fluctuating favorability data in her mind, Xie Ying's eyes were complicated. In fact, she really didn't want Wang Qing and the others' favorability towards Lin Yuexiang to decline. After all, awakening the ultimate love brain within a month was simply impossible. So, she decided to go and bargain with Yining. Yining, Wang Qing and the others are different from your average male supporting characters. Can't we relax the deadline a bit? For example, how about changing the completion deadline from 1 month to 3 years? No. Then chop me to death. Xie Ying was unfazed. 1 month, I can't wake Wang Qing. I'm busy training and preparing for the sect competition in 5 months. How can I waste a month on him? Chop me to death, chop me to death, chop me to death. If you fail to complete your mission, you'd be liquidated too. We'd be a perfect match on the road to hell. Yining, How could her host be so shameless and so complacent? Based on the host's consistently positive attitude and high efficiency in completing missions, the system has decided to extend the deadline for waking up top-tier love-brained male supporting characters like Gu Qinghuai to 1 year. Hope the host will keep up the good work and complete the mission. Getting the expected answer, Xie Ying smiled smugly. She knew Yining would agree. After spending so many days together, she had already figured out Yining's personality. Yining was unlike those cold, mission-carrying system she read about in books. Xiang felt that Inin had her own emotions. That was why Inin would give her some small favors within her capabilities. A year was enough. Junior sister, we're here. Ji Heyuan's voice echoed in her ears, and Xiang finally came to her senses, her gaze fixed on the mist-shrouded mountain before her. Finally. Lingsang Mountain. Chapter 31. Lingsang Mountain. Xiang and Ji Heyuan walked alongside it. Bai Sanyang had clearly explained the dangers of Lingsang Mountain to her, so naturally, the two would not let their guard down just because they were already at the foundation establishment stage. According to Bai Sanyang, the Brown Bear clan lived deep within Lingsang Mountain, so the most dangerous area was the inner perimeter, where formations were stacked upon formations. If one misstepped and fell into a killing formation, one would become mere food for the formations. But that didn't mean the outer reaches of Lingsang Mountain were free of danger. Lingsang Mountain was shrouded in a miasma-like white mist year-round, nurturing countless poisonous insects. Xiang had only been inside Lingsang Mountain for a few moments, when she felt noticeably unwell. The miasma here was so thick and dense that it made it impossible to see the path ahead. Under such circumstances, if one advanced rashly, one might accidentally fall into a trap. Sizzle. The white mist drifted onto Ji Heyuan's robes, making a sharp sound. The two men's eyes darkened. Lingsang Mountain was indeed far more dangerous than they had imagined. Junior brother, let's not go any further. Let's rest here for a while, Xiang said as she sat down on the ground. With a flick of her mind, a small, flickering blue flame appeared on her fingertips. Go. Xiang pressed her fingers together and gently pointed forward. The blue flame immediately landed, quickly forming a small circle around them. The white mist floating in Lingsang Mountain continued to drift towards them, but before it could get close, it was completely devoured by the blue flames. After signing a contract with Yulyan, even if Yulyan remained in her spiritual abode and did not appear, she still had the ability to control the Netherworld Blue Lotus Flame. The Netherworld Azure Lotus Flame is truly useful. Xiang couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone was so eager to snatch up rare treasures, fighting tooth and nail for cultivation resources. Thanks to senior sister for successfully obtaining the rare fire, otherwise we would have expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy just to resist this white mist today. It's no big deal. Xiang sat on the ground, propped up one leg, and looked at Ji Heyuan with her chin in her hand. Actually, I don't know why Yulyan was willing to sign a contract with me. To be honest, I just gave her a good beating. Maybe she just likes getting beaten up. Ji Heyuan blurted out, making Xiang lose confidence. Shouldn't it be? Who likes getting beaten up? Junior sister, you told me this. Anything is possible. You're right. Who doesn't have some weird quirks? Xiang was quickly persuaded by Ji Heyuan, and the two sat together, chattering about sending a message to Mo Yin. Inin, who had watched the entire process from within the system space, fell into deep thought for the 1000th time. Is this Xiang poisonous? Why was Ji Heyuan's train of thought also becoming unnatural? What do you mean Yulyan just enjoys being beaten? What normal person enjoys being beaten? You can be outrageous, but not this outrageous. While Inin was doubting Tongsheng, the other two had already released the few spirit butterflies that had been exploring the path. After a moment, Xiang finally stood up and looked towards the path on the far right. Let's go, that path isn't dangerous for now. Ah! Help! A familiar voice rang out, and Xiang turned to see a group of disciples in the uniforms of the Wuing sect running towards them from the left. Leading them was Yiming. Yiming had obviously noticed Xiang and the others, but the conflict between them prevented him from swallowing his pride and actively seeking help. But the Wuing sect disciples, also fleeing behind him, didn't care. They shouted at the imposing figures of Xiang and Ji Heyuan. Fellow Taoist, help! A demonic beast is chasing us. Before she finished her words, the sky above Xiang suddenly darkened. She looked up, then her body stiffened, and every hair on her body stood on end. The demonic beast chasing Yiming and his companions was actually a third-level centipede, about 10 meters tall. Yiming, you unlucky creature, how did you manage to provoke it? Xiang couldn't help but curse again. Any demonic beast would do, but why did she have to encounter a centipede? She had been terrified of it since she was a child. It was her biggest nightmare. Barely any. Junior sister, if you're afraid, leave it to me. Ji Heyuan noticed something was amiss with Xiang and flew directly towards the centipede. He spun in midair, perching on one foot on the tip of a leaf. With a twist of his wrist, a sword flower shone, the sword clanged, and he unleashed the 1000 snow crossing move. The temperature in the mountains suddenly dropped several degrees, and large snowflakes fell from the sky. The sword energy transformed into snowflakes, carrying a biting chill, pierced the centipede, but to Xie Ying's surprise, Ji Huyuan's sword energy didn't cause even the slightest damage to the third-level centipede. How could this happen? We don't know either. The Wu sect disciple was startled by Xie Ying's suddenly fierce gaze, and hurried to explain. This centipede is truly bizarre. It's only at the third level, yet its entire body is like a layer of steel. No matter what damage it inflicts, it's completely defenseless. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so desperate to escape. Junior brother, retreat. Although still unable to overcome her fear, Xie Ying didn't hesitate. She leaped lightly to Ji Huyuan's side, grabbed his shoulders, and quickly retreated to create some distance between them and the centipede. Since your sword energy can't harm it, don't waste your spiritual energy. Let's think of another way. Although this centipede had undergone a mutation for unknown reasons, making it difficult to deal with, thankfully, its intelligence remained the same as that of an ordinary third-level demonic beast. Chasing everyone was simply a function of its cannibalistic nature. After they each found cover, the centipede was left with no other options but to scramble furiously around, knocking down one ancient tree after another. Hiding isn't an option. If we keep going like this, it'd find us sooner or later. Senior sister, do you have a plan? Listen to me. Since she couldn't inflict damage from the outside, she attacked from the inside, a two-pronged approach. Xie Ying glanced again at the centipede with its gaping maw, trying to suppress the goosebumps that were surging all over her body. She leaned over to Ji Huyuan and whispered. Between the two choices of being eaten by the centipede's disgusting maw or fighting to the death, Xie Ying decisively chose the latter. The two exchanged glances, and Ji Huyuan rushed forward, striking the centipede in the head with a fierce blow of his sword. Steel bones can only prevent damage, but they can't block the pain. The centipede screamed in pain, thrashing back and forth in agony, shaking the ground. Seeing that Ji Huyuan had completely captured the centipede's attention, Xie Ying quickly formed hand seals, drawing upon the mountain's inherent wood element spiritual energy and unleashing a move, Thousand Vine Binding. As soon as she spoke, thousands of thick, green vines sprouted from the ancient trees within the mountain. Like tentacles, they nimbly wrapped around each of the centipede's legs and body, tightly binding it and temporarily immobilizing it. While this move was effective, it consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and wouldn't hold it captive for long. So, a quick and decisive move was necessary while it was momentarily immobilized. Xie Ying's figure was as swift as a ghost, swooping down on the vines to reach directly above the centipede. As soon as it opened its mouth, she quickly pulled out a handful of blasting talismans and precisely tossed them into its mouth. The centipede instinctively swallowed them. Eat, eat, eat! Eat anything! Today, I let you eat your fill. Fearing the power wasn't enough, Xie Ying added another handful. Then he quickly retreated, his fingers moving swiftly and neatly as he formed a beautiful hand seal and threw it hard at the centipede. Thunderbolt. Thunder. Chapter 32. Boom! In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. A resounding roar echoed from the sky, and a thick, purple-black bolt of lightning pierced through the dense clouds, striking the centipede's crown with pinpoint accuracy. A burning aroma spread across the mountain. The purple lightning pierced through its crown and traveled throughout its body, the explosive talismans within the centipede taking effect. The bangs of explosions, mixed with the roar of purple thunder, struck the eardrums of everyone present. The disciples of the shadowless sect stared blankly at the cyan figure in midair, their eyes filled with shock. So, a cultivator of magic can be this powerful? Which sect is she from? Why haven't I heard of such a formidable figure before? She can control mountain vines and harness lightning. Does this talus possess both thunder and with spiritual roots? No, she possesses all spiritual roots. Yiming gazed at the spirited figure in midair, his eyes complex. For the first time, he felt his own arrogance was a joke. She's Xie Ying. The worthless creature once ridiculed by everyone, Xie Ying. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the centipede, blasted from both sides by the explosive talisman and the purple lightning, exploded without warning right in front of them. Countless body parts, mixed with blood, rained down from the sky. The unsuspecting Wu sect disciples, including Yiming, were drenched in the blood and body parts, and the air was filled with a stench. Xie Ying and Ji Huyuan dodged just in time, their hem stained with blood. You? Xie Ying disdainfully threw one cleaning technique after another onto the hem of her clothes. Only when the stench faded did she stop and breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my clothes are saved. This was specially made for her by third senior sister at Xinghua Tower. If this centipede ruined it, she'd be heartbroken. Fellow Taoist. You? Ugh. You? The Wuing sect disciples were about to express their gratitude, but as soon as they opened their mouths, a stench surged up their spines, leaving them speechless. They could only cling to the tree trunks and vomit. Xiang looked at the innocent disciples with pity. She had wanted to warn them, but upon seeing Yiming's unpleasant face, she didn't bother to speak. After summoning a gust of wind to dispel some of the foul mountain air, Xiang stepped over the vines to one of the corpses, staring intently. Junior brother, can you lend me your wife? Sensing Xiang's intention, Ji Heyuan quickly retreated a few steps, clutching the broken frost sword, his expression wary. If I don't give it to you, you definitely saw my wife. Don't be so stingy. Xiang approached Ji Heyuan with a grin, reached out, and grabbed the broken frost sword scabbard, pulling it out. Ji Heyuan naturally refused to give it to her, and the two of them wrestled over the broken frost sword like elementary school students. Give it to me. I won't give it to you. Don't think I don't know you want to use broken frost to dissect that centipede's corpse. Shall he? I make you a bottle of soul-tempering pill when I get back. No. I won't give it to you. And a meal of braised pork elbow. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ji Heyuan's face, but he still refused to give in. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Broken frost is my dearest, so I pay more. Another 100 high-grade spirit stones. Besides that, I provide the refining materials myself and ask third senior sister to help you reforge broken frost. How's that? Deal? Ji Heyuan quickly let go, turned, and walked away, as if he had made up his mind. The Wuing sect disciples were stunned by this action. Could it be like this? Xiang didn't care what they thought. Holding the broken frost sword, she quickly returned to the corpse. With a light thrust of the sword, the corpse was instantly shattered into pieces by the sword energy. Atop the sword's tip, a yellow demon pill emanated a soft glow. The moment the demon pill was removed, the centipede's corpse decayed and withered at a visible speed, finally turning to ash and disappearing completely. If it weren't for the messy traces of fighting and the lingering stench in the air, the Wuing sect disciples would have thought that the centipede's pursuit was just a dream. Xiang cleaned the broken frost sword and returned it to Ji Heyuan, then finally looked at Yiming and the others. The business was done, and it was time to settle the old scores. Yiming. Junior brother Yi, junior brother Wang. Where are you? Senior sister? Senior sister? We're here. The two Wuing sect disciples' eyes lit up upon hearing Yiming's voice, and they quickly responded loudly, consciously ignoring Yiming's somewhat stiff expression. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract another centipede? After being scolded by Xiang, the two men subconsciously shut up, not daring to shout again. Fortunately, Yiming had heard their response and quickly arrived with the other disciples. When Yiming and the others looked so miserable, Yiming's handsome brows twisted into knots. Were you robbed? Yiming and the others, Senior sister, what are you thinking? We were being chased by a third-level centipede. Luckily, these two Taoists came to our rescue and saved us. Thank you very much, Taoists, for saving my Wuing sect disciples. Upon hearing this, Yiyuan bowed to Xiang and Ji Heyuan. I wonder where your disciples came from. I'd be sure to personally visit and thank you someday. Taoist Yi, you're too polite. We are disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. I'm Xiang of the Xiaoyao sect. Ji Heyuan of the Xiaoyao sect. Yiyuan is a highly charismatic character in the original novel. At only 20, she achieved Dan formation. Friendly to her fellow disciples, she respected her teacher, and was known for her loyalty and loyalty. She was the most valued chief disciple of the Wuing sect. It's a shame that, in a secret realm, she escaped to protect Yiming and remained there forever. Xiang pulled her thoughts back and smiled at Yiwanwan. Yiming was certainly hateful, but Yiwanwan was truly lovable, so she wouldn't take her anger out on him. Fellow Taoist Yi, there's no need to express your gratitude. My original intention wasn't to save them, but to protect myself. And rather than thanking you, I rather know how they provoked that centipede. Chapter 33. The topic returned to this point, and everyone's eyes fell on Yiming. Yiming's expression instantly turned extremely unnatural. Before he could even begin to explain, the two disciples behind him spilled the beans. It's still Senior Brother Yi. We had already successfully obtained the spring and autumn grass, and were ready to leave. But Senior Brother Yi insisted on killing that centipede to obtain the demon pill. A third-level demon beast wouldn't be difficult to deal with, but this centipede living in Lingsang Mountain has for some reason a steely structure. Senior Brother Yi couldn't kill it, and instead angered it, causing it to chase us all the way. Having nearly lost his life to the centipede for no apparent reason, the two disciples were furious with Yi Ming, and naturally, they wouldn't continue to cover up for him in front of their beloved senior sister. Yi Ming, tell me, what are you going to do with that centipede's demon pill? Yi Ming's eyes fell on Yi Ming, but he quickly looked away, not daring to meet her gaze. She already had a suspicion, but she still wanted to hear Yi Ming speak for himself. She wanted to see how much more outrageous things this worthless brother could do. Sister, speak. Senior sister, senior brother, you wanted to give that demon pill to junior sister Lin of the Yuetian sect to heal her wounds. One of the disciples spoke first, then trailed off, as they saw Yi Ming's face darken. Ha! Yi Ming, you're really getting more and more promising. Disregarding your own safety to please Lin Yuexiang is one thing, but now you're dragging your fellow disciples, Wu Ying, into a fight to the death with you. Deep disappointment shone in Yi Wanwan's eyes. Since you're so obsessed with Yuetian sect's Lin Yuexiang, I report this to the sect master when I return and ask him to grant your wish. No. Big sister, I don't want to leave the Shadowless sect. That's not up to you. Yi Wanwan's face was as cold as ice. I will tell the sect master everything you did in the Southern Territory, leaving nothing out. As for whether or not to expel you from the Shadowless sect, that's the sect master's decision. I won't interfere, nor will I plead for you. And fellow disciples, if you ever encounter someone like that again, who disregards your safety for selfish gain, no matter who that person is, you can disobey their orders. Everyone present knew exactly who the last sentence referred to. Yi Ming's face was utterly grim, but he didn't dare to contradict Yi Wanwan. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Finally, Yi Wanwan broke the silence himself. It's getting late. The darker it gets on Lingsang Mountain, the greater the danger. If you two fellow Taoists don't mind, why don't you join us tonight? We can leave tomorrow morning, when the miasma has dissipated. Thank you for your patience. Xiang had a good impression of Yi Wanwan, and she knew what he said made sense, so she didn't refuse. As for Ji Heyuan, he was fine with whatever Xiang asked him to do. The group rested and gathered where they were. As the last ray of light in the mountain faded into darkness, the pervasive white fog enveloped them once more. The fog filled the entire Lingsang Mountain, leaving nothing but a hazy expanse. Yuan had been cultivating for so long, and had actually led Shadowless sect disciples on numerous sect missions. However, those missions were mostly on human territory. This was her first time visiting Southern Territory Commander Sang Shan, and she had never witnessed such a situation before. If she were alone, she wouldn't have worried too much, but now she had fellow disciples to protect. She had to be extremely cautious and bring everyone back safely. Senior sister, I'm in so much pain. Hold your breath and concentrate. Use your spiritual power to isolate this white mist from you. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Yi Wan's expression was solemn. He drew the sword from his waist and plunged it directly into his feet, creating a barrier with his sword light to block any further approach of the white mist. Senior sister. Senior sister. Yi Wan stood at the front, listening to his companions continue to fall in the white mist behind him, and a sense of impatience rose in his heart. Dingling-dangling. A series of crisp bells rang out in the silent mountains, instantly clearing Yi Wan's mind. Followed by this, a circle of cyan flames rose from the ground, replacing her sword light and encircling everyone. To Yi Wan's surprise, the pervasive white mist, upon contact with the cyan flames, was like a mouse encountering a cat, devoured completely before it could even escape. At the same time, clusters of cyan flame slowly rose within the cyan flame circle, completely engulfing the white mist surrounding the Wu Ying sect disciples. The white mist slowly dissipated, and a familiar cyan figure emerged from within. Xiang held a rattle in her hand, gently shaking it. 6 small clusters of cyan flames danced around her, appearing to be very close to her. Deep mountains, white mist, blue flames, a bright-looking girl holding a bell. This eerie and terrifying scene, however, gave the Wu Ying sect and its followers a great sense of security. Even Yi Wan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. She knew that Xiang had saved them again. She was a Jin Dan cultivator, so she wouldn't be easily succumb to this inexplicable white mist, but the Wu Ying sect's less advanced disciples weren't so sure. Even if they survived, they probably wouldn't be doing well. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist, for your help. It's just a small favor. Xiang winked playfully, and snapped her fingers softly. The blue flames that had been floating around the Wu Ying sect disciples flew back, and disappeared directly into her brow. Yi Wan was surprised, but tactfully refrained from prying further. Senior sister? Come check on Song Lan. She seems very ill. Junior sister Xia, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Yi Yun immediately rushed over, grasped Xia Sonlan's wrist, and transferred his spiritual energy to her. Try this. Xia Ying had come over at some point and handed her a pill. This is an antidote pill. The white mist just now was tainted with miasma poison, but her poisoning wasn't severe. She'd be fine if she takes the pill promptly. Thank you. Yi Yun took the pill without a second's hesitation and quickly stuffed it into Xia Sonlan's mouth. Soon, Xia Sonlan's face slowly regained its color. Thank you, fellow Taoist. You helped us so much. I really don't know how to thank you. Consider these 10 mid-grade spirit stones my payment for your detoxification pill. I hope you won't refuse. No need to bother. I made the detoxification pill myself, and I still have plenty. Fellow Taoist, are you an alchemist? Yi Yun was surprised, then received a firm answer from Xia Ying. Yes. But we clearly saw fellow Taoist Xia performing magic this afternoon. Because I'm also a magician. Xia Ying replied naturally, oh yes, I also practice formations and swordsmanship. Wuying sect disciples? ? Chapter 34. They exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in their eyes. After Xia Ying's several unintentional displays of skill, they truly wondered whether the a little bit Xia Ying mentioned meant a little bit, or a billion bits. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are indeed many cultivators who practice dual cultivation, such as talismans and swords, or elixirs and swords. A very small number of cultivators even choose to cultivate 3. While this can increase their means of survival, it inevitably slows their cultivation. Aside from a few exceptionally gifted immortal cultivators, most people choose only one path throughout their lives. But now Xia Ying actually told them she was practicing all 4. No. That's not right. Perhaps Xia Ying was secretly cultivating even more, but they only knew of 4, and just looking at Xia Ying's use of alchemy and magic, it was clear she had mastered them to perfection. Then the formations and swordsmanship she spoke of must be no less impressive. The Wuying sect disciples, realizing all this, felt as if the sky had fallen. Could there really be such a thing as an all-round genius who could master everything? Ji Yun, standing nearby, clutching the broken thrust sword, snorted with a haughty sneer upon seeing the faces of the Wuying sect disciples. You're a bunch of disciples who think you're superior just because you joined the 9 great sects. Now it's time to show you what a true genius looks like. This is just the beginning. Xia Ying has many surprises you don't know about. Although it might also be a shock. With Xia Ying's nether azure lotus flame protecting them, nothing truly dangerous happened. However, although Xia Ying could control the netherworld blue lotus flame at will, it still consumed Xia Ying's own spiritual energy. Thanks to her perfect spiritual roots, Xia Ying was able to absorb spiritual energy of all attributes in the universe, and use it for her own benefit. Thus, even though she was still in the foundation establishment stage, her spiritual aura and spiritual sea were more than 10 times larger than those of ordinary cultivators. This also allowed Xia Ying to discover the greatest joy of cultivation. She would quietly strive to become the foremost immortal cultivator and astonish everyone. Xia Ying imagined a beautiful future. Just as she sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, Ji Hyun's slightly cold voice echoed in her ears. Come one step closer to my senior sister, and I pull you out. Huh? Xia Ying opened her eyes to see Yiming's face pale, Ji Hyun's broken frost straddling his neck. I'm not here to cause trouble. I have something serious to discuss with Xia Ying. Hearing this, Xia Ying's eyes rolled, and she spoke. Junior brother, let him come over. I want to see if he can produce ivory from his dog's mouth. Yiming scolded, said shock. Never mind. For the sake of the demon pill, he endure it. Since Xia Ying saved him twice, he endure it. Xia Ying. What are you looking for your aunt for? You, that centipede demon pill you got this afternoon. Why? Xia Ying's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of blatant sarcasm. You think it's yours, so you want it back? No. Yiming, as if remembering something, flushed. I want to buy it from you. Any price is fine. Oh. I didn't realize Taoist he had changed his ways. Xia Ying smiled, but her light tone directly revealed a past that Yiming most hated to recall. You weren't like this before. Whatever Lin Yuexiang wanted, didn't you just snatch it from me and present it to her with both hands? Now you're going to use courtesy before force? Xia Ying. Yiming's face flushed. I was wrong in the past. I hope you can forgive me. No, I don't. Whether it's you, Gu Qinghuai, or anyone else who has hurt me, I will never forgive them. Xia Ying's smile faded, and the resentment that had been pent up in her heart slowly rose again, a layer of frost covering her eyes. You? Don't waste your breath. I'm telling you frankly, If it's something Lin Yuexiang wants, I destroy it before she has it. You can take the centipede demon pill. If you're brave enough, snatch it from me. Xiang, I admit that we were wrong in the past, but it was all our fault, not junior sister Lin's. She's innocent. Why are you so determined to thwart her path to immortality? Is she determined to thwart her path to immortality? What can you do about it? Xie Ying's tone was incredibly arrogant, yet Yi Ming couldn't object. After all, Xie Ying now possessed the ability to do just that. Yi Ming, ask yourself, is Lin Yuexiang truly innocent? Xie Ying's final question was like a sharp blade, slicing through the last veil of his heart. Is Lin Yuexiang innocent? The question lingered in Yi Ming's heart like an inescapable curse, causing him to suffer a splitting headache and unbearable pain. Whenever he thought about this, he felt as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart, suffocating him. He didn't even know how he left Xie Ying's place. His steps were unsteady, and he was half-dazed as he tried to return to the resting area for the Wu Ying sect disciples, but a small figure blocked his path. Before he could raise his eyes to see who it was, a large rock struck him on the head with a thud, blood silently flowing down, staining his vision red. The girl's accusing voice rang out in his ears like thunder. Sixth brother, you are so despicable. You are such a mean person. Chapter 35. Yi Ming wiped the blood from his eyes, only then recognizing the girl before him as the one Xie Ying had just saved, his legitimate junior sister. Xia Songlan. Xia Songlan had intended to personally thank Xie Ying, but unexpectedly overheard their conversation. Xia Songlan and Yi Ming had joined the sect at the same time. Yi Ming loved to chase after Lin Yuexiang, the younger junior sister of the Yutian sect, while she, the legitimate junior sister, had never enjoyed Yi Ming's affection. But Xia Songlan didn't care. Without Yi Ming, she had plenty of other senior brothers and sisters willing to pamper her. But that didn't mean Xia Songlan could accept that her fellow senior brother was such a shameless villain. Earlier in Lingzha City, Xia Songlan had already learned of the scandal involving Yi Ming and Gu Qinghuai's murder and treasure stealing. She already had a slight dislike for Yi Ming because of this incident, but who would have thought he was such a repeat offender? Never mind that Yi Ming would bully a powerless, ordinary woman like this before. Looking at the furious girl before him, Yi Ming took a long time to recover. Heh! Xie Ying saved you, so naturally you're on her side. I won't say any more. Sixth senior brother, do you not want to say it, or are you afraid? Xia Songlan refused to tolerate Yi Ming. She blocked his path and mercilessly shattered his self-deception. Fellow Daoist Xie has done me a favor, but you're still my direct senior brother. Why would I help her and not you? Don't you even think about it? Senior brother, do you remember what Master taught us when we first joined the Wu Ying sect? A cultivator should have a clear conscience, fight against the strong and support the weak, and use their own strength to build a world for the vulnerable. Master doesn't ask us to bring honor to the shadowless sect, but rather to do what we can for the common people. He hopes we can live with a clear conscience. You took advantage of your power to please Lin Yuexiang and bully Xie Ying, who was then immortal and powerless to fight back. You are despicable and shameless. Lin Yuexiang is a common person, but isn't Xie Ying also a common person? In terms of talent, we are naturally inferior to senior brother. But in terms of being a human being, senior brother is worse than a 5-year-old child. Even children know shame, but you don't. Sixth senior brother, when the thunder of integrity strikes one day, will you truly be able to live with a clear conscience? Crack. A slight cracking sound suddenly rang out in Yi Ming's ears. His Dao heart, at that moment, shattered. Puff. Without waiting for a reply, Yi Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xia Songlan reflexively jumped away, her first thought, is he trying to scam me? It wasn't until Yi Ming lay motionless on the ground that Xia Songlan finally realized something was wrong. The disciples, who had been watching from afar, finally called Yi Wanwan over. What happened? Senior sister, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have argued with sixth senior brother and provoked him. Xia Songlan quickly admitted her fault and recounted everything that had just happened. It was certainly my fault for making sixth senior brother so angry, but I don't think I was wrong. Sixth senior brother did something wrong, and since he did it, he shouldn't be afraid of what others say. Songlan. Yi Wanwan was silent for a moment before speaking. You're indeed right. If Yi Ming could wake up with your scolding, it would actually be a good thing. He's no longer fit to continue with our sect missions. Tomorrow morning, I sent several junior brothers to escort him back to the shadowless sect. The sect master will judge Yi Ming's merits and demerits. Hearing Yi Wanwan's words, the disciples who had been about to speak up for Xia Songlan swallowed their pleas. Senior sister's treatment was so fair, they truly had nothing to say. I truly don't understand. How could such an outstanding senior sister have such a useless and clueless brother like senior brother Yi? Ding dong. The system detects that the supporting character Yi Ming's favorability towards the heroine, Lin Yuexiang, is rapidly declining, currently at 35. Congratulations, host. You're almost there for success. I hope the host will keep up the good work. Xiang listened to Yin Yin's joyful voices in her sea of consciousness, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Xia Song on, this little sister, she's got some talent for scolding. She lost 20 points of favorability with one blow. Could it be her lucky star? Xiang actually wanted to go and watch the fun, but when she remembered that she hadn't completed her cultivation mission for the day, she gave up the idea. Forget it. How could Yi Ming be more important than cultivation? Xiang discarded all the chaotic thoughts in her mind, sitting cross-legged in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and continuing her cultivation. When Yi Ming awoke again, it was already daybreak. Even though only one night had passed, Yi Ming looked 10 years older, a look of vicissitudes of life permeating his whole being. He ignored the damage to his meridians caused by his shattered Dao heart, and immediately went to find Xiang. He had figured it out. He had done something wrong. He had betrayed his original intention, and done something he shouldn't have done. Regardless of whether Xiang would forgive him or not, he would personally apologize to her. But what Yi Ming didn't expect was that Xiang didn't even give him a chance to apologize. When he arrived at the place where Xiang and the others had rested the previous night, he found it was already deserted. Brother Yi, are you looking for fellow Daoist Xia? Fellow Daoist Xia, and the others said goodbye to senior sister early this morning and left. I heard they were heading to reunite with their fellow disciples. Which direction did they go? The Wuing sect disciple looked at Yi Ming with a strange expression, trying to hold back until he could no longer. Brother Yi, fellow Daoist Xia has done nothing wrong to you. Now that she's gone, please don't chase her and cause trouble for her. I'm not I. Yi Ming tried to explain, but found he had no words. The disciple clearly didn't want to hear his nonsense, and turned and walked away, mumbling as he walked. Senior brother Yi has truly lost his mind. He's so lost in love with junior sister Lin from the Yutian sect. Truly. Hearing this, Yi Ming's vision darkened. A sweet, fishy smell welled up in his throat, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. It seemed he would never earn Xia Ying's forgiveness. Ding dong. Supporting character Yi Ming's favorability has dropped by 10 points. His current favorability towards the heroine, Lin Yuexiang, is 25. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening supporting character Yi Ming. Now dispensing the immortal treasure, Tai Ching Water X1. Xiang, struggling with Ji Huyuan towards the depths of Lingsang Mountain, saw her eyes light up. There's such a good thing? As expected, God will not let down those who work hard. Already feeling a little exhausted, Xiang suddenly became energized and hurried in front of Ji Huyuan. Ji Huyuan? Question mark. Isn't it that junior sister is walking so fast on her Hot Wheels? Wasn't she just clamoring to find a place to rest? Aren't you tired now? Junior brother, stop dawdling. Let's hurry and meet up with second senior brother. Ji Huyuan's head was filled with question marks. I'm dawdling? Junior sister, do you want to hear what you said a quarter of an hour ago? Chapter 36. Despite their clamor, the two finally arrived at the inner area of Lingsang Mountain before the afternoon fog thickened. Once inside, even the usually carefree Xiang slowed her breathing, a solemn expression on her face. This place was permeated with a sinister aura. It was wise to proceed with caution. She and Ji Huyuan exchanged a glance, neither of them taking another rash step forward. But sometimes, as it happens, the trees want stillness, but the wind does not stop. A sudden gust of wind swept through the silent forest, sweeping fallen leaves from the trees and landing 3 feet in front of them. Instantly, white light shot up into the sky, the sound of swords jingling echoed incessantly, and countless sword energies erupted from the ground, swirling together and swooping down on them from above, carrying a thick layer of murderous intent. A flash of white light followed, and the broken frost sword was unsheathed. Xiang also formed hand seals and cast a spell, summoning wind blades in an attempt to clash with the sword energy. Tensions flared in the forest, a battle imminent. Suddenly, a sudden flute note echoed through the forest. The flute sound seemed to activate the forest's formation. The moment it sounded, the murderous sword energy, like a cat with its fur smoothed, quickly retreated into the earth. Xiang was a little confused by this sudden turn of events and instinctively glanced at Ji Huyuan. Who's helping them? Could it be second senior brother? Ha ha ha. Junior sister and junior brother, you're finally here. As the familiar voice echoed, Emma Yan's flamboyant figure appeared within their sight. Senior brother? Xie Ying's eyes lit up. She wanted to run over, but she stopped dead in her tracks, fearing she might accidentally trigger other formations and cause more trouble. Don't worry, junior sister. The formation here has been temporarily deactivated and won't be activated for a while. Come with me. Okay. The two quickly followed Mo Yan's footsteps, and the three of them quickly disappeared into the endless fog. Second brother, did you receive our message? You sent me a message? But I didn't. Mo Yan was a little surprised, but he quickly figured it out. It must be that the formation set up by the Ming family is blocking communication between inside and the outside world, so your message to me is naturally blocked. Fortunately, I was worried you might accidentally enter the formation and get hurt, so I've been waiting nearby for the past 2 days. I only took action when I sensed your presence. Thank goodness, senior brother, you acted in time, otherwise junior brother, and I would have spent countless hours trapped in that formation. By the way, senior brother, did you meet Master's old friend? Did you find out why he sent the message to Master? At this, Mo Yan's smile faded a little. That question can't be explained in a few words. I explain it to you in detail once we get to my place. As they spoke, the three of them finally arrived at the Brown Bear clan's residence. What came into view was a vast, ancient, and elegant mansion nestled against the mountain. The demon clan retains their demonic nature, and most retain their primitive habits in clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Only a few demons, drawn to humans and desiring to fully transform into humans, will deliberately imitate and learn human habits. The Brown Bear clan is a prime example. Even the spiritual medicine pavilion Xie Ying had visited previously retained some of the demonic characteristics. Xie Ying had seen more than once in the spiritual medicine pavilion some people living directly in caves, others in trees. And most of the time, they would present themselves as their original forms. But the Ming family was clearly not like that. Xie Ying and Ji Huyuan followed Mo Yan through long corridors, encountering many beautiful maids in rich attire who saluted them. The house was grand and simple yet exquisitely designed. Many houses Xie Ying had seen were not as beautiful and elegant as the Ming family. If she hadn't known this was the Ming family's retreat, Xie Ying would have thought she had stumbled into the private residence of some powerful human, never associating it with the demon race. The Ming family's closeness to the human race far exceeded Xie Ying's original expectations. Xie Ying followed Mo Yan, lost in thought, remaining silent for the rare moment. The corridor seemed endless. They walked for a full quarter of an hour without seeing the end. Just as Xie Ying was absorbed in her thoughts, Mo Yan suddenly stopped in front of her. Unaware, she nearly bumped into him, but Ji Huyuan stepped in to help her. Senior sister. Xie Ying looked in the direction Ji Huyuan indicated and saw a tall, muscular man dressed like a gentleman approaching them with a broad smile. But there was a lingering evil glint between his brows, and his gaze on Xie Ying was so intense that Xie Ying couldn't help but frown. Master Mo, please stay. I suppose this is the junior brother or sister you're always talking about. Now it seems she's truly a rare talent, a master of many talents, on par with Master Mo, ha ha ha. Mr. Meng Lu, you're too polite. Mo Yan's attitude was indifferent, but Meng Lu didn't seem angry. On the contrary, his attitude towards Mo Yan became even more attentive. Xie Ying had initially been reluctant to acknowledge the man before her, but upon hearing his name, she glanced up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Meng Lu, the only son of Meng Tian's younger brother, was also one of Lin Yuexiang's biggest and most attentive, mindless bootlickers in the later stages of the original novel, aside from Helian Yao. It was precisely because of Meng Lu's existence that Lin Yuexiang met Helian Yao and received such a significant boost from the demon sect. If Meng Lu had been eliminated right from the start, would Lin Yuexiang and Helian Yao have no further contact? A daring thought suddenly struck Xie Ying, but she quickly suppressed it. Killing the young master right after arriving at the Ming family seemed a bit presumptuous. Never mind, she'd better avoid causing trouble for her master and consider killing Meng Lu outside the Ming family to eliminate future trouble. I heard this fairy is an alchemist. It just so happens that I recently obtained a new, top-grade elixir recipe, but I haven't found the formula yet. I wonder if you'd be willing to help me with this. If you're willing, I give you the recipe as a thank you gift later. Xie Ying was just contemplating how to kill Meng Lu stealthily without implicating the Xiaoyao sect, when Meng Lu approached him. Seeing the suppressed malice in Meng Lu's eyes, Xie Ying almost laughed out loud. Meng Lu had run into her all his own way, so she couldn't be blamed. Xie Ying slowly smiled at Meng Lu with a brilliant smile. Yes, of course I'm willing to help you, Master Meng. Chapter 37. Meng Lu almost burst out laughing at Xie Ying's ready agreement. Very well, I have someone bring the fairy to the alchemy room later, and I be waiting there. Very well, very well. Meng Lu left with a meaningful expression, oblivious to the fleeting sympathy in Mo Yin and Ji Hyun's eyes. That fool, he's so smug even after being tricked. Their junior sister, senior sister, is no delicate female cultivator. She's got plenty of strength and skill. Meng Lu, that fool, can only wait for his misfortune. The Ming family was wealthy, and they had arranged a separate, small courtyard for Mo Yin and his fellow disciples. Xia Ying had just returned to the courtyard with Mo Yin, but before she could inquire about the Ming family's situation, the men sent by Meng Lu arrived. My two immortal lords, hello, fairy. I, your servant Xiaolu, have been ordered by the young master to invite you to the alchemy room to discuss some serious matters. Then let's go. Xia Ying didn't refuse, happily following Xiaolu to the alchemy room. Xiaolu looked at Xia Ying like this, a flicker of disdain flashing across her eyes. Another fool courting death. Even with the Xiaoyao sect as her backer, what good would it do? As long as the young master takes a fancy to her, death is inevitable. No one but herself could stay by the young master's side forever. Xia Ying pretended not to see the scornful mockery in Xiaolu's eyes. She had no interest in embarrassing a woman. As long as Meng Lu could be dealt with, Xiaolu, who had aided in the evil, would naturally receive her due retribution. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the side quest. Punish the scum Meng Lu. Meng Lu has been unmotivated since his cultivation, relying solely on plundering innocent girls to use as cauldrons to increase his cultivation. Thousands of innocent girls have died at Meng Lu's hands. Host, please treat him the way he treats you. Sell him to the Happy Pavilion to experience the pleasure of being a cauldron. Quest reward, 1 random blind box. Xia Ying, why another blind box? Can't you exchange it for a different reward? No, the host can only accept the quest, not bargain. Whether you're willing to bargain is up to you. Whether you can get a bargain is up to me. I'm not listening, you bastard. Xia Ying was about to say something else, but Xiaolu, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, turned around, and gave her a meaningful smile. Fairy, please. Yes. Xia Ying ignored the malice in her eyes, and strode towards the alchemy room. In the alchemy room, Meng Lu paced back and forth, anxiously awaiting Xia Ying's arrival. Xia Ying's vibrant, charming face flashed through his mind more than once. He had indeed used many furnaces before, but they were mostly with girls with water spiritual roots. Since Xia Ying was an alchemist, she must be a fire spiritual cultivator. He had never used a furnace with fire spiritual roots before. What would it feel like? Would it be less effective than a water spiritual root furnace? Meng Lu rubbed his chin with a lewd smile, imagining what might happen next. The next moment, the door to the alchemy room was suddenly and forcefully flung open. Before Meng Lu could change his expression, he saw Xia Ying stride in. Master Meng, where's the recipe? Since the fairy is here, why rush? Why don't we sit down and talk? As for the recipe, I'm only interested in the recipe. If Master Meng won't give it to me, I take my leave. Xia Ying didn't give the greasy, bulky man a chance to finish her words, turning and walking away. Hey! Fairy, please stay. I already prepared the recipe. Please take a look. Seeing that Xia Ying didn't seem to be joking, Meng Lu immediately changed his tactics, pulling out a recipe from his storage bag and handing it over. What a joke. He, Meng Lu, had never failed to obtain the cauldron he set his sights on, and Xia Ying wanted to leave. Absolutely not. Xia Ying finally smiled and took the recipe, examining it quickly. It was indeed a top-grade recipe, indeed. Unfortunately, it was for the jade face pill, so it wouldn't be of much use to Xia Ying. But if she refined it and sold it on the black market, she'd surely make a killing. Thinking of this, a genuine smile finally appeared on Xia Ying's face. She tossed the recipe directly into her storage bag. Thank you, fairy. Without waiting for Meng Lu to babble any more, Xia Ying sat down beside the alchemy furnace, grabbed the herbs nearby, and threw them in. Of course, she wasn't refining the jade face pill. Since she had a free alchemy furnace and herbs, she naturally wanted to refine some useful elixirs first. After adding all the herbs, Xia Ying even took a drop of Taijin water and tossed it in. Finally, she closed the furnace lid, and with a flicker of her mind, a cluster of netherworld azure lotus flames leaped from her brows and flew straight towards the furnace. Meng Lu had been observing Xia Ying's every move from a distance. When he saw the azure flame, greed flickered in his eyes. He heard that a cluster of strange fire slumbered in the Devil Valley near Lingsang Mountain. Who would have thought that Xia Ying had actually obtained it? How could an alchemist obtain the strange fire from the perilous Devil's Valley? Wouldn't she still have to rely on her two senior and junior brothers? Meng Lu made no secret of his contempt for Xiang. But to be precise, it wasn't Xiang he despised, but all women in the world. Influenced by his father, Meng Lu had looked down on women since childhood. In his eyes, women were nothing more than daughter flowers, dependent on men for survival. Yet, she still dreamed of competing with men for opportunities, and sharing the world through cultivation. This was simply a foolish dream. In his view, women should obediently serve as the cauldrons for their men, dedicating themselves to them. That was their true duty. The more Meng Lu pondered this, the more he wanted to teach Xiang a lesson for her ignorance. Taking advantage of Xie Ying's concentration on refining the elixir, he quietly closed the door to the alchemy room, inched up behind her, and extended his evil hand towards her. But just as his hand was about to touch Xiang, the person before him suddenly vanished without a trace. Meng Lu was stunned and instinctively rubbed his eyes. Where is she? Master Meng, are you looking for me? Xie Ying's slightly raised voice came from behind him. Meng Lu turned around in shock, only to see Xiang sitting in a chair, staring at him with boredom. When did you go over there? Just now. Didn't Master Meng see? Xiang feigned surprise. That Master Meng's eyesight is really unpleasant. Fairy Xia, why are you slacking off instead of refining the elixir? I'm not slacking off. Look, isn't the alchemy furnace operating on its own? As Xiang finished speaking, a medicinal fragrance slowly wafted from the furnace. Meng Lu choked. How could that be? When practicing alchemy, aren't they always focused on the furnace, watching over it personally, fearing a mistake would ruin the entire batch? Why is Xiang allowed to do whatever she wants? Let me think, Master Meng, are you wondering why I'm different from other alchemists? Then let me tell you the answer. I'm a genius. Chapter 38. Fairy Xia, what the hell are you talking about? Meng Lu was irritated by Xie Ying's arrogant and self-confident attitude. No woman could be so arrogant in front of him, and he would never allow any woman to be so arrogant in front of him. I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so anxious, Master Meng? Are you giving up the pretense so soon? You know what I mean? It's easy to guess. Then why did you dare to come to the appointment alone? I dared to come because I was sure I could escape unscathed. Arrogant! Meng Lu snorted coldly, and suddenly punched Xiang hard. I want to see what methods you, a defenseless alchemist, can use to defeat me. You're such a loser. You resorted to a sneak attack. Are you scared? If so, kneel down and call me good brother now. Perhaps I can save you some pain later. Meng Lu let out a lewd laugh, and his fist, carrying the force of a landslide, charged towards Xiang. If she were hit by this punch, she would be seriously injured, if not killed. But the next moment, Meng Lu's smug smile froze. The imagined pleasure of striking soft flesh hadn't arrived. This Xiang had actually dodged him for the second time. Meng Lu seemed to be irritated. Bang, 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 he punched aimlessly in all directions, but he couldn't even touch Xie Ying's skirt. Not only that, Xiang still had the strength to create a protective shield, preventing Meng Lu, in his rage, from destroying her furnace of elixirs. Glancing at this scene, Meng Lu felt his dignity, as a man insulted and challenged. Finally, his defenses were broken. Ah! Xiang, damn you! What do you think I am? A dog for your amusement? How dare you treat me so lightly? I make you pay. You're already broken? It seems Master Meng's Dao heart is extremely unstable. Roar! Enraged, Meng Lu suddenly let out a bear's howl. Then, his entire body suddenly grew taller, and his features began to change. His once bronze skin began to sprout brown for inch by inch. Xiang watched the performance with great interest. This Meng Lu couldn't even compare to the tiger owner of the Lijuan. He transformed into his beast form in an instant, unlike Meng Lu, who took ages to transform into a bear's head. Bad review. She had to give it a bad review. I thought you had some ultimate trick up your sleeve, but this is all you got? Take a look at mine. The smile on Xie Ying's face faded, and her aura shifted. The moment Meng Lu transformed back into his bear form, a massive object suddenly appeared in her hand, and she slammed it down on his head with several powerful blows. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Lu's eyes lit up from the blows, and he almost fell to his feet. How can a woman like you have so much strength? No way, it's natural. Young Master Meng, just take it. Xiang smiled brightly, raised her object, and slammed it down on him again. The force was so strong that Meng Lu nearly vomited blood. Huh? I didn't expect the alchemy furnace second senior brother gave me was so practical. It could be used not only for refining elixirs, but also for hitting people. It felt so good to hit people with it. When Meng Lu saw what Xiang was holding, he almost fainted. He had originally thought Xia Ying had used some incredible treasure to subdue him, leaving him powerless except to take the beating, but he had never imagined that Xia Ying had merely used an ordinary alchemy furnace. He, the dignified son of the Ming family, the future patriarch of the Brown Bear clan, was being pinned to the ground with an alchemy furnace by the woman he despised the most. If word got out, how could he still maintain his position in the Ming family? In extreme rage, a surge of power suddenly erupted from Meng Lu's body. Roar! He rose angrily, then stomped his body. He had barely raised himself when Xia Ying stomped him back. Xia Ying looked slender and frail, but her feet felt like 1,000 pounds, crushing Meng Lu to the ground. At this moment, Xia Ying had one foot on Meng Lu's head, the massive alchemy furnace still in her hand. She asked, hammering away. "Grandson, are you convinced? If you kneel down and call me grandma right now, I let you go." Xia Ying repeated the same rhetoric to Meng Lu. Meng Lu didn't know where Xia Ying got all that strength from. He was a physical cultivator, with bones of steel, insensitive to pain and easily harmed. But now, he felt as if his internal organs had shifted under Xia Ying's heavy blows. Even so, Meng Lu remained stubborn. "Hey! I don't accept it. You're dreaming of forcing me to submit like this. I'm a physical cultivator. Your attacks don't even feel as good as a tickle to me. Just forget it." "Oh! Really?" Xia Ying finally stopped, her voice drawing out in a slow, drawn-out tone that sent a chill down Meng Lu's spine. Could this little witch be thinking of some new way to torture him? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Xia Ying pinched his chin and forced him to look up. The next second, a herb was stuffed into his mouth. The herb tasted incredibly bitter, and Meng Lu swallowed it before he could even react. "What did you give me?" "Just a little snack. No need to thank me too much." "Thank you, you immortal. I'm a brown bear, not a cow or a horse. I eat meat, not grass. It's okay. You didn't eat it before, but now you can. Oh yes, I almost forgot to tell you. What you just ate wasn't just any spiritual herb. It was the rare blood mist grass." Xia Ying said this, feeling a little sorry. If the only remaining durian-flavored sandling pill hadn't been used on Lin Yuexiang, she wouldn't have needed the blood mist grass. But the blood mist grass is the raw material for refining the sandling pill, and its effects are even greater than those of the sandling pill. What a bargain Meng Lu had. Blood mist grass? Meng Lu's eyes widened. Xia Ying had actually given him blood mist grass. How could he possibly maintain his cultivation? At this moment, Meng Lu no longer had any intention of dealing with Xia Ying. He dug his thick bare paw into his throat, trying to dislodge the blood mist grass, but the blood mist grass had already fused with his flesh and blood the moment he swallowed it. Soon, a sharp pain radiated from Meng Lu's spiritual palace throughout his limbs. An invisible force tore his spiritual energy from his flesh and blood, returning it to the world. Meng Lu, who had relied on the nourishing furnace for his entire cultivation, had never experienced such pain before. He rolled over on the ground in agony, his massive body banging against the wall repeatedly, making a clanging sound. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xia Ying, a smiling face, walking towards him, holding the furnace. A huge fear swept through his heart. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. His bare eyes were filled with fear. You don't come over here." Chapter 39. Meng Lu acted very pitiful. However, a bear wouldn't evoke Xia Ying's pity. Even more so, a bear that had committed countless evil deeds and was not at all lovable. Xia Ying ignored the fear and flattery in Meng Lu's eyes, lifted the alchemy furnace with all her might, and struck him hard. Crack, crack. She heard the sound of bones breaking. Oops, I think I accidentally hit him too hard. Meng Lu's eyes were bloodshot. His spine was broken. At this moment, he could no longer hold back his anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. With this blood in essence, he also lost most of the cultivation he had gained through years of nourishment through the furnace. Meng Lu could clearly feel his spiritual energy slowly draining from his body, returning to the world. His cultivation, all his years of hard work, had been wasted. Unable to accept this outcome, Meng Lu rolled his eyes and fainted. Xia Ying scoffed coldly. That's it? She didn't bother with the bear. As long as it wasn't dead, it wasn't a big deal. Pa! Just then, a slight movement came from the alchemy furnace, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted out. Xia Ying's eyes lit up, and she hurried over. It's done. Outside the alchemy room. Ever since Xia Ying entered, Qiulu had been standing outside, watching every move in the room. When she heard the constant bang-bang sounds coming from the room, Qiulu couldn't help but glare with envy. This Xia Ying is truly a seductive vixen. She could actually drive this young master so crazy. But then she thought, the last woman who was subjected to this kind of torture by the young master died immediately afterward, so the Xiaoying would surely meet with no good end either. Comforting herself in this way, Qiu soon smiled again. She wanted to witness with her own eyes the tragic fate of a woman who seduced the young master. Squeak! Young master! Qiu happily turned around, but when she saw the person approaching, she screamed, "How could it be you? Where's my young master? Why couldn't it be me?" Xiang raised an eyebrow at her, her bright, sharp eyes making Qiu feel guilty. "Your young master is still in there. Go and see for yourself." Hearing this, Qiu hurried past Xiang and ran towards the alchemy room. Seeing Meng Lu lying unconscious on the ground, having returned to his original form, Qiu's legs gave way, and she nearly fell. Recalling Xie Ying's refreshed appearance when she left just now, a ridiculous and bold thought suddenly occurred to her. Could it be that the young master had been absorbing his yang to replenish his yin? Xie Ying had no idea, nor did she care, what kind of drama Qiu had imagined. At this moment, having successfully refined 3 top-grade life-extending pills, she was in high spirits. She always remembered by San Yang's remark that the civil unrest within the Brown Bear clan was due to Meng Tian's approaching lifespan, his cultivation declining, and his inability to suppress those within the Brown Bear clan harboring dissenting motives. But what if she could extend Meng Tian's life? Alchemists were highly respected in the world of immortal cultivation because they could refine a wide variety of elixirs. The life-extending pill was the panacea that all cultivators coveted. But refining this elixir was inherently against the will of heaven, vying for a glimmer of hope, so the chances of success were extremely slim. Besides her own natural talent and the blessing of the netherworld azure lotus flame, Xie Ying's success was more importantly due to the drop of Taizhen water she had added. Legend has it that Taizhen water originates from the celestial river in the immortal realm, and a single drop can heal all wounds. With such a precious immortal treasure, it would be hard for Xie Ying not to successfully refine the life-extending pill. A low-grade life-extending pill can extend a cultivator's lifespan by 50 years, a mid-grade one by 200 years, and a high-grade one by 500 years. A single pill of an immortal-grade life-extending pill could extend lifespan by 2,000 years. Unfortunately, to date, no alchemist on the Wanxiang continent has successfully refined a single immortal-grade life-extending pill. Xie Ying possessed 3 high-grade pills, which could extend Meng Tian's lifespan by at least 1,500 years. With 1,500 years to go, Xie Ying doubted Meng Tian would be able to rectify a small tribe of brown bears. Fresh from a victory, Xie Ying quickly returned to the villa. Inside the villa, Mo Yin and Ji Huyuan were drinking under a pear tree. Looking up, they saw Xie Ying enter, humming a tune he had never heard before. "Junior sister, are you done?" "Yeah." Xie Ying walked over, poured a glass of wine, and gulped it down. "I crippled Meng Lu." Puff. The pear blossom wine Mo Yin had just drunk was spat out before he could even swallow it. "Ahem, junior sister, what did you just say?" "I said I crippled Meng Lu." Mo Yin, "Oh junior sister, how could you say something like crippling a man without blushing or fluttering your heart?" Seeing Mo Yin's face flush and hesitant words, Xie Ying finally realized what he had misunderstood. "Second brother, don't be so rude in front of Xiao He." Xie Ying righteously accused Mo Yin. "What I meant was that I crippled Meng Lu's cultivation." Ji Huyuan suddenly called out, "So what? Does second senior brother's behavior have anything to do with him?" "Oh, that's fine. So what? His cultivation was forged with the blood and flesh of countless innocent girls. It's good to be ruined. And I accidentally broke his spine." Mo Yin, It's just a broken spine, not a big deal. Even if the Ming family is a dangerous place, I can still lead you out. Don't worry, senior brother. No one will bother junior sister." "How do you know?" "Because to Meng Lu, his reputation is more important than his life." Xie Ying gave the answer. "Second senior brother, don't you see? Meng Lu has a deep disdain for women. If he wants to openly trouble me, he inevitably tell everyone what I did to him. But if he were to publicly admit defeat to a woman, he'd probably be ready to commit suicide. So, second senior brother, rest assured, Meng Lu isn't anything to be feared these days." As she spoke, she sat down between the two of them. "Don't mention him. It's bad luck. Let's first discuss the current situation of the Ming family." Hearing this, the smiles on Mo Yin and Ji Huyuan's faces faded slightly. Mo Yin raised his hand and cast a barrier to prevent eavesdropping and spying. "Junior sister, second senior brother has yet to meet clan leader Ming. To be precise, I haven't met not only clan leader Ming Tianming, but also his relatives and the elders who support him. The Ming family is now led by Meng Lu's father, Meng Xian. Having said this, Mo Yin simply recounted to them the entire story of his solitary journey to Lingsang Mountain. Chapter 40. That day, as soon as Mo Yin entered Lingsang Mountain, he noticed something amiss. Lingsang Mountain is constantly surrounded by miasma and formations, causing the spiritual plants and demonic beasts within to undergo a degree of transformation. The demonic beasts, in particular, are far more formidable than ordinary ones. Mo Yin encountered no danger within the outer reaches of Lingsang Mountain. He only encountered a 4-tier purple scorpion near the inner perimeter, which he easily dispatched with his strength. But the scorpion's death also triggered the nearby formations, giving Mo Yin a glimpse of an opportunity to enter the Ming family. Meng Xian, who currently holds the temporary helm of the Ming family, is only at the Jindan stage. Seeing that Mo Yin, despite his young age, has already reached the middle Jindan stage and hailed from the Xiaoyao sect, a celestial sect of the sea, even though he knew Mo Yin had come from Meng Tian, Meng Xian did not dare to neglect him. He not only specially allocated a villa rich in spiritual energy for him to temporarily reside in, but also granted him free access to the Ming family. There was only one thing. Whenever Mo Yin asked to see Meng Tian, Meng Xian always had some excuse to evade. After Mo Yin understood his intentions, he stopped insisting, only occasionally walking near the formation to wait for Xiang and the others to arrive. You all know what happened later. So, second senior brother suspects Meng Xian of imprisoning Meng Tian? Indeed, it's a pity I still don't know where Meng Tian is imprisoned. Mo Yan's slender, jade-like fingers curved slightly, as he tapped the stone table slowly. Over the past 2 days, I used my spiritual sense to scan every corner of the Ming family, to avoid alerting the enemy. There are only 3 locations with restrictions left to check. That's easy. Now that Meng Lu is seriously injured, I'm sure Meng Xian's mind is preoccupied with him, too busy to worry about what we've done. If you want to find out, tonight is the perfect time to act. Ji Huyuan and Mo Yin exchanged glances and agreed immediately. Then let's go explore tonight. There are exactly 3 remaining, and we each take charge of 1. Don't be too careless. If you notice anything amiss, retreat immediately. Mo Yin took out 2 yellow background red talismans, and handed them to the 2 men. This is the talisman Elder Qingwei gave me before I left. Apply it to the restriction, and it will disable it for a quarter of an hour. Time is running out, so we must act quickly. Meng Xian rushed over immediately after learning that his only son, Meng Lu, was injured. My son? What happened to you? How could you be so seriously injured out of nowhere? Meng Lu, not wanting to let others know what he had experienced, signaled Qiu Lu with a glance to get everyone out before speaking bitterly. It's all because of that Xiang. I thought she was a pure and innocent little white flower, but who knew she was a ruthless, carnivorous plant. I really fallen into her hands this time. Xiang? Is she Mo Yan's junior sister? Meng Xian was horrified, his eyes filled with suspicion. Are you kidding me? How could a little girl possibly hurt you like this? But she did it. She's incredibly capable. Meng Lu lay on the bed, nearly excruciating, but his father still suspected he wasn't telling the truth. Furious, he stabbed his father in the heart. Whether I believe it or not, Xia Ying is different from the female cultivators I always known. You've been wrong this time. I saw her stuff the blood mist grass, which damages your spiritual power, into my mouth, and I saw her smash my spine with the alchemy furnace, and I was completely suppressed by her, powerless to fight back. If she weren't truly so insane, do you think I'd be willing to admit that a woman had crippled my cultivation and shattered my foundation? Meng Lu's words deeply shocked Meng Xian. He didn't want to believe them, but he knew Meng Lu wouldn't deliberately say such a thing to deceive him. Although Meng Xian and Meng Tian were brothers of the same clan, they belonged to 2 different branches. Meng Tian's descendants followed the traditional path of physical cultivation, focusing on physical training, while theirs instead practiced the yin-replenishing yang-replenishing furnace cauldron method. For this reason, Meng Xian's branch of mortals always looked down on female cultivators. In their eyes, female cultivators were categorized as either good or bad. After taking over the Brown Bear clan, Meng Tian considered the practice of using innocent girls to forge furnaces too cruel. Ren Wudao wanted to abolish the order, but how could Meng Xian, having already tasted the sweetness of forging furnaces, agree? So the 2 of them began a war of open and covert proportions, a struggle that lasted for 100 years, with neither truly victorious. Not until recently, when Meng Tian's old injury flared up, did Meng Xian have the opportunity to seize his power in one fell swoop. However, Meng Tian had hidden the clan leader's decree somewhere unknown, and Meng Xian couldn't find it anywhere, so he couldn't kill him to eliminate the threat, and could only temporarily imprison him. Xie Ying's presence undoubtedly threatened Ming Xian's pride and self-esteem, and his first thought was, Xie Ying must be eliminated. Don't contact Xie Ying for now. Her senior brother and I are both at the Jinin stage and a sword cultivator. There's no need to antagonize him unless absolutely necessary. What about my vengeance? Just let it go like that? Whenever Ming Lu thought of Xie Ying stepping on his head and sincerely saying, that's it, he felt livid. He wished he could execute Xie Ying to alleviate his deep hatred, but he couldn't defeat her. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in vain. Ming Xian's eyes held the same fierceness as Meng Lu's. I immediately send a message to Venerable Helion, asking him to lend a hand. The moon rises above the willows, and we meet after dusk. When the last ray of light fades from the sky, boundless darkness slowly envelopes every corner of the Ming mansion. Xie Ying and the other two, affixed with several invisibility talismans, finally journeyed through the inky night, heading in different directions towards the Ming family's residence. According to Mo Yanberry, the places with forbidden restrictions in the Ming family are the library, the ancestral hall, and the secret cellar. Now Xie Ying was heading to the ancestral hall, the most secluded of the three. Xie Ying's figure was as swift as lightning, and as light as a breeze, leaving only the rustling of leaves in her wake. Finally, she paused at the foot of an evergreen tree outside the ancestral hall, carefully surveying her surroundings for signs of ambush. The thick clouds were finally parted by the wind, letting through a few glimpses of soft, white moonlight. Under the bright moonlight, Xie Ying's sharp eyes spotted a small figure clinging to the wall, cautiously inching towards the ancestral hall entrance. A closer look revealed it to be a slender young woman. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, Xie Ying felt a sudden sense of familiarity. She shifted her focus and quietly followed. The young woman, in a state of high alert, was completely unaware of the silent presence of someone close behind her. After glancing around to confirm that no one else was nearby, she gently pressed her palm against the solemn, heavy door, muttering a series of incantations. Chapter 41. The blood from the girl's palm was quickly absorbed by the wooden door. Simultaneously, the barrier engraved with golden runes flickered on and off. The next second, the heavy, solemn wooden door slowly opened on its own. The ancestral hall, its doors open, was like a giant beast, silently inviting visitors. Without hesitation, the girl strode quickly inside, followed closely by Xie Ying. The moment they stepped inside, the wooden door slammed shut. The ancestral hall was pitch black, pitch black. Not even the moonlight from the horizon could penetrate. It felt like entering an eternal darkness. It was like a sealed space, without light, without wind, without sound. There was only boundless silence and darkness, easily enough to evoke the deepest fears in anyone's heart. But none of this had any effect on the girl in front of her. She simply took out a white candle and lit it. The moment the candle lit, a strange fragrance wafted forth, its fiery red light illuminating the small space. Though there was no wind, the candle flickered constantly, as if on the verge of going out at any moment. The girl's face lit up with a hint of panic. Regardless of the risk of burning her hands, she struggled to protect the weak candlelight and hurried in one direction. Xie Ying hurriedly followed. They walked in the darkness for an unknown amount of time before Xie Ying finally saw a long staircase extending upwards. The girl ascended without hesitation. Xie Ying didn't know if it was an illusion created by this dark space, but as she stepped onto the stairs, she suddenly heard the cries of many women. The cries were so shrill that they seemed to shatter one's heart. At the same time, strange and bloody scenes flashed before her eyes. Xie Ying frowned. This wasn't right. She tried to contact Yinin, but received no response. This made Xie Ying even more cautious. She quickly chanted a heart-clearing mantra in her mind, shutting out the sounds and images. Before she knew it, her back was drenched in sweat. The staircase seemed endless. Xie Ying kept counting the steps in her mind. When her foot completely left the steps, it was exactly 9,999. Descending the stairs, the view finally stopped at the endless darkness. Instead, she saw a series of cells, each holding several brown bears. There was only one cell, and it held a man. The man's messy hair covered his face, obscuring his features. He sat in meditation in the cell, his limbs tightly bound by iron chains made of black iron. The girl, holding a white candle, quickly ran towards the man and knelt down. Dad, are you okay? Fui Ying, how did you get here? Ming Tian's face was filled with surprise, but when his eyes fell on the white candle in Ming Fui Ying's hand, his expression suddenly darkened. Where did you get this candle? Did you make a deal with them? Ming Tian's breathing became rapid. Didn't I warn you not to go near them? Dad, I had no choice. Ming Fuiying didn't think she had done anything wrong, her delicate face filled with stubbornness. Ming Xian and his son have completely taken control of our Ming family. During the day, I can only transform into my original form and hide in the menagerie. I can only sneak out to find you at night. If I hadn't cooperated with them, I would never have found this place, and I wouldn't have been able to rescue you. The conversation between father and daughter continued to reach Xie Ying's ears. Xie Ying wasn't surprised by their identities. After all, she had already vaguely guessed her identity when she saw Ming Fuiying outside the ancestral hall. But who were the they mentioned so frequently? Could there be members of the Ming family other than the Brown Bear clan? Xie Ying was so absorbed in her thoughts that she accidentally missed a breath, and Ming Tian's sharp eyes immediately swept over her. Who's eavesdropping there? A fist gust of wind, carrying the power of a late Gene Dan cultivator, struck Xie Ying, who quickly dodged sideways. The next second, she revealed herself and stated her purpose directly. Xie Ying, the fourth disciple of Xiaoyao sect's true man Long Kong, greets Senior Ming. Afraid Ming Tian wouldn't believe her, Xie Ying simply displayed her identity badge. Ming Tian sensed the aura of an old friend from the badge, and finally believed Xie Ying's words. His tone and expression softened. Before Ming Tian could speak, Ming Fuiying's eyes lit up as she looked at Xie Ying. So you're the sister who severely injured Meng Lu. Sister Xia, you're truly amazing. Dad. You don't know? Today, when Kair told me Meng Lu had tricked the Xiaoyao sect's fairies into going to the alchemy room, I was a little worried. But then this afternoon, it told me Meng Lu was seriously injured, and Ming Xian got really angry. Only then did I realize Sister Xia wasn't taken advantage of, but had actually taught Meng Lu a lesson. It was because Meng Lu was seriously injured that Ming Xian stayed with him tonight, and that's why I dared to sneak out for so long. Fuiying, don't be rude to young friend Xie. It's okay. I really like Fuiying's straightforwardness and innocence. Now wasn't the right time to reminisce about the past, so Xie Ying didn't dwell on who the bird Ming Fuiying was referring to, and got straight to the point. Senior Ming, my master received your letter, and specially sent my senior brother me, and my junior brother to assist us. Senior, please tell us if there's anything you need us to do. Thank you very much. Then please help me get Fuiying out to the Xiaoyao sect. I ask your master to take care of Fuiying for us, considering our past friendship. Senior? Dad? Xie Ying and Ming Fuiying were both stunned. Mo Yin, Xie Ying, and Ji Heyuan, since learning of the internal strife within the Brown Bear tribe, had assumed Ming Tian had sent a message to their master, Long Kong, to solicit his assistance. The three brothers and sisters had already prepared to fight for power on Ming Tian's behalf, but they had never expected Ming Tian's request to be so simple. Simply take Ming Fuiying away. I know what you're thinking, young Master Xia, but this is a family matter between our Brown Bear clan. I don't want to implicate any innocent people. The only thing I'm worried about is Fuiying. As long as Fuiying is safe, then I have nothing to worry about. Junior understands. Ming Tian had clearly made up his mind, and Xie Ying didn't try to persuade him. Instead, she took out the life-extending elixir she had specially crafted for him and placed it on the ground. Junior will find a way to get Fuiying away. This elixir I crafted myself. Please accept it as a small token of my appreciation. Ming Tian raised his hand and took the jar. His pupils narrowed as he opened it, but the next second, he tossed the elixir back to Xie Ying. Chapter 42. Senior? Xie Ying was completely bewildered. Did Ming Tian not recognize this as a life-extending elixir? Or did he simply not want it? I appreciate your kindness, young friend, but I don't need it now. Fuiying needs it more than I do. If you truly want to help me, could you give me some elixirs that can quickly boost my cultivation? Xie Ying, shock. She did have elixirs that could quickly boost her cultivation, but they were also very damaging to the body. The boost came at the cost of one's life. Ming Tian didn't want a life-extending elixir, but this one. Was he seeking his own death? Sister Xia, please give it to my father. Please help him. Ming Fuiying, fighting back tears, begged Xie Ying. Xie Ying didn't understand their struggles, so she decided to let go of her compulsion to help others and respect their fate. Xie Ying took a deep breath, pulled out another small medicine bottle from her storage bag, and tossed it to Ming Tian. Take care, Senior. Thank you. After saying that, Xie Ying didn't linger any longer, turning and walking out. She had probably guessed what Ming Tian was going to do, so she thoughtfully gave the father and daughter a final moment together. But Ming Fuiying didn't linger long either. Xie Ying waited only a moment before she saw Ming Fuiying approaching, her eyes red. Sister Xia, let's go. I take you out of here. Xia Ying nodded gently without saying anything else, but she took Meng Fuiying's cold hand. The two figures quickly disappeared into the darkness. Something's happened. After leaving the ancestral hall, Xia Ying immediately caught sight of the flames rising to the sky in the northwest. Northwest? That was the direction of the library Ji Heyuan had gone to. Fuiying, go back to the menagerie and hide there. I pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Meng Fuiying was perfectly obedient. Without further ado, she took a shortcut and quickly disappeared into the night. Xia Ying didn't dare delay either. After applying her invisibility talisman, she quickly headed for the annex. Although she had used puppetry to create 3 puppets imbued with their auras to conceal her whereabouts, there were always exceptions. What happened in the ancestral hall today clearly told her. The Ming family was far more complex than she imagined. She knew full well that curiosity kills the cat, so she never asked about anything she wasn't supposed to know. A quarter of an hour later. Only when Xia Ying saw Ji Heyuan in the annex did her heart finally settle. The two of them, seeing Xia Ying, breathed a sigh of relief. Junior sister, what on earth have you been doing? Why did it take you 2 hours? Junior brother actually set fire to the Ming family library to protect you. 2 hours? She actually been there that long? So it was junior brother who set the fire. Well done. Xia Ying gave Ji Heyuan an approving look. As expected of her junior brother, he had perfectly emulated her style. Let's get down to business first. I found Senior Ming, but he doesn't want our help. He only has one request. Xia Ying poured a glass of water to soothe her throat and then briefly recounted her experiences. He doesn't need our help. He just wants us to bring his daughter back to the Xiaoyao sect? Yes, and I already agreed. Xia Ying paused. Second brother, what are your thoughts? What about you? Meng Tian looks like he's entrusting his daughter to someone before his death. Whether it's for master's sake or junior sister's promise, we can't ignore Meng Fuiying. But there's clearly still a lot we don't know about the Ming family. Since Meng Tian doesn't need our involvement, then we shouldn't. Ji Heyuan's response sounded a bit cold, but Xia Ying wasn't surprised. The original novel describes Ji Heyuan, the future big villain, as cold and gloomy. Although Xia Ying didn't think Ji Heyuan would become a villain after getting to know him, it's undeniable that Ji Heyuan's attitude toward people and matters outside of the Xiaoyao sect was never quite warm. Junior sister, what about you? I think the same as you do. Xia Ying came to her senses. Since this is Senior Ming's decision, we should just respect it. Why make things difficult for others under the guise of doing good for them? After all, sometimes, others don't necessarily need your self-righteous help. Okay, since you all agree, I have no objection. Mo Yin, the second senior brother, immediately made the decision. Tomorrow we pick up Meng Fuiying and leave Lingsang Mountain. The next morning, Xia Ying had someone take her directly to the menagerie. They hadn't officially broken off relations with Meng Xian yet, and they were still treated like honored guests within the Ming family. Though the servants who followed Meng Xian were wary of Mo Yin and the others, they didn't dare treat them with any disrespect. Furthermore, the menagerie wasn't particularly important to the Ming family, lacking even a guard. Therefore, the attendant didn't refuse and took Xia Ying directly there. Alright, go about your business. This spirit stone is your reward for leading the way. Xia Ying casually took out a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it into the arms of the guide. The guide immediately beamed and left with joy. After Xia Ying entered the zoo, she discovered that the animals kept there were all young brown bears, still immature and inexperienced. All told, there were about 100 of them. One, with 4 snow-white paws and a tuft of white fur between its brows, darted towards Xia Ying the moment it spotted her. Xia Ying immediately recognized Meng Fuiying and embraced her, rubbing her head. Ah! Little Fuiying is so adorable. Her fur is so soft and so cuddly. Although adult brown bears are large and powerful, immature brown bears are simply adorable, harmless for children. Who wouldn't be confused by this? If the timing hadn't been wrong, Xia Ying would have wanted to hug Meng Fuiying and breathe in her deep breaths. Xia Ying's passionate gaze made Meng Fuiying shy. Unafraid to reveal her identity in broad daylight, she could only place her paw on Xia Ying's hand, conveying her innermost thoughts. Sister Xia, all the little bears here are innocent. I asked Dad, and they can leave Lingsang Mountain with me. Can you help me take them with me? Of course. How could she refuse now that little Fuiying had asked? At that moment, she finally experienced the joy third senior sister felt towards her, questioning her, understanding her, and finally becoming her. Xia Ying, feeling elated, rubbed Meng Fuiying's head again. Then, with a wave of her hand, she tucked Meng Fuiying and all the little brown bears in the menagerie into the spirit beast bag. Outside the menagerie, Ji Huyuan and Mo Yin had just arrived when Xiang emerged. Is everything done? Of course. Xiang raised her chin proudly. Don't you trust me with my work? Of course I do. Mo Yin smiled indulgently. Since everything's done, let's go. Second senior brother, wait a minute. There's someone else I need to take with me. Chapter 43. In Meng Lu's courtyard, a dozen maids, led by Qiulu, were busy boiling medicine. The seriously injured Meng Lu lay dozing on the bed. Xiang, crouching on the wall, took out a fiery winged lotus and scattered it across the courtyard with her spiritual energy. Qiulu and the others felt a strange fragrance waft through their noses, and the next moment, their eyes rolled back and they all fainted. Qiulu, what are you doing? How could you wake me up? Meng Lu opened his eyes impatiently and cursed, only to see the very person he least wanted to see, Xiang, standing at the head of the bed, looking down at him with a grin. Meng Lu, looking as if he had seen a ghost, nearly jumped up in fear. He accidentally pulled at the wound on his back, causing him to grimace in pain. You. I, what do you mean by I? What are you doing here? Don't be afraid, Master Meng. Meng Lu, no. He was even more frightened. It be over soon. I take you somewhere nice. Under Meng Lu's horrified gaze, Xie Ying's smile widened. In her left hand, she held a familiar alchemy furnace, in her right, a large sack. Meng Lu wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He could only watch as Xiang expertly lifted the sack and put it on him. Then, a familiar pain rippled through him, and Meng Lu closed his eyes unwillingly. If he could turn back time, he would never, ever mess with Xiang again. Xiang tied the sack tightly shut, then tossed Meng Lu and the others into her storage bag, and went straight to reunite with Ji Huyuan and the others. Although she felt that the blind box Yinin had given him was likely to contain some strange and useless items, it was still better than nothing. Meng family meeting room. Meng Xian was furious about the library fire last night, leaving the room in a state of disarray. Useless. A bunch of useless. After an entire night, they haven't even tracked down the arsonist. You? Come here. Meng Xian pointed at a servant standing in the corner. Are you sure the Xiaoyao sect members didn't leave the villa last night? I'm sure. I was stationed outside the villa the entire night, and I saw them wandering around the courtyard several times. That's strange. Besides them, there are no other outsiders in the Ming family. If the library fire wasn't their fault, is it haunted? Chief, there's actually someone we overlooked. Meng Xian's confidant spoke up at the right moment, but Meng Fuiying still hasn't been found? Meng Fuiying? Is she crazy? Is she going to burn down the Ming family library? You can't catch the thief, so you come up with this excuse to fool me? Investigate. Investigate. Chase her even after we got to get out of the mountains. Meng Xian was furious, and the meeting room fell silent for a moment. Just then, several people hurried in one after another. Oh no! Oh no! Chief, something bad has happened. I'm not dead yet. What are you yelling about? The zoo has been emptied, and all the cubs are gone. The precious medicinal herbs in the treasury are gone. Chief, the young master is missing too. What do you mean the young master is missing? Huh? How could a living person like him just disappear out of nowhere? Hearing the last sentence, Meng Xian nearly fainted. He kicked the intruder in the chest, his rage uncontrollable. Tell me everything. Meng Xian felt like his head was about to explode. How come everything went smoothly when Meng Tian was the clan leader, but with him, everything was a mess? The people below were arguing endlessly, but Meng Xian finally understood what was going on. Meng Lu's disappearance must have been the work of those from the Xiaoyao sect. He treated them as honored guests, allowing them free access to the Meng family home, yet they had actually kidnapped his son right under his nose. Meng Xian had never been humiliated like this. At this point, he no longer wanted just Xie Ying's life. He also wanted to take Mo Yin and Ji Huyuan's lives. He even remembered the Xiaoyao sect. Meng Xian pondered for a moment, then took out a piece of black talisman paper, and quickly poured his thoughts into it, infusing it with spiritual power. The moment he entered, the black talisman paper quickly transformed into a spiritual crane, flapping its wings and soaring away. However, Meng Xian also knew in his heart, Meng Lu's disappearance might indeed be related to the Xiaoyao sect members, but the theft of the treasury was definitely not their fault. In the entire Brown Bear clan, the only one capable of emptying the treasury without anyone noticing was Meng Tian, the one holding the clan leader's order. Let's go! Follow me to the ancestral hall now. He had thought sealing Meng Tian in the Eternal Night prison would be foolproof, but he had underestimated Meng Tian's strength. Today, no matter what, He must obtain the clan leader's order from Meng Tian. Meng Tian. He must not be kept any longer. Don't bother, I'm already here. Tall and imposing, Meng Tian stood backlit, smiling at everyone in the conference room. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a fine golden glow on him. Not only that, but they also come to settle accounts with you. Meng Tian's eyes flickered, and the pressure of a nascent soul stage cultivator suddenly spread out, pinning everyone to the ground. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, countless rows of white candles appeared before them, and a strange fragrance instantly filled the meeting room. Instantly, a fierce wind blew, dark clouds obscured the sky, and the entire Meng family was completely enveloped by tens of thousands of ghostly figures. Meng Xian and the others hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Meng Tian's breakthrough of his Dan, and formed a nascent soul, when they looked up and saw countless ghostly figures behind him. That was... Ah! Heart-wrenching screams echoed one after another, but Meng Tian ignored them. Sooner or later, sins will be repaid, and no one is exempt. He only hoped that their lives could buy a glimmer of hope for the next generation of the Brown Bear clan. After all, those children had done nothing wrong, they were the ones who were implicated. Meng Tian sat cross-legged in the conference room. At the cost of his own life, he set up a blood sacrifice formation, himself the centerpiece, the entire Lingsang Mountain the formation's core. He sacrificed all members of the Ming family to appease their wrath. The moment the formation descended, a resounding boom shook the earth, and a blood-red light, mingled with a monstrous sinister energy, shot up into the sky. The ground beneath Lingsang Mountain split open into a vast abyss, and the entire mountain plummeted at a visible speed. Dad. Junior sister. Get away. This is a blood sacrifice formation. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Meng Fuiying could no longer suppress her suppressed grief and burst into tears. Xie Ying's mind shifted, and the Bibo fan beneath her carried them a distance. In the blink of an eye, the once majestic and mysterious Lingsang Mountain was completely swallowed by the abyss, leaving behind a devastated landscape. Chapter 44. What infuriating event occurred in Lingsang Mountain that harbored such a deep reservoir of resentment and evil energy? Mo Yin frowned, gazing at the raised ruins of Lingsang Mountain in the distance, his tone heavy with gravity. Although Lingsang Mountain had completely sunk into the ground, a lingering evil energy still lingered nearby. While cultivators were naturally unafraid of this energy, ordinary people struggled to resist it. Only by requesting the intervention of the Buddhist sect could these souls and evil energy be liberated. This is all the bloody sin committed by our Brown Bear clan. Meng Fuiying suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of the other three. Meng Fuiying knew that since Meng Tian had entrusted her to the Xiaoyao sect, they must be trustworthy, so she didn't conceal the scandal. We, the Brown Bear clan, are all physical cultivators. Not only is physical cultivation slow and difficult, but we're also not as powerful as other cultivators. Our only advantage is probably our ability to withstand blows. Our clan is divided into two factions. Meng Xian's faction refused to pursue a sincere path of cultivation, and gradually strayed down a wrong path, refining furnaces and cauldrons for their own cultivation. Meng Fuiying was still young and hadn't experienced those bloody scenes. Meng Tian had explained these details to her, bit by bit, since she could remember. My father told me that in just 200 years, countless women have died at the hands of Meng Xian and Meng Lu. You can imagine the blood debt our Brown Bear clan has incurred over the years. Sister Xie, do you still remember the Ming family ancestral hall? Of course. Xie Ying nodded, a hint of suspicion rising in her mind. The eerie coldness of that hall still lingered in her mind even now. Could it be that the ancestral hall isn't dedicated to the ancestors of the Ming family? How could it be the ancestors of the Ming family? Enshrined there are every innocent girl who was brutally murdered while the Ming family was refining the furnace and cauldron. The white jade steps Sister Xie walked on were made from the skin and bones of those girls. The white candles you saw were also made from their flesh and blood. It was the warm weather of March, but hearing these words, Xie Ying and the other two felt a chill in their hearts. This is truly cruel. The Ming family's ancestors were so cruel and ruthless. After harming those girls for their own selfish desires, they colluded with evil cultivators to build an ancestral hall, trapping their souls within, preventing them from reincarnating or seeking revenge. Meng Fuiying clenched her fists tightly. She was ashamed to have such an ancestor. But justice is undeniable. About 200 years ago, Meng Xian used the same method to harm a young girl gathering herbs in Lingsang Mountain. What Meng Xian hadn't anticipated was that the girl was actually a Wu clan member seeking training, and a Gu cultivator at that. Before her death, the Wu clan girl sacrificed her soul and cast a blood curse. No descendant of the Brown Bear clan would live past the age of 100. Over the years, her curse has been fulfilled one by one, yet Ming Xian and the others remain unrepentant and unrestrained. My father has been quietly searching for a way to save the descendants of the Brown Bear clan. Mo Yin, a formation practitioner, quickly grasped the key point upon hearing this. So, was it Senior Ming who set up the blood sacrifice formation just now? Yes, my father and the uncles in the clan agreed to use their lives to offset the resentment of those women, hoping to buy us younger generations a glimmer of hope. That being said, everyone knew that the blood curse cast by the Wu clan couldn't be lifted simply by exchanging lives. Ming Tian and the others' actions might alleviate some of the women's resentment, but they wouldn't lift the curse etched into the Brown Bear clan's bloodline. Ming Fuiying's eyes flushed, and she clutched the clan leader's order at her waist tightly. She indeed found it difficult to accept Ming Tian's plan the day before. But she had always been well-behaved and sensible, and naturally understood that this was the law of nature, karma. No matter how well-behaved, Ming Xian's clan was still part of the Brown Bear clan. As the clan leader, Ming Tian couldn't remain aloof from the blood debt owed by the Brown Bear clan. She couldn't change her father's decision, so she could only live up to his expectations, study hard in the Xiaoyao sect, and search for a way to truly lift the Brown Bear clan's bloodline curse. Fuiying. Xiaoying reached out and gently touched Ming Fuiying's head. She wasn't known for comforting people, but she had a way to help Ming Fuiying vent his anger. Actually, I haven't had time to tell you yet. I also abducted Ming Lu. Do you want to see what fate awaits him after his many evil deeds? Southern Territory, Lingza City. Back here again, Xiaoying lost interest in sightseeing and led Mo Yin and the others straight to the Joyful Pavilion. The Joyful Pavilion was the most prosperous spot on Lingza City's Flower Street. Xiaoying could already smell the pleasant fragrance of the Joyful Pavilion before she even approached. With a clear goal in mind, the four of them headed straight for the Joyful Pavilion. The two female cultivators welcoming guests at the entrance of the Joyful Pavilion immediately approached. Oh, you immortals and fairies look unfamiliar. I'm sure this must be your first time at our Joyful Pavilion, right? How about I introduce you to them? Very well then. I trouble you two beautiful sisters. Xiaoying handed each of the beauties a mid-grade spirit stone and reached out to caress their faces. So soft. Her gestures were generous and graceful, yet not frivolous or frivolous. The two beauties, who had been at the Happy Pavilion for a long time, couldn't help but blush. This little fairy looks young, but I didn't expect she's actually a seasoned prodigy in the world of love and romance. After receiving the spirit stones, the two became even more welcoming to Xiaoying. They introduced her affectionately and allowed her to embrace them as they entered. Xiaoying whispered to one of them, caressed their faces with the other, and delighted the two beauties, looking like seasoned prodigies, truly radiant and cheerful. The more Xiaoying handled the situation, the more the three behind her looked like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. But Xiaoying was so busy trying to establish a friendly relationship with the beautiful woman that she had no time to worry about what the three others thought. The three followed Xiaoying into the private room on the second floor and sat down. The room was located on the corridor, separated by a thin, flowing moon cloud veil. Various beauties wandered through the room, their shadows looming, creating a uniquely hazy beauty. Mo Yin, Ji Huyuan, and Ming Fuiying sat in the back, each one more rigid than the other, like elementary school students who didn't fit in at Huanqi Pavilion. But their eyes were fixed on the back of Xiaoying's head. Seeing her take a bite of grapes fed by one beauty, then sip a sip of wine brought by another, she even praised the new beauty's slender waist and beautiful voice. The three of them fell into deep thought. Mo Yin, is this junior sister's first time at Happy Pavilion? Why does she seem so at ease, like she's back home? Ji Huyuan, damn it. When on earth did junior sister come to Happy Pavilion without telling him? Look! If he'd known they were coming, he wouldn't have come. Ming Fuiying's eyes were full of stars. Wow! Is this the outside world Sister Xie talked about? It's so colorful. Chapter 45. Ahem. Seeing Xiaoying becoming increasingly engrossed, Mo Yin couldn't help but cough a few times behind her as a reminder. Xiaoying then withdrew her hand, still unsatisfied. Alas! Wine and women are alluring, but happy days are always short-lived. She was going to be the number one in the world of immortal cultivation in the future, so she really had to stop indulging herself. Sister Yan Yang, I actually came here today to sell someone to your Huanqi Pavilion. Oh! Yan Yang, fanning herself gently, gave a sweet laugh and leaned against Xiaoying. Then I have to take a good look. If she's too bad, our Huanqi Pavilion won't accept her. Xiaoying paused as she opened her storage bag. That was a mistake. She had actually forgotten that Huanqi Pavilion might not appreciate Meng Lu's filthy possessions, but since she already brought the person here, there was no way she could take him away. With a flash of white light in the veiled private room, a large sack was thrown to the ground. The sack was untied, revealing Meng Lu's battered face. The beauties of the joyful pavilion fell silent, their gazes involuntarily falling on Yan Yang. Yan Yang's gaze froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered, her brows furrowed slightly. Sister Ying, what's going on? Hee. Xie Ying smiled sheepishly. We have some personal grudges against him, so we were a bit heavy-handed on the way here. But don't worry, Sister Yan Yang. While he may not be considered handsome, he's certainly respectable, and he has someone behind him who will surely cause trouble for the Joyful Pavilion. If you think he's suitable, could you please have the Joyful Pavilion manager come over to discuss this? The manager isn't here today, but I can handle such a small matter as recruiting someone. Yan Yang smiled charmingly, her round fan tapping the white jade table in front of her intermittently. We at Huanqi Pavilion wouldn't have valued this kind of stuff, but since Sister Ying and I get along, we're willing to give you this favor. But the price? The price is negotiable. If Sister Yan Yang is willing to take him, I even pay him back with spirit stones. If it weren't for the system quest requiring Meng Lu to be sold to Huanqi Pavilion, she wouldn't have done such a loss-making deal. Yan Yang covered her face with her fan and laughed. Although Huanqi Pavilion never does business at a loss, it doesn't make sense to ask customers to pay back. 500 low-grade spirit stones. That's all he's worth in Huanqi Pavilion. Deal? Xie Ying agreed readily. Even the smallest fly is still meat. Although third senior sister was wealthy, and the gift she gave her was already staggeringly generous, she couldn't rely on her spirit stones forever. Every bit of money she could earn was worth it. Yan Yang gestured, and someone immediately stepped forward to drag Meng Lu, who had fallen unconscious in the sack, away. They then handed 500 low-grade spirit stones to Xie Ying. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest and receiving the reward. One random blind box. Ding. The reward has been distributed. Please remember to check. Xie Ying's eyes flickered, but she didn't open the blind box for the time being, continuing to chat and laugh with Yan Yang. Yan Yang seemed genuinely fond of Xie Ying. Not only did she personally escort her out the door when Xie Ying and her group were leaving, she even exchanged message cranes with her. Sister Ying, don't forget to write to me when you return. You're always welcome to visit Huanqi Pavilion again. Yan Yang smiled sweetly, her breath soft as orchid, whispering into Xie Ying's ear. Finally, she even placed a kiss on her cheek before disappearing. Ji Huyuan, who witnessed this scene, exclaimed, shock. They only known each other for so long, and yet they're already this close? Xie Ying, who quickly realized what was happening, couldn't help but blush. Yan Yang truly deserves to be the top performer at Huanqi Pavilion. She's incredibly skilled. How could anyone not be confused? What a pity. I'm not a man. Xie Ying turned around with regret to see the other three staring intently at her. What are you staring at? Is there something wrong with my face? Humph. Junior sister, with her tender embrace, must have forgotten us long ago. Xie Ying, What's with that sour tone? Could it be that Junior brother fell in love with Yan Yang at first sight? I didn't expect Junior brother, despite his youth, to have such good taste. It's a shame. Yan Yang's reaction was clearly that the king of Xiang had a crush on the goddess, but she had no desire. Xie Ying, believing she had glimpsed the truth, patted Ji Huyuan's shoulder sympathetically. Junior brother, if you can't catch the sand, it's better to let it go. Ji Huyuan, ? What nonsense. Junior sister is saying something he doesn't understand again. Ji Huyuan held his breath, snorted coldly, and turned away arrogantly. Xie Ying tilted her head in confusion. Junior brother, has your heart been poked? Happy Pavilion. Yan Yang, dressed in a purple gauze dress, was escorted by the crowd back to the largest room on the top floor. The room exuded exquisite luxury. The floor was covered with 1,000-year-old snow jade, which could calm a cultivator's mind. The curtains were made of mermaid silk, a priceless piece. The vases, teacups, screens, and other items seemed to be placed haphazardly, but in reality, they were used to set up a small spirit-gathering array within the room. As soon as one entered this room, one could feel a constant flow of spiritual energy flowing into one's body. One could imagine how effective cultivating here would be. Yan Yang lazily leaned on the chaise longue. Seeing her confidant return, she raised her eyelids, her voice, mellow as fine wine, tinged with a subtle chill. Have you arranged for that person? Master, don't worry. Everything has been done as you instructed. He will be able to receive guests tonight. Have someone keep a close eye on him. Don't let him die so easily. Yes. The female cultivator stood there, hesitant to speak, but couldn't help but ask another question. I see the pavilion master is very fond of the young lady who came today. Why not keep her in our joyful pavilion? Does it mean she must stay just because she likes you? Our joyful pavilion's wine cultivation method isn't suitable for that child. I only took a liking to her because she appealed to my taste and, by accident, helped me settle an old grudge. Yan Yang chuckled softly, closed her eyes, and said nothing more. The female cultivator, though still curious, tactfully stopped probing and quietly retreated. Night fell. As Xia Ying and her group were returning to Xiaoyao sect, Gu Qinghai and his companions, who had not been seen for several days, suddenly appeared at the entrance of Joyful Pavilion. Looking at the beauties before him, draped in gauze, graceful and smiling like flowers, Gu Qinghai couldn't help but frown. Third junior brother, are you sure Ah Ying is in there? Of course. Wang Qing, still draped in a large cloak, covered herself completely. Today, junior sister and I saw Xia Ying walk in with our own eyes. Junior sister, am I right? Gu Qinghai's expression darkened after receiving Lin Yuexiang's definitive answer. Xia Ying is getting even more outrageous. How could she go to a place like Huanqi Pavilion and have fun without telling him? Without waiting for the others behind him to speak, Gu Qinghai entered Huanqi Pavilion with a stern expression. Chapter 46. Hey! Senior brother, wait for us. Wang Qing hurriedly followed, pulling Lin Yuexiang along, unable to suppress the wicked smile on his face. Senior brother is angry. I teach Xia Ying a lesson later. Xia Ying treated him like that after entering a small sect of unknown origin. She deserved to be punished. Thinking of the humiliating experience in Devil Valley that day, Wang Qing's face instantly darkened. Even if Xia Ying knelt and begged him this time, he would never let her return to the Yutian sect. She would be bound to that small sect until death. After all, wrongdoing comes at a price. Nan Qipan walked last, disapproving of the others' actions, but she had little say in the group, so after a moment's hesitation, she followed. Outside the Joy Pavilion, flowers abounded, and inside, the scene was bustling with activity. The sound of music and laughter lingered, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. As soon as Gu Qinghai and the others entered, a large stage came into view. On the stage, a tall, imposing man in a bright red dance dress and veil swayed his waist awkwardly and awkwardly. The thought of Xia Ying enjoying herself here made Gu Qinghai's heart swell, and the veins in his forehead throbbed. Immoral. Absolutely immoral. How can this be? Excuse me, immortal lord, what is immoral? And how is it inappropriate? Our Joy Pavilion is a place for people to enjoy themselves and cultivate. If you find this objectionable, please turn away. The gate is right there. No need to see me off. The beautiful woman in pink, who was about to greet the guest, heard Gu Qinghai's angry words as she approached, and her charming smile instantly faded. At the same time, the thugs from the Joy Pavilion cast unfriendly glances their way. Lin Yuexiang, thinking this was bad, quickly spoke to mediate. Sister, don't be angry. My senior brother was just too anxious and said something without thinking. He didn't mean to offend. Oh! A person with such bad manners, can't bear to be called sister by a fairy. The pink-clad beauty laughed. Besides, an offense is an offense. How can it matter whether it was intentional or not? Enough. Do you know who we are? How dare you speak to us like that? Wang Qing, seeing Lin Yuexiang's ridicule, was like a hedgehog that exploded at the slightest touch, rushed forward and glared coldly at the pink-clad beauty. We won't waste our time talking to you. Hurry and call Xia Ying out. What a boast! No matter who you are, you dare not cause trouble in our Happy Pavilion. Even clay figures have some temper, let alone the people of Happy Pavilion, who never want to suffer a loss. The pink-clad beauty sneered and raised her hand. The white shawl wrapped around her arm flew out, slapping Wang Qing twice in the face. She then tied him up tightly. Throw these troublemakers out. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. We're not here to cause trouble. Nan Qipan finally couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, handing over 10 low-grade spirit stones. We're just looking for someone in your area. Please give us a favor. Okay, you three can stay, but not him. Throw him out. Before the pink-clad beauty finished her words, Wang Qing was thrown out, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even set foot inside the Happy Pavilion. The pink-dressed beauty looked at Wang Qing's funny appearance of scratching his head and cheeks anxiously outside, and then she started laughing again. But I must be frank. These 10 low-grade spirit stones are only enough for the three of you to wander around the first floor of the Joy Pavilion for a quarter of an hour. If you don't replenish your spirit stones by the time is up, I will have you dismissed." After saying this, the pink-clad beauty, regardless of their expressions, turned and left with a slight, lotus-like step. Gu Qinghuai frowned subconsciously. He had always felt that the first floor only rule was a bit harsh, but then he realized that Xiang had no spirit stones on her. Even if she could stay in the Joy Pavilion, she wouldn't be able to reach the upper floors. He felt relieved. This time, he would definitely take Xiang back to the Yutian sect and teach her a lesson. He would never let her continue her mischief. Gu Qinghuai turned around and searched for Xiang. Nan Qipan also found a quiet place to hide. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Lin Yuexiang found a secluded corner and hurriedly communicated with the senior in the bracelet. "Senior, where is the person you're talking about?" "He's right in front of you, the male cultivator who was posing coquettishly on the stage just now." Lin Yuexiang, ? "Senior, are you sure? When have I ever been wrong?" Thinking of the benefits she gained by following this senior's advice, Lin Yuexiang quickly calmed herself and walked towards the male cultivator in the dance dress in front of her. This male cultivator was none other than Meng Lu, the one sold into the Happy Pavilion by Xiang. God knows how furious Meng Lu must have been when he opened his eyes and learned he'd been sold into the Happy Pavilion. But soon, he was completely tamed by the methods used by the Happy Pavilion's training. Even thinking of the methods they used on him, he couldn't help but tremble. "Big brother, is there some reason you came to the Joyful Pavilion? Can you tell me? I do my best to help you." Meng Lu was filled with despair when a voice as sweet as heavenly music reached his ears. He instinctively looked up, and when he saw the undisguised worry beneath Lin Yuexiang's sweet face, he almost revealed his origins. But he quickly came to his senses. While it was embarrassing now, at least he was still wearing a veil, and no one knew who he was. If it were revealed that he was Meng Lu from the Meng family, how would he survive in the world of immortal cultivation? Seeing Meng Lu clench his teeth and stop talking mid-sentence, Lin Yuexiang was almost jumping with anxiety. Her charm had never failed before, so what was going on today? Is it because she hadn't practiced for too long, or is her cultivation declining? Lin Yuexiang was extremely anxious, but she still had to patiently try to coax Meng Lu. But even after she had talked herself dry, Meng Lu still didn't say a word. "Lin Yuexiang, this person is a stubborn ass. I am Lin Yuexiang, a disciple of the Yutian sect. I know you didn't stay in the Joyful Pavilion voluntarily. Don't worry, I will find a way to get you out." Just then, a quarter of an hour was almost up, and Gu Qinghuai and the others appeared in her sight. Lin Yuexiang could only hurriedly say a few words and depart. As soon as Lin Yuexiang left, Meng Lu raised his head and stared in her direction, lost in thought. "I never thought there would be such a kind female cultivator among the human race. If she ever came back to save me, I would not only reveal my identity to her, but I would also dedicate my life to her as my benefactor." The three of them met up quickly and, in unison, chose to leave without replenishing their spirit stones. Wang Qing, anxiously waiting outside, immediately came over. Chapter 47. "How's it going? Have you found that little bitch Xiang?" "Third junior brother, be careful what you say. I'm not wrong. Xiang is shameless and heartless." "Enough." Nan Qipan couldn't stand Wang Qing's constant insults against Xiang, and started to retort. "Junior brother, you always call yourself a gentleman. I don't know what gentleman would constantly use such obscene words as bitch and shameless." All right. Senior brothers and sisters, stop arguing." Lin Yuexiang once again stepped in as a peacemaker. Wang Qing naturally agreed, and Nan Qipan snorted coldly, falling silent. Xiang was right. Lin Yuexiang was indeed treacherous. You couldn't afford to offend her, but you could avoid her. "Third senior brother, we didn't find Aing. Perhaps we were too late, and she already left." "What?" Wang Qing's eyes flickered with resentment. "She got it easy." Wang Qing was about to say a few more provocative words, but when he looked up, he saw Gu Qinghuai's grim expression and swallowed his words back. It seemed as if senior brother still had feelings for Xiang. It would be best not to risk bad luck at this moment. "Senior brother, what should we do now? We've been out long enough. Let's return to the Yutian sect." Ever since arriving in the Southern Territory, their status as direct disciples of the Yutian sect hadn't brought them any benefits or respect. If it weren't for finding Xiang and healing his wounds, he wouldn't have wanted to stay here any longer. Gu Qinghuai's thoughts echoed Wang Qing's. Why should he, the respected third senior brother of the Yutian sect, be bullied on the Southern Territory's demonic territory? "I listen to you, senior brother. Senior brothers and sisters, can you lend me some spirit stones?" Seeing they were about to depart for Yuetian sect, Lin Yuexiang finally spoke anxiously. This time, she didn't know when she would be able to return to the southern territory. She wanted to bring the male cultivator with her. The senior said he could help her connect with someone of exceptional luck in the future. Of course, junior sister, how many do you want? What do you need spirit stones for, junior sister? Unlike Wang Qing's straightforwardness, Nan Qipan instinctively clutched her own spirit stones. Unlike Wang Qing, an alchemy cultivator with an endless supply of spirit stones, she had painstakingly saved them from completing missions to use on her wife. Second senior sister? Just give it to Xiang when she asks. Why are you so stingy? My spirit stones didn't just come from the wind. Why should I give them to her? If you're generous, why don't you drag me into this? I give it to you then. Wang Qing glared at Nan Qipan, but when she looked back at Lin Yuexiang, her gaze was gentle and affectionate. Xiang, how many do you want? 500 mid-grade spirit stones? Would that be enough? Young Master Duo? You mean Young Master Duo? Wang Qing almost thought his ears were failing. 500 mid-grade spirit stones would have taken him a year of refining elixirs day and night just to get them from the sect affairs office. He didn't want to disappoint Lin Yuexiang, but the thought of him having to pay so many spirit stones alone was too painful. He glanced at Nan Qipan, only to see him retreating quickly, clutching the spirit stones. Wang Qing, Xiang, what do you need so many spirit stones for? Senior brother, I want to redeem the male cultivator who just danced in the Joy Pavilion. What? Gu Qinghuai's eyes darkened, and he nearly collapsed. Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. How have you learned to be as disrespectful and self-respecting as Xiang? Brother, you misunderstood. He was the one who told me he didn't stay in Huanqi Pavilion voluntarily, but was framed. I couldn't bear to see him humiliated, so I just wanted to save him from suffering. Don't say anything. Third junior brother, don't lend her the spirit stones. We're going back to Yuetian sect now. Wang Qing, having secured the spirit stones, breathed a sigh of relief. Pulling the aggrieved Lin Yuexiang along, he slowly followed Gu Qinghuai, whispering words of comfort. Xiang, I know you're kind-hearted, but senior brother is furious right now, so don't provoke him. Don't worry, Huanqi Pavilion will humiliate that male cultivator, but we won't let him die or suffer serious injuries. It won't matter if we rescue him a few years later. Yes. Although Lin Yuexiang felt that Wang Qing's words had some truth, she was still unhappy. He claimed to be so kind and loving to her, but he couldn't even bear to give her 500 mid-grade spirit stones. What kind of love is that? The four people, each with their own thoughts, slowly walked away, unaware that their entire argument had been heard clearly by Huanqi Pavilion. At the same time, a man dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold thread, resembling a mountain demon, descended from the sky onto the ruins of Lingsang Mountain. He had eerie red hair, a pair of slightly upturned fox eyes, blood-red lips, and a voluptuous aura between his brows. This man was none other than Helian Yao, whom Ming Xian respectfully addressed as Mr. Helian. Helian Yao always smiled, but when he saw the ruins, the smile on his face finally collapsed bit by bit. Who? Who killed the Brown Bear clan? He put so much thought into Ming Xian to bring the Brown Bear clan under his wing. Now that they were annihilated, hadn't all his efforts been for nothing? Helian Yao angrily swung his palm. With a loud boom, a nearby hill was instantly shattered. Whoever did it, he would make them pay with blood. 7 days later, Xia Ying and the others finally arrived at the Xiaoyao sect. Smelling the salty sea breeze, Xia Ying felt elated. She jumped off the bibofan and happily greeted her fellow disciples. However, the Xiaoyao sect disciples hurried along, clutching various books, and didn't even glance at her. Xia Ying? Why hadn't her fellow disciples paid any attention to her after not seeing her for a while? Could it be that she wasn't their beloved senior sister Xia anymore? Xia Ying fell into deep thought. Junior sister. Shin Fuyu, having known Xia Ying would be returning to the sect today, rushed over to pick her up. Why are you standing there in a daze? I heard you were coming back today, so I put everything aside to come pick you up. Wow. As expected, third senior sister loved her the most. Senior sister, you're so kind. Of course. Shin Fuyu raised her chin proudly, then spotted tiny Ming Fuiying, held by Mo Yan's hand, and smiled tenderly. That's little Fuiying, right? Don't be afraid. Once you come to Xiaoyao sect, you make this your home. Let's go! Master and the sect master are waiting for you. Shin Fuyu held Xia Ying's hand with one hand, and lifted the petite Ming Fuiying into his arms with the other. Xia Ying, third senior sister, is so motherly. Senior sister, has anything happened in the sect lately? Why do all those junior brothers and sisters seem so worried? With the sect master here, what could possibly happen to the Xiaoyao sect? Shinfuyu laughed. They're busy practicing. What? Xiaoying felt a strong sense of crisis. You guys are secretly practicing while I'm out and trying to pressure me? No. Once this is over, I'm going to practice in seclusion. Shinfuyu's smile froze for a moment. Junior sister, let's just say, is there a possibility that you're the one pressuring us? Chapter 48. When Xiaoying followed Shinfuyu to the sect's main hall, she noticed a delicate young man standing beside her master, Long Kong. The young man looked about the same age as Ji Heyuan, possessing a refined and easygoing demeanor. Simply standing there, he exuded a graceful demeanor. Xiaoying studied him for a moment, a suspicion forming in her mind. Could this young man be Song Xiushi, her true junior apprentice from the original novel? The next moment, her suspicion was confirmed. Xiushi, I heard you killed a 5th-level snake demon. That's truly impressive. It's just average, 3rd in the world of immortal cultivation. Master, don't brag. If you do, junior sister's tail will be all over the place. Ha ha. It's okay for young people to be a little frivolous, laughed Su Xiai, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. You did a really good job this time. I already informed the Office of Administration. Since the mission target has been upgraded from 2nd to 5th level, your reward should naturally be increased as well. Don't forget to collect your reward from the Office of Administration later. Disciple thanks you, Sect Master. Fuiying, come here. Long Kong waved at Ming Fuiying, his eyes filled with nostalgia. You look so much like your father. Don't worry. Since your father has entrusted you to me, I will protect you. Will you accept me as your disciple? Disciple does. Ming Fuiying knelt down and kowtowed to Long Kong. Disciple Ming Fuiying kowtows to Master. Okay, get up quickly. Long Kong gently raised his hand, and Ming Fuiying felt a gentle breeze brush against her knees. Then, an unidentified force lifted her to her feet. This is a welcome gift from your master. Your senior brothers and sisters all have one. And this is mine. Thank you, Master, and thank you, Sect Master. 2 flashes of golden light flashed, and 2 floating brocade boxes appeared before Ming Fuiying. She carefully put them away, and thanked them both earnestly. At the same time, Long Kong pulled out the young man, who had been standing behind him, and introduced him to Xiaoying and the others. One more thing. When you left the sect, I accepted a new disciple. Imoyan Aing, Xiaohe, this is your 6th junior brother, Song Xiushi. He's also your 6th senior brother, Fuiying. Xiushi, come meet your senior brothers and sisters. Song Xiushi obediently stepped forward and greeted Imoyan and the others one by one. His demeanor was graceful and elegant, yet exuded a noble and graceful air. Every movement was a delightful painting. Xiaoying couldn't help but sigh. 6th junior brother is truly worthy of being a prince from a mortal royal family. His demeanor is simply beautiful, impeccable. After the group met, Long Kong and Imoyan take them all back to Qibao Island. Upon arrival, a beaming Shinfuyu produced a storage bag filled with spirit stones and a brocade box and handed them to Ming Fuiying. Junior sister Fuiying, these spirit stones are my welcome gift for you. Senior brother had some insights and went into seclusion a few days ago, so he prepared this welcome gift in advance and asked me to give it to you. Please accept it. Junior sister, please accept it. Every disciple on Qibao Island gets one. Xiaoying, noticing Ming Fuiying's hesitation, urged with a smile. Not just 3rd senior sister and senior brother, but every one of us will prepare a welcome gift for you and 6th junior brother. Aing is absolutely right. Imoyan chimed in, junior sister, just accept it with peace of mind. Ming Fuiying could sense the genuine care and concern from everyone on Qibao Island, her nose stinging and tears nearly falling. She quickly lowered her head and whispered a response. Yes, thank you, senior brothers and sisters. You're welcome. Xiaoying affectionately put her arm around her shoulders, naturally holding her hand and leading her forward. Since we're on Qibao Island, we're family. Why bother with all the thank yous? Let's go! I take you to a courtyard you like, preferably close to me, so you can come visit anytime. The 2 girls walked away quickly, hand in hand, with Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi following closely behind. Shinfuyu and Mo Yanzhu were at the back, walking and chatting leisurely. Su Yinji was worried that Ing would be unhappy after Master accepted Fuiying as his last disciple. I see Ing is incredibly happy. Of course. Don't you understand what that little girl Ing is thinking? Mo Yin smiled helplessly. She's been longing for a younger sister for a long time, And Fu Ying's appearance is exactly what she's been dreaming of. Besides, she was the one who rescued Fu Ying from the Ming family. Anyone else might not accept her, but not her. Although Ai Ying's actions are unconventional, she's clear-minded and open-minded, and definitely not a petty person. Senior brother Su is worrying too much. Besides, who says a sect can't have two beloved younger sisters? Fu Ying is a younger sister, and Ai Ying is also a younger sister who deserves to be cherished in my heart. So, I made a bet with him about this matter. The stakes were the sect master's daughter's red wine, which has been buried in the courtyard for 200 years. Shen Fuyu loved drinking, but her alcohol tolerance was extremely poor. When she first joined the Xiaoyao sect, she got into a lot of trouble due to drunkenness. Since then, Long Kong and the sect master have strictly forbade her from drinking, forcing her to sneak in and try new things. So, when the mention of that jar of 200-year-old daughter's red wine came up, Shen Fuyu was truly envious. No, Su Yinji lost. I have to go ask him for the daughter's red wine now. Second senior brother, I leave this to you. According to her heart, before she finished her words, Shen Fuyu transformed into a stream of light and rushed straight towards Baiming Island, where Su Yinji was. Mo Yin couldn't stop her. Oh no! Third junior sister is trying to steal wine again. The Xiaoyao sect is in danger, but with senior brother Su Yinji watching over her, third junior sister shouldn't cause any serious trouble, right? Probably. Mo Yin ultimately chose to trust Shen Fuyu once again, but when he thought about this incident 3 months later, he wanted to slap himself in the face. Trusting Shen Fuyu is worse than trusting a sow to climb a tree. After her trip to Lingseng Mountain, Xia Ying's enlightenment had shifted somewhat. So, after finishing all her chores and delivering the necessary gifts to Ming Fuiying and Song Xiushi, she hung a wooden sign outside the courtyard gate and began a single-minded retreat. So, when Shen Fuyu and Su Yinji finally managed to obtain the jar of daughter's red wine, intending to share it with the two younger junior sisters, all they received was the cold, indifferent words retreat, do not disturb on the gate. At that moment, Shen Fuyu was torn. Should she wait for Ai Ying to come out of retreat and call junior sister Fu Ying to share the feast, or should she try it herself first? Shen Fuyu stood at Xia Ying's courtyard gate, her daughter's red wine in her arms, feeling the cold wind for a long time. Ultimately, she suppressed her inner desire. As a good senior sister, she couldn't abandon her junior sisters and enjoy herself alone. She had decided she would wait for Ai Ying to come out of retreat. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 49. The originally calm and rich spiritual energy within the Xiaoyao sect was suddenly disrupted, then surged in one direction. Qibao Island. Over Qibao Island, dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind blew. Thick lightning flashed through the swirling clouds, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, as if it would strike at any moment. The Xiaoyao sect disciples were all captivated by this sudden and strange phenomenon, staring at the dark clouds that were descending lower and lower in the sky, but they dared not approach rashly. This looks like a tribulation cloud. Is any of the brothers and sisters on Qibao Island about to undergo a tribulation? No, right? I remember that senior brother Qin, senior brother Mo, and senior sister Shen hadn't reached the great perfection of the golden core stage, and this tribulation cloud doesn't look like one for the nascent soul stage. What do you think? Could it be? The young disciple paused mid-sentence, an outrageous yet terrifying thought forming in his mind. Everyone glanced at each other, their thoughts aligning with the same person. Thank you, senior sister. Everyone was in a state of panic. Senior sister Xie just advanced to the foundation establishment stage 3 months ago. Is she about to advance to the golden core stage now? I heard that senior brother Su also took 3 years to advance from foundation establishment to golden core. Could senior sister Xie's cultivation talent be so terrifying? The disciples were on the verge of tears. It's not just her talent that's terrifying, but senior sister Xie is also incredibly hardworking. I heard she doesn't even sleep, cultivating day and night. The brothers and sisters on Qibao Island are suffering every day. Forget about the brothers and sisters on Qibao Island. We all live in senior sister Xie's shadow every day. You say senior sister Xie is so amazing, why doesn't she slack off in her cultivation? I think she's actually quite playful. I know. Disciple A approached with a mysterious expression. I heard that when senior sister Xie lived in the Yutian sect, she was constantly called a loser. I think it was because of that tragic experience that senior sister Xie worked so hard to prevent others from looking down on her. What? Are the people of the Yutian sect so arrogant? I have to see for myself during the sect competition. Because of this strange phenomenon in the sky, Xie Ying had become the focus of everyone in the Xiaoyao sect. While everyone was speculating whether this calamity cloud was meant to help Xiang overcome her tribulation, Ji Heyuan and the others, from Qibao Island, watched Xiang's every move from afar in her courtyard, their brows thick with worry. This calamity cloud arrived so quickly and suddenly, catching everyone off guard. No one had anticipated the possibility of Xiang advancing to the Golden Core stage in just 3 months, so naturally, they hadn't prepared in advance. Even though the calamity clouds had already arrived, Xiang remained in seclusion. Although Ji Heyuan and the others were worried, they dared not disturb her at this moment. Meanwhile, Xiang sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array in her room. She could feel the spiritual energy from 100 miles around her continuously flowing into her body, flowing through her spiritual veins, forming one great cycle after another, and finally returning to the spiritual sea of her spiritual mansion. Her spiritual mansion had expanded more than 3 times since the previous 3 months. Atop the boundless spiritual sea, 9 colorful spiritual lotuses, a product of the convergence of spiritual energy, floated. The 9 spiritual lotuses were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a circle. The vast spiritual energy within the spiritual sea was channeled through these 9 spiritual lotuses, transforming into strands of spiritual threads that snaked through the air and slowly wove into the shape of a golden elixir. However, the golden elixir seemed erratic and could only be guided by the spiritual thread, otherwise it would quickly shatter. Seeing this, Xiang focused even more intently on absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into her spiritual sea, carefully and attentively using the spiritual thread to trace and fill the golden elixir within her spiritual mansion. After an unknown amount of time, the spiritual energy within her spiritual sea finally condensed into half a round, enormous golden elixir within Xiang's spiritual mansion. Xiang opened her eyes and let out a long breath. As soon as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, she keenly sensed something amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. With a wave of her sleeve, she revealed the scene outside the room. A dark tribulation cloud loomed over the courtyard. Thick purple-black lightning surged within it, a gentle pressure and a dangerous aura swirling around, as if it would strike down at any second. Xiang frowned. Is this her tribulation? But she didn't want to advance to the Golden Core stage yet. Although her spiritual energy was sufficient for advancement, she hadn't yet mastered the 3rd level of the Xiaoju Heart method. Even if she succeeded in advancing to the Golden Core stage at this moment, it would still create hidden dangers for her future cultivation. She didn't want this. She didn't want to advance. A determined look flashed in Xiang's eyes, her sharp, autumn-like pupils fixed on the tribulation cloud in the sky. The tribulation cloud seemed to understand Xiang's gaze, but disapproved of her contempt for it. It immediately sent a bolt of purple lightning hurtling towards Xiang. Xiang was furious. Where would she sleep if her house was damaged by thunder? On the seabed? And wouldn't it cost spirit stones to rebuild the house? This thunder has no understanding of human suffering. So annoying. If it loves to strike others, I let you strike. I let you strike. 10,000 thunders strike. She leaped out of the room, hovering in midair. Her hands twirled rapidly, forming one magical seal after another, and flinging them at the calamity cloud overhead. Her movements were so swift that even the seals left after images, and then, above Qibao Island, a strange scene unfolded. The calamity cloud in midair had barely struck a single bolt of lightning when it was struck by several more bolts descending from the sky, nearly dispersing it. The people of Qibao Island, witnessing the entire process from a distance, were stunned. Shen Fuyu pinched Mo Yan's arm hard. His 3rd junior sister, what are you doing? Am I dreaming? Ah Ing is using her lightning to strike the calamity cloud? 3rd senior sister, you're not dreaming. Ji Heyuan stared at the petite figure in the sky, her dress rustling in the wind, with mixed feelings. And if I'm not mistaken, the calamity cloud will soon be shattered by junior sister. Sure enough, not long after Ji Heyuan finished speaking, the dark calamity cloud in the sky began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally disappearing back into the clouds. In an instant, the sky was cloudless, a clear blue, as if the calamity cloud had never descended. Having successfully secured her courtyard, Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Spotting Ji Heyuan and the others, she excitedly flew towards them. Shall he? Senior brothers and sisters. Junior brothers and sisters. Are you here to pick me up from my retreat? To be precise, we came to watch you, junior sister, get struck by lightning. What a shame, we didn't see it. Great. Senior sister, and you are so connected, and you and senior sister are playing tricks on each other. Ji Heyuan, So junior sister, can you explain what you were doing? Can't you tell? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Xiang offered her answer with sincerity. I was negotiating with Jieyun, if I could wait a bit before getting struck. Chapter 50. Although I accumulated enough spiritual energy in my spiritual palace, I haven't yet mastered the third level of the Xiaoju heart method. I don't think now is the best time to break through my foundation and form my elixir. This tribulation cloud is really hard to deal with, but fortunately, it's reasonable and finally agreed to my request. Everyone, do you want to hear what you're saying? How could I not agree? If I don't, it'd be shattered by you. So what? That's what it means to be a wise man. Everyone, They were speechless. After a moment's silence, Meng Fuiying slowly gave Xie Ying a thumbs up. For's senior sister is amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone stop mid-tribulation. Isn't that unusual? Isn't that unusual? Even Mo Yin couldn't bear to listen anymore and raised a sincere question. Ying, you should know that countless people in the world of immortal cultivation have failed their tribulations, but no one has ever chosen not to do so when the tribulation clouds approach, forcing them back abruptly. Since no one has ever done this before, I'd be the first. Xie Ying felt that perhaps because she came from another time and space, she didn't have much reverence for the laws of nature, which everyone revered as the golden rule. She respected the laws of survival in the world of immortal cultivation, but that didn't mean she would always follow them. There are certainly people in the world of immortal cultivation who fail their tribulations, but most of them still have a second or even third chance. Since the laws of nature allow for failure, why can't I give up my chance to overcome them? If everyone does it and follows it, does that mean it's right and suitable for me? The seemingly ordinary question struck a heavy blow in everyone's heart. Everyone shuddered upon hearing this. Yes. Is the path everyone takes necessarily the right one? Even if it is the right one, does it necessarily suit them? At this moment, Mo Yan's state of mind, which had been stagnant for over 3 years, suddenly began to loosen. Ji Heyuan also felt something. The auras around them began to subtly shift. Xin Fuyu and Xie Ying were the first to react. Second brother and fifth brother, have you entered a state of meditation? I protect them. The two men attacked simultaneously, casting a barrier around Mo Yin and Ji Heyuan to prevent them from being accidentally disturbed. Second and fifth brothers are so enviable. They can achieve enlightenment while chatting. That's a good thing. This way, our Xiaoyao sect will become even stronger. Ying, I actually think our Xiaoyao sect is already very strong. Not strong enough? We haven't even made it into the 9 great sects of the Xiang continent. The 9 great sects are the recognized powerhouses in the world of immortal cultivation. Xie Ying said this deliberately, hoping to stir up the rebelliousness of Xin Fuyu and the others. After all, no one wants to hear anyone speak ill of their own family. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xin Fuyu's face change, his eyes filled with disapproval. What are the 9 great sects? If our Xiaoyao sect wanted to, we could become one of them at any time. Really? I don't believe it. Of course it's true. Xin Fuyu saw the suspicion in Xie Ying's eyes, and became anxious. Just wait and see. I also participate in this year's sect competition, and bring you the top Jindan stage weapon refiner. Let senior brother, second senior brother, and Su Yinji take first place. Ying, don't you hate the Yution sect? Let's take it down. Really? Then senior sister, you must keep your word. Xie Ying's eyes curved with laughter. Meng Fuiying and Song Xiushi, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Third senior sister, haven't you figured it out yet? Fourth senior sister is deliberately teasing you. Okay, Ying, you learned bad habits now. I teach you a lesson. Xin Fuyu feigned displeasure, and reached out to tickle Xie Ying's armpits. Xie Ying laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes. Ha ha ha. Senior sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'm ticklish. Third senior sister, please forgive fourth senior sister. Humph. For my sake, I'd be merciful and forgive you this time. Over the past 3 months, with the companionship of the Xiaoyao sect, Meng Fuiying has slowly recovered from the pain of losing her father, and regained her former lively personality. Song Xiushi is gentle and quiet, but he follows everyone wherever they go, and always points out the most crucial issues at the most crucial moments. He's now recognized as the smartest brain truster on Qibao Island. Now, when he sees Xin Fuyu and the other sisters joking around, Song Xiushi simply watches quietly with a gentle smile. 3 months ago, I got a jar of the finest daughter's red wine. The sun's shining brightly today, so why don't we go drink some? Third senior sister, is there a necessary connection between sunny weather and drinking? Faced with Meng Fuiying's sincere question, Xin Fuyu choked for a rare moment. Little junior sister, don't ask. Senior sister just wants to drink. Xia Ying winked at Meng Fuiying, even her hair gleaming with mischief. But be careful. I heard from senior brother that third senior sister can't drink much. Don't listen to senior brother. I can handle it perfectly. Really? Xia Ying's eyes lit up. Senior sister, can you drink 1,000 cups like me? A hint of guilt flashed across Shenfuyu's eyes. Not 1,000 cups, but more like 100. Wow! You two senior sisters are amazing. Meng Fuiying exclaimed heartily. I never tried wine before. What does it taste like? Is it good? Whether it's good or not, junior sister, you know after trying it. The three girls hit it off immediately, and Xiang even called over the quiet Song Xiushi. 6 junior brother, please come with us. Thank you senior sister, but I don't like wine. I just wait here until the 2 senior brothers wake up. 6 junior brother, don't be so polite. They be fine. 3rd senior sister, I really don't like drinking. Song Xiushi refused with a sincere look. Besides, if I wait here, if the 2 senior brothers wake up and ask about you, someone will be able to tell them. Since 6 junior brother says so, senior sister, let's not make things difficult for him. Xiang thought carefully. In the original novel, Song Xiushi really didn't drink at all. It seemed he really didn't like drinking. Okay. Shenfuyu's eyes were filled with regret, but he didn't force it. He took Xiang and Meng Fuiying's arm and walked towards his courtyard. By the time Mo Yin and Ji Heyuan regained consciousness, an hour had passed. Why are you the only one here, 6 junior brother? Where did they go? 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior sister went out for drinks. Mo Yin stopped dead in his tracks, a look of fear crossing his handsome face. Wait! 6 junior brother, tell me again, where did Shenfuyu go? Chapter 51. 3rd senior sister took 4th senior sister and youngest junior sister to drink her jar of daughter's red wine. Although he didn't know why Mo Yin had such an expression, Song Xiushi still answered honestly again, and briefly recounted the previous scene in words. 100 cups without getting drunk? 1,000 cups without getting drunk? And brought someone who had never touched alcohol? Mo Yin's world collapsed at that moment. It's over. It's completely over. He's finished. The Xiaoyao sect is finished too. 2nd senior brother? Song Xiushi and Ji Heyuan exchanged a bewildered glance, neither understanding why Mo Yin had suddenly become so hopeless. But soon, they understood. When thick smoke and flames billowed from Chun'an Island in the northwest, Ji Heyuan and Song Xiushi were stunned. This fire. Could it have been set by 3rd senior sister and the others? What are you all standing there for? 5th junior brother, come with me to Chun'an Island to put out the fire. 6th junior brother, go tell master that Shenfuyu, along with Aing and junior sister, burned down Chun'an Island, the law enforcement uncle's island. Hurry! Hurry! It's too late, and someone's life will be lost. I be the right away. Song Xiushi, always known for his elegance and dignity, sprinted towards Long Kong's courtyard, nearly tripping over his right foot and falling. Meanwhile, Mo Yin and Ji Heyuan had already sped towards Chun'an Island on their swords. Even though they had anticipated this, the sight of Chun'an Island's current devastating state still made them both lose their sight and nearly drop their swords. They saw a huge fire rising into the sky in the bamboo forest on the west side of Chun'an Island. Su Yanji, who had arrived here before them, was soaring in the air and using magic to summon thunderclouds to bring rain. In the bamboo forest, ablaze with flames, Shenfuyu, Xia Ying, and Meng Fuiying, their cheeks flushed from drinking, each clutching a stalk of green bamboo, shouted to the heavens. I will become the greatest weapon refiner in the world of immortal cultivation, and make those who once looked down on the Shen family beg me on their knees. I want to be the greatest in the world of immortal cultivation. Meng Fuiying burped dizzily. I want to be the most powerful leader in the history of the Brown Bear tribe. Sui Qingqing, the law enforcement elder who had rushed over after hearing the news, let out a groundhog-like scream upon seeing this scene. Huh? Where in the Xiaoyao sect is this groundhog cry coming from? Hysterically, Xia Ying tried to locate the source of the groundhog cry, only to meet the eyes of an enraged Sui Qingqing. So fat. Are groundhogs fed so well? Xia Ying, I'm going to skin you alive. Wow. Sisters, run. The fat groundhog has become a demon and is killing people. Sui Qingqing's yell startled Xia Ying, who suddenly took off running. Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying, terrified and unaware of what was happening, hurried to follow. Behind them, Sui Qingqing, Ho Drawn, followed closely. Mo Yin and Ji Heyuan, already suspended in midair, had a single thought. This time, even the gods can't save them. Boom! With a clap of thunder, torrential rain poured down, extinguishing most of the fire in the bamboo forest. Su Yinji, having successfully summoned rain, leaped toward Shinfuyu, who was jumping around in the bamboo forest. Mo Yin. Huyuan. What are you still standing there for? If you don't catch them now, are you going to see them wreak havoc on the law enforcement uncle's fish pond again? The two men suddenly woke up, and while Su Yinji was subduing Shinfuyu, they pounced on Ming Fuiying and Xiaoying respectively. Ming Fuiying and Shinfuyu were both easy to catch, but the drunk Xiaoying was as slippery as a loach. Ji Huyuan chased her for a long time, but couldn't even touch her hair. This is weird. How can junior sister be so agile even when drunk? Ever since she mistook Sui Qingqing for a groundhog, Xia Ying now sees everyone as a groundhog. She turned around and saw a fairly good-looking groundhog relentlessly chasing her. Anxious, she pulled something out of her storage bag and threw it back. Catching up with Xia Ying was already difficult enough, and now he had to divide his attention to deal with all the messy things she threw at him. Ji Huyuan wished he could knock Xia Ying out with one punch. Bang! Ji Huyuan had barely lost his focus when a golden ring struck him on the head. Luckily, it remained lodged in his skull. He tried to remove it, but found it was stuck, seemingly inextricably. Ji Huyuan? ? Ding dong. Detecting the host has activated the magic weapon Wukong's golden hoop. Now, please chant your incantation. Hey! Monster! Kneel before your grandfather! Bang! As Xia Ying shouted, Ji Huyuan was suddenly yanked by an invisible force, slamming heavily into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. It all happened in an instant, leaving everyone stunned. Even the law enforcement elder, Sui Qingqing, who was utterly enraged by Xia Ying, took a cautious step back. Is this some powerful magic weapon? Not sure. Let's take another look. Junior senior sister. Ji Huyuan, forced to eat a mouthful of grass, struggled to his feet and flashed Xia Ying a harmless smile. Dazzled by the smile, Xia Ying froze for a rare moment. In that brief moment, Ji Huyuan seized the opportunity and, with lightning speed, darted to her side, casting a sleeping spell upon her. Xia Ying, who had been thrashing about a second before, closed her eyes and fell asleep the next. Ji Huyuan swiftly caught her limp body and lifted her up sideways. Junior sister, you're finally in my hands. Haha. Second senior brother, what can I do for you? Looking at Ji Huyuan's expressionless face, Mo Yin swallowed back his words of pleading. Fifth junior brother looks terrifying. No, it's just, Aing is your senior sister after all, so be gentle. What did second senior brother say? Ji Huyuan gave a forced smile. How could I attack my junior sister? Yes, you're right. Mo Yin decided not to say any more and let Aing fend for herself. Uncle, I take my junior sister back first. When she wakes up, I tell her to come and apologize to you personally. Humph. Go back. Sui Qingqing snorted and let her go. He didn't forgive Xia Ying though. He simply felt that the little BS Xia Ying would be in even worse trouble if she fell into Ji Huyuan's hands. As soon as Ji Huyuan left, Qin Linzhao, who had just emerged from seclusion, hurried to Chun'an Island with Song Shoushi. When he saw the tragic scene, his eyes went dark and he almost collapsed. But he was the eldest senior brother after all, and he was very familiar with handling the aftermath of his junior brothers and sisters' misfortunes. Qin Linzhao skillfully signaled to Mo Yin and the others to take the men away, then skillfully stepped forward, bowed his head, and apologized. He skillfully endured Sui Qingqing's wrath alone. His skill was heartbreaking. Chapter 52. Hiss. My head hurts, as if I've been punched multiple times. Xia Ying, nagging a groggy and aching head, just opened her eyes to see Ji Huyuan giving her a very kind smile. Junior sister, are you awake? Xia Ying rubbed her arm. Why do I find Xiaohe's eyes a little creepy? Well, why are you here? Of course, I'm here to see you awake. Junior sister, do you remember what happened before? Before, wasn't I drinking that jar of girl's red wine with third senior sister and junior sister? And then? What happened then? Xia Ying was horrified to discover. She seemed to have lost her memory. This doesn't make sense. In her time, she was known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How could she have lost her memory? Could it be that the original owner's alcohol tolerance was too low? It's okay if you can't remember. I knew you wouldn't remember, junior sister. Ji Huyuan seemed very considerate and gave Xia Ying a way out, but the next second he pointed to the golden hoop on his head. What about this? What is it, and how do I get it off? Little senior sister, you haven't forgotten it, have you? Xie Ying's eyes followed the direction of Ji Hyun's finger, and her heart skipped a beat. This thing. Why does it look so familiar? Inin! Inin! What did the host summon me for? Is that thing Xiao He is wearing on his head? The host was right. It was Wukong's golden hoop. Inin's voice rose, and Xie Ying could clearly hear a hint of gloating in it. It seems the host has completely forgotten everything that happened before. So let me help the host recall it. As soon as she finished speaking, memories flooded into her mind like a tide. From Qibao Island to Chun'an Island, and finally her fainting, the events of that time played out before her eyes, like a kaleidoscope. With her memories awakened, Xie Ying finally understood Ji Hyun's initial kind smile. She held her forehead in her hand. Is it too late to escape now? Inin, how do I remove the golden hoop? It can't be removed. Once used, the golden hoop is lifelong. Unless the user dies, it will follow them forever. Xie Ying, ? If I can't remove it, won't Xiohe eat me alive? Host, don't worry. Even though it can't be removed, there's a way to make the golden hoop invisible. Junior sister. Have you remembered how to remove this thing? Ji Hyun's voice brought Xie Ying back from her thoughts. Xie Ying quietly moved back, and Ji Hyun immediately approached. Xie Ying, Ji Hyun's voice rose at the end of his tone, revealing a hint of danger. This golden hoop can't be removed, but I can make it invisible, so no one can see it. Even you won't be able to sense its presence. Without waiting for Ji Hyun's response, Xie Ying whispered the incantation Inin had taught her. As expected, the golden hoop on Ji Hyun's head vanished with the incantation. Ji Hyun reached out and felt for it, but couldn't find it. But he knew in his heart that it had always been there. If Xie Ying wanted to, he would encounter the events of Chun'an Island at any time and place. And he hated being controlled by others. Ji Hyun was silent for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. He turned his wrist, a flash of white light, and a beautifully carved double-ring bracelet appeared in his palm. The bracelet depicted a pair of cranes, flying side by side. The cranes were so lifelike, they seemed ready to fly out of the bracelet at any moment. The next second, Ji Hyun grabbed Xie Ying's wrist and, without further ado, placed the double-ring bracelet on her. The moment it landed on her wrist, the bracelet automatically adjusted to the perfect size, making it impossible to remove. It felt as if it had been made for her. Xiohe? It's called reciprocity. Senior sister gave me the golden hoop, and I give her the silver bracelet. It's only fair. It's not that simple, is it? Of course. Ji Hyun smiled wickedly. It functioned similarly to senior sister's golden hoop. As he spoke, Ji Hyun suddenly used his spiritual power to conjure a spiritual blade, gently stabbing his fingertips. But miraculously, the wound appeared on Xie Ying's body. Is this a magic weapon for redirecting damage? Yes, but rest assured, little sister. As long as the golden hoop doesn't cause any trouble, you won't get hurt. Xie Ying, As expected of someone who later becomes the main villain in the book, look at his vindictive nature. However, since she was indeed the one who acted unkindly in the first place, Xie Ying didn't think Ji Hyun was being excessive. Okay, since you're giving me the bracelet, Xiao He, I just have to accept it. Ignoring its function, it's actually quite nice. Xie Ying quickly accepted this fact and began to admire the bracelet. The exquisite silver bracelet dangled on her fair wrist, reflecting a brilliant rainbow of light in the sunlight. The double-ring bracelets made small, crisp sounds with the slightest movement of her wrist. Ji Hyun was stunned by Xie Ying's attitude. Xie Ying, why isn't she angry? Before he could even ask the question, Xie Ying, who had just been admiring the bracelet, suddenly leaped from the bed. It's over, I burned down the law enforcement uncle's bamboo forest. He definitely skinned me alive. Xiao He, let's talk later. I go get something to apologize to my uncle. Ji Hyun, That's right. This was the Xie Ying he knew. An hour later. Carrying an oversized food box, Xie Ying sat on Lao Lu's back and arrived at Chun'an Island. On Chun'an Island, Sui Qingqing, dressed in the elder's green robes, sat in his courtyard. Seeing Xie Ying's ingratiating smile, he snorted in annoyance. Humph. What? Haven't you had enough of wreaking havoc in my bamboo forest? Now you're targeting my fish pond or rice paddies? Uncle Master, what are you talking about? Xie Ying chuckled, not taking Sui Qingqing's sarcasm seriously. I got drunk and did something wrong the other day. I come today to apologize to you, Uncle Master. As she spoke, Xie Ying opened the oversized food box she had brought. The moment the box was opened, A rich spiritual energy mixed with the aroma of food instantly filled the entire courtyard. Sui Qingqing's fingers moved slightly, and she swallowed imperceptibly. This bastard. He's quite capable of causing trouble, but how come the spiritual food he makes is so delicious? But Sui Qingqing wasn't about to forgive Xiaoying so easily, and deliberately turned her eyes away from the food she had brought. Take it back, take it back. Can I be bribed so easily? I'm not trying to bribe you, Uncle Master. I'm doing this out of filial piety to apologize to you. No matter how you punish me, I won't say a word. Really? Of course. Chapter 53. Qingqing's expression softened slightly. Just as she sat up and was about to reach for the lunch box, she suddenly remembered Xiaoying's comments about her being fat. Anger surged in her, and she snorted again. Humph. I'm not eating anymore. Xiaoying? ? She didn't say anything. Why was Master Shirshu angry again? Do men also experience menopause? But these dishes aren't to Master Shirshu's taste? How can I eat any more? I'm already a fat groundhog. If I keep eating, won't I become the fattest groundhog in the Xiaoyao sect? Fat, groundhog, the unwanted memories returned. Xiaoying closed her eyes in pain. Sure enough, sooner or later, you pay for what you've done. Uncle Master, that was all just drunken nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Is it nonsense? Isn't it the truth? Of course it's nonsense. Xiaoying's eyes were firm, and she spoke righteously. Uncle Master, your figure is far from fat. It's clearly a sign of good fortune. This just proves that Uncle Master is the most blessed person in our Xiaoyao sect. Others can't even dream of such good fortune. You have a sharp tongue. You can turn black into white, and white into black. Sui Qingqing snorted again, but ultimately didn't bother Xiaoying anymore. With a wave of her hand, she pocketed the food box. Xiaoying's eyes lit up. Master, have you forgiven me? How could it be so easy? Sui Qingqing reached out and gently tapped Xiaoying on the forehead. You three burned down such a large bamboo forest of mine. Can't you restore it for me? Everyone in Xiaoyao sect lives in a place built by cutting down the spiritual bamboo I planted. Plant as much as you burned. I already reported this to the sect master. Until the burned spiritual bamboo is planted, you will stay on Chun'an Island and plant bamboo. Go ahead. Xiaoying was carried out by a gust of wind, and the next second the gates slammed shut. Sui Qingqing's deep voice rang from inside. Your senior and junior sisters are already waiting for you in the bamboo forest. Xiaoying arrived at the bamboo forest and immediately saw Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying toiling away on the pitch-black earth. However, one of them was the eldest daughter of the Shen family, a family of immortal cultivators, while the other was a demon who had only ever practiced cultivation. They clearly had no talent for farming. Their perfectly good plot of land had been turned into a complete mess by the two of them. Xiaoying helplessly rubbed her forehead. I finally understood why my Uncle Master considered farming a punishment. It might be a punishment for Shenfuyu and the others, who had never touched a finger in the world of ordinary life, but not for her. Farming, that's a skill ingrained in her DNA. Xiaoying rubbed her hands, ready to get to work. She thought, and suddenly a nine-toothed rake appeared in her hand. This was the magic weapon from the blind box awarded for completing the Menglu mission. Beiji's rake. To be honest, when Xiaoying heard the name, she even wondered if Henin had taken every magic weapon from Journey to the West and slightly modified it to create a blind box. But this suspicion would only be confirmed when she got the next blind box. Ding dong. Detected, the host has taken out the magic weapon Beiji's rake. This is a superb magic weapon that can kill enemies when advancing and turn the ground when retreating. Host, are you sure you want to use it now? Yes. Ding. Beiji's rake has been activated for the host. I wish you a pleasant experience. As soon as the words fell, the newly activated nine-toothed rake in Xiaoying's hand plummeted downwards, nearly dropping to the ground. It truly was a magical weapon weighing nearly a Tibetan jar. If she hadn't simultaneously tempered her body and embarked on a physical cultivation path upon arriving in the Xiaoyao sect, she might not have been able to withstand this rake. Hey! Xiaoying took a deep breath, then swung the rake with all her might, sending it careening towards the ground. The 9-foot rake fell like a hurricane, directly digging through the earth charred by the spiritual fire, and uncovering the fertile new soil beneath, rich with spiritual energy. Just this simple movement, Xiaoying felt as if she had already expended most of her strength. But the effect was clearly far superior to that of an ordinary spiritual hoe. Xiaoying gritted her teeth and dug with the rake again. She dug again and again, her movements becoming more and more skillful. The rake swung more and more effortlessly, and the soil was turned faster and faster. Before she knew it, Xiaoying was completely immersed in the joy of digging and turning the soil. When Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying straightened up to rest, they were horrified to discover, when did Xiaoying arrive? They had been digging for half an hour and still hadn't found anything, yet Xiaoying had already turned over 1/10 of the entire charred bamboo forest. Wow, has she gone from cultivation to farming now? How could Xiaoying, besides her incredible talent for cultivation, also possess a talent for farming? Is this the legendary all-round genius? At that moment, Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying felt, why is the pressure on them so great? At this moment, Xiaoying had completely lost herself in the farming. Like a gust of wind, she passed by Shenfuyu and the others, smiling, stirring up a cloud of dust. In a blink of an eye, another 1/10 of the ground was dug. Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying, ? Seeing Xiaoying single-handedly handle the entire tilling job, Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying exchanged a glance, then, in tacit agreement, brought out the spiritual bamboo shoots Sui Qingqing had given them. They quickly carried the plump spiritual bamboo shoots into the holes Xiaoying had dug and quickly buried them. One person dug the holes, the other buried them, achieving an uncanny balance of speed. When Xiaoying finished tilling the soil and dug all the holes, she came to her senses and realized that Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying had already planted almost all the spiritual bamboo shoots. Finally done. After burying the last spiritual bamboo shoot, Shenfuyu collapsed on the ground, resting unceremoniously with Meng Fuiying, back to back. I never been so exhausted in my training. It's incredibly tiring for the law enforcement uncle to single-handedly care for all the bamboo forests and fish ponds on Chun'an Island. Yes, so third senior sister, please never drink again, okay? Meng Fuiying was on the verge of tears. If she had known this would be the outcome, she would have stopped her two sisters from drinking at all costs. 1,000 cups without getting drunk, 100 cups without getting drunk were the biggest lies her sisters had ever told her. Shenfuyu was heartbroken too. She was heartbroken that she had gotten her sisters into such a disaster, and even more heartbroken that she would never be able to touch her beloved wine again. After such a disaster, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect would be wary of her from now on. She would never be able to drink secretly again. As they grieved, they looked up to see Xiaoying, still eager to learn more, brandishing her spiked rake with great vigor. Isn't fourth junior sister really that outrageous? Chapter 54. Xiaoying wielded the nine-toothed rake with increasing ease, not even a hint of the effort she felt at first. She even felt as if this nine-toothed rake was tailor-made for her. As expected, anything the system produces is truly top-notch. After Xiaoying had her fill of the nine-toothed rake, she put it away. The next moment, she met the complex gazes of Shenfuyu and Meng Fuiying. Senior sister, junior sister, what are you looking at? Isn't my nine-toothed rake cool? Cool, of course it is. But Ing, you're not going to use the rake as your natal spiritual weapon in the future, are you? Isn't it possible? Not that it's impossible. Shenfuyu choked. It just looks weird. Female cultivators mostly like spiritual weapons that are light and elegant, or those that are stylish and sleek. Your nine-toothed rake is a bit heavy. It doesn't matter. I just like it. I don't care what others think. Xiaoying shrugged. Besides, I like those light and elegant and stylish things that senior sister mentioned. Why do I have to choose? Can I have them all? That makes sense. I think I can have them all. An unexpected angle emerged. Meng Fuiying understood, and so did Shenfuyu. That's right, spiritual weapons are just as useful as spirit stones forever. As long as you can wield them well. Who wants too many? Who said you can only have one natal spiritual weapon? They want them all. But I still want to build one for myself. Xiaoying changed the subject and got down to business. I'm now a half-step golden core. Before I reach the nascent soul stage, I want to personally craft a uniquely my own natal spiritual weapon. Third senior sister, you're the most skilled weapon refiner I ever met. Do you have any good refining materials to recommend? Xiaoying had never tried to refine a weapon herself and didn't know much about it, so she humbly sought advice from Shenfuyu. Shenfuyu, likewise, didn't hold back anything from Xiaoying. Seeing her interest, he meticulously shared his years of experience. In the hands of a skilled weapon refiner, there are no useless refining materials. As long as you have a thorough understanding of the effects and properties of refining materials, and clearly know what kind of spiritual weapon you want to create, you will naturally know what materials to look for. Indeed, alchemy and weapon refining are somewhat similar. Precious materials are certainly important, but sometimes, even the most insignificant items can be crucial to success. What kind of natal spiritual weapon does Ing want to create? Xiaoying listened attentively, lost in thought. Recalling the pleasure she had just felt wielding the nine-toothed rake, she suddenly had an idea. I want a spear, especially one that can split in two when necessary. Since it's a spear, the body must be strong and unbreakable, and impervious to water and fire. The most suitable materials for this are 10,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, dark iron, and ancient dragon scales. If you want to split it in two, a few drops of 100-year-old earth dragon crystal saliva will suffice. If you want to add other functions to your natal spiritual weapon, simply add suitable refining materials according to your needs that don't conflict with the other materials. Seeing Xiaoying listening intently, Shinfuyu took out a copy of a complete collection of refining materials and gave it to her. This is a book that our Shin family spent 1,000 years revising. It records all the refining materials currently used in the world of immortal cultivation, as well as their properties and uses. I memorized all the information in it. Since you're interested in refining, I give you this book. Thank you, senior sister. Xiaoying was moved and put the book away. Senior sister even gave her such a precious book, but she didn't have anything valuable to give her in return. Then, after I learned how to refine weapons, I personally refine a spiritual weapon for my senior sister as a token of my gratitude. Xiaoying quietly made up her mind. At that moment, none of them could have anticipated that the spiritual weapon Xiaoying would refine specifically for Shinfuyu would actually save her life in a critical moment. Stop chatting, senior sisters. Meng Fuiying, who didn't understand what they were saying, but was still listening intently, suddenly woke up after touching the tip of a bamboo shoot beside her. We planted the spiritual bamboo shoots, but we don't know if they survive. The law enforcement uncle said that if even one of the spiritual bamboo shoots doesn't survive, we can't even think of leaving Chunan Island, let alone Xiaoyao sect. Can't leave Xiaoyao sect? That's impossible. With less than 3 months left until the Vientiane Continent sect competition, she wanted to take advantage of this time to leave the sect alone, gain some experience, and see if she could find some refining ingredients. She heard from her master that this sect competition would be different from previous ones. The Immortal Demon Alliance issued an announcement. This year's sect competition coincided with the opening of the Heaven Realm within the 12 desolate secret realms. The human race and the demon race each have 20 spots. Those who are eligible to enter the secret realm will be selected through this sect competition. In the original novel, Lin Yuexiang, relying on the support of Yutian sect master Mu Chen, forcibly replaced Nan Qingpan's hard-earned spot and entered the Heaven Realm of the 12 Wastelands secret realm. The original novel doesn't dwell on what happened in the Heaven Realm, but it is a fact that Lin Yuexiang brought back countless rare treasures and semi-divine artifacts from the Heaven Realm. This demonstrates the abundance of opportunities within the Heaven Realm. So, Xiaoying was determined to secure this spot. That's why she needed to be fully prepared. Don't worry, junior sister. I have a way to keep all these spiritual bamboo shoots alive. With this, Xiaoying directly took out Taijin water and mixed it with earth and with spiritual energy, transforming it into a spiritual rain that irrigated the land. The moment the spiritual rain hit, the bamboo shoots, like a long drought finally ending in a downpour, each one bursting forth with all their might, greedily absorbing the spiritual rain's nourishment. Shinfuyu and Meng Fuiying, also caught in the shower, felt their fatigue swept away, their bodies filled with energy and vigor. They saw the same surprise in each other's eyes, but neither of them asked Xiaoying where the spiritual rain had come from. Everyone in the world of immortal cultivation has their own great opportunities and secrets, and even those as close as they were, couldn't pry into them without permission. Alright, let's go find our Uncle Master to inspect our achievements. Half an hour later, Xiaoying and the others had already completed their mission, and happily returned to Qibao Island. But Sui Qingqing continued to squat beside the vibrant bamboo forest, studying it. That little girl Xiaoying is truly a genius. How on earth did she manage to keep all these bamboo shoots alive in just a few hours? Does she actually have such a remarkable talent for farming? It's over. He was itching to snatch this person from senior brother Long. Chapter 55. On Chunan Island, Sui Qingqing was still pondering how to prize Xiaoying, a promising farming talent, from Long Kong. On Qibao Island, Xiaoying had already packed her bags, bid farewell to her beloved senior brothers and sisters, and set sail aboard the boat Lao Lu. The sea turtle Zhong Lu stopped carrying Xiaoying to the border between Xiaoyao sect and the sea, and stopped moving forward. Spirit beasts like these were not allowed to venture even a single step outside of Xiaoyao sect's waters without permission. This was a strict rule established since the Xiaoyao sect's founding. When a spirit beast developed intelligence and transformed into a human form, it meant embarking on the path of demon cultivation. Demon cultivation, being demons, but not of the orthodox demon race, was not tolerated by humans and disliked by the demon race, and held a very awkward position in the world of immortal cultivation. If spirit beasts like Zhang Lu, who were only half a step away from becoming demon cultivators, left Xiaoyao sect, they would likely be forcibly contracted as spirit pets by more powerful cultivators, completely severing their path to demon cultivation. All the spirit beasts knew this was the Xiaoyao sect's disguised form of protection, so they never disobeyed. Zhang Lu was no exception. I take you here. The sect master said the outside world is dangerous. You must be extra careful when you're training alone. Don't worry, Lao Lu. I make you something delicious next time I come back. Xia Ying reached out, plucked a leaf from a distant Bodhi tree, and threw it into the sea. The leaf instantly magnified several times, transforming into a leaf boat. She leaped onto it, landing safely on it. After waving goodbye to Lao Lu, the boat sailed steadily and swiftly into the distance, following her will. Is the outside world dangerous? Of course she knew, but isn't opportunity also present alongside danger? The E-boat drifted on the sea for a day, docking at a small coastal town in the evening. Xia Ying planned to use this training to gather some refining materials for a natal spirit weapon. In addition to the materials Shenfuyu had mentioned, Xia Ying carefully studied the compendium of refining materials and, based on her own needs, carefully selected 3 more: Phantom Vine, Thousand Machine Sand, and Green Phoenix Feather. To refine a natal spirit weapon, 7 materials were needed. Of these 7, the most difficult to obtain were ancient dragon scales, while the easiest to obtain were centenary earth dragon crystal saliva. Nearby the sea lay a small town called Wangyu Town, which sold a variety of materials unique to the sea. According to information obtained by Xiaoshenglu, a centenary earth dragon was sighted in Wangyu Town 3 months ago. Earth dragons are stoic, neither aggressive nor active. They often stay in one place for decades, or even longer. Thus, Wangyu Town was Xia Ying's first stop on this training journey. Xia Ying leaped onto the beach, and Yizhou, transformed back into a leaf, landed in her palm, which she casually tucked into her hair. It was already dusk, and only a few monks, freshly returned from hunting sea monsters, remained on the beach. Noticing a young and beautiful female cultivator on the beach, the monks instinctively scrutinized her. Xia Ying ignored their gazes, determined her direction, and headed towards the town. The earth dragon lived deep underground. Unless it emerged on its own, force was the only option, but that would inevitably cause a great deal of noise. Xia Ying didn't want to wait, but she also didn't want to draw too much attention, so she decided to use a third method to lure the century-old earth dragon out. Fortunately, despite the late hour, Wangyu Town was still bustling with activity. The night market was bustling with vendors selling all sorts of ingredients. Xia Ying had a clear goal. After purchasing the ingredients she needed from various stalls, she headed straight for the mountain behind the town. Behind her, 2 figures followed silently. To avoid attracting attention while out in the open, Xia Ying deliberately lowered her cultivation level from half-step golden core to the early stage of foundation establishment. It was for this reason that the 2 men, upon seeing Xia Ying's generosity and solitary presence, became ill-intentioned. What they didn't know was that Xia Ying had long known they were following her, but she was too busy collecting the 100-year-old earth dragon crystal saliva to bother paying attention. Wangyu Town was located by the sea, and the so-called mountain behind it was, to Xia Ying, just a slightly higher hill. What's more, the hill was barren, without a single tree. At first glance, there wasn't even a place to hide anyone. The bright moonlight softly shone across the hill, illuminating it as bright as day. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, its tips drenched in moonlight, swaying endlessly. Xia Ying walked gently to the highest point of the hill and sat cross-legged. She then took out her small alchemy furnace and dumped all the ingredients she had just purchased into it. Ever since Ling Songshan's return, she had discovered new uses for the alchemy furnace. Anything could be stewed, anything could be boiled, anything could be cooked into anything she desired. What's more, the alchemy furnace she was using was a top-grade one specially crafted for her by her 3rd senior sister with great effort. The efficiency. It was extraordinary. While the furnace was refining, Xia Ying sat cross-legged in meditation, sinking her energy into her dantian, and began to inhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the bright moon. The 2 cultivators, who had been eyeing Xia Ying from the start, and had followed her all the way to the mountaintop, could no longer contain their greed when they saw her produce a top-grade alchemy furnace. Now, seeing Xia Ying intently meditating and cultivating, their eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. Alchemy cultivators lack combat prowess, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator of comparable cultivation level. They were nothing to fear, Could the two of them, even combined, not defeat a mere female alchemy cultivator? The fact that this female cultivator could effortlessly produce a top-grade alchemy furnace proved her distinguished background, and she must possess many more valuable items besides this one. If they had encountered her elsewhere, they might have been wary of the power behind her, and hesitated to act rashly. But now they were in Wangyu Town, a remote coastal town where no high-level cultivators would venture. As long as they cleaned up their tracks after the murder and the treasure, who would know they were responsible? After all, it was not like they had never done this before. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the greed and determination in the other's eyes. The two men coordinated perfectly, quietly surrounding Xie Ying from two different directions. The daggers in their hands, imbued with demonic poison, gleamed a faint green light in the moonlight, resembling the eyes of a hungry wolf. Xie Ying appeared to be cultivating with her eyes closed, but in reality, she was constantly monitoring her surroundings with her spiritual sense. As soon as the two cultivators made a move, she was aware of it. She remained silent because she wanted to see what tricks these two could come up with. She had originally intended to ignore them, but she hadn't expected them to be so greedy as to attempt to take her life. If you don't take the road to heaven, you find hell without a door. There's no point pushing away a head that's been offered to you. Xie Ying closed her eyes and silently counted, 3, 2. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Someone's plotting against you. At the critical moment, an anxious voice suddenly rang from above. The two men, who were only a step away from entering Xie Ying's killing formation, were startled and stopped dead in their tracks. Chapter 56. Xie Ying glanced upward speechlessly. I wonder who this sudden appearance is helping? If he hadn't suddenly spoken, those two would have been ensnared in the killing array, leaving no trace of their bodies. This would have been a perfect end to everything. Now, not only did the killing array go unused, but she was now forced to personally take care of those two petty thieves. This really felt strangely unpleasant. She had only wanted to quietly and discreetly take a few drops of the century-old earth dragon crystal saliva, but why were there always those ignorant people rushing in to cause trouble? It happened in a flash. Under the moonlight, the seemingly petite female cultivator suddenly leaped to her feet, and in the blink of an eye, a massive object appeared in her hands. Just as the two men came to their senses and saw what it was, they were struck twice, their heads dazed, and their shock intensified. My head hurts. How could someone use an alchemy furnace to hit someone? The cultivator, who was about to offer assistance in midair, froze in his tracks. The situation didn't seem to require his intervention. But isn't it said that alchemy cultivators and weapon cultivators are the most fragile of the fragile, completely defenseless? Then why was the female cultivator he encountered so powerful? From his perspective, this female cultivator wasn't fragile at all. She looked like she could take on 10 men. The cultivator was proven right. With just a few strikes, Xie Ying had already rendered the two men powerless. Ever since hitting Meng Lu with the alchemy furnace, Xie Ying had successfully unlocked a new skill, hitting with the alchemy furnace. Especially the alchemy furnace given by second senior brother, which could be scaled up or down at will. It was a perfect weapon for hitting people in a fight. At that moment, a very subtle crack sounded from the alchemy furnace. Xie Ying immediately forgot about the two men and flew over to the furnace, removing the finished product. It was a large, plump round pill. The moment the round pill was removed, a strange, strong smell rushed straight to the tops of their heads. Despite the smell being insufficient, Xie Ying even summoned a cluster of nether azure lotus flames to burn the round pill, making the strange smell linger in the air stronger and more pervasive. As time passed, the ground beneath Xie Ying's feet finally trembled slightly. She twitched her ears, listening carefully to the movement coming from below. The moment the earth dragon broke through the ground, she dropped the round pill in her hand and directly raised her spiritual power to soar into the air, accurately dodging the dust that rose up. What the hell is this thing? How could such a large earth dragon be hiding here? The two men, having been beaten by Xie Ying, looked terrified. Under the moonlight, a yellowish-brown earth dragon, about 5 or 6 meters thick, its tail so long it couldn't be seen, twisted its body, opened its bloody maw, and swallowed the falling round pill in one gulp. Want to leave? Dream on. Turning dirt into stone. Satisfied with its successful devouring of the delicious food, the earth dragon tried to burrow back underground. But when its head hit the ground, it felt like hitting an extremely hard rock, sending stars through its eyes, and a roar of pain. Instinctively, the earth dragon instantly locked onto Xie Ying in midair and launched an attack. It swung its tail, aiming its venomous stinger at Xie Ying's abdomen. Its maw opened wide, and puff, puff, puff streamed out a stream of sticky, glistening venom. A pale blue light emanated from Xie Ying's body. The venom sizzled as it touched the azure light, instantly devouring it without a trace. The Earth Dragon, sensing its formidable opponent, considered retreating, but Xie Ying, still without the crystal saliva, wouldn't let it go. She reached into her spirit beast bag, snatched up the 7-star red crab spider, and tossed it out. "Juju, come at me!" Juju, happily enjoying her fish, was thrown out. Who was interrupting her meal? Juju's gaze quickly locked onto the Earth Dragon before her. Her expression shifted, and she raised her large claws and charged forward. She aimed at the Earth Dragon's body and snapped several times. The Earth Dragon's body was soft, and while it was venomous, Juju, a 7-star red crab spider, was clearly even more venomous. Furthermore, Juju's claws were incredibly sharp, and she quickly wounded the Earth Dragon, leaving it covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Crushed unilaterally and left defenseless, the Earth Dragon writhed in pain, slapping the ground beneath it. Soon, several cracks appeared in the hill, revealing the pitch-black abyss below. Xie Ying had placed a barrier around the hill, preventing any disturbances within it from alerting those in Wangyu Town. But the 2 men atop the hill, intent on Xie Ying's murder, were not treated so well. They fell into the cracks beneath their feet, and one, desperate to save his own life, unhesitatingly pushed his companion, who could have climbed out, directly into the abyss. But Xie Ying was so focused on watching the battle between Juju and the Earth Dragon that she barely spared the 2 men a glance. Seeing the time was almost up, Xie Ying finally called a halt. "Alright, Juju, there's no need to harm it. Just give me a few drops of the purest crystal saliva from its back." Juju obeyed. The docile Earth Dragon offered no resistance, allowing Juju to take half of its stored crystal saliva. Under the soft moonlight, the crystal saliva held in Juju's pliers shimmered brilliantly, a truly beautiful sight. She self-consciously placed the crystal saliva into the purple jade pot in Xie Ying's hand, then returned it to Xie Ying's palm, rubbing it flatteringly. Xie Ying, amused by her fawning manner, laughed out loud and generously promised, "Well done. I make you more 8 treasure fish next time." Getting the answer she wanted, Juju jumped for joy before crawling back into the spirit beast bag at Xie Ying's waist. The century-old Earth Dragon had already taken advantage of the moment, when no one was paying attention, and burrowed back deep underground. After this incident, it wouldn't emerge again for another century or 2. Having won her first battle and obtained the century-old Earth Dragon crystal saliva, Xie Ying also didn't linger, quickly departing the area on her flying fan. By the time Mu Xiang, a casually passing cultivator, recovered from the mess, Xie Ying had vanished without a trace. But he remained stunned and puzzled. Don't young girls love furry pets? His junior sister, for example, has a white lion. How could a female cultivator keep a ferocious and hideous monster like a crab spider as a pet? Mu Xiang was baffled, and even more regretful that he hadn't inquired about Xie Ying's background. This unique female cultivator deserved to be better acquainted. The more Mu Xiang thought about it, the more unwilling he became. After hesitating for a moment, he finally flew his sword in the direction Xie Ying had left. Chapter 57. 3 days later, Tianling City. All manner of spirit pets and spirit beasts being traded could be seen everywhere in the city. Even 6-year-old children were accompanied by spirit pets. This was Tianling City, protected by the Beast Taming Valley. From the octogenarian to the youngest child, everyone had a spirit pet to accompany them. Spirit pets were Tianling City's greatest characteristic. The Beast Taming Valley, one of the 9 great sects, relied on helping cultivators transform spirit beasts into docile and obedient spirit pets, which were then sold to earn spirit stones to sustain the sect's expenses. But the Beast Taming Valley's status as one of the 9 great sects was undoubtedly due to its inherent strength. The Beast Taming Valley was an ancient sect on the Wanxiang continent, possessing secret beast taming techniques. For thousands of years, there had been no spirit beast that the Beast Taming Valley could not tame. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Beast Taming Valley, 3 ancient ferocious beasts are sealed. They were subdued and sealed within the valley's forbidden grounds by the valley's first master. Because of a promise made to the first master, these 3 beasts have remained obediently within the forbidden grounds, and only the first master's bloodline can control them. The existence of these 3 beasts is undoubtedly a key factor in the Beast Taming Valley's position as one of the 9 great sects of the Myriad continent. Unlike other sects, most of their disciples are absorbed in the practice of beast taming and rarely interact with outsiders. Therefore, they tend to be more relatable than disciples from other sects. Ever since Xie Ying entered this world of immortal cultivation, she had always wanted to visit Tianling City, and now she had the opportunity. The phantom vine grows within the phantom forest, which, in turn, is located within the Beast Taming Valley's territory and is generally accessible only to disciples of the Beast Taming Valley. Since Xie Ying dared to come, she must have learned how to enter the Phantom Forest. The Phantom Forest grows a spiritual fruit that no spirit beast can resist, the tranquilizing peach. But the Phantom Forest itself is a naturally formed, small secret realm, naturally harboring many unknown dangers. The disciples of the Beast Taming Valley are skilled in taming beasts, but they are not good at fighting, and they would not willingly sacrifice their spirit beasts, contracted since childhood, just to harvest the tranquilizing peach. Thus, to ensure the safety of the Beast Taming sect's disciples and their spirit beasts, every year when the tranquilizing peach ripens in the Phantom Forest, the Beast Taming sect recruits and hires other cultivators to protect the Beast Taming sect disciples as they enter the Phantom Forest. The recruitment notice was now prominently posted at the gate of Tianling City, but it was deserted, so Xie Ying easily read the message, recruiting 20 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and above to escort 20 Beast Taming Valley teams into the Phantom Forest and return safely. Reward: 10 mid-grade spirit stones and any items the cultivators found in the Phantom Forest. Interested parties should register at the Beast Taming Valley's mountain gate before 5 p.m. today. Latecomers will not be accepted. It's first come, first served. Xie Ying rubbed her chin. Why does that last sentence sound so much like a supermarket sale? Could it be that this spot to enter the Phantom Forest wasn't as rare as she imagined, but rather a worthless cabbage on the street? Soon, Xie Ying's suspicions were confirmed. When Xie Ying arrived at the Beast Taming Valley's mountain gate and became the first cultivator to register, she was genuinely surprised. Was the job of protecting Beast Taming Valley disciples entering the Phantom Forest so unpopular? Although Xie Ying looked delicate, as the first to register, she received a warm welcome from the Beast Taming Valley disciples. Fellow Taoist, please take a seat. Fellow Taoist, at such a young age, you already reached the early stages of Foundation establishment. That's truly admirable. One after another, flattery poured out like crazy. Even Xie Ying, a confident man, felt almost embarrassed by the Beast Taming Valley disciples' unconventional boasting. Could it be that the Beast Taming Valley disciples were using their eloquence to coax the spirit beasts into taming? The ancient Beast Taming sect's methods couldn't possibly be so ridiculously simple, could they? At the same time, in the Beast Taming Valley, the third elder, who was specifically responsible for teaching new disciples the principles of beast taming, was discussing the most important point. What's the most important thing about beast taming? It's resonating with the spirit beasts, connecting with their hearts, and making them happy. Spirit beasts are so innocent, they're like our children. If you make them happy, won't they obey? So, we must learn the art of speaking. We must speak human language to humans, and other languages to ghosts. When it comes to spirit beasts, we naturally speak spirit beast language. In short, we must learn to discover the strengths of each spirit beast. Xie Ying waited until the twilight hour in the rest pavilion specially prepared for registered cultivators in the Beast Taming Valley, eating spiritual fruit and drinking spiritual tea. However, there were only 4 people who had registered, including her. The remaining 3 were all independent cultivators with no foundation or family background, forced to take on this mission for the sake of the spirit stones and resources in the Phantom Forest. In front of the Beast Taming Valley's mountain gate, the Beast Taming Valley disciples, who had waited for a long time, but still saw no sign of anyone, finally resigned themselves to their fate and packed up their things, leading Xie Ying and the others back to the Beast Taming Valley for resettlement. Alas, it's so hard to recruit cultivators. The Valley Master raised the Spirit Stone reward from 5 to 10, yet not many people are signing up. Be content. Last year, only 1 independent cultivator followed. It was thanks to him and Senior Brother Mu that we, the Beast Taming Valley, didn't lose any more spirit beasts. This year, at least we still have 4. That's a huge improvement. That's true. If only Senior Brother Mu could have made it back before entering the Phantom Forest. The young Valley Master would have been very happy. The story between Senior Brother Mu and the young Valley Master isn't something we can fabricate. Shut up. Xie Ying didn't know if the Beast Taming Valley disciples were simply innocent and unguarded, or if they simply didn't care about them, but they didn't shy away from discussing these matters. She soon noticed that the independent cultivator beside her didn't show any surprise, clearly used to it. In particular, the other female cultivator, noticing Xie Ying's slightly puzzled look, took the initiative to approach and start a conversation. Is this fellow Taoist not from Tianling City? Well, I traveled here from somewhere else, so I'm not familiar with Tianling City. No wonder. The female cultivator smiled knowingly, but didn't elaborate on the previous incident. Meeting is fate. I'm Gong Xian of the Impermanent Twin Immortals. May I know your name? Xie Ying. Xie Ying? Why does that name sound familiar? Gong Xian frowned, thinking for a moment, but couldn't recall where he heard Xie Ying before. He smiled politely and said nothing more. While the group chatted, the Beast Taming Valley disciples had already led them to the guest house. Please bear with me, fellow Taoists, and stay here for a few days. Once the Phantom Forest opens, someone will come to invite you in. As soon as she finished speaking, a disciple ran in excitedly. Hurry! Go to the mountain gate to greet him. Senior Brother Mu is back. Chapter 58. The disciple, who had been wearing a professional fake smile while dealing with Xie Ying and the others, suddenly realized the smile on his face after hearing these words. He hurriedly said goodbye to Xie Ying and the others, then quickly followed the visitor out, heading for the mountain gate. Xie Ying looked at them, and felt that the people of Beast Taming Valley were truly strange. She had originally thought that the people of Beast Taming Valley were aloof, and therefore disliked close interactions with other sects. But now, it was clear that the disciples of the Beast Taming sect had nothing to do with the word aloof. Instead, they were closer to silly. At the mountain gate, Mu Xiang had just dismounted from his sword when he received a warm welcome from his fellow disciples. Beast taming was extremely difficult. Besides natural talent, it required an unimaginable amount of patience and hard work. Mu Xiang was the only disciple of Beast Taming Valley, who not only mastered beast taming but also sword cultivation, and he was also the most formidable of the group. For this reason, the disciples held him in high esteem. Mu Xiang enjoyed the flattery from his fellow disciples, but a small regret remained. He had clearly seen the female cultivator heading towards Tianling City, but for some reason, he hadn't seen her or heard anything about her along the way. Which sect did she come from? What was her name? Was she even in Tianling City? Mu Xiang pondered these questions, but remained expressionless. It wasn't until his junior sister, Lu Jinxi, the junior master of the Beast Taming Valley, ran towards him with a smile that a smile finally broke across his face. Big brother. Big brother. Junior sister slowed down. Mu Xiang reached out to steady the swiftly running Lu Jinxi, wiping beads of sweat from her forehead. Why are you running so fast? Of course, it's because of senior brother. Lu Jinxi's eyes sparkled, not concealing her admiration and concern for Mu Xiang. I heard senior brother is back, and I want to see him soon. Lu Jinxi naturally took Mu Xiang's arm, and the two of them walked deeper into the Beast Taming Valley. Senior brother, tell me, what interesting things happened on your trip? The Beast Taming Valley disciples, who were watching behind them, tactfully avoided following them. They exchanged glances, each seeing the understanding in their eyes. The relationship between the young Valley Master and senior brother Mu was so stable, it looked like there would be happy events in the Beast Taming Valley in a few years. Mu Xiang patiently answered Lu Jinxi's every question, but his mind kept flashing back to Xie Ying's elegant and graceful figure. Junior sister is really too dependent on me. She doesn't look like a young Valley Master at all, more like a spoiled young lady from the mortal world. I wonder when junior sister will grow up, when she be able to independently shoulder the responsibilities of Valley Master of the Beast Taming Valley. 2 days later, Xie Ying was studying a new talisman by the window. She sat upright by the window, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, channeling it into the tip of her pen. She mentally mapped the runes she wanted to create, and her strokes were smooth and efficient, completing them in one go. As the final stroke landed, a flash of golden light flashed across the talisman paper. This marked the talisman as complete. To Xie Ying's left hand lay a small stack of various talismans. This was all the fruit of Xie Ying's hard work that night. Through the original novel, Xie Ying knew of 6th junior brother Song Xiushi's talent for talisman cultivation and his future achievements. So, when she prepared a meeting gift for him, she specifically exchanged one of the quest rewards, Tanjianyan, for a complete collection of ancient talisman seals. After this encounter, she developed a personal interest in talisman cultivation. As she focused on gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create talismans, her inner cultivation advanced. Therefore, Xie Ying had been studying and researching talisman cultivation privately. However, she kept this secret, so even the people of Xiaoyao's sect's Jibao Island were unaware. Xie Ying had secretly been practicing talismans. A gentle breeze blew through the guest house, ruffling her hair. Soft sunlight filtered through the window lattice, illuminating Xie Ying's slender, fair fingers, creating a pleasing scene. The disciple, ordered to inform the other cultivators, had just arrived at the guest house, when his gaze was drawn to Xie Ying standing by the window. At that moment, Xie Ying successfully drew the last talisman, put away her things, and looked over. The disciple was caught off guard by Xie Ying's slightly cold gaze, and quickly turned his head away. How rude! How rude! How rude! How could he stare at a girl so rudely? The visitor took a deep breath, stood in the courtyard, his gaze fixed, and raised his voice. Everyone, the Phantom Forest will open at 11 p.m. today. Please arrive promptly, and don't miss the opening. With that, the disciple quickly left the guest house without waiting for further inquiries. Hearing the noise, Gong Xian and the others hurried back to prepare. Xie Ying had already made all the necessary arrangements for entering the Phantom Forest before even arriving at the Beast Taming Valley. All she was waiting for was a chance to enter the Phantom Forest. During the few days she spent together in the guest house, Xie Ying had also gotten to know the other 3 people she was traveling with. Gong Xian and Zhao Li were a pair of independent cultivators, both in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. They were known as the Impermanence Twins, and were somewhat well known in Tianling City. The remaining cultivator was a sword cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, named Shiman Bao. On the surface, Xie Ying was the one with the lowest cultivation level among them, so, aside from Gong Xian, the other 2 never actively addressed her. But when Xie Ying and the other 4 arrived at the entrance of the Phantom Forest near noon, they discovered that the Beast Taming Valley disciples hadn't arrived yet. Everyone was waiting for their young valley master, Lu Jinxi. Lu Jinxi had arrived just in time, arm in arm with Mu Xiang. Mu Xiang's eyes lit up at the sight of the familiar azure figure behind his disciple. He was about to greet her when Xie Ying turned away. Cultivators all possess a photographic memory, so Xie Ying naturally remembered Mu Xiang. However, she had little affection for the man who had nearly delayed her plans, and she didn't want to be associated with him. So, she simply ignored him, and didn't bother to stir up trouble. She wouldn't stay in the Beast Taming Valley for long anyway. She would leave once she retrieved the Phantom Vine. But Lu Jinxi, who had always cared deeply about Mu Xiang, noticed the way he was looking at Xie Ying, and her gaze darkened slightly. But the Phantom Forest was about to open, so Lu Jinxi didn't say anything further. Instead, she planned to wait until she entered to find a chance to investigate this female cultivator. A group of dozens of people entered the Phantom Forest in an orderly manner. The moment Xie Ying entered, the long-lost system announcement echoed in her mind. Chapter 59. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest Protect the Beast Taming Valley Lu Sisters to safely leave the Phantom Forest. Reward: 1 random 5-element Spirit Pearl. Xie Ying's eyebrows twitched slightly. Lu Sisters? Doesn't the Lu family have only one young master, Lu Jinxi? While the world may perceive this, the truth is that the Beast Taming Valley Lu family has 2 daughters. Lu Jinxi also has a younger sister with even greater talent for beast taming, Lu Jinning. But Lu Jinning has refused to learn the Beast Taming Valley's techniques since childhood, and is unwilling to inherit the valley. Considering this, the valley demoted her to an ordinary disciple, and erased all traces of her from the family. Currently, only a few elders, the dean, and Lu Jinxi know Lu Jinning's identity. What is the relationship between Lu Jinxi and this younger sister? This question is irrelevant to the host's quest, so Yining cannot reveal the answer. Xie Ying, but I can tell the host which Lu Jinning is. No need. By the time you tell me, the daylily is cold. Xie Ying made no secret of her dissatisfaction with Yining, and she walked towards an unremarkable girl with an oval face in the crowd. Yining? Question mark. No, how did she know that girl was Lu Jinning's? Fellow Taoist, how about I protect you from now on? Lu Jinning looked up and met a pair of smiling eyes that curved into crescents. What a lovely little sister. She agreed to Xie Ying's offer without a second thought. Okay. What's so good about that? Lu Jinxi suddenly ran over, pushed aside the people beside her, and glared at Xie Ying fiercely. How can a female cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment really protect you? You should come with me. Senior brother will protect us. Xie Ying slowly asked. Had she ever provoked this young valley master? Why did Lu Jinxi seem so upset with her? The next second, when Mu Xiang's face once again entered her sight, Xie Ying inexplicably understood the source of Lu Jinxi's malice towards her. Junior sister, don't say that. I had the good fortune to witness this fellow cultivator's skills while traveling abroad. She's very skilled, not inferior to me. I don't believe it. Senior brother, you're already in the late Foundation establishment stage. How could an early Foundation establishment cultivator be more formidable than you? Junior sister. Ah, yes, young Valley Master is absolutely right. How could I, in any way, be compared to the young Valley Master's dearest brother? Naturally, I'm not worthy of protecting the young Valley Master. Xiaoying interrupted Mu Xiang's next words. She had only come to retrieve a phantom vine, and had no interest in becoming anyone's imaginary enemy. But while this fellow Taoist is a disciple of the beast-taming valley, she's not the young valley master's subordinate. Whether she needs my protection is her choice, and naturally it's not the young valley master's turn to decide. The system doesn't require side quests to be completed, and Xiaoying wasn't particularly interested in the rewards offered this time. If the Lu sisters didn't appreciate it, she naturally wouldn't rush to offer them something they didn't appreciate. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? I'm nobody, but I can say whatever I want. Although I did accept the quest in exchange for spirit stones from the beast-taming valley, I'm not selling myself to be your servant. The young valley master has no say over me. You? Lu Jinxi was so infuriated by Xiaoying's indifferent attitude that she couldn't articulate a single word for a long time, turning her attention to Lu Jinning. Jinning, you tell me. Do you want to follow me, or this female cultivator of unknown origin? I'm sorry, young valley master. I rather ask this fellow cultivator to protect me. Lu Jinning's voice was gentle and soft, just like her personality, bringing a warm and refreshing warmth. Lu Jinxi hadn't expected such a rejection, and was momentarily stunned. Jinning, you. Young valley master, just go pick the tranquility peaches with senior brother Mu. Don't worry about me. Whatever. I don't care. Lu Jinning's tone was gentle but firm, and Lu Jinxi, also losing her temper, turned and left. Mu Xiang hesitated for a moment, then slowly followed. Lu Jinning's eyes chilled as she watched Mu Xiang's back. She really wanted to go with Jinxi, but if Mu Xiang was there, she better forget it. Lu Jinning retracted his gaze, and smiled at Xiaoying. I trouble you, fellow Taoist, for your care next. Not bad, not bad. It's like giving someone money to relieve their misfortune. Xiaoying's attitude towards Lu Jinning was quite good. As expected, smart people are always popular. Not counting Mu Xiang, there were a total of 40 Beast Master Sect disciples who entered the Phantom Forest, divided into 20 teams of 2. If we counted the number of people, Mu Xiang, along with Xiaoying and the other cultivators, who had come to take on the mission, would each be responsible for 4 teams of 8 people. However, due to Lu Jinxi's previous incident, and Xiaoying's demonstrated cultivation being the lowest among the 5, not many Beastmaster Sect disciples were willing to let her protect them. In the end, only Lu Jinning and her companion Han Chuan were willing to follow Xiaoying. The Phantom Forest was enormous, and the Tranquility Peach's location was completely random and irregular. After a brief division into teams, everyone consciously separated and acted separately. The Phantom Forest earned its name Phantom because it was home to the Phantom Vine, a unique vine found only on the Wanxiang continent. The Phantom Vine thrives on the Tranquility Tree, drawing nutrients from the trunk to grow stronger. Consequently, countless lush green vines entwined every tree in the Phantom Forest, resembling a tangled web of bamboo leaf green snakes from afar. Fellow Taoists, please follow closely. Be careful not to touch the phantom vines on the trees. If you accidentally touch the phantom vines, they will silently pull you into the illusionary realm of your mind, draining you of your essence and blood without you even realizing it. I didn't expect fellow Taoists yet to know all this. Since you dared to accept the mission issued by the Beast-Taming Valley, you must understand its contents briefly to avoid mistakes. Xiaoying led the way, holding a delicate umbrella, and reminded Lu Jinning and the others who followed closely behind. I believe you two know better than I do how many dangers the Phantom Forest holds. I will do my best to ensure your safety, and I hope you won't cause me any more trouble. Thank you, fellow Taoist, rest assured. Lu Jinning, understanding Xiaoying's intention, quickly stated, Han Chuan and I are here to harvest the tranquilizing peaches. We won't covet treasures that don't belong to us, and naturally, we won't cause you any trouble. That's best, of course. Xiaoying's team consisted of only 3 people. While a bit quiet, everyone followed instructions, so the journey went smoothly. In just an hour, they discovered a tranquilizing peach hidden among the leaves deep to the west. The peach was large and plump, red with a hint of white, gleaming with a soft jade-like glow. The faint fruity fragrance wafted in the breeze, and the spirit beast bags of several people began to stir. Chapter 60. Xiaoying was somewhat surprised. No wonder a small spiritual fruit like the Tranquility Peach could fetch 100 mid-grade spirit stones on the black market. Even a demonic beast like Juju couldn't resist its fragrance. How about she take this opportunity to get 2 for Juju as well? Do you want me to pick them for you? While this Tranquility Peach was beautiful, it grew in a very tricky spot. With Lu Jinning and the others' cultivation levels, it would be difficult to pick the peach without being surrounded by the phantom vines. Xiaoying was ready to attack, but Lu Jining refused. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Lu Jining looked at the spiritual fruit on the tree, his eyes filled with a strange light. Fellow Taoists, yeah, you only need to protect us. Picking peaches isn't part of your mission. I'm just an ordinary disciple. I don't have the spirit stones to ask you to do more for me. Besides, this tranquility peach isn't fully ripe yet. If you pick it now, it will quickly wither and rot. To get it out of the phantom forest intact, you need to pick it the moment it's ripe and wash it in switching spring water to preserve it. Picking it too early or too late will be useless. I wait here for the tranquility peach to ripen. Lu Jining stared at the tranquility peach on the tree without blinking, afraid to miss the chance to pick it. If ripe tranquility peach were used in a dish, the flavor would surely be unforgettable. She couldn't wait. Han Chuan, watching Lu Jining from the side, knew what she was thinking. Which of the Beast Taming Valley disciples picked tranquility peach without wanting to improve their beast taming skills? Only Lu Jining was different. She was only there to satisfy her own appetite. Thinking of Lu Jining's past absurdities, Han Chuan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was wondering if he could ask Lu Jining for something in exchange for a small piece of the tranquility peach, he suddenly heard Xiang ask, "How long until this tranquility peach is ripe?" "About half an hour." "Okay. I rest for a while, you guys keep watch." With that, Xiang found a spacious spot and sat down. Then, under Han Chuan's puzzled gaze, she pulled out an exquisite food box. The box opened, revealing a variety of delicacies. These were all prepared by Xiang and stored in her storage bag for emergencies. She came from another world, and even after embarking on the path of cultivation, she didn't want to abandon her old habits. She could fast, but she was more accustomed to eating 3 meals a day. This food box was something she had previously exchanged with System Enin for a reward from a side quest. Not only could it store countless spiritual foods, it also preserved their freshness and spiritual energy. So, the moment Xiang opened the food box, the rich aroma of food instantly wafted across the air. Just as Xiang picked up a piece of crab meat and prepared to dig in, a shadow suddenly fell before her eyes. "Xiang?" ? She looked up, puzzled, only to meet Lu Jining's blazing gaze. The two were so close that Xiang could even see Lu Jining staring at her food and swallowing quietly. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Lu Jining plopped down beside her. "Can you share some of your spiritual food with me? I pay you for it with spiritual stones." "Xiang?" ? I don't have the money to pay her to pick spiritual fruits, but I have the money to buy spiritual food from her? Could this Lu Jining have some hidden foodie nature? Lu Jining's gaze was so intense that Xiang felt a little uncomfortable, so she decided to step back and see the bigger picture. "Try it. Meeting is fate. I won't charge you any extra spirit stones." "Really?" Lu Jining's eyes were filled with surprise. "Fellow Taoists, yeah, you're so generous." Lu Jining wasn't polite at all. He immediately took the chopsticks and began to slurp away his food. In a matter of moments, the several dishes Xiang had just put out were completely devoured by Lu Jining. "Burp? No, fellow Taoist, don't you think Beast Taming Valley doesn't give you food?" "Of course not." Han Chuan, fearing that Lu Jining would tarnish the valley's majestic image, spoke quickly. "Ji Ning is simply greedy. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, fellow Taoist." "Yes." That's exactly what Han Chuan said. Lu Jining wiped her mouth gracefully and gave Xiang a polite smile. "I wonder which restaurant in Tianling City did you buy your spiritual food from? Could you tell me?" "I didn't buy it. I made it myself." "You made it?" Lu Jining's voice rose in excitement, but then, realizing it was ungraceful, she sat back down and forced herself to remain calm. But the excitement and delight in her eyes were unconcealable. "Are you a culinary practitioner?" "A culinary practitioner?" Xiang, diligently cultivated everything, but she had never devoted much attention to culinary skills. "I'm not. I'm just quite interested in cooking, so I often make my own spiritual food. I didn't expect that my fellow Taoist and I actually share the same hobby." Lu Jining suddenly felt a pang of regret for not meeting Xiang earlier. "But I'm a true culinary practitioner. If the opportunity arises in the future, I appreciate your guidance." Sure. The two girls, sharing common topics and interests, quickly became engaged in conversation. They even switched from initially addressing each other as fellow Taoists to their respective names. Han Chuan, standing by, said, Girls' friendships truly blossom." After Xiang and Lu Jining became closer, Lu Jining revealed many secrets about the Phantom Forest that were unknown to outsiders. Among them was the Phantom Vine. Although the Phantom Vine is difficult to deal with, it generally doesn't attack. It's actually not as terrifying as the outside world makes it out to be. You see, they're actually quite easy to talk to, Lu Jining said, gently touching the nearest phantom vine with her hand. The vine swayed slightly before wrapping itself around the tree again, indeed, not attacking Lu Jining again. But Xiang noticed that the phantom vine was only so accommodating when it came to Lu Jining. Just when she entered the phantom forest, she clearly saw a disciple accidentally step on the phantom vine and nearly get entangled and dragged into the illusion. Jining, you have a wood-type spiritual root? A fairy grade with spiritual root? How did you know? Lu Jining's innocent, deer-like eyes sparkled. I guessed. Xiang winked and smiled playfully. Wood-type spiritual roots naturally have the ability to connect with plants. Even the phantom vine is so close to you, so I suspect you must have a fairy-grade spiritual root, a level higher than a top-grade spiritual root. Ah-ing, how clever. However, Xiang felt there must be more to the story. There must be something more special about Lu Jining. But this was Lu Jining's chance, so she wouldn't ask any further questions. By the way, since you know so much about phantom vines, if I wanted to get one, do you have any suggestions? She wasn't afraid of being entangled in illusions, but if there was a more energy-saving method, she wouldn't have to waste her spiritual energy. Of course. Chapter 61. The phantom vine is bloodthirsty. If you lure it to drink blood, you can snatch it off when it's off guard. Xiang nodded, thoughtfully, using blood as bait. I didn't realize the phantom vine had such a meaty appetite. Why aren't those crazy people from the Yution sect in the phantom forest right now? That way, she wouldn't have to worry about whose blood to use to lure the phantom vine. Ah! Damn it! Another entry in her grudge book. Soon, the tranquility peaches ripened. Lu Jining climbed the tree with familiarity, and approached the phantom peach. The phantom vines, sensing her approach, made way. Xiang raised an eyebrow at this. She was right. The plants in this phantom forest have a special fondness for Lu Jining. Even without her protection, Lu Jining wouldn't be in much danger. So, it seemed that this side quest Inin had issued wasn't difficult at all. Wait! The Lu sisters. If the younger sister isn't in danger, then something's going to happen to the older sister? Damn it! Could it be that Mu Xiang, revered as a god by the Beast Taming Valley disciples, couldn't protect Lu Jinxi? Ah! Help! Senior brother, what are you doing? A sharp cry for help echoed through the sky, startling a flock of birds in the forest. That voice? Lu Jinxi. Xie Ying's face changed, and she quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Jin Ning. I go check out what's going on. You guys hurry up and follow. Before she finished her words, Xie Ying had vanished from their sight. Han Chuan wiped his eyes vigorously. No way. Are they that fast? Xie Ying, using her flying palm technique, quickly arrived to see dozens of Beast Taming Valley disciples entangled in phantom vines emerging from the stream, floating in midair, their fate unknown. The once crystal clear stream was now completely covered in a dense mass of phantom vines. Countless vines, like tentacles, emerged from the streambed and stretched precariously toward the sky, weaving a dense web that threatened to engulf everyone and drag them into the abyss at any moment. Xie Ying shuddered at the sight. This scene was truly unfriendly for those with trypophobia. Before she could grasp the situation, Lu Jinxi had already begun arguing with Mu Xiang. Senior brother? Why did you push Zhua and the others just now? If you hadn't pushed Zhua and the others that way, they could have gotten away. Junior sister, I didn't mean to. Mu Xiang's face was grim, and his explanation was feeble and weak. The situation was critical, and I thought it was the phantom vine that was catching up, so I attacked. Junior brother Zhua is a fellow disciple of ours. How could I have deliberately pushed them to their deaths? Mu Xiang thought his words were sincere, but he didn't realize that Lu Jinxi had seen everything that had just happened. She saw clearly that Mu Xiang had deliberately pushed Zhua to delay his own escape. It was Mu Xiang who was about to be caught by the phantom vine. Lu Jinxi was heartbroken and angry. She couldn't believe that the senior brother she admired wasn't such an upright gentleman, but a villain who would sacrifice the lives of his fellow disciples in a crisis to save his own life. She was disappointed, and her initial admiration slowly faded after realizing this. I believe senior brother didn't mean to do it, but it was because of you that Zhua and the others were entangled by the phantom vine and fell into the illusion. Now only senior brother can save them. Please help them. Junior sister, it's not that I don't want to save them. Mu Xiang, having been slammed into a corner by Lu Jinxi's words, was unable to advance or retreat, his face utterly grimacing. But these aren't ordinary phantom vines, they're phantom blood vines. I have no confidence in dealing with them. I'm not afraid of death, but junior sister, you must know that if I get trapped in this illusion, there be no one left to protect you. Fellow Taoist Mu, go and save them. I protect the young valley master for you. Xia Ying, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted. Mu Xiang's expression froze, and he was speechless. If you're afraid of death, just say so. I respect your honesty. And now, huh? Xia Ying scoffed. She wasn't Lu Jinzi. She wouldn't consider so-called friendship to save his face. Young valley master, today I teach you a lesson. Men's words are deceitful. It's better to believe a sow can climb a tree than to trust a man's word. At any time and in any place, true strength lies only in one's own strength. Just watch carefully. Phoenix cry, 9 heavens. Xia Ying's fingers flew, forming a complex hand seal. As golden light shone, a 9-tailed fire phoenix burst forth from her body, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. The resounding, clear phoenix cry lingered over the phantom forest for a long time. As the fire phoenix flapped its wings, cyan flames rained down, like a dazzling display of fireworks. The cyan flames instantly ignited the phantom bloodvines. The bloodvines, which had been clinging to the disciples, were burned by the cyan phoenix flames and, in pain, released the disciples, quickly retreating back into the stream. The problem that Mu Xiang had described as incredibly difficult to solve was solved so effortlessly by Xia Ying. With such speed it felt like a dream. Xia Ying stood lazily by the stream, her dress fluttering in the wind. From beginning to end, she performed no more than a single-hand seal. Lu Jinzi stared blankly at the female cultivator whom she had despised and mocked just moments before, a mixture of shock and shame filling her heart. Fellow Taoist Xia, I apologize for what I said before. I was so blinded by my own shortcomings. Thank you for saving my fellow disciples. Once we leave the Phantom Forest, we at the Beast Taming Valley will reward you handsomely. No need. You already paid your gratitude. Xia Ying hadn't expected Lu Jinzi, who appeared spoiled and willful, to be truly resilient and adaptable. This inevitably changed her opinion of her. I told you, since I accepted your mission from the Beast Taming Valley, I naturally do my best to protect you. Thank you. Lu Jinzi's previous cold and stern attitude towards Xia Ying changed, finally seeming to possess the demeanor of a young master of the Beast Taming Valley. She ignored Mu Xiang and walked straight over to the disciples to check on them. Mu Xiang, who had been so flattered not long ago, suddenly became a forgotten figure. He stood still, his hands clenched into fists hidden in his sleeves. A hint of murderous intent finally appeared in his eyes, as he looked at Xia Ying. This Xia Ying was truly a nuisance. He admired capable female cultivators, but he couldn't stand this one stealing his spotlight in his own territory. He had to find a way to remove this annoying obstacle. Young master, are you all right? Chapter 62. Calls drifted in from far and near, and Lu Jinning, Gong Xian, and the others arrived one after another. They were all drawn here by the sound of the fire phoenix just now. Seeing that Lu Jinzi was all right, Lu Jinning breathed a faint sigh of relief. Young Valley Master, what exactly happened just now? We were attacked by the phantom bloodvine. Lu Jinzi briefly and objectively recounted the events, neither deliberately discrediting Mu Xiang nor covering up for him. Instantly, the expressions of everyone looking at Mu Xiang changed. Mu Xiang could naturally sense the change in their gazes. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and was about to explain when Lu Jinzi interrupted him. Let's put aside those unimportant matters. Jin Ning, come and see what's going on with Zhua and the others. The blood vines have clearly loosened, but they still show no signs of waking. Let me take a look. Lu Jinning naturally took Zhua's pulse, and used her spiritual power to carefully probe his body, her brow furrowed. They've been poisoned by the blood vines. Unlike ordinary phantom vines, the blood vines inject toxins into the cultivator's body as they entangle it. Even if the blood vines release them, they will still be trapped in the illusionary nightmare. Either they rely on their own perseverance to break through the illusion and escape, or they must find a way to obtain the blood vine juice, which is the antidote to the blood vine poison. Lu Jinzi's face was solemn. Most of the disciples who entered the Phantom Forest this time were in the Qi condensation stage, with only a few in the foundation establishment stage. Lu Jinzi didn't think they could break through the illusion on their own, but how easy would it be to obtain the phantom blood vine juice and escape unscathed? Overhearing the conversation, Xia Ying rubbed her nose. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so ruthless. After being burned by the phoenix fire fused with the nether azure lotus flame, the phantom bloodvine probably wouldn't have come out to fall into her trap again. Unless there's a bait to lure them in. Jin Ning, are the phantom bloodvine's habits the same as the phantom vine? Are they also bloodthirsty? Of course. Blood vines evolve into blood vines precisely because they absorb enough blood. So, their thirst for blood is far greater than that of ordinary phantom vine. Is that so? Then I have a bold idea. Xia Ying's gaze slowly fell on Mu Xiang, and she smiled. I found her perfect bait. Fellow Taoist Mu, it is because of you that these disciples were entangled by the blood vines and fell into the illusion. Now that we finally have a way to save them, I believe that friend Taoist Mu will be willing to pay a small price for them, right? Mu Xiang? A quarter of an hour later, Mu Xiang, who was tightly tied and hung on Juju's pliers, cursed loudly. Xia Ying, let me down. If you dare, let me down and fight with me. Friend Taoist Mu, please save your time. Xia Ying was sitting by the stream, holding a piece of grass in her mouth, looking carefree and looking even more worthy of a beating. If you could beat me, you wouldn't be hanging here. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you're not as skilled as others, but it's shameful to refuse to admit that you're not as skilled as others. Is fellow Taoist Mu right? With a smile on her face, Xia Ying used her fingers to create a stream of spiritual power to seal Mu Xiang's mouth, and at the same time control the blade to make a cut on his wrist. Oh! If fellow Taoist Mu doesn't say anything, that means you agree. Mu Xiang, Xia Ying, I. Blood continued to drip from the wound, all into the stream, creating ripples on the surface. TSK. This little bit of blood still doesn't seem enough. I guess I have to inconvenience fellow Taoist Mu again. And so, just as the wound on Mu Xiang's wrist had scabbed over, another cut was opened by the leaf. Over and over again, a cycle. The onlookers fell silent after seeing this scene, not to mention that Xia Ying had acquired a 7-star red crab spider as a spirit pet. The methods she used to torture Mu Xiang were unbelievable for a righteous disciple. Xia Ying, could she not be from their human race? Though these seemingly unethical and cruel methods, Xia Ying didn't care. When they first met, Mu Xiang seemed to be giving her a kind warning, but in reality, he was just trying to get her to fight the two men more quickly. He was in the late Foundation establishment stage, so if he truly wanted to save someone from an early Foundation establishment cultivator, he wouldn't have to exert much effort. But from beginning to end, Mu Xiang simply watched coldly. This was simply because he never truly intended to help Xia Ying. He always wanted to benefit from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. If Xia Ying lost, he could easily take all the benefits from the two. If Xia Ying won, he could also gain some benefits by playing nice with her initial warning. In short, no matter which outcome, Mu Xiang wouldn't be disadvantaged. Xia Ying saw through this, and therefore disliked Mu Xiang. But she certainly hadn't expected Mu Xiang to even target his own fellow disciples. She naturally felt no pain in torturing such a ruthless individual. Time passed, and Mu Xiang's initial curses morphed into a final numbness. Rather than continue being humiliated by Xia Ying, it would be better to let the phantom blood vines give him a quick death. Just as Mu Xiang's face paled from being released, and the air was thick with the smell of blood, a hint of movement finally appeared beneath the calm surface of the water. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe, their eyes fixed on the water. Suddenly, over a dozen blood vines rose from the ground, hurtling straight towards Mu Xiang's wrist. Xia Ying seized the opportunity to throw her exquisite umbrella to control the blood vine's movements. Then, she soared forward, ice blades dancing in her hands, a chilling light emanating. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen blood vine segments fell to the ground. Lu Jining quickly took out the tools she had prepared long ago, collected the blood vine juice, and fed it to everyone. As for the remaining blood vine segments, Xia Ying collected them all into her storage bag. Seeing this, Gong Xian frowned slightly. The phantom blood vine is a valuable item. How could Xia Ying have it all to herself? She felt a little dissatisfied, but she didn't dare to bother Xia Ying. After Xia Ying lose 2 moves, she could already guess that Xia Ying was definitely hiding her true cultivation level. Even if she was dissatisfied, she wouldn't act rashly without understanding the situation. Everyone in the group had their own thoughts, but only Xia Ying was genuinely happy. She had originally only wanted to get a piece of phantom blood vine, but who knew she stumbled upon an even better quality phantom blood vine. As expected, Xia Ying was the best. Fellow Taoist Xia, do you think we can put senior brother down now? Oops. I forgot. Fellow Taoist Mu wouldn't mind, would he? The disciples, Where did this living devil come from? Do you believe what you say? Chapter 63. The Phantom Forest is open for 3 days. After leaving the beast-taming valley, disciples must hand in 2/3 of the soul-calming peaches they harvest for the sect's use. The remaining 1/3, along with any other gains from the Phantom Forest, remains the disciples' personal property. Before even picking a few soul-calming peaches, They were attacked by the phantom blood vine. Morale was inevitably low. Why are you all hanging your heads? A mere sight of the phantom blood vine frightened you. If you're so easily frightened, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Lu Jinxi, hands on her hips, scolded the dejected and pessimistic disciples. The phantom blood vine is only the most common and easiest thing to deal with in the phantom forest. If you're already afraid, how can you continue to advance deeper? Why not crush your badge and leave now? Young Valley Master, don't underestimate us. Now that we're here, we won't leave until we gathered enough soul-calming peaches. Yes. I'm going to tell my master, I'm not a coward. Then cheer up. A faint smile crossed Lu Jinxi's lips, but her tone remained unyielding. If I see you looking dejected again, get out of the phantom forest. With that, Lu Jinxi turned and went to Lu Jinning's side. The two sat together, whispering. The beast-taming valley disciples were a little unaccustomed to this scene. They knew the young valley master had a close relationship with Jin Ning, but they had never seen him abandon senior brother Mu. It seemed senior brother Mu's unintentional death, which nearly cost Azwa and the others their lives, has truly angered the young valley master. How could Mu Xiang fail to notice the change in Lu Jinxi's attitude? But he had spent so many years and so much effort to win Lu Jinxi's affection and to be engaged to her. No one understood Lu Jinxi's temperament better than him. Now Lu Jinxi was convinced that he had deliberately pushed Zua and the others to their deaths. Chasing them to explain would only fuel the fire. It would be better to stay out of her sight and wait for the right moment to stage a decisive counterattack. The phantom forest was rife with dangers. In such an environment, regaining Lu Jinxi's trust was not difficult. Mu Xiang, his face pale, stood by the stream, his eyes fixed on Lu Jinxi. A bold plan slowly formed in his mind. Little did he know that the ambition and desire in his eyes were also clearly visible to Xiang, who was not far away. Thinking of Mu Xiang's previous incident of pushing his fellow disciples from the beast-taming valley to their deaths, Xiang suddenly had an idea. Yining, isn't the danger facing the Lu sisters actually from the phantom forest, but from Mu Xiang? Unfortunately, the host was right. Yining's tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy. What's your reaction? My guess is correct, and you're so upset? Yining avoided the question, maintaining a businesslike attitude. According to the rules set by the mastermind, if the host triggers and correctly guesses a significant side storyline, Yining is required to provide the host with a general outline of that plot. In the original novel, Mu Xiang, in order to win Lu Jinxi's complete devotion, deliberately angered the 1,000-year-old tree demon deep in the phantom forest, putting everyone in danger. Lu Jinning was killed by the tree demon while trying to save Lu Jinxi. Mu Xiang seized the opportunity to rescue the severely injured Lu Jinxi and escape the phantom forest by crushing his badge. Mu Xiang's feat in saving the young master of taming Beast Valley was enough to secure his place in the valley, ultimately leading to his dream of becoming a Taoist partner with Lu Jinxi and jointly managing the valley. What happened next? Xiang had a vague suspicion. Lu Jinxi's fate wasn't much better than Lu Jinning's, was it? The host is clever. Xiang, don't use that sentence structure, or I always feel like you're playing tricks on me. Good host. Yining was very forthright. Mu Xiang was, in fact, a fish in the same pond as the heroine, Lin Yuexiang, though he met her only after they became partners. For Lin Yuexiang's sake, Mu Xiang sought out sorcery and imprisoned Lu Jinxi after she gave birth. He then used this sorcery to absorb the child's bloodline power into himself, allowing him to command the 3 ferocious beasts in the forbidden area to serve Lin Yuexiang. I know what to do. Xie Ying's eyes grew colder. Perhaps it was because the resentment lingering from the original owner was too strong, but whenever she mentioned Lin Yuexiang, Gu Qinghuai, and the others, she would inevitably surge with murderous intent. She silently chanted the heart purification mantra several times to suppress the murderous intent within her. When she looked at Mu Xiang again, she had a plan in mind. After the previous attack by the phantom blood vine, everyone acted with extreme caution and made sure not to make any further mistakes. While it was still early, they split up and picked all the nearby tranquilizing peaches. After that, they returned here to rest and spend an uneventful night. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight filtered into the phantom forest. They began to advance deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the more tranquilizing peaches appeared. Gradually, not even a single phantom vine could be seen. Only a variety of bizarre trees stood in the forest, like ferocious monsters with bared fangs and claws. Deep in the forest, a miasma lingered, obscuring everything around them as if shrouded in a thin veil, leaving only shadowy figures, making them indistinct. The disciples of the beast-taming valley, overwhelmed by the joy of their bountiful harvest, were unaware of the impending crisis. On the other hand, independent cultivators, like Xiaoying and Gong Xian, were more acutely aware of danger, constantly on guard. But they were still a step too late. Xiaoying blinked, and everything around her suddenly transformed. The miasma, the shadows of the trees, the stinking swamp in the distance all vanished. In their place were tall buildings, bustling traffic, and smiling faces both familiar and unfamiliar. Xiaoying looked down. Her hair had been cut short, and her clothes had been replaced with a white t-shirt and jeans with a large tabby cat pattern. This was the look she would have worn in her past time and space, and the person standing beside her now was also her college roommate from that time and space. "Enin, are you still there?" Xiaoying tried to contact Enin, but received no response. Just then, her curly-haired roommate, smiling brightly, took her arm and pulled her across the traffic light. "Ing, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't we agree to go see the latest detective movie together? Hurry up, or we miss it." Xiaoying went with them to the movies, ate barbecue, and went to the mall to play claw machines. After doing all her favorite things from her school days, she finally returned to school. But just before entering the school gate, Xiaoying stopped. Chapter 64. "Ing, what's wrong? If you don't get into school now, you'll be late for curfew." "Ah." Xiaoying sighed softly, hands in her pockets, looking at her roommate, her eyes clear. "Is that all your tricks?" The roommate's expression froze, but quickly returned to normal. "Ing, what are you talking about? I don't understand. There's no point in pretending anymore, right?" A playful expression crossed Xiaoying's face. "I knew all along this was an illusion you created for me." Crack, crack. Everything around her instantly disintegrated with Xiaoying's words, shattering into countless fragments that floated in the air. Xiaoying's attire also returned to her original appearance. Holding a delicate umbrella, she smiled as she gazed at the object before her that still bore the image of her roommate. "What? Are you not going to pretend anymore?" "Humph. So what if you guessed this was an illusion? The fact that I pulled you into it proves you're obsessed. It's not easy for someone with an obsession to escape my illusion. What a coincidence. Although I don't practice illusion magic, I happen to know a little about breaking through illusions. Illusions are formed for a myriad of reasons. An illusion caused by obsession can be dissolved by breaking through it yourself." The smile on Xiaoying's face vanished instantly. A fierce aura filled her. With a gentle swing of her delicate umbrella, her sword energy surged towards the creature's face, striking it hard. There was a loud bang, and a blinding white light flashed before her eyes. When Xiaoying opened her eyes again, she saw two branches detach from her feet and swiftly flee into the depths of the woods. She was surrounded by broken branches and emerald green demonic blood. Lu Jinxi and the others were all bound by soft branches, hanging from the tree like lanterns. The number of branches entangled them varied. Some disciples had only 7 or 8, while others were completely covered, like a giant cocoon, with only their faces left exposed. "Host, it's a good thing you're out. I was worried you'd be clinging to the peace and tranquility of the past, and never get out. Are you so unsure of me?" Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I don't believe the host hasn't wavered at all." "Oh, you actually guessed it right." "Enin, eh? What's with that proud tone? How could she respond?" In fact, for a moment, Xiaoying did waver. But she knew better than anyone that she had long since died in her original time and space, and death was irreversible. She might miss the past, but she would never give up her right to live truly for the sake of false beauty. No matter what time or space, what identity, or what situation she finds herself in, Xiaoying will only move forward unwaveringly, never looking back. At that moment, Xiaoying felt as if the mist that had enveloped her heart since entering the book had finally dissipated, her mind clearing as never before. She could clearly sense the shift in her spiritual energy. Her realm seemed to have advanced a tiny bit. If the current situation hadn't prevented her, Xiaoying would have seriously considered meditating right there to consolidate her cultivation. Watching as more and more branches climbed onto the crowd's bodies, their faces growing paler, Xiaoying didn't hesitate and walked deeper into the cave. Bang! A loud noise came from behind, and Xiaoying quickly turned to see Shiman Bao, who had also broken free from the illusion and awakened. Shiman Bao had the lowest presence in the group, but a cultivator, who had single-handedly cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage, couldn't be weak-willed. So Xiaoying wasn't surprised that he had escaped the illusion. It was just that it had clearly taken quite a bit of effort, for as soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. "Are you okay, fellow Daoist Xie?" Shiman Bao looked up in surprise, having clearly not expected Xiaoying to emerge from the illusion faster than him, and unscathed. After Xie Ying's repeated demonstrations after entering the illusion forest, Shimin Bao's initial contempt for her had vanished without a trace. He admired Xie Ying's unyielding tenacity, and was even more impressed by her skill at such a young age. "I'm fine." Shimin Bao, quickly regaining his composure, roughly wiped the blood from his mouth. "But the young valley master and the others look very bad. Fellow Daoist Xie, do whatever you want. Leave this to me. I protect them." "Okay." With these words, Xie Ying's figure quickly vanished into the vast miasma. As those branches had fled, Xie Ying had quietly left a mark on them. Now, she was following the mark's aura towards the southernmost point. As expected, the 1,000-year-old tree demon Yin had mentioned had already taken action. When she broke free from the illusion, she had deliberately looked around and discovered that almost everyone, except Mu Xiang, was trapped in a dream. As for Mu Xiang, Xie Ying wasn't sure where he had gone, or whether he had anything to do with what was happening. But she knew these questions would be answered once she encountered the tree demon. Xie Ying moved swiftly, reaching the 1,000-year-old tree demon's lair in less than a quarter of an hour. Even though she had been prepared, Xie Ying couldn't hide her shock when she saw the tree demon with her own eyes. In the swamp filled with rotting mud, a towering tree, roughly 10 meters thick, took root. Its roots extended from the depths of the swamp, and its branches snaked out in all directions of the phantom forest. It was then that Xie Ying suddenly realized that all the trees they had seen along the way, including the phantom vine, grew from the tens of millions of branches branching off from this giant tree. The vast phantom forest was actually able to grow and survive thanks to this giant tree. Xie Ying felt a headache. She wasn't sure she could deal with such a 1,000-year-old tree demon now. But she couldn't just stand by and watch those people die in this illusion. How about a fight? Xie Ying summoned the Jade Wave Fan, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy and slashing forward. Thousands of wind blades, swirling with murderous intent, attacked the giant tree from all directions. But the next second, an even more powerful pressure crushed all the wind blades. A branch appeared from nowhere and struck Xie Ying hard, sending her flying over 10 meters. Thankfully, Xie Ying quickly formed a hand seal to mitigate most of the damage and used the exquisite umbrella to steady herself. But she was still wounded and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pain rippled through her internal organs and every part of her body. A human face, expressionless and neither happy nor sad, slowly emerged from the giant tree. It stared coldly at Xie Ying, and as it spoke, another wave of pressure crushed over her. "You scoundrels, how dare you, like a gnat, try to shake a tree." Chapter 65. Xie Ying ducked under the pressure, groaning softly. Her hand, gripping the delicate umbrella, trembled slightly, her fingertips white, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. She gathered her composure, swallowed the sweet taste in her throat, and tilted her head back with a faint smile. "Senior, please forgive me. I wonder how I offended you to provoke such wrath. You stole my demon pill, injured my descendants, and you still dare to claim you haven't offended me?" The beautiful woman in the tree suddenly moved, swiftly descending to Xie Ying's level, staring coldly at her. Xie Ying's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately suspected someone, Mu Xiang. She knew Mu Xiang would cause trouble, but she hadn't expected him to act so quickly. "Senior, please calm down. I know nothing about what you're talking about. I'm willing to retrieve your demon elixir for you. As for your injured tree saplings and grandchildren, I'm also willing to provide elixirs to heal them. If you don't mind, I'm willing to take you in as my godmother. I'd be very filial to you in the future. I only ask that you show mercy and not implicate innocent people." Tree demon, ? Having lived for thousands of years and seen all sorts of people, the tree demon felt for the first time that his brain wasn't working. Could there be a necessary connection between these events? And since when have human disciples been so polite to demons? Xie Ying took the tree demon's silence as tacit agreement. Without waiting for the tree demon to speak again, she knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to the tree demon. A life worth more than gold is worth 1,000 years. If she really angered the tree demon, not only would she not be able to complete the side quest of protecting the Lu sisters, she might not even be able to leave the phantom forest safely. Besides, in her past, adopting a tree as godfather or godmother was a normal folk custom, not something shameful. "Godmother, please accept my daughter Xie Ying's greetings." The moment they bowed, a golden light flashed between their brows, a gesture that declared to heaven and earth that their mother-daughter relationship was complete, revealing the laws of nature. At this point, a flicker of surprise finally crossed the tree demon's expressionless face. Was this female cultivator serious? A cultivator is different from ordinary mortals. From the moment a cultivator embarks on the path of immortality, their every word and action is bound by the laws of nature. Be it a promise or an oath, once made with sincerity, it cannot be broken. Otherwise, it would be deceiving heaven and incurring its punishment. So, Xie Ying's words weren't just a delaying tactic to deceive her. Get up. The pressure dissipated, and Xie Ying was finally able to breathe again. Ignoring the dull ache in her internal organs, she used her delicate umbrella to support herself and stood up, pouring healing pills into her mouth. Though the tree demon was powerful, she didn't actually have much intention of harming anyone. She had lived for thousands of years, and this phantom forest was a small secret realm derived from her true form. If she had been intent on harming anyone, how could the disciples of the beast-taming valley have never encountered dangers like today? If Mu Xiang hadn't been so reckless as to touch something he shouldn't have, Xie Ying might not have had the chance to see the tree demon's true form. Xie Ying was seriously injured and was now holding on by her last breath. The tree demon noticed her struggle and, with a flick of its wrist, dropped verdant vines from the giant tree, landing behind Xie Ying to form a small rattan chair. Please sit down. Thank you, Godmother. The tree demon remained silent for a moment, grudgingly accepting the title of Godmother and the rather attractive adopted daughter before him. The moment Xie Ying sat down on the rattan chair, she felt a gentle spiritual energy flowing continuously into her body, gently soothing her wounds inch by inch. Her eyes lit up, and she made no secret of her surprise. I recognized this Godmother. Just as Xie Ying raised her eyes again, she saw a cyan halo appear on the giant tree before her, and a slender figure emerged from it. The figure wore a jade-colored gown, her long, dark blue hair casually draped behind her head. She exuded a sense of relaxation. The face was identical to the beautiful woman from the giant tree. Just as Xie Ying tried to stand up, a vine pulled her back. Then the tree demon's voice echoed in her ears again. My name is Chuanhe. Since you sincerely accept me as your godmother, I'm willing to do you a favor and spare the lives of the beast-taming valley disciples for now. As long as you find the thief who stole my demon pill and hand it over to me, I can let the others go. Godmother, you're so powerful. How could someone steal your demon pill? Xie Ying truly couldn't figure this out. Mu Xiang's cultivation wasn't as high as hers. She struggled to even stand in front of Chuanhe. How could Mu Xiang have the ability to steal her demon pill from her? At this question, Chuanhe fell into an eerie silence. Godmother? That thief stole the demon pill while I was drying it. What the hell? Xie Ying rubbed her ears, afraid she misheard. Drying the demon elixir, not the quilt? How could a demon elixir be dried in the sun? That's a bit absurd. Chunhe, noticing Xie Ying's confusion and shock, explained calmly. The phantom forest remains untouched year-round, so its spiritual energy is abundant and rich. Especially on full moon days, if the demon elixir can absorb the sun and moon's radiance, it will become more condensed, and my cultivation will also increase. For thousands of years, every full moon day, I have taken out the demon elixir and placed it at the highest point in the forest to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. As Chunhe spoke, a hint of melancholy etched into his voice. She had been doing this for thousands of years, never setting up a protective barrier, and never making a single mistake. Who could have imagined she'd be robbed today? With my current level of cultivation, losing my demon pill isn't a big deal, but it's also a magical artifact of the immortal grade. I really don't want to let that little thief get away with it. Can you sense the demon pill's location? If I could, why would you need to find that little thief for me? Chunhe's face sank. My demon pill has a concealing effect. Whoever obtains it can immediately hide their tracks. But as long as you find the thief, I have a way to reveal his true form. Xie Ying, fully understanding the situation, nodded. This sounds a bit difficult, but it's okay. She take action. Don't worry, Godmother. I personally bring that thief to you. Mu Xiang stood not far away, watching the disciples entangled in branches and vines, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. But when he looked down at the purple demon pill in his hand, which was as big as an egg, greed finally prevailed in his heart. Chapter 66. Since last night, he had been thinking about how to stealthily eliminate Xie Ying in the Phantom Forest. After much deliberation, he concluded that his only option was to target the 1,000-year-old tree demon deep within. Mu Xiang had been secretly searching for an opportunity, so today, he entered the depths of the Phantom Forest, taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on picking tranquilizing peaches. He spotted a flash of purple light to the south, and quickly rushed over to snatch the demon pill. The demon pill was easy to obtain, and Mu Xiang had initially suspected it wasn't anything special. But after obtaining it, he quickly discovered its remarkable uses. When he reappeared before everyone, holding the demon pill, he seemed to have become invisible, undetectable. This demon pill was surprisingly more effective than a top-grade invisibility talisman. Mu Xiang's intuition told him that this demon pill must have other uses, but he hadn't yet discovered them. As the eldest senior brother of the beast-taming valley, he was naturally a worldly wise man. He guessed that the owner of this demon pill must have an extraordinary background, perhaps connected to the 1,000-year-old tree demon he had been searching for. From the appearance of the miasma to the moment everyone was silently entangled by the branches and vines hidden within it, falling into an illusion, and even to the moment Xiang and Shiman Bao escaped from the illusion. Mu Xiang witnessed everything that happened. Mu Xiang knew full well that Lu Jinsi and the others had been implicated by him, and he also understood the fate of everyone if he didn't return the demon pill. But he still refused. Putting aside his initial desire to kill Xiang and win back Lu Jinsi, the demon pill's value and purpose alone made it difficult for him to let go. He looked at Lu Jinsi, who was already half encased in the branches, and finally made a move. Of all the people, only Lu Jinsi held any value to him. When the time was right, he would find a way to shatter Lu Jinsi's badge and send her out of the Phantom Forest. As for the lives of the others, that was none of his business. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mu Xiang's eyes. He stored his demon pill and strode towards Lu Jinsi. Just as his hand was about to touch Lu Jinsi, a burst of green flame suddenly ignited. Mu Xiang was caught off guard and burned by the green flame, withdrawing his hand in pain. It was then that he suddenly realized that the green flame had suddenly ignited all around him, rising from the ground and slowly crawling over everyone's body. Shiman Bao, who was guarding the area, was also astonished, but seeing that the green flame showed no intention of harming him, he suppressed his fear and refrained from any rash action. Mu Xiang was burned by the slightest touch, but Shiman Bao and the others, covered in green flames, appeared unharmed. Moreover, the blue flames looked remarkably familiar, and he quickly thought of Xiang. Mu Xiang's face darkened, and he turned to leave, but it was too late. He was completely engulfed in blue flames, forming a towering wall of fire. Mu Xiang had no way to retreat. "You're here, after all." The mystery novel about the murderer returning to the crime scene to admire his masterpiece proved true. A lazy, playful voice echoed, and a slender figure emerged from the azure flames. It was Xiang. Mu Xiang looked in Xiang's direction in horror. What's going on? How could Xiang see him? "Fellow Dao Xie, who are you talking to?" Shiman Bao was bewildered. Could there be a third awake person here? Whoever's missing is the one I'm talking to. Although she still couldn't see Mu Xiang, Xiang's gaze was unerringly fixed on his current location. Chun He's demon pill could conceal Mu Xiang's form, helping him escape Chun He's detection. However, this didn't make him immune to all damage. Her nether azure lotus flame was more than just a powerful and destructive magical weapon. As she spent more time with the nether lotus, Xiang's mastery of it grew more and more sophisticated. Now, Xiang could not only control the nether azure lotus flame at will, but also skillfully utilize its other properties to achieve her goals. From the moment Mu Xiang was burned by the azure flame, a mark had been left on his body. Even though Xiang couldn't see him, she could sense Mu Xiang's exact location through the connection with the mark. After being prompted by Xiang, Shiman Bao finally realized who was missing. He was a casual cultivator, having spent years fighting outside to plunder resources for cultivation, and he had a deep understanding of the evils of human nature. Shiman Bao didn't understand Mu Xiang's reason for doing this, but the moment he realized he was a threat to his safety, he sided with Xiang. He pulled out a 2-meter-long broadsword, its blade gleaming like a white dragon, reflecting a dazzling light in the sunlight. His entire body tensed, ready for a decisive blow. Seeing this, Mu Xiang retreated, completely abandoning any desire to leave with Lu Jinsi. As long as he could escape this place with the demon pill, the 1,000-year-old tree demon would surely not let anyone go. Wouldn't he have the final say on what would happen inside then? As for Lu Jinsi, that wasn't his fault. If anyone was to blame, it was Xiang. If Xiang hadn't suddenly stabbed him, he would have definitely taken Lu Jinsi away. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Xiang's eyes, his hideous expression fully revealed. He grasped the wooden sign at his waist and crushed it with his spiritual power. Then he froze in shock. How could this be? How could he still be in the Phantom Forest and not teleport out? What on earth was going on? Before Mu Xiang could process this, a vine had already wrapped around his arms and legs, dangling him upside down in midair. The moment the vines wrapped around Mu Xiang, his form, hidden by the demon pill, was no longer visible. This vine carries Chuan's demonic power. Mu Xiang has finally fallen. Shiman Bao was equally astonished at this miracle of transformation. Fellow Daoists, yeah, what exactly is going on? Someone took something they shouldn't have, offended someone they shouldn't have, and then tried to escape. Now, they're naturally being held responsible by their creditors. Xia Ying. Stop your nonsense. Mu Xiang continued to argue. I just saw the situation wasn't right, so I temporarily used my magic weapon to hide and try to rescue everyone. How could it be as shameful as you say? Really? Then why did you crush your badge? Xia Ying ruthlessly pointed the finger. Are you aware you're powerless and planning to call for help? How ridiculous. You, such a fool, took someone else's demon core and thought you'd get away with it. There's no such thing as a simple bargain. Chapter 67. After learning that Mu Xiang had taken Chuanha's demon pill, Xia Ying suspected he might escape the Phantom Forest by crushing his waist badge. That's why she asked Chuanha to temporarily close the entrance to the Phantom Forest. The Phantom Forest, originally based on Chuanha's demonic power, gradually evolved into a small secret realm by gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Phantom Forest and Chuanha had long been inextricably linked, each part of the other. To Chuanha, simply temporarily closing the entrance to the Phantom Forest was a matter of a moment's thought. If Mu Xiang had crushed his waist badge and left the moment he stole the demon pill, Xia Ying might have been powerless. But he chose to harm someone and wanted to witness their fate with his own eyes, thus missing the perfect opportunity to leave the Phantom Forest. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the dignified senior brother of the beast-taming valley. I have everything I need, so how could I possibly commit such petty theft? Oh! In that case, what's in that storage pouch around your waist? Unrepentant. Hopeless. A cold rebuke rang out. Chuanha, in her green hair and jade-clad robes, walked barefoot, step by step. Everywhere she passed, vibrant pink flowers bloomed. Mu Xiang froze in place. He sensed the demon core he sealed in the storage pouch stirring. Then, the purple demon core shattered the barrier and transformed into a streak of purple light, flying back into Chuanha's hands. No! Unable to accept the fact, the magic weapon was snatched away from him before he could even warm it. You little thief, you're not worthy of possessing my demon core. The demon pill shone softly in Chuanha's hands. She toyed with it, confirming it was intact before glancing at Xia Ying. With a slight lift of her finger, the beast-taming valley disciples, entangled in branches and vines, fell to the ground, slowly waking one after another. In this illusion, they confronted their deepest fears, desires, or obsessions, feeling a sense of drowsiness upon awakening. It wasn't until they saw Mu Xiang, suspended high in the air, that they finally came to their senses. What's going on? Why is senior brother Mu hanging up? Who is that? Chuanha's unusual attire quickly attracted the others' attention. And when Chuanha's gaze, imbued with a strong sense of pressure, swept over them, their faces paled, their breath suffocating under the pressure. But Chuanha showed no concern for their lives. For years, she had been relatively unmolested with the beast-taming valley. Every year, when the Phantom Forest opened and disciples entered to pick the tranquilizing peaches, Chuanha would occasionally offer some protection when she was in a good mood. But today, a direct disciple of the beast-taming valley had committed such a petty theft on her territory, and her impression of the beast-taming valley had plummeted to its lowest point. Chuanha didn't want to say a single word, simply looking at Xia Ying and saying a simple sentence. Xia Ying, from now on, you can enter the Phantom Forest directly with this token. Thank you, Godmother. I will definitely visit you often. The moment the words fell, a flash of green light fell into Xia Ying's hair, transforming into a unique wooden hairpin. When everyone, completely unaware of what had happened, regained consciousness, Chuanha was nowhere to be seen. Even Mu Xiang, who had been suspended in midair, vanished without a trace. Fellow Daoist Xia, what exactly happened? It's a long story, and this isn't a good place to talk. I explain everything to the young Valley Master after we leave the Phantom Forest. 2 hours later. The disciples who had successfully returned to the beast-taming valley still refused to believe Xia Ying's story after hearing it again. Impossible. Senior brother is the most highly regarded disciple by the Valley Master besides the young Valley Master. How could he possibly steal? That's right. Senior brother has always cared about us and treated us kindly. I simply don't believe he would do such a shameless thing. Mu Xiang was quite popular in the beast-taming valley. Even now, many disciples still believed in and defended him. Gong Xian, secretly jealous of Xia Ying, did not hesitate to exaggerate. Although I don't know fellow Daoist Mu well, I do think what you all say makes sense. Fellow Daoist Xia, you keep saying that fellow Daoist Mu implicated us because he stole the tree demon's demon pill, but that's just one-sided. If I remember correctly, fellow Daoist Xia just called the tree demon his godmother. If you don't have any solid evidence, please don't make irresponsible statements and harm others' reputations. From what you're saying, it seems like I colluded with my godmother to deliberately put everyone in danger, and you're also trying to smear Mu Ziyang. Fellow Taoists, yeah, you're overthinking it. I didn't mean that. I was just speaking the truth. Xiang looked at Gong Xian with a half smile. She wasn't surprised by Gong Xian's sudden move, because she knew from the beginning that Gong Xian wasn't approaching her with genuine friendship. True friends don't deliberately act condescending when they're around each other, constantly exuding a sense of superiority. Gong Xian approached her simply because she was the lowest of the four. Once Gong Xian discovered that her cultivation was far superior, their meager friendship would naturally falter like a bubble. As the saying goes, one's own failure is terrifying, but the success of others is even more heartbreaking. That was probably how Gong Xian felt about her. Fellow Taoist Xie isn't lying. I can testify to this. Xiang was about to produce the evidence she had prepared earlier, but someone else stepped forward before her. She looked over in surprise, only to see Shiman Bao, looking menacing, his back straight, as he spoke word for word. I personally saw the tree demon retrieve the demon pill from fellow Taoist Mu, and I heard their conversation with my own ears. I am fellow Taoist Xie's witness. I believe fellow Taoist Xie too. A man wearing the robes of a beast taming valley disciple stepped forward. As well you? I believe fellow Taoist Xie. I do too. And me. Following Azhua, Lu Jining, Han Chuan, and the other disciples who had lost their lives due to Mu Ziyang's selfishness all rose up to support Xiang. After all, having personally experienced Mu Ziyang's ruthless and heartless nature, they had long since given up hope in him. Enough. Lu Jinsi interrupted the disciple, who was about to defend Mu Ziyang. Fellow Taoist Xie has no grudge against senior brother. She has no reason to lie and frame him. Chapter 68. A short sentence completely clarified her stance. But Lu Jinsi felt uneasy. Mu Ziyang was engaged to her, her carefully chosen fiancé, the man who would one day rule Beast Taming Valley with her. The greater her dependence and admiration for Mu Ziyang had been, the greater the pain and suffering she now endured. How could Lu Jinsi have imagined that her carefully chosen fiancé would actually be such a ruthless, heartless, and disloyal man? If she had unknowingly become his Taoist partner in the future, Lu Jinsi couldn't imagine what would have happened to herself and the Beast Taming Valley. Gong Xian was deeply annoyed that most people sided with Xiang, but since Lu Jinsi had spoken, she naturally wouldn't continue to embarrass herself. Thank you all for your trust. But coincidentally, I do have evidence here. Everyone, ? Amidst the disciples' gazes, ranging from puzzled to skeptical, and perhaps expectant, Xiang skillfully produced a photo stone. Xiang, please watch the VCR for details. The next second, Mu Ziyang's ferocious, cunning face suddenly caught everyone's attention. Gong Xian, no, that's not right. Who would carry a photo stone and record everything they do? Xiang, sorry, I have a strong sense of the law and refuse any attempts at fraud. After completely bludgeoning Mu Ziyang to death with a photo stone and giving it to Lu Jinsi, Xiang refused the Beast Taming Valley's offer to keep her. She turned and left, as if she had made up her mind. With a wave of her sleeve, she left without a single cloud from the Beast Taming Valley. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest. Protect the Lu sisters from the Phantom Forest. The host is now receiving the mission reward. The With Spirit Pearl of the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls has arrived. Please check for it. Also, a friendly reminder, if you collect all 5 of the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls, you will receive a big surprise. What big surprise? Xiang piqued her interest, her eyes filled with eagerness. If I collect all 5 of the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls, will I be able to summon a dragon? That would be so cool. Host, please stop imagining and face reality. You can only summon a dragon if you collect all 7 dragon pearls. But unfortunately, summoning a dragon isn't possible in this world. Okay, Xiang said with a hint of regret. Then what can I summon after collecting all 5 of the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls? Nothing. It's boring, I don't want to gather anymore. Host, Enin was anxious. Her host couldn't afford to slack off. Although the 5 Elements Spirit Pearl couldn't summon a dragon, it would still be very useful to the host in her future quest to overthrow the heroine, Lin Yuexiang. Really? I swear on my honor, I never lied to the host. Does the system have a personality? Xiang was astonished. Host, please don't attack Enin personally. Offended, Enin wished she could materialize and punch her host right now. But she couldn't, because if she provoked her, Xiang would be provoking Cotton. Okay, I trust you for once. Xiang heard Yinin's exasperation and stopped teasing her, getting down to business. One more thing. She walked to a deserted area, channeled her spiritual power into the mark on her wrist, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from the spot. Gong Xian and the other man who had been quietly following Xiang since she left were so jealous after seeing this scene that they nearly bit their back teeth off. Damn! Xiang really does have many rare magical weapons on her. It vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. We're both independent cultivators, so how could Xiang possess so many opportunities all by herself? If only they could snatch Xiang's opportunities and magical treasures away. Gong Xian and her Taoist companion, Zhao Li, exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. At this moment, Xiang, already in the system space, had no idea that two more wolves were stalking her. She clutched a handful of blood vines and was bargaining with Yin. You want to plant this thing in my system space? That's impossible. Yin, a mere white ball, jumped up and down in anger, her body swelling. Xiang, genuinely worried that Yin would explode in the next second, quickly added, I won't plant them in your system space forever. When I complete my training and return to Xiaoyao sect, I naturally transplant them to Chun'an Island. No, I don't agree. Host, just give up on this idea. Yin, I'm well read, don't try to fool me. Seeing her soft approach wasn't working, Xiang resorted to force, resorting to threats. I read many system novels, and beings like you rely on your host to complete quests and earn points in order to level up. Xiang gave a sinister smile, looking every bit the villain. If you don't agree to this, I just go on strike. Anyway, there's no deadline for the main quests, and there's no mandatory completion requirement for the side quests. Once I complete the quest to awaken Wang Qing, I won't awaken anyone else, so you can forget about completing your quest. You? I. What's wrong with me? Yin, damn it! Such a vicious tactic. How could her host, Xiang, be so shameless? Yin raged for a moment. Then she quickly succumbed to Xiang's shameless threats. Give me the blood vine, and I help you raise it. Having achieved her goal, Xiang beamed. Thank you, Yin. Having successfully collected 2 materials in less than 2 weeks, Xiang finally stopped aimlessly rushing around and took time out to appreciate the magnificent scenery of the immortal world. Of the remaining 5 materials, Xiang didn't know where to find some, while others were too far away, requiring too much time and effort to return. So, Xiang planned to save the more distant ones for after the sect competition. In the remaining time, she planned to travel to Yujing City to attend the auction in 7 days. According to Zhaishenglu, there were many treasures at the Yujing auction, including the one Xiang needed, the 10,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. Yujing City, under the jurisdiction of Huan Tower, has always been the most prosperous and extravagant place besides Lingzha City in the southern border. It not only hosts the only Yujing auction on the Wanxiang continent, but also a massive black market. Xiang was looking to sell off her surplus of elixirs and talismans, and the black market was clearly the best option. Xiang traveled at a leisurely pace, finally arriving at this paradise of the immortal cultivation world. Yujing City, 3 days before the auction. Yujing City, as expected, is the most prosperous place for the human race, and news spreads most widely. Shortly after arriving in the city, Xiang heard 2 interesting stories about the 9 major sects in a tea house. Did you hear? A disciple of the Wuing sect has been expelled. Chapter 69. Wuing sect? Directly disciple? Expelled from the sect? Why does this sound so much like that love-crazed Yiming? Xiang, already quite interested in gossip, was now even more excited. She quickly sat up straight and pricked up her ears, sipping on the fragrant tea and snacks while listening to the latest news. No way. You're just finding out about this now. You're so behind the times. This matter is almost becoming a laughing stock within the entire Wuing sect. I heard that the directly disciple who is expelled is actually the younger brother of the Wuing sect's chief disciple, Yuanwan. How could that young immortal Lord Yi be expelled from the Wuing sect for no reason? You don't know about this, do you? The person who took over smiled mysteriously. It's all because of that talented junior sister from the Yutian sect. For Fairy Lin, Immortal Lord Yi did many things that brought shame upon the Wuing sect, and now his faith in the Tao has been shattered. After being expelled from the Wuing sect, Immortal Lord Yi volunteered to suppress the sect. Guard the 10,000 Demons Gorge, and never leave until you die. How is this related to Fairy Lin of the Yutian sect? Could it be that Fairy Lin and Immortal Lord Yi are a truly captivating couple? No wonder Fairy Lord Gu of the Yutian sect publicly broke off his engagement with Fairy Lin half a month ago. Could it be that he discovered Fairy Lin's love was with someone else? Oh! The love, hate, and vengeance of the disciples of the 9 major sects are beyond our comprehension. Anyway, because of Immortal Lord Ye's shattered heart, there's also discord between the Wuing sect and the Yutian sect. Just wait and see, there's going to be some drama. As the 2 cultivators paid their bill and left, Xia Ying, still unsatisfied, withdrew her gaze. Xia Ying wasn't surprised that Yiming had been expelled from the Shadowless sect and volunteered to guard the 10,000 Demons Gorge. After shedding the dominance of love, a normal cultivator with a modicum of shame wouldn't be surprised to make such a decision. But Gu Qinghuai's public breakup with Lin Yuexiang was a bit unexpected. It was truly bizarre. She hadn't received any notification of Gu Qinghuai's awakening. Why would Gu Qinghuai, who loved Lin Yuexiang so much, break off the engagement publicly? But this question ultimately didn't distract Xia Ying much, and she quickly dismissed it as a joke to be forgotten. Placing a mid-grade spirit stone on the table to pay the bill, Xia Ying gracefully departed. Amidst the bustling scene, a touch of fresh green flashed past Gu Qinghuai's eyes, like a fluttering butterfly, leaving him slightly dazed. Senior brother? What are you looking at? I just thought I saw Ying. Xia Ying. That's Xia Ying again. He Qianshao, the 4th disciple under Mu Qian, had a chill in his eyes. If it weren't for Xia Ying, senior brother wouldn't have publicly broken off the engagement, humiliating Xiangxiang and causing her so much grief. Thinking of Lin Yuexiang's tearful, aggrieved expression, He Qianshao couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Gu Qinghuai. Senior brother, are you mistaken? This is Yujing City, where every inch of land is worth a fortune. Even you and I, direct disciples of the Yutian sect, might not be able to freely buy a few items we like in Yujing City. Xia Ying left the Yutian sect penniless and later joined some unknown, small sect. How many spirit stones could she possibly have to squander? This Yujing City is not a place she can afford to visit. He Qianxia's tone betrayed no disdain for Xia Ying. Gu Qinghuai, though somewhat displeased, didn't object. Clearly, he didn't think He Qianshao had said anything wrong. Let's go to the Yujing auction house and reserve a seat. You're right, senior brother. He Qianshao finally smiled, and, ignoring Gu Qinghuai's expression, continued, I heard there are quite a few good items at this Yujing auction. If you can bring Xiangxiang 1 or 2, she'd definitely forgive you, senior brother. Yujing auction house. When Xia Ying arrived, the entrance was already packed. The line for seats at the auction in 3 days stretched dozens of meters out onto the long street. However, those in this long line were those who didn't have enough spirit stones to afford premium seats and had to settle for standard seats. Seats at the Yujing auction were categorized as standard, premium, and private. The prices of these seats also ranged from low to high. Not only that, the Yujing auction also had another set of criteria for its guests: wealth, power, and fame. Only cultivators who met the minimum standard of one of these 3 qualities were eligible to enter the auction hall and become guests of honor at the Yujing auction. Thus, any cultivator who could enter the Yujing auction, even if they occupied ordinary seats, was not someone others could easily provoke. However, ordinary seats at the Yujing auction were always limited and sold out on a first-come, first-served basis. If you arrived late, you would not be able to purchase one. From the very beginning, Xia Ying's goal had been the private rooms. She had always been someone who cared deeply about herself. Although booking a private room cost 10 high-grade spirit stones, she still had the luxury of receiving personal service and avoiding the hassle of others snooping. So why not? She was no longer the poor, pathetic soul she'd been when she first left the Yutian sect. Now, she had the support of her fellow seniors, sisters, and juniors. She wasn't about to endure hardship without any effort. Xia Ying headed towards the other side of the group, about to pay out spirit stones to book a private room, when a voice of confusion, surprise, and a sarcastic tone came from behind her. Ying, is that you? Oh! Who was I thinking? It's Xia Ying, the worthless man expelled from our Yutian sect. Do you have the guts to come to the Yujing auction house? Are you planning to sell yourself off as an auction item? Pa! Xia Ying slapped He Qianshao across the face. If this tongue can't speak, cut it off. You unlucky thing. He Qianshao was stunned by Xia Ying's slap. He had heard Wang Qing say a lot about Xia Ying changing, but he had just assumed it was Wang Qing's exaggeration. How could he have imagined that Xia Ying was no longer the innocent little girl who would let them bully her without a second thought? He Qianshao, quickly regaining his composure, had a sinister expression on his face. He was about to attack when Gu Qinghuai stopped him. Big brother? You're bullying a woman in front of so many people. Are you going to make the Yutian sect a laughingstock in the world of immortal cultivation? He Qianxi's face was gloomy. If he weren't in Yujing City right now, He wouldn't let Xiaoying, that little bitch, off so easily. Didn't Xiaoying want to enter the Yujing auction? He wouldn't let her have her way. Steward, take a closer look. This female cultivator is not only penniless and of low caliber, but also a discarded disciple expelled from the Yutian sect. Steward, do you really want to allow such a person, disdained by the Yutian sect, to enter the Yujing auction? Chapter 70. Xiaoying. He Qianqiao's implication was clear. He was making a blatant threat. If the Yujing auction house let Xiaoying in today, it would undoubtedly offend both the Yutian sect and the He family, the beast-taming clan behind them. While the He family wasn't as powerful as the beast-taming valley, they were still a renowned beast-taming clan on the Wanxiang continent. He didn't believe the Yujing auction house would offend the He family, or even the Yutian sect, for a worthless orphan girl who was not worthy of being mentioned in public. He Qianxiao was brimming with confidence, but Xiaoying looked at him as if he were a fool. If the Yujing auction house could be so easily threatened by a few words from someone, then it wouldn't be worthy of the title of the premier auction house in the world of immortal cultivation. As expected, the red-robed steward standing at the auction house's entrance remained silent after hearing He Qianxiao's words. He wore a typical businessman's smile, his forced gaze radiating a refusal that was clear in his words. The Yujing auction house has its own set of criteria for selecting customers. We don't question the past or the future for our guests, we only focus on the present. As long as you meet the standards set by the Yujing auction house, you are our customer. After saying this, the Shui steward turned with a smile and looked at Xiaoying, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. I wonder if this little fairy is familiar with the rules of our Yujing auction house. Would I be happy to explain them to you? What's the point of explaining? If you can't afford it, you still can't afford it. Having been publicly humiliated by the Shui steward, He Qianxiao grew increasingly resentful and directed all his anger at Xiaoying. If I were you, I would have known better and lined up behind the other line instead of embarrassing myself here. This is where you buy premium seats. Do you have spirit stones to charge in here? Xiaoying didn't bother to pay any attention to He Qianxiao's sarcastic tone. She placed her hand on the stone on the tray and took out a spirit stone and placed it on top. I want to book a private room. The moment Xiaoying's hand touched the stone, it shone brightly, blinding everyone in the group. Needless to say, the stone's reaction demonstrated Xiaoying's strength. The red-robed steward, still smiling, reached out and called a child over. Take this distinguished guest to room 3 of the Tianzi temple to see if he's satisfied. Dear guest, please follow me. It all happened so quickly, so fast that He Qianxiao couldn't even react. How could this be? How could Xiaoying be so rich? Weren't all the spirit stones and magic weapons her parents left her stored in the Yutian sect's warehouse? Where did Xiaoying get so many spirit stones? Could she have secretly hoarded them? Damn it! How despicable! He Qianxiao stared at Xiaoying's back with hatred, wishing he could poke holes in her, and the next second, he was caught off guard by Xiaoying's gaze as she turned back towards him. She had originally intended to settle this score at the sect competition, but since He Qianxiao had come knocking, she didn't mind settling it early. He Qianxiao, I need to correct you. It's true that I'm an orphan, but my parents sacrificed their lives for the cause, leaving me with countless spirit stones and rare treasures. It was the Yutian sect master Mu Chen, who promised to take good care of me on behalf of my parents, that I was able to enter the Yutian sect with all their gifts. For so many years, you've been using the spirit stones and magic weapons left by my parents, but have they been doing so well? Who knows, maybe the monthly salaries of your 2 direct disciples include spirit stones from my Xia family. I'm not a disciple of the Yutian sect, so when will the Yutian sect return the spirit stones and magic weapons they used to spend from my Xia family's wealth? Xiaoying's voice was soft and gentle, like a gentle spring breeze in March, brushing against everyone's heart. But to He Qianxiao, it sounded like a demon from hell, chilling him to the bone. Why would Xiaoying bring up this matter out of the blue? Xiaoying was still young when she came to the Yutian sect. Did she remember how much wealth she had brought with her then? The whispers and glances of the people around them pierced Gu Qinghui and He Qianxiao like needles. They had never expected Xiaoying to suddenly bring up such an old story, and for a moment, they were completely unsure how to respond. Seeing that she had silenced the 2 men with just a few words, Xiaoying felt bored and turned to head back to the auction hall. But the steward in red seemed oblivious to the discord between them. After Xiaoying entered, he immediately smiled at He Qianxiao and the others. What kind of seats would you 2 immortals wish to purchase? Do you also need a private room? The steward in red's words was like a silent slap in He Qianxiao's face. He had just mocked Xiaoying for being broke, and now it was his turn to be mocked. He Qianxiao clutched his storage bag tightly, hesitant. He certainly had the spirit stones to book a private room. But he had heard that this auction would feature many rare and precious treasures, and he wanted to buy a few more to bring back to Xiangxiang to cheer her up. If we book a private room, we might not have enough spirit stones. The steward in red urged gently. We want 2 premium seats. Gu Qinghua made an immediate decision and placed the spirit stones on a tray. Steward in red then had 2 waist badges brought to the 2 of them. The rules of the Yujing auction house: only guests who have booked a private room can enter the auction hall early to observe. Even though you 2 have purchased premium seats, you are not eligible. Here are your vouchers. You will need them to enter the auction hall in 3 days. Please keep them safe. Faced with steward in red's smiling face, He Qianshao could no longer maintain his composure. He snatched the vouchers and quickly left. He didn't need to look to know how those people were laughing and mocking him behind his back, and all this was thanks to Xia Ying. Xia Ying! Why didn't she just die? If only she were dead. Yujing auction house. Guided by the child, Xia Ying toured every possible spot in the auction hall, gaining a deeper understanding of the Yujing auction house. It was indeed the premier auction house in the world of immortal cultivation. With its layout, one might have mistaken it for some immortal palace. It was no surprise that the 10,000-year-old lightning struck would appear here. Xia Ying didn't linger long at the auction house, and quickly left. The auction wasn't due for another 3 days, and she had other plans to make money in those 3 days. Living off one's savings wasn't her style. When the steward Zhu Yi learned of Xia Ying's departure, his movements paused. Just as Xia Ying had been channeling her spiritual energy into the stone, he had sensed a familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. Although it was only for a moment, he was certain he was not mistaken. However, without definitive evidence, the steward didn't know whether to report the matter. Finally, after much deliberation, he summoned his trusted confidant. Go and find someone for me. Chapter 71. He Qianshao had suffered such a disgrace, because of Xia Ying, that his hatred for her reached its peak. Ignoring Gu Qinghuai's dissuasion, he insisted on waiting near the Yujing auction house, intending to corner Xia Ying and teach her a lesson. Little did he know that Xia Ying had already left through the VIP entrance after touring the auction house. While he was still waiting there, sword in hand. Fourth junior brother, let's go. You've been waiting here for an hour. No. I won't let Xia Ying go until I teach her a lesson today. Big brother? Fourth senior brother? What are you doing here? Lin Yuexiang, accompanied by Wang Qing, had come to search for Gu Qinghuai and the others. Arriving near the auction house, she saw He Qianshao crouching against the wall, peering intently. Beside him stood a sullen-faced Gu Qinghuai. Xiang? He Qianshao, startled awake by the familiar voice, turned around and met Lin Yuexiang's beautiful eyes, filled with confusion. Why are you and third senior brother here too? I heard from other senior brothers in the Yution sect that there's a piece of 10,000-year-old lightning struck wood at the Yujing auction house this time. I wanted to buy it, and forge a self-defense spiritual weapon for Master. I didn't expect to run into you here. Xiang is so thoughtful. Master will be delighted when she receives this gift. Lin Yuexiang's face was also filled with surprise. After a quick glance at Gu Qinghuai, her eyes became more cautious. For senior brother, I just heard you mention Ah Ying. Is Ah Ying also in Yujing City? Eldest senior brother. Did you come here specifically to see Ah Ying? Of course not. Gu Qinghuai began, but He Qianshao interrupted him. We just happened to run into her. Senior brother heard the auction house had a lot of good stuff coming in, so he asked me to come pick out a few to take back to cheer you up. Xiang. Senior brother is so thoughtful. I don't blame you for what happened before. Hearing He Qianshu's words, Lin Yuexiang's worry turned to joy. She naturally took Gu Qinghuai's arm. Chatting and laughing, the few of them headed towards their inn. After all, senior brother and Ah Ying have a childhood friendship, and he promised to take care of Ah Ying for the rest of his life. If he were to abandon Ah Ying and get engaged to me, people would certainly criticize him. I understand your concerns, senior brother, so I don't blame you. If Ah Ying is willing, I don't mind her staying with you. Xiang. You're so considerate. That Xia Ying isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Wang Qing and He Qianshao were touched and praised her. Gu Qinghuai's frown gradually relaxed. Xiang is indeed considerate and sensible. If he hadn't promised the Xia couple to take good care of Xia Ying, he wouldn't have bothered to care about her life or death. Thinking back on how he had recently publicly broken off his engagement for Xia Ying, causing Lin Yuexiang such humiliation and injustice, Gu Qinghuai felt truly wrong. Quickly, he temporarily put Xia Ying out of his mind, his heart returning to Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang lowered her eyes, a hint of a smile of success flashing across her innocent eyes like a deer. If she didn't really love Gu Qinghuai, why would she care about the presence of another woman by his side? Besides, she didn't think Xie Ying would return to Gu Qinghuai, unless she was a fool. This was a good thing. The more resolute Xie Ying was, the more deep her affection would appear. The elders had said that Gu Qinghuai was born with exceptional talent for swordsmanship, one of the few in the Wanxiang continent blessed with great luck. Thus, his thoughts were more difficult to control than those of others blessed with great luck. Gu Qinghuai's recent estrangement from her was likely influenced by Xie Ying. But as long as she remained as warm and considerate to Gu Qinghuai as before, firmly holding his heart in her grasp, she could gradually erode his luck to her advantage. The moment she and Gu Qinghuai held their Dao couple ceremony was the moment she completely seized Gu Qinghuai's luck. As for what to do after devouring Gu Qinghuai's luck, of course, she would continue to find someone with great luck to absorb from. Why would she work herself to death cultivating and fighting for resources for cultivation when she could cultivate and ascend without even lying down? Black market. Xie Ying entered the teleportation array using the ticket she had purchased from Xiaoshenglu. A flash of white light flashed before her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw a completely different scene. In the endless darkness, stalls lined the sky, hung with skull lanterns. Each stall was filled with all sorts of bizarre wares, stretching forward as if there were no end. The vendors behind the stalls all wore black cloaks and white masks. From a distance, they seemed to blend into the darkness behind them, leaving only the pale mask floating in the air. As for the shoppers wandering among the vendors, they were wearing white cloaks and masks with various patterns engraved on them. This was the rule of the black market. No matter who you were, what your background, or what your influence, once you entered the market, you had only two identities, seller and buyer. Once a transaction was made in the black market, the payment was settled, and there was no going back on your word, let alone causing trouble. As for what happened after leaving the black market, that was naturally not their business. Seeing Xie Ying standing there in a daze, the black-clad man guarding the teleportation array entrance knocked on the table, his voice as hoarse and muffled as a broken bellows. Selling or buying? Selling. Pay 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a stall fee, and you be allowed in. A black cloak and a white mask were handed to him along with a wooden sign, and 10 mid-grade spirit stones were placed in his palm. Thank you. Xie Ying quickly took the cloak and mask, and in an instant, his figure and voice became indistinguishable from any other seller in the black market. Xie Ying glanced at the number on the sign. 22. Then, he quickly found his stall. Pills, talismans, and some other useless items obtained from Yinin were all laid out. Soon, the entire stall was filled to the brim. She glanced at the black cloak to her right, then couldn't help but strike up a conversation. Brother, what are you selling? Pills, talismans, and some spiritual plants and herbs. That's too much of a mix. Look at me. I'm different. I sell the most popular storybooks. The thick accent, even masked by the cloak, was truly distinctive. Brother, you better tone down your accent, or you won't be recognized when you go out. Chapter 72. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. I forgot for a moment. The man in the black cloak covered his mouth as he came to his senses, but he still thanked him. He seemed like an honest man. However, how many of those who can operate safely in the black market are truly honest and trustworthy? However, Xie Ying wasn't afraid. After all, once in this place, it was hard to say who was more unethical. Seeing that the man in the black cloak at stall number 23 was so easy to talk to, Xie Ying struck up a conversation with him to learn more about the black market. After a brief acquaintance, Xie Ying's gaze naturally fell on bunk number 23, and her pupils widened in shock. The stall was filled with books like Secret Teachings of the Huan Tower Master, 108 Ways to Seize a Man, Master Leng Qing's Beloved, My Pretty Disciple Cries Every Night, and 2 or 3 things I must mention between me and the master of the Yutian sect. Is this advanced consciousness in the world of immortal cultivation truly real? Can it be played so carelessly? Will the Fairy Demon Alliance really ban the limits set in these books? Xie Ying's silence was deafening. How are they? These are all my treasured storybooks, and they're very popular. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Immortal Demon Alliance? The Immortal Demon Alliance doesn't care about what happens on the black market. The man in the black cloak raised his head proudly. Once they leave the black market, who would know these books came from me? And I always let customers try 3 pages for free. If they like them, they can buy them, and take them home to examine them. But every customer who opens one of my books never fails to buy it back. Xie Ying nodded in agreement. These titles are indeed quite catchy. Forget about anything else. Just the book. A few things I have to tell you about the Yution sect master alone. She's eager to read it. Brother, you're brilliant. I want to learn from you. With that, Xiaoying pulled out a wooden plaque and scribbled intricately. Free trial, 1 time. If it doesn't work, no charge. The man in the black cloak beside her had a change of heart. Oh my! Meeting a kindred spirit. Such a clever little mind. It's a shame she's not going into business. As expected, after the wooden plaque was put up, people were quickly drawn to it. Is this free trial real? Real. More real than gold. Xiaoying enthusiastically promoted it. I'm a small business. I don't cheat anyone. What kind of talisman is this? Flying talisman. When applied to the body, it allows a cultivator to fly freely for a quarter of an hour without external aid. It costs 5 medium-grade spirit stones. What about this one? A Dream of Freedom talisman. The magic of this talisman can only be experienced by applying it to the body. It also costs 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Hair growth pill. 1 pill cures hair loss. 3 pills guarantee seaweed-like hair. 1 pill costs 5 medium-grade spirit stones. And a bottle of 5 pills to take away costs only 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Before the customers could ask any more questions, Xiaoying eloquently introduced all the talismans and pills. She wasn't worried about the price. Who among those treasure hunting on the black market wasn't a wealthy young man or woman with a small fortune in the world of immortal cultivation? If she priced her goods too low, people might even suspect she was selling fakes. If you're interested, why not give it a try? Xiaoying casually picked up the flight talisman on the top and handed it over. The monk was about to take it when he suddenly withdrew his hand in alarm. I don't want this one. I want my own. Please. Xiaoying politely withdrew her hand and made a pleased gesture. The monk picked through the stack of flight talismans, finally selecting one at random and pressing it against his forehead with a snap. With a whoosh, the monk who had been standing at the stall a moment before transformed into a white shadow and soared into the sky. Everyone could even hear his arrogant and cheerful laughter in midair. Ha ha ha. I can fly! I finally can fly without learning to fly with a sword. This laughter was so contagious that the monks who had stopped at the stall couldn't help but try it out. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. The cultivator who had experienced the wonders of the one dream-free and easy talisman simply waved his hand, packed up all the talismans, and departed. The cultivator whose flying talisman trial card had ended also bought all the flying talismans without hesitation, not forgetting to pick up a few other talismans as well. With these two leading the way, the remaining cultivators on the sidelines could not fail to understand the benefits of these talismans and elixirs. In a short while, everything on Xiaoying's stall was sold out, not even a scrap left. Only Xiaoying, flush with spirit stones, stood there, grinning from ear to ear. The black market is truly a great place to make money quickly. The black-cloaked monk who had first spoken to Xiaoying was stunned. He hadn't expected someone to be so skilled at selling goods as he was. Even many of the cultivators drawn to Xiaoying had bought the storybooks from his stall. However, this also indirectly proves that the talismans and elixirs sold by Xiaoying are indeed extremely effective. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attracted so many people. At this moment, the Black Cloak regretted not taking the initiative and buying some talismans and elixirs from Xiaoying. Although the prices were a bit higher than those outside, the effects were so good. The Black Cloak recalled the look Xiaoying had just given him as he looked at the storybooks, and quickly picked up the copy of Yution sect and handed it to him, making no secret of his intentions. Brother, meeting is fate. Consider this book my welcome gift to you. Don't refuse. If you can sell me a portion of all your elixirs and talismans when you come to the black market again, I'd be very satisfied. Very good, very good. Xiaoying's knowledge of the black market came from the original books provided by Yin, and her information was very limited. The man before him was clearly a regular customer, so it was a good idea to make friends with him now. Brother, if you need any elixirs, I bring them to you next time. But since we're dressed the same, how will I find you then? No need to look for me. I be at stall number 23. I completely leased it. Can you lease a stall? Of course. As long as you pay your membership fee of 500 mid-grade spirit stones on time every year, you can use this stall permanently. Unless you stop paying, no one else can take your stall away. Brother, let me tell you. The man in the black cloak saw that Xiaoying didn't know much about the rules of the black market, so, with the idea of one more friend, one more way out, he enthusiastically educated Xiaoying. Xiaoying's eyes lit up, and her impression of the black market expanded. The two were happily chatting when Xiaoying suddenly heard a familiar voice. Wow! Is this the black market? It's so different from the outside world. This is my first time here. Chapter 73. Xiaing, This familiar recipe, it must be Lin Yuexiang. Her stall was quite close to the front, and although she couldn't clearly see the person standing in the teleportation array, it was hard not to hear Lin Yuexiang speaking so loudly. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, let's go in and see if there's anything good. As the voice fell, 4 white figures slowly appeared before Xiaing's eyes. Xiaing quickly memorized the patterns on each person's mask, then pulled some items from her storage bag and placed them on the counter. The black-cloaked man next to her had his eyes light up, only to see Xiaing slightly shake her head at him. The black-cloaked man was stunned. Brother, what do you mean? But when he saw Xiaing's eyes flicker with a strange light as he looked at the 4 people not far away, he instantly understood Xiaing's intention. The reason was simple. The look Xiaing had just given those 4 people was exactly the same as the look he given when he saw a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. These 4 people were clearly the fat sheep Xiaing had his eye on. The black market treated buyers and sellers differently. Sellers regularly paid spirit stones to the black market as a fee, naturally receiving more protection from the black market. Their figures and voices were identical. Once they left the black market, no one could tell who was who. But buyers were different. They simply wore a white cloak and mask to conceal their appearance and cultivation level. Their figures and voices remained unchanged. So, familiar faces could recognize them instantly. It seemed his good brother had met an enemy in the black market, but Black Cloak, understanding this, didn't intend to interfere. Anyone who could trade in the black market wasn't necessarily a good person. Since he was intent on making friends with Xiaing, he naturally wouldn't backstab her now and cause her unnecessary trouble. So, the man in the black cloak expertly pulled out a wooden chair and sat down to watch the show. Lin Yuexiang and the others arrived just in time, just as the cultivators, who had previously purchased novel and useful items like hair growth pills and flying talismans from Xiaing hadn't yet left the black market. Their chatter also happened to fall into the ears of Wang Qing and Qianxiao. They exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Xiang would surely appreciate such novel and interesting items. After learning that the items were purchased from stall number 22, the two exchanged a few words with Gu Qinghuai before heading towards Xiaing. Xiaing clenched her fists excitedly. Here they come. The one who's bringing her the money has finally arrived. Qianxiao and Wang Qing were of similar stature and personality, the only difference being that Qianxiao was more sinister, while Wang Qing was more brazen. Hey! Do you still have those beauty pills? I want them all. If there are any other pills left, I take them all too. Wang Qing spoke with a commanding tone, not realizing there was anything wrong with his attitude. His plan was simple. As an alchemy practitioner, he could just buy this man's pills and carefully study the formulas. Beauty pills, hair growth pills. Wouldn't that be easy to get? How could Xiaing not know his character? Not to mention that she didn't have any small pills suitable for sale. Even if she did, she wouldn't sell them to Wang Qing. Xiaing, wearing an expressionless white mask, spoke calmly and without any fluctuations. Sir, you're late. All the pills are sold out. What about the talisman? What's that one dream-free and easy talisman? Qianxiao asked immediately. He had heard that this talisman could cause a brief moment of unconsciousness, so perhaps he could use it on Xiaing. It's also sold out. You don't have this, you don't have that. So what can you sell at your stall? Sell whatever you have on the stall. Are these things worth selling? The value of a treasure doesn't lie in its appearance. These treasures of mine are different from the elixirs and talismans I mentioned before. They only await a destined person. If you two gentlemen can't see their uniqueness, then it only means you're not destined for them. Xiaing's enigmatic demeanor actually intimidated the two. They were considered the pride of the sect, and had seen all sorts of rare treasures. If Xiaing rushed to introduce her to them, they would think she was a flashy liar. But Xiaing's calm, enigmatic demeanor, seemingly keeping them at arm's length, successfully piqued their curiosity. The man in the black cloak watched from the sidelines as Xiaing piqued the two men's interest with a few words, and he was filled with admiration. What a talent! Xiaing ignored the two men standing at the stall. She reached out, took the wooden sign propped up in front of her, and with a flick of her wrist, altered the writing on it. The sign read in elaborate script, 1 piece, 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Only 3 pieces sold per day. Waiting for the right person. Other customers who had previously purchased from Xiaing saw her put up the sign again and, curious, approached. But the price tag put them off. Some, blindly trusting Xiaing because of the talisman's effects, were determined to make another purchase, but Xiaing politely declined. Sir, I always have principles when selling goods. You already bought enough from me today. I'm sorry, I can't sell you the remaining items. What a joke. Although Xia Ying is greedy and immoral, she's still a principled person. She wouldn't deliberately cheat someone who has no grudge against her. After all, she plans to continue doing business on the black market. As for the price of 500 spirit stones, and only selling 3 items, this is also a trap Xia Ying has set for Gu Qinghuai, Wang Qing, and Yi Qianxiao. As for Lin Yuexiang, she's always been stingy and cautious, so it's difficult for her to pay for it herself. Xia Ying doesn't bother with it. Just being able to rip off the other 3 is great. Xia Ying guaranteed that those 3 fools would willingly fall for this trap just to please Lin Yuexiang, and sure enough, they did. After hearing Xia Ying's polite refusal, the cultivator sighed repeatedly, and this incident only made Wang Qing and Yi Qianxiao even more hesitant. 500 mid-grade spirit stones was no small sum, and while they certainly could afford it, they couldn't help but hesitate about buying something that looked like trash and had no use. 2 senior brothers, what are you looking at? Just then, Lin Yuexiang, arm in arm with Gu Qinghuai, arrived in a high-profile manner and immediately saw the words written on the wooden sign. Her eyes flickered slightly as she gently twisted the bracelet on her wrist. Xia Ying, perceptive enough to notice her subtle movement, quickly lowered her gaze to conceal the expression beneath. Senior, are you here? Can you help me see if any of these items have any hidden secrets? I can't leave the space within the bracelet, and I can't tell with my naked eyes whether they're good or bad. However, these items were devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. They were either useless street trash or fragments of pseudo-artifacts, rarely seen in 1,000 years, which could only have been able to conceal their spiritual energy fluctuations after fading. Chapter 74. With the countless repeat customers building up Xia Ying's momentum, Lin Yuexiang naturally didn't think the items on her stall were just random street trash. Then there was only one possibility left, a fake artifact fragment. Her breathing quickened as she realized this. If it truly was a fake artifact fragment, then even 500 high-grade spirit stones wouldn't be expensive, let alone 500 mid-grade spirit stones. The senior in the bracelet clearly shared Lin Yuexiang's idea. Little girl, whether it's a fake artifact fragment or not, trick those 3 idiots into buying it for you. You can examine it carefully when you get back. The senior was absolutely right. Lin Yuexiang accepted without a second thought. Soon, her eyes fell on a wooden hairpin with auspicious clouds on the stall. Big brother, do you think that hairpin is pretty? Xia Ying thought to herself. As expected of the charming heroine in the original novel, she instantly picked out the only item of value on her stall. This hairpin was a gift she gotten from a small shop in Lingzha City, when she spent 10 low-grade spirit stones on it. Sir, you have good taste. You immediately fell in love with this auspicious cloud hairpin. It's clear you're destined for it. Gu Qinghuai's gaze lingered on the wooden hairpin for a moment. He truly couldn't see what was so special about it, but he naturally wouldn't say that in front of everyone. It's best if junior sister likes it. Then senior brother. Before Lin Yuexiang finished her words, Gu Qinghuai understood her unspoken meaning, and a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. He could certainly afford the 500 mid-grade spirit stones, but if he came across something he liked at the Yujing auction soon, he feared he wouldn't be able to compete. But as he lowered his head and met the expectant gaze in Lin Yuexiang's beautiful, moist eyes, a wave of guilt welled up in his heart. Before he could react, he already taken out the spirit stones and handed them over. Xia Ying quickly took it, then packed the hairpin and handed it to Lin Yuexiang. Sir, you're destined for this one. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Qinghuai, feeling regretful, said, Junior sister? If you see anything else you like, I give it to you. Yes. Junior sister, pick 2 more pieces, and we each give you 1. Seeing Gu Qinghuai, the poorest of the 3, hand out 500 mid-grade spirit stones without hesitation, Wang Qing and Yi Qianxiao, the usual lavish spenders, naturally refused to fall behind in this regard, only to be looked down upon by Lin Yuexiang. How can I be embarrassed about this? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You're our junior sister. We're willing to spend any amount of spirit stones on you. Yes. Yi Qianxiao chimed in. Junior sister, pick 2 more pieces. These 2, then. Unable to refuse the generous offer, Lin Yuexiang quickly ordered 2 items from the stalls she had long had her eye on. Wang Qing and Yi Qianxiao, seemingly pumped up, didn't even frown as they rushed to pay with spirit stones. At that moment, Xia Ying took a brief liking to them. Lin Yuexiang and the other 3, believing they had found some truly remarkable treasure, quickly disappeared into the crowd after paying their spirit stones. Left behind was Xia Ying, overflowing with money, practically laughing out loud. Stones she picked up from the roadside, shards of a porcelain vase her third senior sister had casually broken, and a wooden hairpin she given as a gift with the purchase. These things, taken together, weren't worth a single low-grade spirit stone, yet she sold them for the whopping price of 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Ah! She truly was a profiteer. No, how could enforcing justice be considered deceitful? She was clearly a genius. What she did today was just the tip of the iceberg of the benefits the Yuetian sect had extracted from the original owner. After reaping a huge profit from the Yuetian sect members, Xia Ying contentedly packed up her belongings, bid farewell to Black Cloak number 23, and left the black market. Since today was a guaranteed win, there was no point wasting time here. Better to return to the inn and cultivate well. Defeat the Yuetian sect. Xia Ying, the Xiaoyao sect Xia Ying, will become the foremost sect and leader in the world of immortal cultivation. Lin Yuexiang and the others, who had originally planned to browse the black market and find some new finds, lost interest after purchasing the three treasures. After taking many detours, the group exited through another teleportation array and headed straight for the inn. The four of them swarmed into Lin Yuexiang's room. Gu Qinghuai quickly cast a barrier to prevent anyone from observing or eavesdropping. Wang Qing and Yi Qianshao urged them on. Xiang, quickly take out the things you just bought and show them to us. Don't worry, senior brothers. I get them out right away. Lin Yuexiang beamed, feeling elated, believing she had found a pseudo-artifact fragment. With a flick of her hand, she neatly placed the three items on the table. Wang Qing was the first to approach, so close he practically nuzzled his face. I can't see anything different, can you? Could that person be trying to trick us? I don't think so. Gu Qinghuai added. So many people bought these incredibly effective elixirs and talismans from his stall, which shows he has a remarkable background. Later, others tried to buy from him, but he flatly refused. This shows he's not simply a money grubber. Big brother, you're absolutely right. Lin Yuexiang spoke softly, defending Gu Qinghuai. After all, Gu Qinghuai was now the perfect target for her to erode. After entering the black market, our appearances and abilities were concealed. If the stall owner was simply greedy, why would he go to the trouble of deliberately defrauding us when he didn't know our identities? I tried transferring some of my spiritual energy. A strand of icy blue spiritual energy emanated from her fingertips and landed on the wooden hairpin in the middle. Lin Yuexiang attempted to use her spiritual energy to resonate with these pseudo-artifact fragments, but her energy, when injected into the hairpins, fell on deaf ears, receiving no response at all. She tried the other two, with the same result. What's going on? Why is there no response? Does it require a blood oath to recognize its master? I heard from the sect elders that many seemingly ordinary, but already intelligent immortal artifacts require a blood oath to recognize their master before they awaken. I give it a try. Wang Qing was about to take action when Yi Qianshao pushed him away. Third brother, this is Xiangxiang's thing. It's Xiangxiang who should be the one to do the blood oath. Why are you so anxious? Yes. I forgot. Xiangxiang, you do it. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Lin Yuexiang gritted her teeth and dripped 3 drops of blood, but still received no response. At this moment, Lin Yuexiang's face was already extremely grim. The other 3 also vaguely realized something, but they were unwilling to believe it. Perhaps there's some invisible restriction blocking Xiangxiang's spiritual energy and blood essence. Watch me shatter it. Yi Qianshao stepped forward first, and a stream of spiritual energy struck the wooden hairpin directly. In an instant, the wooden hairpin turned to ash and scattered in the air. 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and the 4 of them were left to eat their ashes? Chapter 75. I'm sorry, Xiangxiang. I didn't mean to break your hairpin. Enough. What are you apologizing for? Can't you see we've been tricked? Gu Qinghuai's forehead bulged with rage. He slapped his hand, and the other 2 objects on the table instantly shattered into dust. Did you see that? Even the lowest quality, low-grade spiritual artifacts wouldn't be shattered so easily. These things aren't spiritual artifacts at all. Gu Qinghuai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Then he stated the truth that no one wanted to accept. We were cheated. We were cheated out of a full 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, he had to admit that there was something true. You weren't cheated, you just didn't encounter a scam that suited you. Today's scam was practically tailor-made for them. It's Xia Ying. It must be Xia Ying. Wang Qing suddenly stood up and shouted, his expression frantic and excited. Anyone who didn't know would have thought Xia Ying had wiped out his entire family. 500 mid-grade spirit stones. So painful yet so ruthless. Xia Ying is so cruel. Who else but her could understand us so well? It had to be said that Wang Qing had told the truth. But unfortunately, no one believed him. Even though the other three were equally furious at being deceived, they couldn't connect this incident to Xia Ying. Third brother. Calm down. He Qianshao, with a gloomy face, grabbed Wang Qing as he rushed out. Do you know where Xia Ying is? Are you sure this is connected to her? If it's unrelated, aren't you just putting us under her feet? Do you really have to make it public, letting everyone know we spent 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones on 3 pieces of junk so they can all laugh at our Yutian sect? Wang Qing was momentarily stumped, but Lin Yuexiang chimed in. Third and fourth brothers have a point. Regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with Ah Ying, we have no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, we'd be laughed at by others. Okay. You all have your reasons, and I'm the only one being impulsive and unreasonable, right? I don't care about this anymore. Do whatever you want. Wang Qing sneered and walked away. He saw that Lin Yuexiang, who was usually the most considerate of him, didn't support him, and that he had even lost so much just because he wanted to make her happy. At that moment, Wang Qing couldn't help but feel resentful towards Lin Yuexiang. Ding dong. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability dropped by 5, and his current favorability towards the heroine Lin Yuexiang is 94. Xia Ying, who was counting spirit stones in her room, paused, puzzled. She hadn't done anything yet, and her favorability rating had dropped on its own? How could this be so unreal? Did Wang Qing and Lin Yuexiang have a fight? Not really a fight. In a good mood, having made a small step forward in the main quest, Yining generously recounted the events that had transpired between the 4 of them. Xia Ying's expression dawned on her. I was thinking, so Wang Qing's efforts were in vain, and his goddess still didn't understand him, so he let his guard down. That's great. If he breaks through my defenses a few more times like this, maybe I can awaken him while I'm lying down. Warning, this idea of yours is very dangerous. 5 thunderbolts warning, Xia Ying. Yining was getting less and less joking, constantly using 5 thunderbolts to scare her. She decided to unilaterally break off all ties with Yining for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, who had left the inn in a rage, was wandering the streets. After 3 months of hard work, his hair, previously burned by the nether azure lotus flame, had finally grown back. It was still not as dark as his former hair, so Wang Qing had taken to wearing a cloak with a wide hood wherever he went. While his outfit wasn't unusual, it still stood out in a crowd. So, He Qianshao quickly caught up with him, and found Wang Qing in the crowd. Third senior brother. Why did you come to me? I know you can't bear this, but it's hard to make a big deal out of this without evidence. We have to consider Xiangxiang and the reputation of the Yutian sect. He Qianshao didn't notice that when he mentioned Lin Yuexiang, Wang Qing's eyes flashed with impatience. Fourth junior brother, what's your plan? First, let's go to the black market and see if the scammer is still there. If we can't find him, why not blame Xia Ying for this? The gentleness on He Qianxia's face was instantly replaced by a sinister one, and there was a subtle hint of greed in his eyes. He didn't think Xia Ying had the ability to scheme against them, but that didn't stop him from blaming her for everything. After all, wasn't that how things had always been in the Yutian sect? But we need to be very careful about this matter. We can't let anyone know it was us. After all, the Yutian sect still has to maintain its dignity. With this, the 2 of them tacitly returned to the black market. But, as they expected, the stalls they had been in were already deserted. Meanwhile, east of Yujing City, there was a vast crabapple forest. A gentle breeze blew, and pink crabapple petals rustled, spreading a fragrance throughout the forest. This seemingly ordinary flower forest was actually a secret realm known as Half-Spring Rest. It is said that 20 years ago, this was the private residence of a half-step divine transformation stage master. Sadly, that master was unable to survive the thunder tribulation that led to his ascension to the divine transformation stage and perished under the celestial lightning. After his death, the mansion was reduced to ruins in an instant, but overnight, a crabapple forest stretching for dozens of miles sprang up from the ground. The crabapple blossoms in the forest bloom year-round, as if time had been frozen in time on a single spring day. Since the creation of the Half-Spring Rest secret realm, the sects, both large and small, near Yujing City have never given up on entering it in search of treasures. Unfortunately, years have passed, and no one has yet found the entrance to the secret realm. Half-Spring Rest thus survives within Yujing City. At this moment, in the small attic across from Half-Spring Rest, a tall and straight man gazed intently at the swirling crabapple blossoms not far away. He wore a dark brocade robe, the cuffs, collar, and hem embroidered with intricate sigils and charms in gold thread woven with spiritual energy. A silver demon mask completely obscured his features, leaving only a pair of eyes filled with a chilling coldness that was terrifying. "Master, this is a secret letter personally delivered by Zhu Yi." A sudden voice interrupted the masked man's thoughts. He slowly turned, lightly hooked the secret letter with his fingertips, and it fell into his palm. But when he read the letter, his eyes, as dull and calm as an ancient well, suddenly lit up with a faint light. A gust of wind swept through, and the attic was empty, leaving only the hot tea on the table still steaming. In the hazy white mist, a girl in a pink and purple dress, and a scroll on the wall, held a crabapple blossom, her smile gentle. Chapter 76. 3 days flew by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the day of the auction arrived. As the distinguished guest who had reserved private room number 3, Xiang naturally had no need to rush to line up for entry. When she arrived at the Yujing auction hall, she found that most of the people had already arrived. Xiang took a quick look at the people present, and was about to head upstairs to the private room. But at that moment, a white, soft arm crossed her path. "Xiang?" ? She looked up expressionlessly, only to be met with Lin Yuexiang's innocent and beautiful eyes. "Ing, what a coincidence to meet you here. Did you also buy a seat for the auction? Where are you sitting? If you're closer to us, why not talk to someone else and switch seats? How about we sit together? It's been ages since I sat down and chatted with you, Ing." Lin Yuexiang's face was filled with joy, not a trace of disdain or even pretense in her eyes. It was as if they were truly long-lost sisters with a deep bond. Xiang sighed softly. As expected of the heroine, her acting is unmatched. Xiang, Xiang doesn't have the spirit stones to buy a premium seat. Only a fool would want to trade an ordinary seat for a premium one. Wang Qing, long accustomed to disparaging Xiang to praise Lin Yuexiang, launched into a barrage of sarcasm. He spoke so quickly that he didn't notice the flash of embarrassment on Yi Qianshao and Gu Qinghuai's faces. He also didn't notice the meaningful glances from the people around him. Xiang made quite a commotion at the entrance of the auction house 3 days ago, so she was quickly recognized when she appeared today. Especially after hearing Wang Qing's loud sarcasm, everyone's expression shifted to a look of anticipation. Xiang was nearly smitten with Wang Qing's idiotic laughter. Had those two unlucky Gu Qinghuai never told this idiot what had happened at the auction 3 days prior? She didn't respond, simply watching Wang Qing and Lin Yuexiang with a leisurely smile, as if she were watching a joke. "I'm late and haven't been able to greet you. I beg your pardon. Please follow me." "No problem, I just witnessed a good show." A child, dressed in the uniform golden robes of the Yujing auction house, hurried over and looked at Xiang respectfully. Wang Qing's smile froze instantly. He watched helplessly as Xiang, whom he despised, walked upstairs, led by the child from the Yujing auction house. Xiang didn't even spare him a glance as she passed him, only a playful chuckle that sounded like a silent slap across his face. Only after Xiang disappeared down the second floor, and all the onlookers quietly returned to their seats, did Lin Yuexiang gently tug at Wang Qing's sleeve and whisper, "Third brother, the auction is about to begin. Let's go back and take our seats. Don't mind me. You knew Xiang had booked the private room, didn't you? You just kept it a secret, so you could see me in action." "Third brother, I didn't." Wang Qing, furious, flung Lin Yuexiang's hand away. She stumbled and nearly fell, but Gu Qinghuai caught her in time. "Wang Qing, what are you doing? Don't you think you made enough of a fool of yourself? You always been impulsive and arrogant, ignoring others' well-intentioned advice. Didn't we stop you just now? You were the one who didn't see our hints at all, only to embarrass Xiang and end up getting slapped in the face. You brought this embarrassment upon yourself, and now who do you blame?" As the Yuntian sect's eldest senior brother, Gu Qinghuai had always been known to the disciples as gentle, polite, generous, and easygoing. This was the first time he had displayed such a harsh tone in public. Wang Qing, startled, was momentarily stunned, unable to refute. He held his breath, and let Yi Qianshao pull him back to a seat. Wang Qing sat beside Lin Yuexiang, looking at her soft, innocent profile without any joy. For the first time, a wave of resentment welled up in his heart. It was all Xiangxiang's fault. If Xiangxiang hadn't provoked Xiang, he wouldn't have made a fool of himself in a fit of impulsiveness, and wouldn't have been publicly scolded by the senior brother. Thinking carefully, it seemed as if his recent misfortunes were all due to Xiangxiang related. Ding dong. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability has dropped by 5 points, and his current favorability towards the female lead, Lin Yuexiang, is 89. In private room number 3, Tianzi. Xia Ying had just sat down when she heard the announcement in her head, a fact she wasn't surprised at all. Humans are selfish creatures. Without the aura of a heartthrob, who would willingly sacrifice their own interests to pave the way for others, she stopped dwelling on the matters concerning the Ution sect members, and focused solely on the upcoming auction. The auction hall was designed in a semi-arc shape, with the first floor consisting of standard seats, premium seats, and the auction table. Starting from the second floor were private rooms. This auction hall didn't appear large from the outside, but it was actually converted from a space artifact. So, as long as they could afford the spirit stones, these private rooms could be opened up to accommodate an unlimited number of guests. Xia Ying sat in a warm and comfortable private room, a carved hibiscus stone incense burner beside her, emitting a spiritual incense that soothes the mind and spirit of a cultivator. From the outside, the private room looked like an ordinary room with closed doors and windows, but in reality, it was built entirely of spiritual jade, blocking prying eyes, while not obstructing the view of the auctioneers inside. Outside each private room hung a small octagonal wind chime. When the room owner bid or increased the price, he simply shook a string, and the wind chime would ring and light up. After everyone had gradually taken their seats, a round-faced girl with twin buns and a red crabapple flower on her head bounded onto the auction stage. Thank you all for coming from afar to attend my Yujing auction house. Today's auction will be hosted by Xiaotang. I hope you all have a pleasant experience. The moment Xiaotang spoke, the once bustling auction hall fell silent. Everyone looked up at the young woman on the stage, whose every smile and frown was adorable. It was unimaginable that she could be a Jindan stage cultivator. Most of those attending the auction today were regulars at the Yujing auction house, but this was their first time seeing a Jindan stage cultivator presiding over the auction. Thinking of the treasures yet to be revealed, the cultivator's blood boiled with excitement. Could they be seeing some rare, once-in-a-millennium treasure today? Everyone held their breath, their gaze fixed on Xiaotang on the stage. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Xiaotang curled her lips into a brilliant smile. Now, let's take a look at today's first lot. Chapter 77. A child in golden clothes walked onto the stage, pushing something tightly covered in red cloth. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. This shape looks a bit like a person. Xiaotang took in everyone's reactions. She chuckled softly, and the moment she lifted the red cloth, a dazzling light emanated. It was a gorgeous pink and white dress. The entire dress was forged from a nebula cloud, impervious to water and fire. The collar, cuffs, and waist were embellished with a full 108 plump, round, and water-repellent pearls. The dress swayed naturally, like a bright jade plate from the sky, coolly descending, scattering the moonlight across the room. Large clusters of regal peonies bloomed on the hem of the dress. A closer look revealed that these peonies were concealed with various defensive runes. The dress was clearly pink and white, but to everyone's eyes, it was exceptionally dazzling, reflecting a rainbow of light. Many female cultivators present were captivated by the gorgeous dress, and secretly coveted it. Xiaotang's eyes curved into crescents as she surveyed everyone's reactions, introducing them aloud. This robe is called Yunrong Fulu, a mid-grade defensive robe crafted by the master weapon refiner, Fairy Nishang. It can withstand the full force of a Jindan stage cultivator. The defensive runes on it were also hand-painted by a master skilled in the art of talismans, then embroidered by the embroiderers of Jingxiafang using spiritual thread imbued with spiritual energy, concealed within the flower stamens. The 108 water-repellent pearls protect cultivators from drowning, and the nebula yarn is impervious to water and fire. The robe can also be customized in size and color to suit the cultivator's preference. Starting price: 6,666 low-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins now. Xiaotang gently struck the hammer with her hammer, a resounding, clear sound instantly awakening the minds of all the cultivators below. Although the Yujing auction house was offering a mid-grade robe, it was unfortunately a women's item, which drew little interest from the male cultivators present. But the female cultivators weren't about to miss such an opportunity. As soon as Xiaotang finished speaking, one of them raised her sign. 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. 7,005. 7,005. The bidding intensified, and these beautiful female cultivators, unwilling to yield, forced the robe, which had originally been offered for 6,666 low-grade spirit stones, up to a whopping 20,000. By this time, the number of bidders dwindled. While this robe was good, it was only the first lot. A single robe wasn't worth their considerable expense. Compared to this Yurong Fulu, they were more eager for the next lot. Finally, the robe reached a high of 21,999 yuan. The hammer had already struck twice, and everyone expected it to go to Hua Xingyan, the eldest daughter of the Hua family in the Eastern Territory. Unexpectedly, just as the hammer was about to strike the third time, a voice as sweet and melodious as the song of an oriole rang out. 25,000 yuan. Lin Yuexiang. Are you deliberately going against me? When Hua Xingyan saw that it was Lin Yuexiang who was bidding, she nearly exploded. She instinctively wanted to draw the whip from her waist, but she saw Lin Yuexiang cowering behind Gu Qinghui. Sister Hua, I don't have it. You know I'm also a weapon refiner. This robe was made by Fairy Nishang, and I really want to take it back and see it. If Sister Hua really likes it, then I'm fine with giving it to you. Do I need you to? Then I take a picture of it, and give it to Sister Hua. No need. You can keep it. Hua Xingyan's eyebrows shot up in anger. The Hua and Lin families were both renowned immortal cultivation families in the eastern region of the Wanxiang continent. They had been constantly feuding for cultivation resources, and naturally, their children were no exception. Hua Xingyan had disliked Lin Yuexiang since childhood, and the two had a long-standing grudge. Lin Yuexiang was known for her feud, while Hua Xingyan was a fiery hothead who could easily explode. Whenever they fought, Hua Xingyan had never won. She truly loved this Yirongfulu, but when she thought of what her family had told her, she swallowed her anger and sat back down. Forget it. Just think of it as a dog bite. Lin Yuexiang remained gentle and innocent, but a faint glint of pride flickered in her eyes. Just when she thought the robe was definitely hers, the wind chimes hanging overhead rang gently. A clear, ethereal voice accompanied the chimes. 50,000. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones? In the world of immortal cultivation, 100 low-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade spirit stones can only be exchanged for 1 high-grade spirit stone. What kind of mid-grade robe could be worth spending 500 mid-grade spirit stones on? But since the bidder was from the second floor, the others weren't surprised. After all, someone who could easily book a private room with 10 high-grade spirit stones certainly wouldn't care about a mere 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuexiang and the others were reminded of unpleasant memories by this price. Not 100 mid-grade spirit stones, not 1,000, but 500. This price was like a resounding slap in the face for each of them, reminding them of just how foolish they had been in the black market. Bang! While the four of them were reminiscing, the hammer had already fallen 3 times, and Xiao Ang excitedly announced the result. Congratulations to the guest in private room number 3 for successfully bidding on the Yirongfulu. Lin Yuexiang, upon hearing this, was embarrassed for the first time in public. He Qianshao had already told her that it was Xia Ying who had booked room number 3. Xia Ying. Why on earth was she going against him? Is it just for that idiotic man Gu Qinghui? But didn't she already want Gu Qinghui? Girl, calm down. Now's not the time to expose herself. With the reminder from the senior in the bracelet, Lin Yuexiang slowly calmed down, returning to her usual gentle and innocent demeanor. Only when she looked at Gu Qinghui and the others did she reveal a hint of grievance, just the right amount. He Qianshao and Wang Qing both spoke up for her, but Gu Qinghui's thoughts had already drifted away. His heart, already nearly dead, was rekindled by Xia Ying's actions today. Xia Ying hadn't let him go yet, otherwise, why would she deliberately target Xiang? Her previous cruel actions against him must have been driven by deep love and intense hatred. Meanwhile, the golden-clad child had already delivered the robes to private room number 3. After Xia Ying readily handed over 500 mid-grade spirit stones, he respectfully withdrew. Guests who booked private rooms enjoyed various privileges, like receiving their auctioned items in advance. Xia Ying had indeed done it on purpose, but it wasn't that she couldn't let go of that scumbag Gu Qinghui. She wasn't a good person. She was simply doing this to kill and destroy his heart, to make life difficult for Lin Yuexiang and the others. Although Lin Yuexiang had never done anything to the original owner, everything the original owner had endured was her fault. While those who aided and abetted the evil were detestable, the perpetrators themselves must not be let off either. Whatever opportunity or magical weapon Lin Yuexiang desired, she would seize it without fail. If she couldn't, she would destroy it. As for men, forget it. Lin Yuexiang's taste was terrible. Those love-minded things would only slow her sword-drawing speed. Xia Ying, in high spirits, picked up the robe and examined it. It's indeed beautiful. It would look stunning on Fu Ying. I see if I find anything good later, and bring one back for third senior sister, Xiao He, and the others. At this moment, the second lot had already begun to be auctioned. Chapter 78. Xia Ying glanced up quickly, then saw that the item being auctioned was a top-grade foundation establishment pill, and she looked away with a lack of interest. As for pills, aside from those of immortal grade quality and above, and the jade bone pill, which she couldn't refine, she had no difficulty refining any other elixir circulating in the world of immortal cultivation. Afterward, a number of magical weapons were brought to the stage one after another. Xie Ying occasionally tried to rip off Lin Yuexiang and the others by deliberately raising their prices during their bidding, but she only encountered a top-grade golden crystal stone suitable for Qin Lin Zhao to embed in his sword, and a seemingly unremarkable, low-grade gourd with a starting price of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Although the gourd looked incredibly ordinary, it inexplicably caught Xie Ying's eye. Although He Qian Xiao and Wang Qin deliberately raised the price when she bought it, Xie Ying didn't care. Ever since returning from the black market, she's now flush with spirit stones, not to mention the monthly salary she saved from the Xiaoyao sect, the rewards from sect missions, and the welcome gift from her third senior sister. She's a wealthy woman now. Besides, He Qian Xiao and Wang Qin wanted to deliberately bid against her, but didn't dare to go all out and compete, so in the end, Xie Ying only spent 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to secure the gourd. After the golden-clad child delivered the gourd, Xie Ying immediately took it up and examined it. Host, this is just an ordinary low-grade gourd. I don't see anything special about it. You might be on the receiving end of this. It doesn't matter. My pleasure is worth a fortune. I just like this gourd. Even if it's useless, at least it can hold wine and cheer me up. You mean, communication failed. Refusing to communicate with the host again. Xie Ying, unfazed by Yinin's presence, continued to play with the gourd with gusto. Under the auction table, Lin Yuexiang was almost unable to maintain her smile. She had originally thought that this trip to Yujing City would make her a star in both the black market and the Yujing auction house. But who could have known that first she'd been deceived and embarrassed to return to the black market, and now Xie Ying had completely upstaged her at the auction. If it weren't for the senior in the bracelet's earnest persuasion, Lin Yuexiang would have nearly walked away. Even now, the senior was still patiently comforting her. Girl, the mistakes we made these past few days aren't your fault. It's simply that Xie Ying is too evil, constantly gaining the upper hand. If I hadn't wanted to keep her alive to nurture that spiritual bone, I would have orchestrated an accident to eliminate her escape route for you when you first joined the Yutian sect. It's a shame that the spiritual bone couldn't be transferred to you in the end. The senior in the bracelet spoke to this point, his tone clearly tinged with resentment. If you had successfully transferred that spiritual bone, I could easily teach you to gain the trust of the black market lord and receive special treatment. Lin Yuexiang keenly grasped the other meaning in the senior's words, and hurriedly pressed the issue. Senior, are you saying Xie Ying is related to the black market lord? But isn't she a daughter of the Xie family? The Xie family seems to be just a relatively powerful independent cultivator family. How could they be connected to the black market lord? Could the spirit stones and magical artifacts left behind by an independent cultivator family sustain the entire Yutian sect for years? The senior in the bracelet scoffed. Don't be silly, little girl. There are no truly good people in this world of cultivation. If you don't fight for others' opportunities, others will naturally come to fight for yours. So senior, what is Xie Ying's origin? What is her relationship with the black market lord? Don't worry, her origins aren't as extraordinary as you think. She only has a slight connection with the black market lord, but her constitution and bloodline are somewhat unique. Then let's find an opportunity to kill Xie Ying. A hint of viciousness flashed in Lin Yuexiang's eyes. Not right. The best opportunity to kill her had already been missed when she didn't completely destroy her cultivation path back in the Yutian sect. Furthermore, her cultivation level is now quite high, and she has the support of the sect. It would be extremely difficult to eliminate her and replace her spirit bone without anyone noticing. But we can rest assured. Fighting is prohibited in the black market, so Xie Ying will never be discovered by the black market lord. The figure in the bracelet seemed to be comforting Lin Yuexiang, and perhaps comforting himself. He was about to say something else, but saw that the new auction item had been brought to the stage. Xiaotong's sweet, melodious voice echoed again. The next auction item is a fine material that all weapon refiners won't want to miss. 10,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. On the white jade square table lay a half-meter-long piece of lightning-struck wood. The wood itself was charred black from the lightning, and a closer look revealed traces of purple lightning flashing through the veins. Yet, several green branches stubbornly grew, each bearing a dozen small, vibrant leaves. Amidst the darkness and silence, these green leaves radiated with life, striving to survive. Lightning-struck wood isn't just a tree struck by celestial lightning. Only those that survive the baptism of celestial lightning, reborn amidst the threat of death, successfully surviving the catastrophe and reborn, are truly lightning-struck wood. 1,000-year-old lightning struck wood is already extremely rare, and 10,000-year-old lightning struck wood is even rarer. Everyone present stared intently at the tiny piece of lightning struck wood, unable to move their eyes. The weapon refiners could hardly conceal their excitement, and Lin Yuexiang was no exception. She tightly grasped Gu Qinghuai's hand, her tone filled with excitement Gu Qinghuai had never witnessed before. Big brother. 10,000-year-old lightning struck wood? It's truly 10,000-year-old lightning struck wood. This is the last ingredient I need for the spiritual weapon I want to give to Master. I must buy it, even if it means spending all my savings. From a perspective unseen by the others, Lin Yuexiang's eyes shone with a determined ambition to obtain it. Her master was even more fortunate than Gu Qinghuai, but unfortunately, he practiced the way of mercilessness. She couldn't use ordinary means to attract him, so she had to put an extra effort on the smallest details. Xiaotang was also pleased with the crowd's excitement. She raised her hand and made a gentle gesture. As the scene gradually quieted, she softly stated the price. The starting price is 100 high-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins now. 100 high-grade spirit stones? Many people were shocked. They had never expected the starting price to be so high. Many cultivators, even weapon refiners, regretted having spent so many spirit stones on the items they had just bought. They feared they simply didn't have the energy to bid anymore. But it was too hard to give up now. Only by giving it their all could they avoid any regrets. The weapon refiners in the room held their breath, waiting for the first bidder to appear. In the private room, Xia Ying finally sat up slightly and fixed her gaze on the auction table. Chapter 79. 110 high-grade spirit stones. Someone shouted first, and then the others began to bid higher. When it came to high-grade spirit stones, everyone became cautious when bidding, tacitly raising the price by 5 or 5. Even so, the price of this section of 10,000-year-old lightning struck wood quickly rose to 200 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuexiang didn't participate in the bidding because she was borrowing spirit stones from Gu Qinghuai and the other two. She had 500 high-grade spirit stones on her, and with the 500 that Gu Qinghuai and the other three had contributed, she had a total of 1,000. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuexiang glanced at the abilities of the people present and curled her lips in relief. That's a sure thing. Time ticked by, and seeing the bidding for the 10,000-year-old lightning struck would have long been deadlocked at 610, Lin Yuexiang raised her sign with confidence and pride. 800. Before she finished her words, the clear, wind chime-like sound rang out even faster. 900. Lin Yuexiang's slightly complacent smile froze. She suddenly looked up at private room number 3, her eyes filled with complexity. Gu Qinghuai and the others glanced at Lin Yuexiang with concern, then glanced unkindly in Xia Ying's direction. Xiang. Senior brother, I'm fine. Lin Yuexiang gritted her teeth and raised her sign again. I offer 1,000. 1,001. Xia Ying's unhesitating bid completely shattered Lin Yuexiang's last hope. If Xia Ying had been raising the price piece by piece, Lin Yuexiang would have dared to follow suit. But Xia Ying had already added 100 high-grade spirit stones, indicating she must have quite a few left. The monthly salary of a direct disciple of the Yutian sect was only worth 1 high-grade spirit stone. Lin Yuexiang usually spent lavishly, so how could she find the hundreds of high-grade spirit stones to compete with Xia Ying? No matter how much she hated it, Lin Yuexiang had to admit that she couldn't get this piece of 10,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. The hammer rang 3 times in her ears. Xiaotang's joyful voice followed. Congratulations again to the guest in Tianzi private room number 3 for successfully winning the 10,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. The auction was almost over. Only 3 items remained after the 10,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. Having secured her most desired item of this trip, Xia Ying didn't stay any longer and stood up to leave the private room. However, just as she reached the VIP entrance and was about to leave, the red-robed butler she had met 3 days earlier suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking her path. Xia Ying's quiet departure had no impact on the auction. The following sales continued. But the Yutian sect members had no desire to stay any longer. The conflict between them and Xia Ying 3 days ago, and before the auction, was now known to most people here. Even a fool could tell they were enemies. Now, Xia Ying had repeatedly snatched away the treasures Lin Yuexiang desired, leaving them feeling humiliated and on pins and needles. Lin Yuexiang, in particular, felt humiliated for the first time in front of her old rival, Hua Xingyan. She didn't even need to look to know that Hua Xingyan must be waiting to laugh at her. Thinking of this, Lin Yuexiang could no longer sit still. Senior brother, do you have anything else you like to bid on? I'd like to return to the Yution sect first. I didn't. Neither did I. Then let's go. Gu Qinghuai spoke, and the four of them, trying to ignore the scrutinizing glances from the people around them, hurried out of the auction room. Pa pa pa. As soon as they left the Yujing auction room, Lin Yuxiang's tears fell uncontrollably like pearls from a broken string. Senior brother, I didn't win the bid for the 10,000 years lightning wood. The spiritual weapon I gave to master. Can't be refined. Xiang, don't cry. He Qianshao panicked at the sight of Lin Yuxiang's tears. He wanted to comfort her, but Gu Qinghuai got there first. Gu Qinghuai gently wiped away Lin Yuxiang's tears, his eyes filled with heartache. Don't worry, I find a way to get you the 10,000 years lightning wood. I won't let you down. That's right. Wang Qing had initially been somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yuxiang, but that dissatisfaction slowly dissipated under her tears. Wang Qing clearly resented the humiliation Xia Ying had brought upon them even more than his dissatisfaction with Lin Yuxiang. Xiang, don't worry. The 10,000 years lightning struck wood is yours. We will definitely get it back for you. Inside the quaint and elegant room, a barrier was erected outside to block out prying eyes, but inside, it was warm as spring, and a crabapple blossomed in full bloom in a white jade vase. Xia Ying, invited by the red-robed steward, sat there, staring intently at the person across from her. It was a man wearing a demonic mask. A soft gauze curtain separated the two of them, preventing Xia Ying from seeing any further information about him. But one thing was certain, this man was no match for Xia Ying at her current level. Ever since she was brought here by the steward in red robes, the man had remained in this position, silent, simply observing her. Even though there was no malice in his gaze, Xia Ying didn't let her guard down. She suspected that this man might be the mastermind behind the Yujing auction house, but she didn't know why he had her brought here, or what he was planning. Finally, Xia Ying couldn't sit still any longer. Senior, I wonder why you brought me here? But have I offended you in any way? If so, I apologize. A moment passed, and the masked man didn't respond. Xia Ying, Senior, could you please give me a response? Senior? The masked man still didn't respond. Xia Ying, is this guy a mute? Finally, just as Xia Ying's patience was about to run out, the masked man finally moved, but he attacked immediately. His movements were ghostly, and his long sword, like a white silk thread, radiated a chilling chill, slashed down towards Xia Ying. Xia Ying, who had been on guard all along, suddenly leaped to avoid the blow. A flash of cold light flashed in her palm, and she summoned her ice dagger and blocked it with her backhand, just in time to block the sword tip coming from below at her waist. Clang! The sharp blades clashed, the clanging sound of swords. Xia Ying's palms went numb, and her hand gripping the ice dagger trembled slightly. She didn't dare to fight any longer, and did a backflip to create some distance, hoping to gain some space. But the masked man was relentless, pressing forward again. He had clearly not yet revealed his true strength. His stance was effortless, but Xia Ying had already brought all her strength to bear, making it a struggle. Finally, after 3 more rounds of fighting, Xia Ying's icy dagger was knocked away by a single blow. She was also cornered by the masked man against the wall. When she looked up, the sword's tip was pointed directly at her brow. His murderous intent was unmistakable. Chapter 80. Boom! 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 A drop of cold sweat silently fell, and Xia Ying could hear the pounding of her heart in her chest. Since arriving in the world of Immortal Cultivation, this was the first time she had felt such a terrifying murderous intent so directly. But she had no idea when she had offended this man. Could this be just another fish from Lin Yuxiang's pond? Xia Ying cursed inwardly, her hand hidden behind her back quietly clenching a teleportation talisman. The jade token on her body contained a trace of nascent soul power infused by Baisan Yang, which would surely protect her at the last moment. If she moved quickly enough, she might not be unable to escape the Yujing auction house. Xia Ying secretly made up her mind, ready to flee at any moment. But at that moment, the longsword held before her suddenly moved away, and the devastating murderous intent vanished in an instant. She finally heard the masked man's first words, a voice as cold as the ice of a snowy mountain. You don't look like her at all. Resemble who? Xia Ying was a bit confused. An old friend. Xia Ying, aren't you being polite? You almost killed me for this reason? But, the masked man suddenly changed his tone. A subtle softness etched in his voice. You have a very similar energy to her. Xia Ying, So, are they similar or not? She really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that in a world set by a charming heroine, people still engage in body study literature? But for now, it seemed like she wouldn't have to waste a teleportation talisman to escape. Xie Ying's question also went unanswered. The masked man sheathed his sword and walked back behind the gauze curtain. Get up and sit down. Before Xie Ying could react, a gentle breeze suddenly yanked her up, grasping her limbs and dragging her back to a seat opposite the masked man. As for Xie Ying, she was already numb. Whatever happened, as long as she survived, everything was fine. But this time, Xie Ying didn't need to ask anything, the masked man had already spoken. How did you feel when we sparred just now? Senior, your strength is unfathomable, and your swordsmanship is exceptional. My admiration for you is like a torrent of water. I'm completely defeated. The masked man paused, his hand on the teacup in hand, as if he hadn't expected Xie Ying to be so erratic. He concealed a fleeting smile in his eyes, but his tone remained unchanged. Tell me the truth. Well, the truth is, I really can't beat you. Xie Ying reflected carefully on the previous exchange and spoke honestly. Besides the gap in strength between us, I'm also no match for you in terms of moves and agility. You seem to be incredibly familiar with my moves. You always anticipate my next move and strike in advance, leaving me with one slow move after another, ultimately leaving me powerless to fight back. Excuse me, senior, are you acquainted with my master? I don't know your master. Faced with Xie Ying's deliberate probing, the masked man remained calm. I can predict your next move because I experience more battles than you and am stronger than you. No matter how powerful a move is, it will be vulnerable when faced with an absolutely overwhelming opponent. Among your peers, you're certainly very strong. Given time, you might even surpass the vast majority of the strongest in this world of immortal cultivation. But Xie Ying, have you ever considered this? Will the world of immortal cultivation give you the time to grow? The masked man's question struck her heart like a thunderbolt. Xie Ying shuddered, suddenly understanding his intention. Senior, are you telling me not to push the boundaries when it's time to be less aggressive? Not so foolish. The masked man nodded. Everything I just said is to teach you a lesson. There are always people who are better than you. If a nascent soul cultivator were to take your life, you'd be completely defenseless. Perhaps your cultivation has been so smooth that you overlooked one thing. A genius can be easily nipped in the bud before it fully matures. You're traveling alone, and your high-profile actions lately have drawn considerable attention. Even if you truly possess the ability to fight them, how would you respond if a group of Jindan cultivators attacked you? Senior, I understand what you said. Thank you for your guidance. I learned from you. Xie Ying put away her nonchalant expression and thanked him earnestly. The Xiaoyaoju heart method she cultivated had 9 levels, the first 3 of which focused on following your heart. Since practicing the Xiaoyaoju heart method, Xie Ying had consistently followed its instructions, acting and moving according to her heart. But now she suddenly understood. Following one's heart also requires sufficient ability to match it. Following one's heart doesn't simply mean doing whatever one wants, regardless of outside opinions, and going one's own way. True following one's heart means being unperturbed by external factors. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, one can maintain inner peace and achieve a sense of freedom and ease. At this moment, Xie Ying could feel the bottleneck in her mind begin to loosen. She closed her eyes, and in an instant, she entered a state of enlightenment and concentration. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resonating with her, surged towards her, enveloping her entire being, repeatedly cleansing her spiritual veins and bones. The masked man, observing this, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. To be able to enter enlightenment and concentration at any time and in any place, the Xie family's bloodline is truly innate. He flicked his fingers, reinforcing the outer barrier with another layer, while also casting a do not disturb barrier around Xie Ying. Then he stood up and left. When Xie Ying opened her eyes again, a day and a night had passed. Her clear eyes were filled with joy. She had completely mastered the first 3 levels of the Xiaoyaoju heart technique. The state of mind that had troubled her for so long finally broke through, and her previous worries were gone. When the time is right, Xie Ying can prepare to officially advance to the golden core stage. Squeak! The door opened, and the masked man walked in again. He immediately noticed the change in Xie Ying, and a hint of satisfaction crossed his face behind the mask. It seems you gained a lot this time. Thanks to your guidance, senior, I was able to break through the barrier of my state of mind so quickly. I was just giving you a few pointers. Whether you can comprehend it depends entirely on your own understanding. The masked man, unassuming, took out a black iron token and placed it in front of her. Your cultivation level is not low, but you lack practical experience. You must know that practical experience is sometimes far more important than your cultivation level. This is the key to the trial tower. If you have nothing else to do, you can go there for the trial. The trial tower is located in the Sword Forest, 300 miles west of Yujing City. Chapter 81. Thank you, Senior. Xiang naturally wouldn't turn down an opportunity presented to her, but she was still a little confused and wanted to clarify. Excuse me, Senior, why are you helping me so much? I told you, you look a lot like an old friend of mine. Do I have any connection with your old friend? Xia Ying's intuition was sharp. She didn't think the man before her would help someone just for such a specious reason as resembling an old friend. There were countless people in this world who looked and behaved similarly. How could they have chosen her? Xiang felt that there must be some reason she didn't know. Yes. Seeing Xiang reach this point, the masked man stopped trying to hide his feelings and quickly blocked her next question. For now, don't ask for anything more than strengthening yourself. Knowing too much about her isn't good for you right now. Then when will I know? When you can defeat me in one move. When Xiang left the Yujing auction house again, it was already dark. But she didn't hesitate. She summoned the Jade Wave Fan, enlarging it with her spiritual power, and then flew away, heading straight for the Sword Forest Trial Tower. If she had followed her original plan, she would have spent the remaining time after obtaining the 10,000 years lightning with searching for another ingredient. But now, it seemed that the experience in the Sword Forest Trial Tower was more important. Sitting on the large Jade Wave Fan, Xiang recalled the masked man's last words before they left. Xiang, I've been looking for you all these years. Let me see how capable you are, how far you can go, and whether you're worthy of everything she's done for you. Remember, my name is Xia Zhan. Xiang, sitting with her legs bent on the Bibo fan, frowned and thought, Xia Zhan. Why does this name sound so familiar? I remember. Suddenly, Xiang had a flash of inspiration and slapped her thigh hard. Isn't Xia Zhan the Lord of the Black Market, the other powerful figure Lin Yuexiang embraced in the original novel? Congratulations, host, on getting it right, Xiang, ? You knew that, but why didn't you tell me? Yinin had said that, aside from necessary hints and quest rewards, Yinin wouldn't provide much help to the host. After all, the host's previous body has died, and can't return to its original world. The future host can only continue to live in the immortal realm. Excessive interference from Yinin in the host's life would only have a negative impact on the host. Okay, you have a point. Xiang nodded. I really can't rely too much on you. Relying on others is never as good as relying on myself. Recalling Xia Zhan's role in the original novel, Xiang gradually began to understand many things. I remember that in the original novel, Xia Zhan and Lin Yuexiang first met in the black market. Lin Yuexiang, dissatisfied with someone's dishonest business practices, spoke out for justice, which ultimately escalated into a fight, alarming the black market lord. Everyone expected Lin Yuexiang to suffer greatly at the hands of Xia Zhan, the black market lord. However, for some reason, she found favor with Xia Zhan. Not only was she spared, she even became a VIP in the black market. Thanks to Xia Zhan's support, Lin Yuexiang in the original novel reaped many benefits. Not only did she sell rare treasures in the black market, but no one in Yujing City dared to bully her anymore. But in this life, Lin Yuexiang went to both the black market and the auction house, and I didn't see Xia Zhan treat her any differently. What could have gone wrong? Xiang pondered, carefully analyzing the plot in the original novel with the current events. Soon, she found the key to the problem. She knew. In the original novel, the original owner died early during the spiritual bone excavation plot point, and her spirit bones were transferred to Lin Yuexiang. In other words, the original Lin Yuexiang had been using the original owner's spirit bones since her death. As everyone knows, spiritual roots grow from spirit bones. No one's spirit bones are exactly the same, so the spiritual power associated with them is also different. Only between close blood relatives can the spiritual power have some similarities. In the original novel, after Lin Yuexiang took on the spirit bones of the original owner, Xiang, her spiritual power unknowingly took on the original owner's bloodline. If Xia Zhan truly identifies his target based on spiritual power, then Xiang is the one he's looking for, and Lin Yuexiang is the thief who stole everything from the original owner, Xiang. Yinin, is Xia Zhan's criterion for finding someone based on their spiritual bones? In the original novel, was Lin Yuexiang treated differently by Xia Zhan because she had the original owner's spiritual bones? Congratulations, host, you got it right again. I knew it. This robber and thief. Xiang angrily slammed her Bibo fan. I really didn't punish her enough last time in Lingzi City. Yinin, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Does the jade bracelet on Lin Yuexiang's hand hold a secret? Yinin doesn't know. Okay, I get it. There is indeed a secret. Your not knowing is just like a tacit agreement. Enin, miss my plan. I've been tricked by the host, Enin kindly reminded me. The host is currently a newbie in the world of immortal cultivation. I advise against any futile attempts. Xiaing, your words are so hurtful. Don't worry, I just want to clear up some doubts. I won't do anything impulsive. While chatting with each person and their system, the Bibo fan finally carried Xiaing to the vicinity of the sword forest Xia Zan had mentioned. Xiaing stood on the fan and looked down. In the distance, she saw the undulating mountains, towering and steep peaks shrouded in clouds, like sharp swords rising from the ground and piercing the sky. The name Sword Forest came from this. Xiaing withdrew her gaze from the distance, pondering where to land. Just then, several figures swiftly swooped towards her, surrounding her in a circle. Is it you? The arrivals were none other than Gu Qinghuai and his 4 companions. The 4 of them had been lingering near the Yujing auction house since the auction ended that day. As soon as Xiaing emerged, they immediately followed her. Earlier, Xiaing had been flying incredibly fast with the Bibo fan, and they hadn't been able to catch up. It was because Xiaing had slowed down to observe the sword forest and find a landing spot, allowing them to seize the opportunity to catch up. It's us. Xiaing. Let's see who can save you this time. Hand over the 10,000 years lightning wood if you know what's good for you. We can spare your life. I really need the 10,000 years lightning wood. If you're willing to give it to me, I can give you 500 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. How's that for? Lin Yuexiang spoke softly, making Xiaing laugh. Give it to you? Why? You don't have the ability to bid for the 10,000 years lightning wood, and now you're playing this innocent game for who? I'm giving you a favor, right? Chapter 82. Xiang, why are you saying so much to her? Just take it. Wang Qing was about to attack when Gu Qinghuai suddenly stopped her. Big brother? Stop it. If you admit your mistake now, and hand over the 10,000 year lightning wood, I can forgive everything that happened. You can stay with me, and the Yutian sect will still be your home. You? Xiaing was so disgusted by Gu Qinghuai that she almost vomited her overnight meal. Stop being so disgusting, okay? Gu Qinghuai, I'm telling you clearly today. Whether it's you or the Yutian sect. I don't care. Gu Qinghuai's expression darkened at Xiaing's words. How dare she say such hurtful things? If you don't accept my offer, you have to drink the wine. Big brother. What are you still hesitating about? How can you be soft-hearted with a woman who's so unfaithful to you? Go. Push her to the ground so we can take action. Gu Qinghuai's. His eyes suddenly turned fierce, and at his command, the remaining 3 attacked in unison, for different beams of light simultaneously struck Xiaing's vital points from 4 directions. Xiaing. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being disloyal. You speak, as if you ever felt any affection for me. Was it a ghost who hurt me, killed me, and tried to take my bones? What are you pretending to be so affectionate, you jerk? Xiaing rolled her eyes speechlessly, then calmly controlled the Bibo fan to dodge the attack and flew towards the sword forest below. Gu Qinghuai, furious, quickly followed on his sword. 5 beams of light of different colors simultaneously descended upon the sword forest, sending up clouds of dust. Xiaing. Where do you want to escape to? This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Give me your life. Escape? I'm not trying to escape. Xiaing curled her lips, and with a flick of her hand, she summoned a delicate umbrella, easily blocking He Qianxu's spear. Then, she kicked him in the chest, using the momentum to backflip and distance herself. As she turned, the delicate umbrella effortlessly unfolded over her shoulders, its pink canopy blooming like a lotus in the wind, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to Xiaing's appearance. Lin Yuexiang, watching with envy, rushed forward with her sword in hand. Wang Qing followed closely behind, the 2 attacking in tacit coordination, 1 on each side. Xiaing ducked to avoid the attack, her figure swift and graceful. With a wave of her hand, a hurricane of wind rose from the air, striking both of them like a blade, sending them flying in a single blow. At this moment, Gu Qinghuai attacked Xiaing from behind, his sword's tip gleaming with cold, murderous intent, aiming for her throat. Dang! The expected scene of a sharp blade cleaving flesh didn't occur. The jade-white umbrella ribs jammed the sword, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Xiaing chuckled softly, exerting force with her palm, and with a sudden shove, she lowered Gu Qinghuai's body and flew sideways. The friction between the umbrella ribs and the sword sent a trail of sparks flying. Gu Qinghuai struggled to steady himself, but Xiaing's force still sent him hurtling backward. His feet nearly swung on the ground, sparks flying, before they formed a perfect arc. Gu Qinghuai, damn it! How could Xie Ying be so strong? As Xie Ying retracted the exquisite umbrella, she flipped her hand and struck Gu Qinghuai's wrist with a sharp knife. Gu Qinghuai felt numbness in his palm and a sharp pain in his wrist, and he instinctively let go. The longsword fell, but Xie Ying lifted it with her back foot, landing it firmly in her palm. Before Gu Qinghuai could bark again, Xie Ying's spiritual energy struck his knee, sending him plummeting to his knees in pain. The next moment, a cold light flashed before his eyes, and a long sword was thrust across his neck. That was his spiritual sword. For a sword cultivator, a sword is his wife. But now, the wife Gu Qinghuai cherished like a treasure was in Xie Ying's hands, even holding her to threaten his life. Gu Qinghuai was enraged, a sweet, fishy feeling welling up in his throat that he forced down. Xie Ying, let my senior brother go. He Qianshao, who had just moved the injured Lin Yuexiang and Wang Qin to the side, turned around and saw their most respected senior brother being held hostage and kneeling before Xie Ying. He Qianshao, anxious and furious, seized his spear and charged forward. Seeing this, Xie Ying smiled. She took her sword and applied a slight pressure, instantly creating a gash on Gu Qinghuai's fair neck. Bright red blood oozed out, clinging to the sword, dripping down the blade and splashing onto the luss, forming a vibrant crimson flower. He Qianshao abruptly stopped dead in his tracks, for he understood the threat in Xie Ying's eyes. He wasn't as naive as his third senior brother, believing Xie Ying still had feelings for his eldest senior brother. Based on the bullying they inflicted on Xie Ying in the past, that vicious Xie Ying wouldn't forgive them. If he were Xie Ying, he would have skinned and pulverized the people who had bullied him, scattering their bones and scattering them to ashes to vent his hatred. He Qianshao clearly understood that if he dared to act rashly again, Xie Ying would definitely kill his senior brother. Xie Ying, what exactly do you want to do? Even though you already joined another sect, your senior brother is a direct disciple of the Yutian sect. If you truly kill him, not only the Yutian sect, but the entire 9 major sects will not let you go. Huh? What did you say? You want your senior brother to kneel down and acknowledge me as his father? That's probably inappropriate, isn't it? But since you're so sincere, I reluctantly accept this unfilial son. Faced with Yi Qianxia's threat, Xie Ying replied with a smile, looking at his subordinate Gu Qinghuai. Unfilial son, why don't you just call me father? Gu Qinghuai could no longer contain himself. His blood surged with anger, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting. That's all? You're useless. Xie Ying tossed the unconscious Gu Qinghuai and his spirit soared aside, finally resting her gaze on Yi Qianshao again. Yi Qianxia's gaze towards Xie Ying was no longer filled with contempt, but with deep fear. Xie Ying, how can you, a person with all the spiritual roots, be so powerful? Have you been practicing evil methods and taken the path of an evil cultivator? Evil cultivators, like you, deserve to be killed by everyone. How could I be an evil cultivator? Xie Ying smiled. I never dug up human bones to use as a medicinal ingredient. Xie Ying, you deserve to die. He Qianshao couldn't help but see that Xie Ying was mocking the Yutian sect. He swung his spear, and it shot out like a dragon, sending a massive wave of water crashing down. Just as it was about to fall, it transformed into a thorny water net that quickly tightened. Swish. According to his heart, Xie Ying's hands were enveloped in azure flames. He tore through the thorny water net with his bare hands and leaped out. He Qianxia's spiritual power-woven net of heaven and earth was easily shattered by Xie Ying's hands. Xie Ying's pretty face turned slightly cold as she attacked Yi Qianshao barehanded. Water and fire are incompatible. When they meet, who will prevail depends on who possesses greater spiritual power. And she, Xie Ying, was invincible in her level. Chapter 83. A look of horror crossed Yi Qianxia's face. This Xie Ying was simply ridiculously strong. Overwhelmed by Xie Ying's aura, he subconsciously took a half step back. And it was this half step that hastened his defeat. Showing weakness is the worst thing to do in battle, and Yi Qianxia's retreat before the battle was the worst. His Yulong spear was incredibly sharp. When unleashed to its full potential, it rivaled even a sword cultivator's. Yi Qianshao had once used it to send countless Yutian sect disciples flying. Even his senior brother Gu Qinghuai could have fought him for a round or two without losing. But at this moment, the girl before him, her hair flying, grasped the spear tip with her bare hands, yet remained unscathed. Yi Qianshao wanted to seize the opportunity to send her flying, but the wandering dragon spear in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard he tried, his face flushed red. He couldn't budge it even a bit. That's all? Xie Ying tilted her head, her smile utterly provocative. Not giving He Qianxiao another chance to strike, Xie Ying snarled coldly. She suddenly lowered her grip on the wandering dragon spear and then struck it hard, palm facing upward. The spear flew into the air, spinning endlessly. He Qianxiao was caught off guard, and the spear slipped out of his grasp. Before he could recall his natal spirit weapon, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He looked down, only to see Xie Ying deliver a powerful punch. The blow felt like a shattering earth and mountain, distorting He Qianxia's face and causing him to feel his internal organs shift. He Qianxia's eyes rolled back from the blow, but he still refused to admit the fact that he was defeated by a cultivator with full spiritual roots. Evil cultivator. Xie Ying must have used some unorthodox methods to crush him like this. Losing to an evil cultivator is not shameful for him. Under the tutelage of Yutian sect's leader, Mu Chen, Xie Ying hated He Qianxiao the most. Others might be influenced by the charming heroine, but He Qianxiao was a complete villain. Before Lin Yuexiang appeared, He Qianxiao's attitude toward the original owner wasn't particularly kind, but out of respect for Gu Qinghuai and the others, he didn't dare to go too far. Later, when the original owner, thanks to Lin Yuexiang's schemes, became a vicious and despised villain, He Qianxiao no longer needed to hide his malice. Throwing the original owner into a mountain infested with monsters, watching her struggle for survival, or pushing her into poisonous thorn bushes to admire her pained expression, such things happen daily. And he didn't just target Xie Ying. Many of the Yutian sect's lesser-known disciples were also his targets. He Qianxiao, arrogating himself as the sect master's personal disciple, had always looked down on those less accomplished within the Yutian sect. He bullied the weak, isolated them, and humiliated them countless times. Xie Ying didn't want to use any spiritual weapon against He Qianxiao. Because he wasn't worthy. Xie Ying smiled, but a frost frosted her eyes. She grabbed He Qianxiao by the collar with one hand and pinned him to the ground, hammering him in the chest and throughout his limbs. The blows carried a sharp chill, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Lin Yuexiang and Wang Qing, severely injured and unable to move, shuddered. With her final blow, Xie Ying landed a powerful blow on He Qianxia's spiritual palace. The powerful, destructive power of the lightning element flowed through her fist and entered He Qianxia's spiritual palace. An indescribable pain swept through He Qianxia's body. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath, but it could not relieve the pain at all. Crack, crack. His foundation was shattered by Xie Ying's punch. Does it hurt? Xie Ying, who escaped death every time before, felt pain too. Your pain isn't even a 10,000th of hers. As He Qianxiao fainted, he heard a long, ethereal voice echoing in his ears. This is what you get for helping Lin Yuexiang bully Xie Ying. After the severely injured He Qianxiao passed out, Xie Ying finally stood up, pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere, wiped her hands, and casually threw it in his face. Lin Yuexiang and Wang Qing were only severely injured and unable to move, but they weren't unconscious like the other two. When they saw Xie Ying slowly approaching them, a flicker of fear and dread crossed their eyes. Would Xie Ying really kill them? However, Xie Ying didn't even spare them a glance. She simply emptied the storage bags of the four of them, and then walked away. But her act of ignoring and humiliating them made Lin Yuexiang and the others feel that they might as well be killed. By the time the furious Gu Qinghuai regained consciousness and discovered his fellow apprentices were all seriously injured and unconscious, their storage bags completely looted, Xie Ying had already vanished deep into the sword forest. While searching for the location of the trial tower, she inspected the valuables in Gu Qinghuai and the other storage bags. As for the spiritual marks on the storage bags, Xie Ying had already wiped them clean. Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang were indeed the most beloved disciples of the Yutian sect master. Of the 4 storage bags, they held the most valuable items. And most of these items looked familiar. If Xie Ying remembered correctly, most of these treasures had been left to her by the original owner's parents, but now, Mu Chen had taken them and given them to his disciples as rewards. Among them was a pink crabapple jade pendant that felt warm to the touch. In Xie Ying's inherited memories, it was the protective jade the original owner had always carried with her since childhood. After she arrived at the Yutian sect, Gu Qinghuai had taken it away under the pretext of keeping it for her. Now, Xie Ying had discovered it again in Lin Yuexiang's storage bag. Bah! The top beam is crooked, the bottom beam is crooked. From Mu Chen to Lin Yuexiang, they're all shameless. Xie Ying cursed as she cleaned the jade pendant with a cleaning technique and hung it back around her neck. The pink jade pendant rested quietly against Xie Ying's heart, emitting a soft glow out of her sight. A trace of spiritual energy flew from the pendant and slowly flowed into Xie Ying's body, yet she remained oblivious. After wandering through the sword forest for half a day, Xiaoying finally saw the trial tower Xia Zan had mentioned. The trial tower stood about 30 meters tall, quietly nestled between two peaks. Its mottled, mossy facade looked precarious. 8 small wind chimes hung beneath the eaves of each pagoda floor. A gentle breeze rustled through the mountains, and their clear, elegant timbre echoed through the mountains. The chimes seemed to have a miraculous, soul-cleansing effect. Xiaoying felt a sense of clarity and peace of mind upon hearing them. Had Xia Zan not pointed out this seemingly dilapidated pagoda, Xiaoying wouldn't have thought much of it, even if she had happened upon it. However, she approached the pagoda carefully, but couldn't find the entrance. Just as she suspected, she stumbled into the wrong place, and took out the black iron token to check. A massive vortex appeared out of nowhere, and sucked her in. After a moment of dizziness, Xiaoying managed to steady herself. The black iron token in her hand vanished, replaced by a small, unremarkable wooden sword. She gathered her composure and looked up, only to see a dense mass of figures slowly approaching her in the vast void. Chapter 84. As the figures drew closer, Xiaoying realized that she was surrounded by countless puppets wielding wooden swords. A flash of understanding flashed across Xiaoying's eyes. Sects often purchase puppets from puppeteers, incorporating their own sword techniques or other magic into them. These puppets are then used to battle disciples to enhance their combat experience. The Xiaoyao sect also possessed such a puppet. But Xiaoying's intuition told her that the puppets before her were not ordinary. As expected, the puppets, which had been moving very slowly, suddenly leaped up after approaching Xiaoying within 3 feet, attacking her from all directions. The moment these puppets attacked, they seemed to come alive, possessing human minds and employing endlessly varied moves. Xiaoying had no way of predicting where their next attack would come from, or what it would be. The most formidable challenge was that all these puppets were at the Jinden stage, clearly outclassing Xiaoying. Not only could Xiaoying not rely on her cultivation to win, she had to strive to surpass her level. Soon, Xiaoying was knocked flying by one of the puppets, tumbling heavily to the ground. She rolled several times on the ground before steadying herself with the help of her wooden sword. Xiaoying slowly wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Interesting. Come again! She shouted, charging into the puppets again, with her small wooden sword in hand. It wasn't long before she was knocked back again. Xiaoying, tireless, charged again and again to engage the puppets, only to be knocked back again and again. But each time, she managed to hold out longer than the last. With each battle, Xiaoying's movements became increasingly agile, and her movements faster. Initially unable to withstand a single blow, she was gradually able to withstand over a dozen blows from the puppets. At that moment, the puppet that had been battling her suddenly vanished, leaving her alone once again in the vast void. Xiaoying felt a sense of loss, but quickly recovered and sat down to meditate and regulate her breathing. When the puppet reappeared, she would pick up her sword and continue, repeating the cycle. In the tower, there was no day or night, no years in cultivation. As Xiaoying cast aside everything and immersed herself in the battle against the puppet in the tower, a month had slipped by unnoticed. In this month of relentless fighting, Xiaoying, who had initially been beaten one-sidedly, gradually evolved to now being able to easily block every blow with her eyes closed. Over this month, every time Xiaoying cracked a sword technique, the puppet would immediately switch to another. Until Xiaoying had cracked all her sword techniques, the puppets ceased their attacks and vanished into the darkness. A blinding white light flashed before her eyes, and Xiaoying instinctively closed them. When she opened them again, she found herself standing on an ancient battlefield. Dust billowed before her eyes, and the cries of battle echoed in her ears. Her emotions were easily affected, and her blood was surging. But before Xiaoying could even move, a massive invisible force struck, propelling her forward. A gentle breeze caressed her face. The chirping of mountain sparrows mingled with a hint of heat. The crisp and elegant sound of wind chimes rang out again, and Xiaoying suddenly came to her senses. Has a month already passed? You can only stay in the trial tower for 1 month each time you enter. You will be automatically transported out when the time is up. Xia Zan's previous reminder echoed in her mind. Xiaoying pursed her lips and glanced at the 7-story trial tower in front of her with some reluctance. Ah, time flies by so fast. Why can't a day be extended to 48 hours and 24 hours? She hasn't spent enough time in the tower yet. Xiaoying counted on her fingers again and again. After confirming that there were only 7 days left until the sect competition, she finally resigned herself to her fate and reluctantly left the sword forest. The sect competition is held every 3 years, at varying locations, hosted by the 9 major sects in turn. As luck would have it, this year it was the Yuntian sect's turn. The sect competition also had a very low barrier to entry. As long as they weren't evil cultivators, disciples from any sect, large or small, across the Wanxiang continent could sign up. The sect competition even thoughtfully provided a dedicated competition venue for independent cultivators. It's no exaggeration to say that with such a grand event like the sect competition, even a street dog would want to get involved. After half a year, Xie Ying, high-spirited and full of energy, once again stood at the foot of the Yutian sect in Changyang City. I, Xie Han-sen, am back. Due to the impending sect competition, Changyang City was bustling with activity like never before. The bustling streets were filled with disciples in colorful sect uniforms, as well as some seemingly independent-minded independent cultivators. Xie Ying, too lazy to join the crowd, simply found a tree and laid down on its branches, closing her eyes to rest while waiting for Shin Fuyu and the others to arrive. Changyang City, nestled against the Yutian sect, one of the 9 great sects, was blessed with a rich spiritual energy, and even the trees were lush and leafy. Xie Ying, always wearing a green dress, lay on the branch, her color blending seamlessly with the leaves, making it impossible to tell she was lying there. It was for this reason that the 2 disciples from the smaller sect, seeking a quiet spot to chat, finally settled down beneath the tree. Did you hear what the Shinong Palace disciples just said? The 4th disciple of the Yutian sect leader is now a cripple. Of course you didn't hear. The young disciple, who looked only a little over 10, tried to keep his voice low, but couldn't conceal the excitement in his voice. That 4th disciple is from the He family in the north. The He family relies on their great power, and there are many disciples in the family who have gone out to worship the 9 major sects, and they have always been dominating and blessing in the north. Our Haoyue sect has been suppressed by the He family for a long time. Now it's better. The most promising junior in their family has been beaten to pieces and has become a cripple. This is really satisfying. I really don't know which righteous man did the good deeds. I really want to get to know him if I have the chance. Xie Ying, who was lying on the tree, twitched her ears. He Qianshao has become a useless person. No way, right? It's not like it can't be recast if the foundation is broken, so how can he become a useless person? Is He Qianshao's character so bad? Xie Ying was very disappointed. She still thought that she would be able to grow up and beat He Qianshao again during the sect competition. I didn't expect He Qianshao to be so disappointing. It seemed that the only option was to catch that unfilial son Gu Qinghui. Oh. Who? Who is it? Xie Ying sighed softly, but the disciples beneath the tree leaped up like they seen a ghost. The next second, a face, covered in hair, appeared before them, terrified. They hugged each other and screamed. Oh my god! There's a ghost! Who are you calling a ghost? Xie Ying rolled her eyes speechlessly, flipping over neatly, and landing firmly on the ground. She had never imagined that such a beautiful girl like her would be mistaken for a ghost. Hey! She patted one of the young disciples on the shoulder, and the young disciple's cries suddenly intensified. Ah! Don't eat me, don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Eat my senior brother instead. He's got lots of meat. Xie Ying, is she really that scary? Chapter 85. Hey! I said, stop yelling. If you yell again, I eat you. Xie Ying threatened with a feigned ferocity, and the ghostly howls abruptly ceased. 2 identical disciples, barely taller than Xie Ying's shoulders, huddled together, trembling. Xie Ying found it amusing. Had the Haoyue sect produced a pair of innocent twins? How could there be cultivators who were afraid of ghosts? I'm telling you, do you want to open your eyes and see if I'm human or a ghost? It's broad daylight. Where does a ghost come from? Even if I'm a ghost, it's a ghost cultivator. Who told you ghost cultivators can eat people? Xie Ying's voice was tinged with laughter. Hearing this harmless voice, the 2 disciples finally calmed down and slowly opened their eyes, only to be met with a beautiful smile. One of them reached out and gently poked Xie Ying's shoulder, then quickly glanced at the ground behind her. Flesh, warmth, and a shadow. Not a cannibalistic ghost cultivator? Of course not. Besides, while ghost cultivators may look a bit eerie, they're also legitimate cultivators and never eat humans. Only certain evil cultivators eat humans to improve their cultivation. But my master clearly said. Midway through his sentence, the disciple, remembering his master's behavior, finally realized they'd been tricked. With a flushed face, he struggled to pull the clinging junior brother off his body. Junior brother, let go. We misunderstood. She's not a ghost cultivator. Why are you eavesdropping on us and scaring us? The junior brother's temper had clearly worsened. Upon realizing Xie Ying wasn't a ghost cultivator, he immediately lost his timid demeanor and spoke with more confidence. It was you who woke me up by chattering in my sleep, and even mistook me for a ghost cultivator. I haven't even bothered you yet you're questioning me? Remembering the bad things they just said about the Yuetian sect disciples, their faces flushed with fear. The senior brother also saw that Xie Ying's cultivation was far superior to theirs. Fearing Xie Ying would spread the story, he apologized with a red face. I apologize, fellow Taoist. We didn't mean to disturb your rest. Please forgive us, and don't spread the news of what just happened. Don't worry. It just so happens that I have a minor grudge against the Yuetian sect, so I won't tell anyone about what you just said. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yun Che of the Haoyue sect. Yun Che pulled his junior fellow disciple behind him and introduced him. This is my junior fellow disciple, and my biological brother, Yun Hao. Xie Ying's eyes flickered with surprise when she heard these two names. Yun Che and Yun Hao, aren't they the other two villains, besides Ji Heyuan, denounced by righteous people like Lin Yuexiang in the later part of the original novel? But these two timid, gullible, and naive people, don't they seem to have anything to do with the word villain, right? Xie Ying temporarily suppressed her doubts and smiled as she introduced herself. Xie Ying from the Xiaoyao sect, nice to meet you. Yun Che and Yun Hao were about the same age as Ming Fuiying, and since they shared the same fate as cannon fodder villains in the original novel, Xie Ying found them quite pleasing to her. She had to wait for the Xiaoyao sect disciples to arrive before heading to the Yuetian sect together, and since she had some free time anyway, Xie Ying readily accepted the invitation from Yun Che and his brothers to join her. During their conversation, Xie Ying discovered that the two brothers had secretly left the sect and come to Chongyang City. Because of their young age and low cultivation level, they were not allowed to participate in the sect competition. Therefore, they had arrived in Chongyang City ahead of the sect team, waiting to be killed first and then reported. Upon learning this, Xie Ying was amazed. You made it all the way from the Northern Territory without being deceived. It's truly a miracle. Yun Che, I'm offended. Senior sister Xie, please don't look down on me. Yun Hao jumped up in anxiety. My brother and I are still very capable. Recalling the description of them later in the original novel, Xie Ying smiled and nodded seriously. Well, I believe you will grow into powerful figures in the future. Yun Hao, who had originally wanted to have a good discussion with Xie Ying, was surprised to receive such a serious response. The words he hadn't spoken were instantly stuck in his throat. Before the two brothers could say anything else, a spirit pigeon suddenly descended from the sky, flapping its wings and soaring into Xie Ying's arms. A hint of surprise crossed Xie Ying's face. After putting the spirit pigeon away, she said goodbye to Yun Che and the others. My two Yun brothers, my master has arrived. I'm rushing to join them now. If you're free in Chongyang City, you're welcome to come find me anytime. Senior sister Xie, we'd definitely find you. With that, Xie Ying turned gracefully and swiftly headed towards the foot of the Yuetian sect mountain. It was the spirit pigeon Ji Heyuan had released, inviting Xie Ying to meet there. Xie Ying sat on a large rock at the foot of the mountain, idly poking the spirit pigeon's wings. Didn't your master say they were almost here? It's been a quarter of an hour. Why haven't they arrived yet? The spirit pigeon lay quietly in Xie Ying's palm, feigning death. Its feathers betrayed a single message. Don't ask the pigeon. It's just a messenger, it knows nothing. Hey! I thought this was some beggar from nowhere sitting at the foot of our Yuetian sect mountain. Turns out it's Xie Ying, the one the sect master expelled. A sinister voice echoed, and a group of Yuetian sect outer disciples, dressed in white sect uniforms, stood not far from Xie Ying. Xie Ying glanced up at the words and resumed playing with the spirit pigeon in her palm. Who is it? I don't know. The leading outer disciple was named Zhao Qin, one of Lin Yuexiang's loyal admirers. Seeing Xie Ying remain silent, he assumed she was frightened, and his arrogance suddenly intensified. I'm telling you, Xie Ying. Our Yuetian sect isn't a place where just anybody can enter. A worthless person like you was expelled from the Yuetian sect by the sect master. How dare you sit here at the foot of our mountain? Get out of here and stop polluting our grounds. Xie Ying. Can't you hear me? I told you to get out. If you don't accept my offer, I teach you a lesson today. Zhao Qin strode forward, reaching for the back of Xie Ying's collar. But before he could touch her, he was flung away by an invisible force. A sharp pain pierced his palm, leaving a fiery red wound. You're so noisy. Xie Ying finally managed to give Zhao Qin and the other outer disciples a look. She stood up, the pressure of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator surging like a tide, turning their faces pale, and beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. The spirit pigeon standing on Xie Ying's shoulder tilted its head, its eyes showing the same disdain and indifference as Xie Ying's. Chapter 86. Xie Ying's eyes were as beautiful as a painting, and she stood there silently watching them, her expression neither sad nor happy, yet they felt as if an invisible force was strangling their throats, making it difficult to breathe. The girl before them was clearly the one they were most familiar with, yet they all felt that Xie Ying now was unfamiliar and frightening. Isn't Xie Ying a fully spiritual root? Aren't fully spiritual roots useless and incapable of cultivation? Why is Xie Ying already at the foundation establishment stage? In just 6 months, Xie Ying had leaped from a useless, incapable of cultivation, to a foundation establishment expert. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was unheard of. Could Xie Ying have practiced some unorthodox method and returned for revenge? The more they thought about it, the more certain it was. They looked at Xie Ying with even greater fear, and slowly retreated, attempting to escape. However, the pressure from the foundation establishment expert held them all in place, unable to move an inch. Junior sister. Little junior sister. Little senior sister. Junior sister Xie. A series of excited and familiar voices echoed above Xie Ying's head, and before they could react, they felt the restraints loosen. Then, they saw Xie Ying, who had seemed so terrifying just a moment ago, as if she wanted to kill them all, suddenly break into a smile as bright as the spring sun. Her skirt fluttered like a butterfly as she scurried towards the approaching group. Xiao He. Senior brothers and sisters. You're finally here. If you hadn't come soon, I'd be bored to death. A group of imposing disciples disembarked from an ancient and elegant immortal boat, led by none other than Su Yanji and Qin Lin Xiao. Ji Heyuan stood behind them, watching Xie Ying rush toward him, his lips curling up slightly. But before he could even begin to speak to Xie Ying, a figure darted out from behind him. What the hell just went by in a flash? For senior sister. Little Fueying. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xie Ying and Meng Fueying embraced tightly. To be more precise, it was Meng Fueying who embraced Xie Ying tightly. Xie Ying, completely encircled by Meng Fueying's embrace, said, ? Something seemed off. She quietly withdrew from Meng Fueying's soft embrace, staring at Meng Fueying, who was half a head taller than her heart aching with difficulty. Junior sister, I haven't seen you for over 2 months. How come you've grown so tall? The food in our sect is so good. Meng Fueying, with her regal appearance, smiled shyly. I accidentally ate a little too much, and before I knew it, I grew taller. Is that so? Does eating more mean you grow taller? Xie Ying found it hard to believe, otherwise, she couldn't explain the fact that she had only grown less than 5 centimeters in 6 months. Yes. It's not just me. 5th and 6th senior brothers have grown a lot too. Meng Fueying stepped aside, happily sharing Xie Ying's joy. So Ji Heyuan and Song Xiao, whose heights had suddenly soared to over 1.8 meters in just 2 months, suddenly caught Xie Ying's attention. And then, Xie Ying's heart quietly shattered. The sadness emanating from Xie Ying was so overwhelming that the insensitive Meng Fueying finally sensed something was amiss. For senior sister, what's wrong with you? I'm very sad. Huh? Why? Because you secretly took the elixir that makes you taller. Meng Fueying was stunned. It's not that I didn't do it. Senior sister, please stop talking nonsense. Junior sister, we didn't take the elixir without your knowledge. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Ji Heyuan, who had just overheard the conversation, gave a somewhat helpless explanation. However, Xie Ying covered her ears and shook her head frantically. If you hadn't taken the elixir without my knowledge, how could you have grown so tall in 2 months? You weren't even as tall as me when I found you 6 months ago. Ji Heyuan, How could he tell Xie Ying that he had grown so tall in 2 months because he was naturally that tall? 6 months ago, he had suffered a serious injury that had completely destroyed his cultivation, causing his appearance and height to regress to that of a child. Now, after consuming the blood and other sacred fruits Xie Ying had given him, his internal injuries had long since healed. Furthermore, his cultivation had returned to the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, so his height and appearance had naturally returned to their original state. Junior sister, listen to my story. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Day doesn't understand the darkness of night. How can you, at 1.8 meters tall, understand the pain of a short person like me? It's okay, junior sister. You're cute even when you're short. Shut up. Ji Heyuan, Coaxing her wasn't working, but he had to keep trying, otherwise he was afraid Xie Ying would get upset and secretly poison his spiritual food. Junior sister, I'm serious. You're really cute when you're petite like this. Xie Ying, You're comforting her well. Don't do it next time, okay? And so, at the foot of Yutian Sec Mountain, a strange scene unfolded, A petite female cultivator in a cyan moonlit dress walked swiftly ahead, covering her ears, while a handsome, celestial-looking male cultivator chased after her, patiently trying to comfort her. Third senior sister, is fourth senior sister okay? Meng Fuiying retreated to Shinfuyu's side, deeply worried. Will fifth senior brother be sent flying by fourth senior sister's rake? Don't worry, Ying wouldn't be so cruel. Fifth junior brother, like you, was picked up by her from outside. But Shinfuyu paused as she spoke, seeing Xia Ying, not far away, swinging her alchemy furnace at Ji Hiyuan. She silently averted her eyes. Fifth junior brother must have been too harsh and offended Ying. It's okay. They often quarrel like this. They be fine soon. Last time on Chang'an Island, Ying pissed fifth junior brother off like a dolphin, and they didn't become enemies after all. As Shinfuyu spoke, she remembered the speculation second senior brother Mo Yin had secretly shared with her after returning from the Southern Territory, so she added, Fuiying, you're still young, so you don't understand. This is a joy only your fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother can understand. Really? Meng Fuiying fell into deep thought as she watched Ji Hiyuan, who was being swung by the alchemy furnace not far away, but she felt her senior sister wouldn't lie. So, she chose to trust Shinfuyu. For a senior sister and fifth senior brother have such a good relationship. How enviable. Although the Xiaoyao sect isn't one of the 9 major sects and maintains a very low profile, it is nonetheless a renowned maritime sect in the world of immortal cultivation. Thus, the disciples of the Yutian sect didn't neglect her and politely escorted her to the guest house. However, the news that Xia Ying had left the Yutian sect and defected to another sect had quietly spread within the Yutian sect. A total of 20 disciples from the Xiaoyao sect participated in the sect competition, all carefully selected from the sect's best. In addition to all the disciples from Qibao Island, direct disciples from several other islands were also included in Su Yinji's team. The group of 20 was stationed on the same mountain peak. The next day, Shinfuyu was just about to call his 2 junior sisters to go for a stroll in Changyang City at the foot of the mountain when he heard a loud explosion from the courtyard to the south. This sound was familiar. Could Ying be planning to blow up the Yutian sect? Chapter 87. Shinfuyu's feet were tumbling rapidly, and he bumped into Su Yinji and the others who had hurried over to the courtyard. Su Yinji? Junior sister Shin heard the noise too. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding the worry in each other's eyes. Then, they looked towards the courtyard in tacit understanding. Xia Ying's feud with the Yutian sect was no secret within the Xiaoyao sect, and Xia Ying had never concealed her dislike for the Yutian sect and its inhabitants. They had only been in the Yutian sect for a day, and they had already witnessed a great deal of hostility towards Xia Ying from within. Now that Xia Ying was a direct disciple of their Xiaoyao sect elder, the Yutian sect's people still didn't know how to restrain themselves. One could only imagine the difficult time Xia Ying had endured in the Yutian sect when she was unable to cultivate. Those shameless people from the Yutian sect must have said something unpleasant in front of senior sister Xia again. Senior brother Su, why don't we just have junior sister Xia blow up the Yutian sect? We in the Xiaoyao sect can afford the compensation anyway. Yes, senior sister Ningyao's words make perfect sense. I agree with your proposal. Senior brother Su, me too. They weren't afraid of causing trouble. They were only worried that the Yutian sect, a shabby place, would affect Xia Ying's mood, hindering her performance in the sect competition, or even causing her to develop inner demons that would hamper her future cultivation. Their master had said that Xia Ying was a rare genius in the world of immortal cultivation, one that only appears once in 1,000 years. Her future path to immortality was limitless. The Xiaoyao sect disciples were all proud to have such an outstanding and ambitious fellow disciple. What was the point of blowing up a mountain in the Yutian sect to prevent Xia Ying's inner demons? Anyway, they were also extremely annoyed with the Yutian sect's arrogant disciples. Truly speaking, the Yutian sect wasn't as well established as their Xiaoyao sect. It was only because of the emergence of Linging Fairy, the world's foremost cultivator. A half-step divine transformation cultivator that had rose above the other sects. Linging Fairy was a forerunner in the world of immortal cultivation, having played a vital role in the Wanmao Gorge's demonic resurgence, so they naturally admired her. But that didn't mean they would be completely convinced by the Yutian sect's bullying disciples. Senior brother Su, looking at his younger brothers and sisters, each more indignant than the other, pinched his brows with a slight headache. While what they said was true, they couldn't just say it so easily. How could he respond? Huh? Ying doesn't seem to want to destroy the Yutian sect. Shinfuyu's voice drew the attention of Su Yinji, Ningyao, and the others. In the simple courtyard, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and two figures emerged, one after the other. Junior brother G? After seeing clearly, Ning Yao's eyes widened slightly, subconsciously glancing at Shinfuyu for an answer. Senior sister Shin, how could junior brother G emerge from junior sister Xia's room? This. Could it be them? Could it be that the explosion just now wasn't junior sister Xia tinkering with some secret weapon, intending to blow up the Yutian sect, but rather something she and junior brother G were making in their room? Seeing Ning Yao's look of obvious misunderstanding, Shinfuyu finally felt the pain of a headache. Junior sister Ning, you misunderstood. Ah Ing and Xiao He entered the sect at the same time, and even before joining, they supported each other, so they always had a good relationship. When Ah Ing is refining pills, she occasionally asked Xiao He to guard or test the medicine. I'm sure it's the same this time. Oh, I see. Thank you, senior sister Shin, for clearing up my confusion. Ning Yao's tone dragged on, a hint of teasing in her eyes, clearly not believing Shinfuyu's explanation. Looking at the others' expressions, they all matched Ning Yao's. Shinfuyu, who had been about to offer some explanation, completely gave up. Never mind. Ying, Xiao He, it's not that senior sister isn't being nice, it's simply that you made too much noise. Alright, since junior sister Xia is alright, everyone should go. Su Yanji, perhaps sensing Shinfuyu's embarrassment, dismissed Ning Yao and the other disciples. Junior sister Shin, I heard the forgetful worry terrace behind the Yutian sect's guest peak has breathtaking scenery. Why don't we go see it together? Sure. Shinfuyu raised an eyebrow and readily agreed. Together, they transformed into two streams of light and flew towards the mountain's back. However, at this moment, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan had no idea they were about to become the source of inspiration for the private storybooks written by the Xiaoyao sect's senior and junior sisters. They gazed at the pitch-black pill in Xia Ying's hand, lost in thought. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Ying was about to speak when she choked on pill ash. She thrust the pill into Ji Heyuan's hand without a word. Xiao He, what are you still standing there for? Come, try the jade bone pill I made and see how effective it is. The jade bone pill is the color of jade and as round as a pearl. Ji Heyuan paused, his eyes complex. Junior sister, are you absolutely sure this is the jade bone pill? If it's the jade bone pill, you know after you try it. No, I don't want to. I'm afraid you poisoned me to death because of what happened yesterday. Xiao He, I don't like to hear that. Do I look that petty? Of course not. Ji Heyuan bared his white teeth, a genuine smile. Because junior sister you are. What about the most basic trust between people? Of course there's trust between people, but I'm a demon. Xia Ying, It was hard to believe she actually been silenced. Xiao He had graduated, and his first act was to smack her master to death on the beach. Humph. I want to prove to you that the elixir I refine is flawless. Hey! Junior sister. Xia Ying angrily snatched the elixir and swallowed it. Ji Heyuan had no time to stop her. He could only watch as Xia Ying devoured the elixir with the air of a martyr. See, I told you my elixir wouldn't have. Before she could finish her words, Xia Ying's face suddenly turned a visibly dark blue. There was something wrong with the jade bone pill she refined. She reached out a trembling hand toward Ji Heyuan, startling him so much that he quickly shook it back and held her steady. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? He. The elixir is poisonous. Don't eat it. Remember to feed me the antidote. Before Xia Ying could finish her words, her eyes went dark and she collapsed into Ji Heyuan's arms, fainting. Before she lost consciousness, she had only one thought: people still can't float. Didn't she get into trouble? Chapter 88. When Xia Ying opened her eyes, she felt a daze. The faces of Xiao He and her senior brothers and sisters appeared before her. She tried to speak, but her tongue was still numb, making her speech ineffective. Besides, thinking of the effects of the jade bone pill she had taken earlier, Xia Ying felt no need to speak. Why hadn't she realized before that she had potential as a poison cultivator? With this immediate effect, it should be no problem for cultivators below the golden core stage to be poisoned. If she improved it, perhaps even golden core cultivators could be poisoned. Xia Ying lay in bed, pondering the possibility of refining a poison pill that could poison a golden core cultivator, but her appearance presented a different image to others. To Shinfuyu and the others, Xia Ying had simply woken up, glanced at them, and then stared blankly at the ceiling, silent and deaf, like a dazed person. It's over, it's over. Could four senior sister have been poisoned and made insane by her own elixir? Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. Song Xiushi interrupted Meng Fuiying. Four senior sister is an elixir cultivator, not a poison cultivator. Even if she accidentally made a mistake in refining the elixir, it wouldn't be enough to poison someone completely. No, I think it's possible. Mo Yin, who had been ruminating for a long time, stroking his chin, suddenly said this. Seeing everyone looking at him, he kindly reminded him. Have you forgotten how terrifying Ah Ying's talent is? Others wouldn't make a poisonous elixir that would make them insane, but Ah Ying, that's a foregone conclusion. It wouldn't be surprising if she suddenly awakened her poison cultivation talent while refining the elixir and created an extremely poisonous elixir, right? Everyone was silent, for they felt Mo Yan's words made sense. Nothing is impossible for junior sister, senior sister, Ah Ying. Shin Fuyu was anxious, and she hurriedly urged Ji Hyun. Xiao He. Quick! Where are the detoxification pills from earlier? Give Ah Ying a few more. I can't let such a good junior sister of mine, such a big one, become a fool. The calmest and most reliable senior brother, Qin Lin Zhao, turned and left, as if he had made up his mind. I asked the fellow Taoists from Shenong Palace to come and check on Ah Ying. Quick! Senior brothers and sisters, hold down for senior sister. She's really been poisoned. She's about to take that poison pill again. It's over. Ah Ying, looking like she'd still be drooling even after being cured. Ji Hyun quickly snatched away the remaining jade bone pills she had held out. The chattering made Xia Ying's head buzz. She wanted to tell them that she wasn't poisoned. She just wanted to see if there was any room for improvement on the poison pill. But because her tongue was numb, her words came out as ah ba ba. Xia Ying, tired. Destroy. This is terrible. For senior sister can't even speak. Xia Ying endured it again and again, but finally, she could no longer endure it. She slammed the bed and used her telepathic sense to tell everyone, I'm not stupid. My tongue is simply numbed by the poison, so I can't speak for now. Really? Shin Fuyu walked forward uncertainly, holding up 2 fingers and asking Ah Ying, tell me what number this is. Xia Ying, this is 2, just like those things from the Yutian sect. It's 2 anyway. Huh? Shin Fuyu breathed a sigh of relief, completely relieved. Ah Ying's cursing is still as smooth as ever. Okay, it's okay. You're definitely not stupid. Everyone, please stop crowding around and let Ah Ying get some rest. Okay, Ah Ying, you should get some rest. Senior sister, get some rest. Shin Fuyu began to dismiss the others, but Xia Ying suddenly called out to Ji Hyun. Xiao He, wait a minute. Is there anything else, junior sister? Yugu, give me the poison pill. I continue researching it, and see if I can poison the golden core after upgrading it. Oh, Xia Ying's next target is the golden core. That's alright, he's safe. After Ji Hyun made sure he wouldn't be Xia Ying's next drug test target, he returned the pill with a clear conscience and considerately closed the door for her. The room, bustling with activity just a moment ago, suddenly fell silent. Xia Ying rubbed her arm, still numb, and summoned the system. Inin, won't you come out and explain what's going on with this jade bone pill? I was clearly refining it according to the recipe you gave me. How could a perfectly good jade bone pill turn out to be a poison pill? Even now, recalling the excruciating pain of being poisoned, Xia Ying had only one thought, pain. It hurt so much. If word got out that an alchemist had been poisoned by her own elixir, her fame would be ruined. The system has detected that the host has awakened their poison cultivation talent, and is now opening a new side quest for them. Ding. Side quest successfully triggered. Become an excellent poison cultivator. For every 10% progress, you will receive a chance to enter a random prize draw. Currently you are at 5%. Inin. Stop rambling. Answer my question first. Huh? 50% already? Yes, host. Since the host's first attempt at refining a poison pill yielded a powerful, top grade, and extremely toxic one, the progress bar is advancing rapidly. Inin has excellent vision. The host is truly a genius. So what's going on with the jade bone pill? Why did it become a poison pill? Could it be that even a top-grade alchemy furnace and the netherworld azure lotus flame can't successfully refine the jade bone pill? A system retest confirmed that this was indeed the case, but more importantly, the host was missing the most crucial ingredient. The glazed immortal bud? Glazed immortal bud? Yes, glazed immortal bud is now extinct in the world of immortal cultivation. Only the heaven realm of the 12 desolate secret realms still holds buds. If the host wishes to refine the jade bone pill to heal Ji Hyun, they must win this sect competition and secure a spot. Xia Ying nodded. The heaven realm within the 12 desolate secret realms had been her primary goal. Now that she knew the crucial ingredient for refining the jade bone pill lay within the heaven realm, she wouldn't miss this opportunity, One more thing. The supporting character, He Qianxiao, has lost favor with the heroine, Lin Yuexiang, due to his shattered foundation. The host needs to successfully awaken He Qianxiao within a year. I know. Don't worry, I won't delay the main quest. Besides, He Qianxiao is much easier to awaken than Wang Qing. After all, compared to Wang Qing, He Qianxiao is clearly more self-interested. If they grasp this point, they're not afraid of him turning against Lin Yuexiang. After thoroughly understanding the problem with the jade bone pill, Xia Ying stopped talking to Yining. She put aside her distracting thoughts and sat in her room, practicing breathing exercises to expel the remaining toxins from her body. The main peak of the Yutian sect. He Qianxiao sat in a wheelchair made of spiritual wood, his face sullen as he glared at the person blocking his path, his words tinged with sarcasm. Big brother, are you also going to stop me from seeking revenge? Big brother, don't forget who I was trying to save that led to this fate. For junior brother, I know the three of us owe you our lives. Gu Qinghuai's eyes flashed with pain. But for the sake of Yutian sect's reputation, I will not let you leave the main peak today. Chapter 89. Okay. He Qianxiao laughed heartily, his gaze suddenly fixed on Lin Yuexiang, who was standing behind Gu Qinghuai and the others. Junior sister, do you think so too? The enemy who destroyed my foundation is so close to me. Not only can I not avenge myself, but I must remain huddled on the main peak, unable to take a single step outside, for the sake of Yutian sect's reputation. Junior sister, do you also think what senior brother and the others are doing to me is right? Unlike the frenzied and sinister manner he had shown toward Gu Qinghuai and the others, He Qianxiao remained gentle towards Lin Yuexiang, as if he still treated her like a treasure. But seeing He Qianxiao like this, Lin Yuexiang's brows skipped a beat. For some reason, He Qianxiao now gave her a terrifying feeling of being out of control. But the senior in the bracelet hadn't given her any unusual hints, so she could only suppress the uneasiness deep within her heart and offer gentle comfort. For senior brother, I know you're deeply distressed, but senior brother, and we are acting on master's orders. If master finds out that you insist on leaving the main peak, he will definitely punish you. Brother, please listen to our advice. Consider the overall situation and don't bother with eyeing. Although your foundation is shattered, it's not the same as your heart. A damaged foundation can be rebuilt. Master promised to find rare treasures to help you rebuild your foundation, and I will also avenge you. That's right. Fourth junior brother, stop messing around. Before Lin Yuexiang finished speaking, Wang Qing quickly echoed him. This sect competition is being held on our Yutian sect's territory. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, so why rush now? Furthermore, your foundation is shattered, and your injuries haven't healed yet. Xia Ying's cultivation is far more than the simple early stages of foundation establishment she's revealed. What are you going to do to Xia Ying now? Are you going to let her humiliate you again? Third junior brother, shut up. Wang Qing and He Qianxiao share similar personalities, and even more so, their essences. Both are deeply selfish and act without regard for others. Knowing his words were as sharp as a knife, he spoke them without hesitation. By the time he saw He Qianxiao's face turn pale and felt a wave of guilt, he wanted to apologize, but He Qianxiao had already turned and left without even a glance at them. Third junior brother, you gone too far this time. I wasn't wrong. Wang Qing retorted unconvincedly. The argument continued behind them, but He Qianxiao, filled with hatred, was oblivious to anything else. He quickly returned to his cave, his heart filled with hatred. Hatred for Xia Ying, hatred for Lin Yuexiang, hatred for his master Mukin, and even hatred for everyone in the Yutian sect. He Qianxiao hated Xia Ying for not only severely injuring him, but also destroying his foundation. He hated Lin Yuexiang for causing him suffering, yet she acted as if nothing had happened and accused him of ignoring the greater good. He hated Mukin for possessing precious treasures that could help him rebuild his foundation, yet he refused to give them to him because Lin Yuexiang was about to break through. He hated everyone in the Yutian sect for turning a blind eye to his suffering. Damn it. Who's hiding so low and dared not show themselves? In a rage, He Qianxiao suddenly raised his head and glared at a certain spot in the cave, his gaze piercing. Suddenly, a cloud of gray mist appeared from nowhere above the empty beams. As the mist grew larger, a pair of giant pupils shimmering with a faint green light slowly emerged from within. He Qianxiao, I'm here to help you. The gray mist laughed continuously, dancing around He Qianxiao. Don't you hate those people? Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to rebuild your foundation and become the genius disciple everyone admires and envies? If you promise to do me a favor, everything you desire will come true. He Qianxiao, do you want to make this deal with me? Ding. Supporting character He Qianxiao's favorability rating has dropped by 10 points. Favorability has dropped by 10 points. Ding. Current favorability rating for the heroine, Lin Yuexiang, is 50 points. In the side room, Xie Ying, who had just finished meditating after expelling the remaining toxins from her body, opened her eyes, and was stunned by the continuous system notifications. Xie Ying, quick to react, was ecstatic. How could such a good thing happen? Since He Qianxiao had managed to lower her favorability, she now officially declared that He Qianxiao was no longer her most hated person in the Yutian sect. Meanwhile, Ji Huyuan, sitting in the courtyard, seemed to have a sense of something. He glanced up at the Yutian sect's main peak, the smile slowly fading. After hiding for so long, those people have finally caught up with us. Western Territory, Luyuan Palace. Helian Yao, dressed in a seductive red robe, reclined on a large chair made of bones, his collar open to reveal his boundless beauty. A dark red liquid flowed from a glass cup in his hand. Duh. The sound of footsteps approached from afar. Helian Yao raised his eyelids slightly to glance at the approaching person, then quickly withdrew his gaze. A lazy tone echoed through the hall. Have you found the person? My lord, after extensive investigation, we discovered that disciples from both the Wuying sect and the Xiaoyao sect had entered Lingsang Mountain just before the incident involving the Brown Bear clan of Lingsang Mountain. Furthermore, Ming Fuiying, the daughter of the previous Brown Bear clan leader, also joined the Xiaoyao sect after the Lingsang Mountain disaster. According to current information, Ming Fuiying is the only living member of the Brown Bear clan left alive. Helian Yao held the glass cup, his fingers slightly bent, tapping the bones beneath him intermittently. The Lingsang Mountain matter can be put aside for now. What about the young sect master's whereabouts? I'm incompetent, and haven't yet tracked him down. The visitor paused at this, lowering his head even lower, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. My lord, spare my life. Please give me one more chance. The visitor suddenly knelt on the ground, extremely respectful. The young sect master used to live alone in the divine tower within the demon sect, always wearing a special mask, and never revealing his true face. Aside from the deceased old sect master, no one in the demon sect knew the young sect master's true appearance or name. Our men lost their way near Changyang City. We suspect the young sect master may have infiltrated the Yutian sect, one of the 9 great sects. Helian Yao interrupted him calmly. The young sect master is a demon, and the 9 great sects have always been at odds with demons. But the young sect master is no ordinary demon. If he so desired, it's not impossible for him to conceal his demonic nature and infiltrate the human race. Hearing this, Helian Yao finally paused in his tapping of the bones, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Go on. Master, rest assured. We successfully deployed spies within the Yutian sect. If anyone suspected of being the young sect master appears, we be notified immediately. The young sect master is already seriously injured and still recovering. By collaborating with our spies within the Yutian sect, we won't be able to capture him. In that case, proceed. Helian Yao waved his hand, and the man immediately withdrew as if pardoned. But a moment later, Helian Yao suddenly stood up and headed towards the outside of Luyuan Palace. In a moment, he was soaring above the clouds, and the direction he was heading towards was the Yutian sect. Chapter 90. Only one day remained until the sect competition. Whether independent cultivators or sect disciples, all who wished to participate in this grand event had already arrived in Changyang City. The Yutian sect had 3 guest peaks, specially prepared for disciples from all sects, large and small, who were attending the competition. Independent cultivators naturally did not receive such preferential treatment. As a result, Changyang City was filled with independent cultivators of all stripes, and the bustle was even greater than the day Xie Ying first arrived. At this moment, Xie Ying and Ming Fuiying were strolling hand in hand through Changyang City. No girl doesn't love shopping. Even female cultivators in the Immortal realm were no exception. Xie Ying had originally intended to drag Shenfuyu along, but upon arriving at Shenfuyu's courtyard, she discovered that Su Yinji had already arrived and had already made an appointment with Shenfuyu to go shopping at the Wanbao Pavilion in Changyang City. Ever since joining the Xiaoyao sect, Xie Ying had been secretly creating opportunities for Su Yinji and Shenfuyu to be alone together. Now that the usually mild-mannered Su Yinji had finally taken the initiative, Xie Ying felt incredibly relieved. Great. Senior brother Su has finally grown up and realized that you have to actively pursue a wife. So, Xie Ying tactfully avoided being a third wheel between the two of them, and slipped down the mountain with Ming Fuiying in tow. For senior sister, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? In the bustling city of Changyang, the two had just found a tea house to rest and were eager to gather together, whispering and sharing their gossip. So, can we soon attend third senior sister and senior brother Su's wedding banquet? That's a bit risky. Xiang, recalling the slow progress of the two in the original novel, felt a little anxious. Perhaps we can help them? For senior sister, do you have a good idea? Meng Fuiying's eyes sparkled, looking at Xiang expectantly. During her stay in Yutian sect, she had acquired many popular tales from her neighbor, senior sister Ningyao, about the human and immortal worlds. She was no longer the clueless fool she had been a few days before. She had discovered the second most interesting thing besides cultivation. CP. There's definitely a way, but it's not suitable right now. Although Xiang desperately wanted to bring third senior sister and senior brother Su together, bringing them together, she didn't forget that their more important priority was achieving excellent results in the sect competition. As for love and affection, they're ultimately just icing on the cake. How could they be more important than coming in first in the sect competition? After the sect competition is over, let's return to Xiaoyao's sect and plan things in detail. For senior sister is right. Right now, the sect competition is more important. Sister Xie? A surprised voice echoed. Xie Ying and Meng Fuiying turned around at the same time, only to see that Yun Che and Yun Hao had also arrived. The one who had just spoken was Yun Hao, the more eccentric of the two. Yun Hao had only intended to greet Xie Ying, but he was surprised to see a beautiful female cultivator with cold eyes and a face as bright as the moon turn and look at him. The moment she turned, a gentle breeze passed by the window, sweeping her hair through the air. The brown strands shimmered in the sunlight. Yun Hao's breath hitched. At that moment, he could hear the frantic beating of his heart. He was in trouble. He was falling in love. Junior brother Yun. Xiang replied with a smile. I didn't expect we meet again so soon. Yes, junior brother and I had originally planned to visit senior sister Xie at the Xiaoyao sect's guest house. But because the sect competition was about to begin, we didn't want to disturb her, so we didn't go. I didn't expect to run into her here by chance. What a pleasant surprise. How? What are you standing there for? After exchanging pleasantries with Xiang, Yun Che realized his junior brother was still standing there, idiotically, and hurriedly urged him on. Yun Hao suddenly woke up, and under the gaze of several people, mainly Meng Fuiying, he scrambled to the window and sat down. Everyone, ? Xie Ying and Meng Fuiying exchanged a glance. Meng Fuiying, senior sister, this guy doesn't look very bright. Xie Ying, don't worry, he's not our junior disciple anyway, so it's not a big deal. Yun Che saw the eye contact between the two clearly, and his face flushed again. What's wrong with Hao? Why did he embarrass himself in front of senior sister Xie again? Senior sister Xie. Just then, Yun Hao, completely oblivious to the three people's gazes, spoke. He quickly glanced up at Meng Fuiying, then backed away. For some reason, Xie Ying could sense a hint of girlish shyness in him. Is this fellow Taoist your senior sister? Meng Fuiying was horrified. Don't talk nonsense. Xie Ying's smile froze at these words. She looked at Yun Hao's genuine face, resisting the urge to slap him, and spoke each word with gritted teeth. I'm the senior sister? Let me introduce you. This is my junior sister Meng Fuiying. Really? They don't look alike. After all, even when sitting, this senior sister Meng is taller than you, senior sister Xie. Xie Ying took a deep breath. Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get angry, you get sick. No one can stop you. Yun Hao, whose mouth was faster than his brain, didn't notice anything wrong with Xie Ying's expression. Meng Fuiying, standing by, was so frightened she couldn't breathe, wanting to cry but unable to. For a senior sister is great. Absolutely great. But there's just one thing. She's always been bothered by her height. But Yun Hao, who suddenly appeared before her, hit the nail on the head with every word and sentence. It would have been fine if he had just hit himself, but he had also implicated himself. Thinking of the blows fifth senior brother Ji Huyuan had taken at the foot of Yutian Sect's mountain a few days ago, Meng Fuiying felt a wave of despair. My life is over. Junior brother Yun. Xie gave him a kind smile. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Yun Hao looked bewildered, ? Did he say something wrong? He couldn't keep quiet. Otherwise, how could he behave in front of this senior sister Meng? Yun Che looked at his junior brother, who was always a beat behind his feet, and wanted to cover his mouth. How could such a nice guy have such a mouth? Meeting his fate. Everyone, have some tea, have some tea. Meng Fuiying, desperate to survive, laughed it off. Yun Hao, seeing his goddess had spoken, naturally picked up his teacup and drank from it. Senior sister Ming seemed so easy to get along with. Not long after Yun Che and Yun Hao sat down, several familiar faces entered Xie Ying's sight. The two sisters from the beast-taming valley, the few disciples who accompanied them, and Hua Xingyan, the eldest daughter of the Hua family, who had appeared in Yujing City before. Surprisingly, their eyes lit up the moment they saw Xie Ying, and they all walked towards her simultaneously. Chapter 91. Xie Ying. Xie Daoyu. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. The gazes of the two groups met mid-air before quickly parting. They simultaneously quickened their pace and rushed towards Xie Ying. As a result, the two groups collided, completely blocking the road. Lu Jinxi frowned, speaking rudely, "Who are you? Get out of the way. I was here first." "Why?" Hua Xingyan refused to give in. "Your name isn't on this road, so I'm going there first today. What's wrong?" Xie Ying sat there, watching the two young ladies nearly come to blows over her, feeling incredibly relieved. I never expected her to be so alluring now that even girls would fight for her. Fight! She hadn't seen what female cultivators in the immortal world were like when they fought each other. Would it be just like ordinary people, pulling hair and scratching faces? What should I do now? Suddenly feeling a sense of anticipation. Ming Fuiying sat next to Xie Ying. When Xie Ying frowned, she guessed what her senior sister was up to. She shook her head. Senior sister is so naughty. When will she be more mature like me? Seeing the increasingly obvious expression of anticipation on Xie Ying's face, Ming Fuiying said quietly, "Senior sister, if they start arguing over you and turn the tea house upside down, you be paying for the spirit stones out of your own pocket." A word of warning. Xie Ying shuddered, her smile frozen on her face. She sat up in shock from her near-death illness. She had almost been the clown herself. "Stop arguing." As Xie Ying's voice rang out, Lu Jinxi and Hua Xingyan both glanced at her. Ahem. Xie Ying coughed lightly, then naturally resorted to Ming Fuiying's earlier rhetoric, meeting his fate. "If you don't mind, would you all sit down and have some tea?" "Of course I don't mind." Lu Jinning raised his lips to smile, pulling Lu Jinxi to the table and sitting down. "Humph." Lu Jinxi snorted proudly, but allowed Lu Jinning to pull her along without resistance. At the same time, Hua Xingyan, who had just been arguing with Lu Jinxi, approached Xie Ying. She smiled brightly, a dashing, heroic spirit radiating from her brows. "Fellow Daoist Xie, I finally see you again. Who are you?" Although Xie Ying, who possessed the original novel, knew that Hua Xingyan was another stepping stone and cannon fodder for the charming heroine Lin Yuexiang on her path to the celestial realm, the original owner, who had lived in the Yutian sect since childhood, was not supposed to have any contact with Hua Xingyan, let alone know the eldest daughter of the Hua family in the Eastern Territory. It's understandable that fellow Daoist Xie doesn't recognize me. I'm Hua Xingyan from the Hua clan of the East Territory. We met briefly at the Yujing auction house. As expected, Hua Xingyan didn't see anything wrong with Xie Ying's doubt and introduced herself confidently. What I hate most in my life is that pretentious, self-serving Lin Yuexiang. Fellow Daoist Xie severely dampened Lin Yuexiang's spirit at the Yujing auction house, which truly vented my anger. So, I always wanted to meet fellow Daoist Xie, but I struggled to find the right opportunity. The truth is, even before the Yujing auction ended, Hua Xingyan had already mobilized the Hua clan's influence to investigate Xie Ying. After learning about the feud between Xie Ying and Lin Yuexiang, she was delighted. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No wonder she felt such a warm welcome the moment she met Xie Ying. It turned out they were like-minded. Fellow Daoist Hua, you're welcome. Even if we weren't here, I wouldn't be watching Lin Yuexiang jumping for joy. Otherwise, how could you say fellow Daoist Xie and I are destined to be together? We even hate the same person. Hua Xingyan was incredibly friendly, eager to pull Xie Ying over and become sworn brothers right then and there. This is truly destined. TSK. Lu Jinxi couldn't help but sneer. Can this be considered fate? Why not? Lu Jinxi, She was speechless for a moment. Is the Lin Yuexiang you're talking about the disciple of Master Mu Chen of the Yutian sect? Yun Hao, always a step behind, spoke slowly, his tone filled with genuine doubt. But I heard that this very Lin is gentle and kind, gifted in cultivation, and diligent. Everyone who's met her doesn't dislike her. How come she doesn't seem like the person you, senior sister Xie, described? A tea house, a semi-public setting, isn't exactly the right place for conversation. But neither Hua Xingyan nor Xie Ying lowered their voices, nor did they conceal anything. Thus, everyone else in the tea house heard everything they said clearly. As a popular heroine, Lin Yuexiang naturally holds an exceptional reputation in the world of immortal cultivators. Almost all male cultivators have a natural affinity for her. Yun Hao's question echoed the concerns of most cultivators in the tea house. Just when they expected Xia Ying and Hua Xingyan to spare no effort in smearing and slandering Lin Yuexiang, they heard a simultaneous chuckle. Xia Ying shrugged, her expression nonchalant and casual. Everyone has their own opinions. Anyway, I'm destined for a lifelong feud with Lin Yuexiang. As for whether Lin Yuexiang is as gentle, kind, diligent, and intelligent as you heard, junior brother Yun will find out after interacting with her. That's right. Hua Xingyan nodded politely in agreement. Although Lin Yuexiang and I don't have a deep-seated grudge, there's no chance we ever be on good terms. Perhaps others may think Lin Yuexiang is wonderful, but to me, her existence only undermines my Taoist resolve. Yun Hao, is Lin Yuexiang really that sinister? He was about to ask more, but Yunshe quickly grabbed a piece of pastry and blocked his mouth, changing the subject naturally. Fellow Taoist Hua, you haven't joined any sect. Are you coming to Yutian sect to participate in the independent cultivator competition? Of course. Sects are great, but don't underestimate the strength of our immortal cultivation families. Hua Xingyan was confident and proud. Even independent cultivators aren't necessarily inferior to your immortal sect disciples. Previous sect competitions were fine, but the outcome of this one directly affects a spot in the heavenly realm within the 12 desolate secret realms. Of course, I must compete for it. Hua Xingyan's words echoed the thoughts of nearly everyone present. No cultivator would be reluctant to enter the 12 desolate secret realms. Those who qualify for entry into the 12 desolate secret realms are undoubtedly the best among immortal cultivators. What's more, the one opening this time is the heavenly realm, ranked first among the 12 desolate secret realms. No one can resist this temptation. Even the Lu sisters exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with the same ambition. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the long street outside the window, and a voice drifted across the wind, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, hurry to the notice board. The Immortal Demon Alliance has issued a new announcement. Chapter 92. This sentence was like a boulder suddenly dropped into calm waters. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The sect competition was about to begin, and the Immortal Demon Alliance suddenly issued a new announcement. Even a quick guess knew it was related to the competition's rewards. The spots in the 12 desolate secret realms. Could something have changed, and the rewards for the top 20 in the competition be replaced? Xia Ying and the others exchanged glances, then tacitly followed the crowd to the notice board. Whenever the Immortal Demon Alliance makes a move, it's bound to be top-notch. Across the notice board, rows of shimmering golden characters floated in midair. The cultivators rushing to the front could clearly see them without having to squeeze in. Everyone couldn't help but smile when they read the contents of the Immortal Demon Alliance's new announcement. This was actually good news. A day ago, unusual movements were reported in the 12 desolate secret realms. After the Immortal Demon Alliance elders rushed to investigate, they discovered that the entrance to the Heaven Realm had expanded slightly. This means that when the Heaven Realm fully opens, it will be able to accommodate even more cultivators than before. Thus, after careful calculation, the Immortal Demon Alliance increased the original quota of 20 for each of the human and demon races to the current 30 each. No matter how openly and covertly the various sects in the immortal cultivation world compete for resources, or with the demon race, the Immortal Demon Alliance is truly a rare organization in the world of immortal cultivation that can be considered impartial. The Immortal Demon Alliance never favors any side. All its decisions are based on the greater good of the immortal cultivation world. Legend has it that there are 3,000 worlds, each divided into 3,000 small worlds, 3,000 medium worlds, and 3,000 large worlds. The Wanxiang continent may seem to have produced countless immortal cultivation geniuses, but they are merely the most insignificant of the 3,000 small worlds. The Immortal Demon Alliance's original purpose, besides balancing the relationship between humans and demons, was most importantly to break the shackles of this world, find the path to heaven, and ascend to the upper realms. According to records, no cultivator on the Wanxiang continent has successfully ascended to the upper realms for tens of millions of years. In today's Wanxiang continent, ascending to the upper realms seems like something that only exists in legend. The Immortal Demon Alliance's goal is to cultivate a cultivator from the Wanxiang continent who can successfully ascend to the upper realms. If Wanxiang continent has a cultivator in the upper realms, then the remaining people's ascension will no longer be as difficult as before. As more people ascend to the upper realms, the Wanxiang continent may even be able to rise from a small world to become one of the 3,000 middle worlds. For this reason, The Immortal Demon Alliance has never been stingy in providing opportunities and resources to its disciples in the cultivation world. Whether you're a solo cultivator or a sect disciple, whether you're human or demon, as long as you have the strength, the Immortal Demon Alliance is willing to provide resources and opportunities commensurate with your abilities. The increase in the number of places in the 12 desolate secret realms is the best proof of this. The cultivators, already eager for this sect competition, grew even more excited upon hearing this news. The entire city of Chongyang was like a boiling pot, everyone seething with excitement. Amidst this rejoicing and joyful event, a sudden voice rang out, jarringly out of place, drawing the attention of Xie Ying and the others. "Stop! How dare a monk like you do such shameful things? You actually wrote these obscene lyrics to smear our Yutian sect. Which small Buddhist temple are you from? I want to see your abbot. I want him to do justice for our Yutian sect." Ba, this fellow Taoist has misunderstood. This book was not written by me. Why does that voice sound familiar? Thanking her height advantage, Xie Ying weaved her way through the crowd, quickly making her way to the frontier and digging into the warm melon. After recognizing the shouter's face, Xie Ying's eyes flickered with understanding. It was Zhao Qin, an outer disciple of the Yutian sect. No wonder she felt familiar. At that moment, Zhao Qin was holding aloft a rather flashy-looking book. The title, "A Few Things I Must Tell the Yutian Sect Master," stood out prominently on the cover. Everyone's attention was drawn to the book in Zhao Qin's hands, their thoughts drifting off to other things. This title sounds a bit provocative. I wonder if the content will be even more provocative, even more captivating than the title was. The sleek, bald head standing across from Zhao Qin, brighter than a 12-watt light bulb. Oh, it's a monk. The monk, dressed in the most ordinary of robes, gently twirled a string of Buddhist beads. The monk had a pair of compassionate eyes. Simply standing there, his gaze lowered slightly, he could convey a sense of boundless compassion. Xie Ying gazed at the otherworldly monk before her, and suddenly thought of another character mentioned in the original novel. Guan Kong, the Buddhist disciple of Brahma Temple. Guan Kong was the disciple with the strongest Buddhist spirit in Brahma Temple. Legend has it that when he entered Brahma Temple, the Buddhist lotus flowers that had been dormant for a century in the temple's back hills suddenly blossomed, and the delicate fragrance of the lotus permeated the entire temple for a long time. For this reason, Guan Kong earned the title Buddha's son upon entering Brahma Temple. It's a pity that this Buddhist disciple, whom Brahma Temple had placed such high hopes on, and who had the greatest potential for enlightenment, perished in the original novel, unable even to survive the nascent soul tribulation. But Xie Ying felt that anyone worthy of being called a Buddhist disciple would not perish at the hands of a minor nascent soul thunder tribulation. The Buddhist disciple Guankong's demise in the original novel must have some hidden secrets she didn't know. She wondered if she would trigger a side quest involving Guankong then. Xie Ying was pondering this when she heard Zhao Qin scolding her again. This time, before the monk could respond, a cultivator who couldn't bear the consequences spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, monks don't lie. Since this monk said it had nothing to do with him, why are you being so aggressive?" "I'm aggressive? Humph! Why don't you just say this monk is scheming? I saw the book fall from his robe with my own eyes. If he didn't write it, then I wrote it to frame him? What do you mean by monks don't lie? I think he's just some fake monk from some small Buddhist temple. How can he be compared to the true masters of the Brahma Temple of the Buddhist sect? Anyway, if this monk doesn't give me and the Yutian sect an explanation today, I will never let him go." Ever since Xie Ying flung him away in public that day, he had been simmering with resentment. Now that he had finally caught a monk who was easily bullied, Zhao Qin was certainly not going to let him go easily. If it weren't for the explicit rule in Chongyang City prohibiting fighting between monks, Zhao Qin would have even considered taking the monk in front of him back to the Yutian sect's leader for punishment. What bad luck had this monk run into him? Ba, monks don't lie. This book truly wasn't written by me, and I never even read it. If you ask me for an explanation, I'm at a loss. But if you truly don't understand my explanation, I do know a few basic techniques. Chapter 93. At these words, the onlookers were stunned. Why did they seem to sense a strong murderous aura? Looking more closely, the monk still wore that same compassionate expression, and everyone's heart settled back into their stomachs. It was indeed an illusion. That's what they've been saying. How could a compassionate Buddhist disciple possibly harbor murderous aura? This Yutian sect disciple must have gone too far, forcing the monks to anger. "What? You a monk? Are you trying to kill?" Zhao Qin, with a look of disdain on his face, stood there defiantly. Not to mention that fighting among monks is forbidden in Chongyang City. Even if it were allowed, how dare you, a monk, break the precept of killing. Ah, me to a FO. As another extremely soft Buddhist chant echoed, a dark light flashed in the monk's eyes. The Buddhist beads in his hand, made from 108 polished Bodhi seeds, suddenly transformed into a golden light and enveloped Zhao Qin, binding him tightly. Zhao Qin was about to burst into a curse, but when he opened his mouth, he found himself speechless. Zhao Qin was horrified. Had he met a tough opponent? Before Zhao Qin could think, the monk suddenly sat down cross-legged, pulled a small wooden fish from his sleeve, and began to gently tap it. Fellow Taoist, your excessive anger may be detrimental to your practice. I will chant sutra to purify your soul. Knock. 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 The clear, distant sound of the wooden fish, accompanied by the sacred chanting, slowly spread from the monk's center. Every monk who heard this sound felt a sense of peace and tranquility within their hearts, and even their previous intense desire to watch the show faded. Truly a master monk with profound Buddhist teachings, even Xiang, tucked into the crowd, couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and tranquility. However, when her gaze rested on Zhao Qin again, she was slightly taken aback. All the cultivators present who heard the chanting had peaceful expressions and calm hearts. Only Zhao Qin's expression was frozen, his eyes filled with endless fear, as if he had witnessed something extremely terrifying. You mean, is there something wrong with the chanting? The host was right. This is one of the unique secret techniques of Guankong, a Buddhist disciple of Brahma Temple. Guankong blended illusion with Buddhist teachings. The sound of the wooden fish began, and the illusion unfolded. Cultivators like you, the host, who weren't targeted, heard the soothing chanting. But those like Zhao Qin, who were targeted by Guankong, heard and saw the most terrifying things in their hearts. And because the Buddhist disciple didn't harm anyone, but merely trapped them to promote Buddhism, even the white-clad men who maintained order in the city didn't appear. Xiang raised an eyebrow at this, her eyes filled with interest. I never expected Guankong to be such a Buddhist disciple. I thought all Buddhist disciples were pure-hearted, selfless, and boundlessly compassionate saints. A reminder to the host, there are no purely good people in the world of immortal cultivation, not even Buddhists. Furthermore, this Guankong Buddhist disciple doesn't cultivate the way of the common people. So what kind of way does he cultivate? Yinin doesn't know either. If the host wants to know, she can discuss Buddhism with Guankong Buddhist disciple herself. You don't know, so why would you believe it? Yinin stopped responding and fell silent. Xiang didn't ask any more questions, because she knew that except for matters related to the mission, 5 out of 10 words Yinin said were untrustworthy. Men's words can be deceiving, and Yinin is no different in this respect. She wouldn't be so foolish as to discuss Buddhism with Guankong. There's a good chance she'd be liberated by him before the discussion was even finished. But if she followed Guankong, she might find another acquaintance. Under the influence of Guankong's Dharma, the crowd that had once thronged the area had long since dispersed, leaving only a few scattered figures. In a short period of time, Zhao Qin's gaze had gone from one of initial terror to one of current dullness. The sound of the wooden fish ceased, and Guankong, still with a compassionate expression, lightly raised his hand to retrieve the Buddhist beads. Without a second glance at Zhao Qin, who slumped to the ground, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Others assumed Zhao Qin had been so deeply moved by the Dharma that he hadn't noticed anything unusual about him. Xiang noticed, but she didn't care whether Zhao Qin lived or died. What did the life or death of the Yutian sect disciples have to do with her, Xiang? She was being kind by not attacking him. For senior sister, fellow Taoist Yun, and the others have already left. Why don't we go back too? Senior sister, everyone's gone. What are you still looking at? Looking at the monks. Ming Fuiying. That's not something to dwell on, is it? Before Ming Fuiying could recover, Xiang had already grabbed her wrist and dragged her in the direction Guankong had left. Outside Changyang City, Guankong, clad in a white monk's robe, flashed into the dim, lightless dark night forest. Inside the dark night forest, a large man in pink, a broadsword strapped to his waist, squatted on the ground, counting spirit stones with a beaming smile. We're rich. We sold dozens of times more books today than usual. I hadn't expected so many people in the world of immortal cultivation to enjoy reading about the Yutian sect's leaders' romantic affairs. No, he couldn't miss such a great business opportunity. It's time to retreat and write some new storybooks. The pink-clad man's eyes darted, and a new thought quickly occurred to him. It seemed that the Yutian sect leader's close disciple was quite famous in the world of immortal cultivation. Fellow Taoist Yang Shu. Oh my god, who was that? It's Master Guankong. Master, you're worthy of being a disciple of Brahma Temple. It's Li Liang'er. His brains are much more useful than a rough guy like me. Here are the 30% of the spirit stones I promised you. Keep them. Yang Shu skillfully counted out the 30% from the pile of spirit stones and, with a smile on his face, placed them into Guankong's pocket. At the sight of the spirit stones, Guankong's expression remained unchanged, but a genuine smile flickered deep in his eyes. But the smile quickly vanished. Just as Yang Shu was about to discuss their next collaboration with Guankong, Guankong suddenly pulled out a wooden fish and struck it in a certain direction. The sound of the wooden fish, laced with murderous intent, struck Xiang and the others. Xiang quickly raised her exquisite umbrella to block the blow. Wait a minute, my friend. I mean no harm. Fellow Taoist, you've been following me all the way. If you're not here to learn martial arts, then you're here to discuss Buddhism? Neither. Xia Ying's gaze passed Guankong and fell on the pink-clad man behind him. Actually, I'm here to see him. At first, Xia Ying wasn't entirely sure if the pink-clad man was the one she was looking for, but the moment she heard him speak, her heart was at ease. Although the voice was different, the tone was unmistakable. This Yang Shu was the black cloak number 23 with whom she had so much fun chatting in the black market. Seeking me? Yang Shu's rugged face was filled with a clear expression of foolishness. But I don't know you. Brother. Xia Ying's tone suddenly changed. Do you still remember Daming Lake? Ugh. 22 from the Yujing Black Market. Chapter 94. Yang Shu's gaze slowly shifted from clear and foolish to excited and delighted at the familiar word brother. Brother, my good brother. Excitedly, Yang Shu took 3 steps at a time, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xia Ying and gave her a huge hug. I missed you so much. Why didn't you come to the black market to see me later? I waited for you there for a long time. I had something urgent to deal with, so I didn't go to the black market. And I think you are missing me. You are missing the elixir in my hand. Oh, brother, that's not right. I should call you sister now. Although I really need your elixir, I also sincerely want to be your friend. The trial tower concerned Xia Zhan, so Xia Ying certainly wasn't foolish enough to tell everyone she met. Although Yang Shu acted bold and casual, he was actually quite thoughtful. Seeing that Xia Ying didn't want to talk more, he naturally didn't ask any more questions. So didn't I come here specifically to see you? Here, this is the elixir I promised you last time. Thank you so much, big sister. At the sight of the elixir, Yang Shu's eyes lit up like a cat seeing a mouse. He took it, placed it in his storage bag, then took out a spirit stone and skillfully placed it in Xia Ying's hand, his movement smooth and fluid, without a hint of hesitation. Xia Ying raised an eyebrow at this, then put the spirit stone away without refusing or saying anything. Even brothers have to settle accounts, and besides, Yang Shu wasn't her beloved senior or junior brother, and she wasn't the less Han giant Buddha. Naturally, she had to accept the payment for the elixir. Big sister, how did you know I knew Master Guankong and followed me here? Because of this. Xia Ying smiled mysteriously, and pulled out a copy of a few things I must tell the master of the Yutian sect. As soon as I saw Zhao Qin holding this book, I knew you were nearby. I just didn't expect that Master Guankong was actually your bookseller. Thank you so much. Master Guankong and I are simply seeking our own needs. Amitabha. Guankong added, I am also forced to do this by life. The Brahma Temple advocates asceticism, and each person can only receive 10 medium-grade spirit stones per month. I and my fellow disciples can only seek opportunities on our own. I understand. Master, you work so hard. The 3 of them flattered each other, and soon found themselves chatting, even feeling a sense of regret for not meeting each other earlier. Senior sister, so Zhao Qin didn't really wrongly accuse Master just now? Meng Fuiying, standing by, was shocked and shocked again. Finally, she couldn't help but weakly ask her question. But don't monks tell lies? Amitabha, I certainly didn't write the book, and I haven't read a single word of it, so everything I say is true. Guankong was very calm. I simply brought the book to fellow Taoist Zhao, and then found an opportunity to drop it off. That doesn't count as a lie. That's right, that's right. How can a monk's affairs be considered a lie? Xia Ying agreed, giving Guankong a look of praise. Meng Fuiying was once again shocked. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? That's why I always say Master Guankong has a great brain. The sales of this book were originally neither good nor bad, but after Master Guankong's actions, hey! Guess what? This book's fame has spread instantly throughout the streets and alleys, and it was the disciples of the Yutian sect who personally promoted it, saving me a lot of effort. In just half an hour, I sold as much of this book as I did in the past half month. I'm running out of stock. This is all thanks to Master. Amiba, I only used a small trick, it's nothing to mention. It's truly the merit of fellow Taoist Yang's brilliant writing. Then, would you like to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a new storybook and reap another big profit while the hype is still going strong? As Xiang spoke, the other three people's gazes instantly fell on her. With a flash of white light, a book appeared in her palm. The title was, After Running Away with the Ball, Master Regrets It Too Late. The same light shone in Yang Shu and Guan Kong's eyes. Ming Fuiying was both puzzled and surprised. Senior sister, isn't she constantly practicing? How does she find the time to write a storybook? Xiang certainly didn't have the time. The storybook she held was an unfinished one, inspired by Yang Shu's work on the black market. She had originally planned to give it to Yang Shu to sell after the auction, but then the incident with Xie Zan and the trial tower occurred, and naturally, the matter was put on hold. Fellow Taoist Yang, do you think this has any chance of selling? I'd take a look. Yang Shu took the book and began to read it quickly. The more he read, the brighter his eyes grew. When he saw the words to be continued at the end, he scratched his head with anxiety, his entire emotions unconsciously absorbed. Great. Great. I didn't expect you, sister, to be so talented. Based on my years of experience selling storybooks, your story will definitely sell. At this moment, Xiang was truly recognized by Yang Shu as a close friend. Leave it to me. I won't let you lose out. You get 70% of the spirit stones, and I get 30%. If you two fellow Taoists need anything, I can do my bit. Of course. Guan Kong, never missing a chance to make money, offered himself again, and the three of them quickly began discussing their latest plan. After repeated shocks, Ming Fuiying finally decided to join. Senior sister can't be wrong. As long as she follows her, there will be no problems. In the dark night forest, the four of them were discussing heatedly. Inside the Yutian sect, Zhao Qin, who had been taught Buddhist teachings by Guan Kong, was also carried back to the Yutian sect by the other outer disciples. The disciples close to him were extremely worried when they saw his now demented appearance. What happened to senior brother Zhao? The sect competition is about to begin. How could he be like this? I heard he caused trouble with a Buddhist cultivator down the mountain, but that cultivator didn't attack him. He just recited a Buddhist scripture to senior brother Zhao. Just reciting a Buddhist scripture and senior brother Zhao became like this? I can't believe such an unbelievable thing could happen. Perhaps that Buddhist cultivator secretly resorted to some shady tactics. He dared to harm our Yutian sect disciples on our territory. I will make that bald-ass pay. The outer disciples gathered together, uttering harsh words, when suddenly a commotion erupted from outside. Brothers, I invited senior brother D over. Delighted, they hurried out. Chapter 95. Senior brother D, help me. Not far away, a man in a white robe strolled toward them with unhurried steps. His jet-black hair was tied high with a jade crown, and a jade flute was tucked at his waist. His features resembled distant mountains, his angular face gentle as jade, and his every move exuded an air of refined elegance. Senior brother D, revered as a deity by the outer disciples, was none other than the fifth disciple of Yutian sect's leader, Mu Qian, and the only son of Fairy Lingyin, the foremost figure in the world of immortal cultivation. Di Qinwei. As the sole descendant of Fairy Lingyin, the foremost figure in the world of immortal cultivation, Di Qinwei was born into the Yutian sect's most unique existence. Fairy Lingyin, in her years of seclusion in pursuit of her divine transformation stage, was unable to teach her son. She therefore entrusted Di Qinwei to Mu Qian, allowing him to become his personal disciple. Therefore, while Di Qinwei was ostensibly Mu Qian's direct disciple, his status in the Yutian sect far surpassed that of direct disciples like Gu Qinghuai, thanks to the powerful backing of Fairy Lingyin. He was second only to the sect master and the elders. And Lin Yuexiang's high popularity within the Yutian sect stemmed not only from her status as a direct disciple and her inherent aura as a charming heroine, but also from Di Qinwei. Ever since Lin Yuexiang joined the Yutian sect, Di Qinwei had shown a special affection for her. You should know that, aside from Mu Qian and Fairy Lingyin, Lin Yuexiang was the only person in the Yutian sect whom Di Qinwei was willing to actively approach. Humans are adaptable creatures, adapting to the circumstances and adapting to the needs of all. Whether in the mortal world or the world of immortal cultivation, the same rules of survival apply, no one is exempt. Because of this, Lin Yuexiang's status within the Yutian sect grew increasingly high, her reputation gradually surpassing that of her senior brothers and sisters. Almost any mention of the Yutian sect brought to mind Lin Yuexiang, the beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptionally gifted fairy. Di Qingwei reveled in the admiring gazes of the disciples around him, a flicker of pride flickering in his eyes. He approached the disciples at a leisurely pace, elegantly and gently, and inquired gently. I heard Zhao Qin was assaulted. What happened? Don't you know the sect's order forbids disciples from causing trouble or fighting outside? Senior Brother Di, we acknowledge our mistake. Senior Brother Zhao is in a very bad state. Please, Senior Brother Di, help him. The outer disciples dared not confront Di Qingwei, so they could only repeatedly admit their mistakes, though they couldn't help but resent Zhao Qin in their hearts. If it weren't for Senior Brother Zhao's brazen behavior and his unbridled inability to restrain himself, they wouldn't be scolded by Senior Brother Di today. The outer disciples were unaware of the specific grudge between Zhao Qin and Guankong. They only knew that a monk had reduced him to his current state of idiocy. But Di Qingwei, a fellow illusionist, saw the problem immediately. He withdrew his hand and shook his head. He was injured by an illusion. Based on your description, he must have provoked Guankong, a Buddhist disciple of Brahma Temple. What? Guankong. Everyone was horrified. They had never imagined that the soft persimmon Zhao Qin had picked on would turn out to be such a formidable opponent with such a strong background. Senior Brother Di, can't even you break Guankong's illusion? The outer disciple's concerned words inevitably touched upon Di Qingwei's most intimate thoughts. He inherited his mother, the fairy Lingyin, as innate talent, and practiced music from a young age. Beyond his talent, he also harbored a deep interest in illusion. So, Di Qingwei began cultivating his music, integrating illusion into his practice. He initially thought this was a path of cultivation he had created. But later, he discovered he wasn't unique. The Buddhist disciple Guankong of Brahma Temple had already preceded him in integrating illusion into Buddhism. He was constantly compared to Guankong by the elders of the Yutian sect, but neither his cultivation nor his talent in illusion could match Guankong's. To others, Guankong was a Buddha to be admired from afar, but to Di Qingwei, he was a mountain of pressure he could never overcome. Even Di Qingwei himself didn't know when it started, but he began to resent, even detest, being compared to Guankong. He couldn't stand hearing anyone say he was inferior to Guankong. The words of this outer disciple clearly hit a nerve. But he had always been an expert at disguise, and the disciples of the Yutian sect instinctively believed in and worshipped Di Qingwei because of the existence of fairy Lingyin, so no one noticed Di Qingwei's agitation. Senior Brother? The outer disciples saw Di Qingwei remain silent and wanted to plead again, but Di Qingwei suddenly stood up and walked outside. I will go see Master Guankong and ask for his mercy. Whether Zhao Qin can recover depends on his own fate. Thank you, Senior Brother Di. After leaving the mountain where the outer disciples lived, Di Qingwei summoned his natal spirit instrument, the Tonghuican, to carry him directly to Kefeng, where the other sect disciples lived. The guest peak is divided into 3 parts: the summit, the mountainside, and the foot of the mountain. Countless identical goose houses have been carved and constructed throughout the peak. While the goose houses are identical, their locations vary, and the spiritual energy they absorb varies. The spiritual energy becomes increasingly dense as one ascends the peak. The goose houses assigned to the disciples participating in the sect competition are based on the strength and prestige of their respective sects. Disciples from the other 8 major sects, of equal status to the Yutian sect, naturally reside on the summit. A flash of blue light flashed by, and Di Qingwei landed outside the courtyard where the Buddhist monks of Brahma Temple resided. Even before he approached, he could hear the melodious and sacred chanting emanating from the courtyard, almost blending in with the sound of the wooden fish. Dong, dong, dong. The courtyard door opened, and a Buddhist monk in monk's robes stood before Di Qingwei. I wonder what brings you to Brahma Temple. I am Di Qingwei, a disciple of the Yutian sect's leader. I have an important matter to discuss with the Buddhist disciple Guankong. Brother Guankong has not yet returned from his journey to spread Buddhism. If you don't mind, you may come in and wait. The Buddhist monk who greeted Di Qingwei smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. However, Di Qingwei, accustomed to being treated with such respect, felt a subtle sense of imbalance. He smiled, politely declining the monk's offer. Thank you, Master, for the information. I will not bother you any more, and will come another day. With that, Di Qingwei, unconcerned with the monk's expression behind him, turned and transformed into a stream of light, flying down the mountain. He was about to return to the main peak when, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 3 figures approaching side by side. The white figure among them was Guankong. Chapter 96. The moment Guankong appeared, Di Qingwei instinctively straightened his back and put on his best form. In the world of immortal cultivation, only Guankong was worthy of being his opponent. He certainly couldn't afford to lose face before his only rival. Di Qingwei, His white robes fluttering, stood still, waiting for Guankong to approach so he could speak. But he didn't expect that after standing there for a long time, striking what he thought was a cool pose, Guankong wouldn't even spare him a glance. He simply walked right past him without even glancing. Di Qinhui, completely ignored, was furious. Guankong, please stay. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger at being ignored. With a gentle and warm smile, he caught up with Guankong. It was at this moment that Di Qinhui belatedly realized that one of the two people traveling with Guankong was actually Xia Ying. Especially after noticing the changes in Xia Ying, he could hardly conceal his surprise. Xia Ying had actually reached the foundation establishment stage. And judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations and aura surrounding her, she might have already reached the late foundation establishment stage. But 6 months ago, Xia Ying was clearly a useless person, unable to cultivate, and wasting the Yutian sect's cultivation resources. How could she have gone from being unable to cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage in just 6 months? Did Xia Ying receive some great opportunity? Or did she resort to unorthodox methods? Di Qinhui felt it was the former. Although he was proud, he wasn't the kind of person who, after seeing the situation clearly, refused to believe the truth and would deliberately deceive himself. Xia Ying exuded a rich spiritual energy and righteousness, without a trace of evil. She showed no discomfort even standing next to Guankong, a Buddhist disciple, which clearly proved that her current cultivation level was not due to unorthodox methods, but due to his past understanding of Xia Ying. Di Qinhui immediately dismissed all of Xia Ying's efforts and talents, attributing everything she had achieved to the great opportunities she had gained outside. Di Qinhui's eyes flickered, a thought forming within him, but he kept it to himself. His long eyelashes drooped to conceal the dark emotions within his eyes. The moment Guankong and the others glanced at him, he suppressed all his thoughts and spoke gently. Buddha Guankong, I am Di Qinhui, a disciple of the Yutian sect. Amiba, I wonder why fellow Taoist D is looking for me. I heard that junior brother Zhao had some misunderstandings with you down the mountain. I have come to apologize to you. Junior brother Zhao has a rough personality, but he meant no harm. I wonder if you, considering we are all disciples of the 9 major sects, would you please show some mercy and spare junior brother Zhao this time? I promise you, I will discipline junior brother Zhao strictly after this incident, and will never let him offend you again. Fellow Taoist D, you are too kind. I am not concerned about what happened to junior brother Zhao, nor did I do anything to him. How can you ask for mercy? Buddha Guankong smiled faintly. I simply see that fellow Taoist Zhao is too angry and unstable, so I wish to use Mahayana Buddhism to enlighten him and help him let go. Now that fellow Taoist Zhao is no longer troubled by his inner demons and has returned to his true nature, this may not be a bad thing for your sect. Di Qinhui had originally assumed that all Buddhists were pure and unselfish, observing the emptiness of the 4 elements. He hadn't expected his opponent, Guankong, to have the compassionate appearance of a bodhisattva, yet his words were merciless. He even mocked the disciples of the Yutian sect as troublemakers, and said that their disciples would be better off if they were fools. That's right, my friend. For a moment, Di Qinhui almost couldn't keep his smile from showing. But junior brother Zhao's lifelong wish is to attain the great Tao. If he continues like this, how can he cultivate? Everyone says that the Buddhists of Brahma Temple are the most compassionate. I imagine my friend wouldn't have the heart to deprive junior brother Zhao of the opportunity to continue his cultivation, right? Guankong, compassion? Perhaps you have some misunderstanding about our Brahma Temple? Xia Ying, what a moral coercion. What a pity. Guankong is just as immoral as she is. Meng Fuiying, Are all disciples of the Yutian sect so fond of acting? The 3 of them shared the same enigmatic smile, and silently stared at Di Qinhui. Di Qinhui? Question mark. Is there something dirty on his face? Why are they all looking at him like that? Before he could say anything else, Xia Ying twisted her wrist, and a photo stone suddenly appeared in her palm. Di Qinhui's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, the moment Xia Ying channeled her spiritual energy into the image stone, the earlier dispute between Guankong and Zhao Qin on the streets of Changyang City replayed before Di Qinhui like a revolving lantern. With the repeated cries of Wild Monk, coupled with Zhao Qin's provocative expression, Di Qinhui's brows throbbed. How could this be? At that moment, Di Qinhui felt as if his face had been ripped off and stomped on several times. No matter who witnessed the events in the image stone, they couldn't find a single word to condemn Guankong. Di Qinhui, who had previously used moral and public opinion to pressure Guankong into submission, felt as if he had suddenly gone mute, unable to utter a single word. Guankong truly wanted to press his advantage and strike back. But thinking of his status as a disciple of Buddha and his master's repeated warnings before his departure, he regretfully withdrew his attack. Xia Ying, however, showed no hesitation. She chuckled softly and looked at Ming Fueying beside her. Fueying, what's the point of seeking help from a Buddhist practitioner when someone is sick or injured, if not a medicine practitioner? Maybe they're looking for someone to perform a spiritual ritual beforehand. Ha ha! Xia Ying, who had originally intended to mock Di Qingyue, never expected Ming Fueying to deliver such a poignant and logical response. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Guankong, who had been expressionless until then, couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Their exchange and Xia Ying's laughter were like slaps to Di Qingyue's face, and even Guankong didn't spare him. Amitabha, when it comes to the art of salvation, I'm far inferior to my senior brother in terms of profound Buddhist knowledge. Xia Ying's smile widened, grabbing bamboo shoots. They're almost taking all the panda's food. Di Qingyue's face turned pale, then blue, then red, his entire face as vibrant as a spilled paint palette. Even so, he managed to force a smile at the three of them as if nothing had happened. I was rude and misunderstood you, Buddhist disciple. I go back and clean up my mess. Goodbye. Di Qingyue turned and walked away, as if he had made up his mind, his back looking a bit disheveled. Xia Ying's smile faded the moment he turned. As expected, she's the heroine's most important figure of wisdom in the original novel. Her endurance and superficiality are truly far superior to those of Gu Qinghua and the others. Di Qingyue hurried, a gloomy look in his eyes. But the moment a pale yellow figure caught his eye, the gloom vanished, replaced by a warm glow. Junior sister. Chapter 97. Fifth senior brother. Lin Yuexiang smiled sweetly. The moment she saw Di Qingyue, she naturally and affectionately took his arm, her tone full of girlish charm. I just refined a new defensive spiritual weapon and wanted to give it to you. I went to your cave, but I didn't see you. Where did you go? Lin Yuexiang's casual question hit upon something Di Qingyue didn't want to recall or mention, and the smile in his eyes inevitably faded a little. Nothing. Di Qingyue reached out and rubbed her head. I just went to deal with a trouble caused by an outer disciple. By the way, little junior sister, have you seen Xia Ying recently? Unlike the others, Di Qingyue followed his mother in seclusion within the Yutian sect for years, rarely going out for training. This time, he had come out early for the sect competition, so he was unaware of the previous incident between Xia Ying and Lin Yuexiang and the others. Lin Yuexiang had been contemplating how to further strengthen her relationship with Di Qingyue and plunder his luck, but she hadn't expected Di Qingyue to suddenly mention Xia Ying. Thinking of the changes that had taken place in Gu Qinghua and the others since Xia Ying began cultivating, Lin Yuexiang couldn't help but harbor a secret resentment. But in front of Di Qingyue, she concealed it even better. Of course I've seen her. This senior brother, you don't know, Ah Ying is incredibly accomplished now. The last time I saw her, she was already in the late foundation establishment stage, unlike me, who barely made it there yesterday. Junior sister, you're already quite impressive. Di Qingyue made no secret of his admiration and praise for Lin Yuexiang. You have a top-grade water spirit root, and your natural talent is already formidable. With diligent cultivation, you surely achieve the great Tao in due time. As for Xia Ying, everyone in our Yutian sect saw what she did in the past. Even if someone with full spiritual roots were able to cultivate by chance, it would be impossible for them to reach the late foundation establishment stage in just 6 months. Di Qingyue paused. Xia Ying must possess a tremendous and extraordinary opportunity. Junior sister. Di Qingyue leaned closer to Lin Yuexiang, lowering his voice. Don't confront Xia Ying head-on in the future. If you can befriend her and extract the information about this opportunity from her, then capitalize on it. This will only benefit your path to immortality. This, senior brother, isn't this a bad idea? What's wrong with it? Di Qingyue's expression remained calm. Junior sister, you're still too kind. In the immortal world, the law of the jungle and the struggle for resources are commonplace. If you don't take from others, others will naturally take from you. To attain the great Tao, you must discard this unnecessary softness. The path of ruthlessness is the most difficult path to attain enlightenment in the immortal world. Even in the myriad continent, no one has ever succeeded. Thus, Di Qingyue has dedicated himself to cultivating the path of ruthlessness since he began cultivating, vowing to become the first person in the myriad continent to achieve enlightenment and ascend using the path of ruthlessness. Listening to Di Qingyue's ridiculous rhetoric, Lin Yuexiang really wanted to retort. Is it that she doesn't want to steal Xia Ying's opportunity? She must be able to do it. She'd be better off spending more time with Gu Qinghua and the others to steal their luck than to become friends with Xia Ying and then snatch her chance. But in the end, she meekly agreed. After all, she was known as the gentle little sister. Yes, I listen to you, senior brother. Well, I go back with you. The sect competition is about to begin. It's time for you, little junior sister, to prepare well and get a good place in it. The day flew by in a flash. On the day of the sect competition, both Changyang City and the Yutian sect's dojo were bustling with activity, a scene of great bustle and activity. The competition venues for independent cultivators and sect disciples were different, but both took place within the Yutian sect, and the rules for both competitions were the same. The competition was conducted regardless of cultivation level. Numerous stages were set up for different areas, including sword cultivation, weapon cultivation, alchemy cultivation, magic cultivation, formation cultivation, and sound cultivation. The top 3 were determined through a series of rounds of competition. Finally, the independent cultivators, and the top 3 from each area of the sect competition were gathered together. They were drawn to face off, and then continued through rounds of elimination until the top 30 were determined. The top 10 from each year's sect competition received additional rewards from the Immortal Demon Alliance. Thus, after the top 30 were determined, there was a final round of fierce competition. Only when the 1st through 10th places were determined did the sect competition truly come to a close. Because the world of Immortal Cultivation is full of cultivators, who cultivate 2 or even 3 paths simultaneously, there was no upper limit on the number of cultivators allowed to register for the initial domain competition. In other words, as long as you have the strength and energy, no one will mind you even if you register for all the domains. After Xiang understood the rules of the sect competition, she signed up for sword cultivation, alchemy cultivation, weapon cultivation, music cultivation, and magic cultivation with a single wave of her hand. Just for fun. Why hide your strength if you have it? And this wasn't even her full potential. After registering, Xiang happily hummed a little tune as she walked away, leaving the disciple in charge of registration feeling disheveled in the wind. 5 paths simultaneously? Are we really not here for fun? After all the registered cultivators were counted in the morning, the first match of the sect competition began with great fanfare after noon, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Coincidentally, Xiang was drawn for the first round of the alchemy competition, and her opponent was a disciple from Shenong Palace, one of the 9 major sects. The Shenong Palace is primarily composed of medicine cultivators, medical practitioners, and alchemists. Although its overall combat capabilities are inferior to those of other sects, no one would challenge the Shenong Palace. After all, wise men throughout history would never choose to oppose a doctor. As a result, each of the Shenong Palace disciples harbored a certain amount of arrogance, looking down on alchemists outside of the Shenong Palace. This disciple, in particular, felt even more disdainful upon seeing that his opponent was Xiang. First alchemy cultivator match. Chuan from the Shenong Palace versus Xiang from the Xiaoyao sect. The competition is open-ended. The first person to fall off the stage loses. TSK. It's that loser from the Yutian sect who used to stay there. I wondered who it was. If you admit defeat now, loser, how can I? Bang. Chuan hadn't finished his rambling when Xiang swung her alchemy furnace and sent it careening onto the stage. The whole thing took less than a minute. What are you blabbering about? Huh? You little loser? You? Chuan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted in anger. That's it? She thought he was so capable, but he fainted at the mere mention of a single sentence. Even Wang Qing couldn't resist. In reality, she didn't know Chuan from the Shenong Palace, but this was, after all, a world reconstructed around the charming heroine Lin Yuexiang. Therefore, anyone she didn't know, and who harbored ill will towards her was to be treated like Lin Yuexiang's love-struck dog. The fainted Chuan was carried away by the other Shenong Palace disciples. Xia Ying, still on the competition stage, finally glanced at the elder in charge of judging. In all his years as a judging elder, this was the first time he had seen a competition end so quickly, and in such an unexpected way. Ah! The elder, regaining his composure, quickly and decisively announced the result. First round of the alchemy competition, Xiaoyao sect Xiang wins. Chapter 98. Hearing this, Xiang contentedly leaped off the competition stage and leisurely walked towards the other arenas. It was true that she only had this one competition today, but her senior brothers, second senior brothers, third senior sisters, and even Xiao He were all competing today, and she had to rush over to cheer them on. TSK. If she wasn't pressed for time, she could have stayed with Chuan a little longer. But who could blame her for having important matters right now? Xie Ying's steps were brisk, her skirt fluttering like a blue butterfly, and she was heading for the sword cultivator competition arena. When Xie Ying arrived at the competition arena, she saw Ji Heyuan approaching. She immediately reached out and waved vigorously. Dressed in a turquoise robe, Ji Heyuan spotted Xie Ying smiling brightly at him from the crowd. He felt a sense of peace, and a hint of smile graced his eyes and brows. His opponent was a disciple of the Five Elements Sword Sect. The Five Elements Sword Sect, whose members all practice the way of the sword, possesses unparalleled dedication to the art of swordsmanship. Consequently, most of the world's most renowned swordsmen hail from the Five Elements Sword Sect. Xie Ying remembered that in the original novel, one of Lin Yuexiang's admirers was the Five Elements Sword Sect's top disciple, Xie Jiuzhe. While the person before her wasn't Xie Jiuzhe, a disciple sent by the Five Elements Sword Sect to participate in the sect competition couldn't be incompetent. Unfortunately, this disciple was facing Ji Heyuan. Back in the Xiaoyao sect, Xie Ying had frequently sparred with Ji Heyuan, gaining a thorough understanding of his swordsmanship. Furthermore, Ji Heyuan's mastery of the sword would only improve with time. Thus, as soon as the two clashed, Xie Ying foresaw the outcome. This disciple of the Five Elements Sword Sect was no match for Ji Heyuan. As expected, the two had only exchanged 3 rounds on the stage when the Five Elements Sword Sect disciple was knocked off the stage by a white sword beam. The elder spoke at the right moment. Xiaoyao Sect's Ji Heyuan wins. My skills are inferior to his. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ji, for your guidance. The knocked-off disciple was momentarily stunned, but quickly accepted the situation and left gracefully. After leaving the stage, Ji Heyuan headed straight for Xie Ying. Let's go, junior sister. If we rush over now, we can still see 6 junior brothers competition. Okay. The beautiful young man and young woman left side by side, their outstanding demeanor naturally drawing everyone's attention. Not to mention Ji Heyuan's outstanding performance on the stage just now. Not everyone can easily defeat a Five Elements Sword Sect disciple in just 3 rounds. After Ji Heyuan's display today, he has become a favorite to make it into the top 30 of this sect competition. As for Xie Ying, the alchemy competition stage wasn't crowded to begin with, so not many cultivators knew about her yet. However, the 9 major sect masters and the elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance, who had been sitting in the shadows, had witnessed both of their performances clearly. This young man is quite good. Hung Yuan Jianjun, the leader of the Five Elements Sword Sect, stroked his beard and praised him, showing no resentment that Ji Heyuan had triumphed over his own disciple. His sword energy is sharp, his blade's brilliance is powerful, and his sword intent is profound. He's a promising young sword cultivator. It's a shame the Xiaoyao sect has already gotten there first. Hung Yuan Jianjun is right. In the past, the Xiaoyao sect rarely participated in the sect competitions of the Immortal Cultivation world, but the disciples they sent this year are all very good. With time, they will surely become great. It seems that during these years of seclusion, the Xiaoyao sect hasn't slacked off in its discipleship. It's the Xiaoyao sect, after all. Cultivating a few geniuses isn't a big deal. As the only maritime immortal sect on the Wanxiang continent, the Xiaoyao sect isn't among the 9 great sects, but none of the 9 sect masters dare to underestimate it. Others might not know, but they see it clearly. Some sects don't make the 9 great sects because they can't compete, while others don't because they don't want to. The Xiaoyao sect falls into the latter category. Xie Ying isn't bad either. Mioshu, the headmaster of Hehuan Tower, suddenly spoke, leaning back in her seat, her every smile and frown brimming with charm. I like this child, she's very interesting. It's time for Master Mioshu to change your habit of judging people by appearances. Xie Ying isn't a good disciple. The speaker was none other than Mu Chen, the headmaster of the Yutian sect. When Xie Ying first joined the Yutian sect as a child, Mu Chen had been quite considerate of her. Later, upon discovering that Xie Ying's full spiritual roots were incapable of cultivation, he began to neglect her. When Lin Yuexiang became his disciple, a stark contrast to Xie Ying, Mu Chen's dislike for her intensified. He considered her a worthless burden to the Yutian sect, completely forgetting the promise he had made when competing for her. He had assumed that Xie Ying would soon meet a brutal end after being expelled from the Yutian sect. However, not only did she not die, she defected to the Xiaoyao sect and embarked on a path of cultivation, disregarding their past friendships and causing serious injuries to his disciples one after another. How could he tolerate Xie Ying? A person who betrays their master, disrespects their teachers, and harms their fellow disciples with such low moral character is worthy of participating in the sect competition to compete for a spot in the 12 desolate secret realms? Master Mu, Your words are biased. I see the child's eyes are clear, her mind is bright, and she's not a wicked person. Palace Master Xian Yuan is actually speaking for her? She showed no mercy when she knocked your disciple off the competition stage. During a competition, you shouldn't show mercy to your opponent. Palace Master Xian Yuan smiled. I'm not such a narrow-minded person as to embarrass a junior over a match win or loss. Ha ha ha, Palace Master Xuan Yuan's words resonate exactly with me. Master Fengying, the leader of the Wu Ying sect, echoed this sentiment, completely oblivious to Mu Qian's increasingly grim expression. The Wu Ying sect's relationship with the Yutian sect used to be quite good, but ever since Yi Ming's pursuit of Lin Yuexiang led to his shattered Taoist heart, Master Fengying has grown increasingly displeased with the Yutian sect. He wouldn't stoop to embarrass a junior like Lin Yuexiang, but he blamed Mu Qian for this. What even Master Fengying couldn't have anticipated was that before he could even bother with Lin Yuexiang, Mu Qian had already targeted Xiaoying of the Xiaoyao sect. Without a care for his dignity, as the sect leader, he openly targeted and slandered a junior. This Yutian sect truly has its ups and downs. With Xian Yuanting and Master Fengying joining the fray, Master Miaoshu naturally had the upper hand. Just when they all thought the topic would be over, no one expected Fairy Lingyin, the foremost cultivator known for her aloofness and reluctance to meddle in the affairs of the immortal world, to actually speak up at this moment. Chapter 99. Xie Ying's intentions are not right, and her character is low. She will never achieve greatness. Even if she does, she will be a disaster for our world of immortal cultivation. This girl must not be allowed to stay. As soon as Fairy Lingyin uttered these words, an eerie silence descended upon the scene. Who is Fairy Lingyin? Aside from the grand elders of various sects who are forced to retreat into seclusion due to their nearing end of life, Fairy Lingyin is the undisputed leader of the world of immortal cultivation today. Over the years, Fairy Lingyin has rarely appeared in public, and when she does, she rarely speaks or expresses her opinions. This is the first time in 100 years that Fairy Lingyin has so openly expressed her dissatisfaction in public, and specifically towards a teenager. At this moment, the 9 sect masters were consumed with thoughts. Although they felt that Fairy Lingyin's actions were somewhat inappropriate, none of them spoke rashly. Some also believed that since Fairy Lingyin had said so, it must be true. Perhaps Xie Ying from the Xiaoyao sect was indeed as incompetent as Mu Qian claimed, and unlikely to achieve greatness. But among the 9, there was one exception, who wasn't afraid of Fairy Lingyin. Fairy Lingyin, I don't understand what you're saying. The silence was broken by the sweet laughter of Miaoshu Tower Master. Little Xie Ying only looks like a teenager, a simple child. How could the fairy and sect master Mu suddenly make her into a heinous criminal? I'm curious, what exactly did Xie Ying do to provoke such a grudge? Of course, Mu Qian couldn't directly reveal the grudge between the Yutian sect and Xie Ying. Otherwise, wouldn't he be blatantly telling others that he had ordered his senior disciples to dig up Xie Ying's spirit bones for his own junior disciple? Fairy Lingyin had no idea what had transpired between Mu Qian and Xie Ying. She had never cared much for that worthless Xie Ying. Now, upon emerging from her confinement, she heard from Mu Qian that Xie Ying had betrayed the Yutian sect and ruthlessly murdered her former fellow disciples. As a fellow Yutian sect member, Fairy Lingyin naturally believed Mu Qian's words, and therefore, she also deeply disliked Xie Ying. If it weren't for the fact that taking action personally was beneath her status, she would have slain this disloyal traitor long ago. Thankfully, Mu Qian didn't need to explain. Someone would naturally smooth things over for Fairy Lingyin's sake. Master Miaoshu, why are you asking so many questions? Tian Yangzhenren, the leader of the Dingyang sect, spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. We didn't know that disciple to begin with. Now that Sect Master Mu and Fairy Lingyin have both said so, Xie Ying must be truly unworthy. I'm even more confused by what Master Tianan is saying. If you don't even know Xie Ying, how can you be so sure she's absolutely unworthy? Can Fairy Lingyin's words alone determine a disciple's fate? Miaoshu Tower Master admitted that she did have a slight liking for attractive cultivators, but that didn't mean she was someone who only looked at looks and couldn't distinguish right from wrong. She had long been fed up with Fairy Lingyin's pretentious demeanor. She had previously ignored it because it wasn't necessary. But today, a disciple's immortal path was at stake, and she had no choice but to fight for it. These men had a short memory and couldn't recall the contributions the Xie couple had made to the world of immortal cultivation. She still remembered them. Besides, do you know who Xie Ying is? Isn't she just a young disciple who defected from the Yutian sect and defected to the Xiaoyao sect? Wait! Beast Taming Valley Master Lu Yuyu was the first to react. Her last name is Xie. Could she be the daughter of that couple? Exactly. Seeing someone finally remember Xie Ying's identity, Miaoshu Tower Master felt the frustration in her heart dissipate. She stared intently at Fairy Lingyi's cold profile, and spoke again, with a forced smile. Back then, the demons of 10,000 Demon Gorge returned, and beast tidal waves were frequent across the cultivation world. Countless low-level cultivators and mortals suffered as a result, leaving the world under attack from both sides. It was the Xie couple who stepped forward at that time. The Xie couple led their disciples throughout the cultivation world, resisting the beast tidal waves and protecting the helpless mortals. It was precisely because of the Xie family's fearless defense of the beast tidal waves from the rear that we were able to focus on attacking the demons in 10,000 Demon Gorge. The entire Xie family was even annihilated in that battle, leaving only Xie as the sole heir. What? It hasn't even been 10 years since this incident, and you've forgotten all about it? Miaoshu Tower Master sneered, wishing she could slap Fairy Lingyin and Mu Qin in the face. But she quickly gave up the idea, because she couldn't defeat them both. However, Miaoshu Tower Master's words did awaken the memories of many present. After remembering Xie Ying's origins, even Tian Nongzhenren fell silent. Wuying Sect Master Feng Yingzhenren, the leader of the Wuying Sect, keenly sensed something was amiss and promptly raised a question. I remember that the Xie family's little girl was taken back to the Yutian sect by Sect Master Mu. How did she become a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect now? That's something I have to ask Sect Master Mu. Miaoshu Tower Master smiled, and if I remember correctly, Xie Ying was expelled from the Yutian sect. How could that be? Beast Taming Valley Master Lu Yuyan was astonished. Didn't Sect Master Mu personally promise in front of us that he would take good care of the Xie child? Of course not. Just take a casual stroll among the disciples, and you see. The Yutian sect disciples aren't ashamed of expelling Xie Ying, but rather proud of it. Sect Master Mu, I'd like to ask what exactly happened. Even though Miaoshu Tower Master had laid everything out in the open, Mu Qin's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't done anything wrong. I already said that Xie Ying is a stubborn and undisciplined person. She has no respect for teachers and elders within the Yutian sect. She's petty and selfish, harming fellow disciples for the sake of a small gain. Her character is truly despicable. Even though her parents have made great contributions to the world of immortal cultivation, even though we must endure the stigma of breaking our promise, our Yutian sect will absolutely not tolerate such a disloyal and treacherous person. Ah yes, your Yutian sect is of high moral character and wouldn't tolerate the disloyal and treacherous Xie Ying. Yet you can tolerate the spirit stones and magical treasures left to her by the Xie family. You truly possess a noble character. Everyone, look! Does the phoenix hairpin on Sect Master Mu's young disciple, Lin Yuexiang, look familiar? I remember it was one of Madame Xia's favorite pieces of jewelry, right? Xie Ying voluntarily gave it to Xiang. Oh! Then I really don't understand. If Xie Ying was so generous as to give Lin Yuexiang her mother's belongings, how could she harm a fellow disciple for a small gain? Chapter 100. Humph. It seems that Master Miaoshu is determined to protect Xie Ying? So what? Unable to answer the questions the master lobbed at him in detail, Mu Qin simply changed the subject and shifted the blame elsewhere. Since Master Miaoshu had dared to stand up for Xie Ying, she naturally wasn't afraid of falling out with the Yutian sect or even Fairy Lingyin. She had long since had enough of Mu Qin, relying on Fairy Lingyin's backing, dominating them in everything and treating himself as the head of the 9 major sects. Now, Mu Qin has shamelessly attacked a junior, and even defamed and smeared his reputation. Master Miaoshu will never, under any circumstances, be complicit in his actions. Today, in front of all of you fellow Taoists, I, Miaoshu, am not afraid to speak the truth. Sect Master Mu, Fairy Lingyin, I don't believe a single word you just said about Xie Ying. I, Miaoshu, never judge people by hearsay. I will see for myself whether Xie Ying is as despicable as you say, but I will never so easily sentence a young disciple to death based on a few words from you. In that case, Master Miaoshu and I have nothing more to say. Mu Qin snorted coldly and fell silent. Fairy Lingyin remained seated, as if the world's troubles had nothing to do with her. The atmosphere quieted down again, but everyone's hearts were far less calm than their outward expressions suggested. The master of the Beast Taming Valley, while everyone else was watching the performances of the disciples on the competition stage, subtly prodded Master Miaoshu with his spiritual sense. Miaoshu, why are you so protective of Xie Ying? Do you know something inside? What inside information could I possibly know? Miaoshu replied angrily. But I don't know what kind of person Xie Ying is, so how could I not know what kind of people Mu Qin and Lingyin are? Lu Yuyu, that sounds so reasonable, she couldn't even refute it. Besides, things weren't exactly as Mu Qin claimed. Let me tell you. Yujing City was under the jurisdiction of Huan Tower. She had received news of the altercation between Xiang and Gu Qinghui outside the Yujing auction house shortly after it occurred, and had secretly sent someone to investigate. It turned out that Xie Ying's accusations against Gu Qinghui and the others were merely the tip of the iceberg of the Yutian sect's mistreatment of her. Miaoshu Tower Master was instantly furious. As a fellow woman, she deeply admired Madame Xie's actions, and naturally couldn't bear to see her only bloodline humiliated like this. She had planned to seek justice for Xiang after the sect competition concluded, and she achieved a good ranking. But she hadn't expected Mu Qin to be so shameless, throwing dirty water on Xiang without hesitation right at the start of the competition. Ah? Is the Yutian sect so shameless? There's nothing Mu Qin can't do. Miaoshu Tower Master snorted coldly. No, I'm going to send a message to that old man from the Xiaoliao sect to ask him to come forward as well. No matter how reclusive one may be, one can't just sit back and watch others bully their own disciples, right? With that, Miaoshu Tower Master unilaterally severed contact with Lu Yuyu, found Xiaoliao sect Master Su Xi through her spiritual imprint, and then transmitted a message over 1,000 miles. After learning these facts from Miaoshu Tower Master, Lu Yuyu felt her worldview severely shaken. She felt she could no longer look Mu Qin in the face. Although Mu Qin didn't know Lu Yuyu and Miaoshu were gossiping about her behind her back, Lu Yuyu's gaze was so revealing that he couldn't help but frown. Is Lu Yuyu sick? Why is he staring at her all the time? However, Xiang, who was currently celebrating her first victory with Shinfuyu and the others, was unaware that several of the most powerful figures in the world of Immortal Cultivation had just argued over her. Except for Xiang, all other Xiaoliao sect disciples had only registered for their strongest areas of expertise. Therefore, Xiang was the busiest person during the second day's competition, which consisted of 4 matches. The sword training field was the last. Thus, Xiang bid farewell to Shinfuyu, Ji Hyun, and the others early and returned to her room to meditate and cultivate. The more critical the situation, the more important it is to remain calm. You can skip a meal, but daily cultivation is essential. When the first rays of sunlight shone through the window the next morning, Xiang opened her eyes. After a night of meditation and cultivation, Xiang felt refreshed. Now she could punch 10 bulls with one punch. She used her inner vision to examine the conditions within her spiritual palace, and saw that the half-filled golden elixir seemed to have become even more solid. She had a premonition that the time for the thunder tribulation that would bring her advancement to the golden core stage was not far off. Without giving it any more thought, Xiang rose and reunited with her senior brother Qin Linzhao and the others. Then, a mighty group of 20 slowly made their way to the competition stage. Although the Xiaoliao sect had long been secluded from the world, its disciples had never slacked off in their cultivation. In fact, Xie Ying's joining the Xiaoliao sect 6 months earlier had sparked an unprecedented wave of internal competition within the sect, and as a result, the cultivation of the Xiaoliao sect disciples was generally more solid now. Not to mention that the 20 who had joined earlier were among the most formidable disciples in the sect. So far, none of the 20 led by Su Yinji had been defeated. After learning that Xie Ying had signed up for multiple competitions, they rushed to watch Xie Ying's competition as soon as their own competitions concluded. The Xiaoliao sect's reputation gradually spread among the disciples and independent cultivators of these sects. Ding dong. Main Quest 2, lead the Xiaoliao sect to become the top sect in the world of Immortal Cultivation. Progress reached 9%. Host, please keep up the good work. For every 10% of progress completed, the host will receive a corresponding reward. At this moment, Xie Ying, who was waiting for the next competition in the audience, couldn't help but curl her lips after hearing Yinin announce the progress of the mission. She knew that there were no cowards in the Xiaoliao sect. Every one of them was a good person. As for the remaining 1%, it was up to her. Next match, Xie Ying of the Xiaoliao sect will face Lu Qijing of the Dingyang sect. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Xie Ying and a blue-robed cultivator landed on the competition stage simultaneously. With a flash of cold light, Lu Qijing drew his natal spirit sword the moment he landed on the competition stage. The clanging of the sword echoed through the air, and the mere sound betrayed the sword's exceptional quality. Lu Qijing was about to attack when his eyes fell on Xie Ying, who was empty-handed. Where's your natal spirit sword? I don't have one. No sword. Are you kidding? What kind of swordsman is it without a sword? Lu Qijing's face was stern, but he hesitated to attack. I never take advantage of others in distress. I give you time to borrow a sword from your fellow disciples, and then we compete again. Don't bother. I believe no one would be willing to lend their wife to someone else. Xie Ying smiled, reaching out and using her spiritual energy to pluck a blossom from a nearby peach tree. I use this to compete with fellow Taoist Lu. Fellow Taoists, yeah, are you looking down on me by using an ordinary peach blossom to fight my Dragon War sword? Xiang, you should borrow a sword. The elder on the stage couldn't stand it any longer. How can this peach blossom in your hand withstand the energy of the Dragon War sword? Why not? Xiang asked calmly, each word gripping. As long as there's a sword in your heart, everything in your hand is a sword? At this moment, the peach blossom branch is in my hand and in my heart. It is the sharpest sword in my hand.